Chapter 101 Soul Detachment. Let's start. In other words, you will be reborn in that body. Rebirth. These two words made Xiao Yang feel a wave of panic in his heart. Although he had guessed something before, when he actually heard these two words he couldn't help but feel a huge shock all over his body with an unbelievable look in his eyes. But soon he regained his composure, suppressed the joy in his heart, and a smile appeared on his face. I know. But Cao Yanbing's tone suddenly paused for a moment and the excitement in his eyes was gradually replaced by hesitation. This is my first time to use resurrection. Whether it is successful or not I'm not sure. It would be great if it succeeds, but if it fails. When Cao Yanbing really got to this point he felt a sense of timidity. This is my only choice. Xiao Yang interrupted him, his voice full of determination. I don't think you will fail, brother, just go ahead and do it no matter what the result is. Initial domain name M. Anyway. Cao Yanbing's heart trembled. He looked at his younger brother and saw that his brother had firm eyes and a strange look in his eyes. His lips were slightly opened as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he said nothing. He knew that his younger brother had his own ideas. Now that he had made his choice there was no point in trying to dissuade him. Thinking of this, Cao Yanbing sighed and nodded. Then he turned his gaze to the distance of the street. There, it's the end of Rakshasa Street. A stone arch made of ancient stone bricks stands quietly. The arch is carved with simple patterns and the top and bottom are full of traces of time. Then let go. Cao Yanbing did not look back and took the lead to walk towards the stone arch. He walked firmly and every step he took seemed to span the long river of time. Here he seemed to have great strength. Xiao Yang followed closely behind and also took the same step. The backs of the two cast long shadows under the sunlight. The familiar stone arch was close at hand, but Cao Suanliang's raised right foot could not move forward and his body was trembling slightly. Immediately he turned his head sharply and looked at the familiar street behind him. Cao Xianliang took a deep breath as if he wanted to remember him forever in his mind through all this. This is his home, the place where he grew up, the street where he and his family have lived all his life, and also his root. But now he is leaving. Get off this land, get off this street. Xiao Yang, let's go. Seeing the reluctance in his eyes, Cao Yanbing's eyes dimmed and he patted Cao Suanliang's shoulder, breaking the silence. Cao Xianliang gathered his thoughts, took a deep breath and took one last look at the small house on the top of the mountain in the distance. A trace of determination flashed in his eyes and he took another step towards the stone arched door. Buzz! The moment his feet touched the stone arch, the space inside the door was instantly distorted and a space crack appeared out of thin air, enveloping him entirely. Then a flash of white light flashed and he disappeared completely. The net second an extreme sense of dizziness attacked Cao Suanliang's whole body. In Rakshasa Street, quietly watching Xiao Yang disappearing inside the stone arch, the smile in Cao Yanbing's eyes flashed away and then turned into determination. He took a deep look at the distant mountain top and finally took a step forward resolutely towards the stone. Go to the arch. Buzz! It feels so uncomfortable. Feeling that his consciousness was spinning, Cao Yanbing gritted his teeth and opened his eyes. He found that he was actually in a strange cave. The rock walls in all directions are covered with dense patterns. These patterns are composed of countless runes eluding a hazy halo, and a faint light illuminates the entire cave. Where am I? Looking at the unfamiliar environment around him, a dazed look flashed in Cao Suanliang's eyes. He stretched out his left hand and touched the pendant on his chest. Feeling the warmth of the pendant, Cao Xianliang felt a little more at ease, but the net moment his hand holding the pendant froze and he discovered that his hands were actually translucent. This state is not unfamiliar to Cao Xianliang. This means that his soul is in a state of separation. What to do? He could clearly feel that his soul was slowly draining away, which made him feel slightly panicked. Little Master Xia Haoiwen, who was refining his body, naturally discovered Cao Xianliang, who suddenly appeared inside the cave and immediately strode over. After Cao Suanliang's soul left his body, his whole person became sluggish and his body exuded a sense of death, as if even his soul was about to dissipate. It seems that my lord succeeded. When Xia Haoiwen saw the scene he couldn't help but look at Cao Yanbing sitting cross-legged in the far corner, feeling secretly happy in his heart. Buzz! There was a slight vibration in the space and Cao Yanbing's closed eyes slowly opened. He glanced around and found that there was nothing else here except Xia Haoiwen. Did you fail? Cao Yanbing's eyes dimmed. No lord, you succeeded. Observe. Feeling the unwillingness in Cao Yanbing's eyes, Xia Haoiwen shook his head slightly and turned sideways to reveal the confused Cao Xianliang behind him. Small light. Seeing Xiao Yang, Cao Yanbing had a look of astonishment on his face. He couldn't believe it was true. He actually succeeded. Elder brother. Cao Suanliang's face lit up with joy. He saw Cao Yanbing and his brother, the face that he was so familiar with. Seeing this scene, Cao Yanbing reached out excitedly trying to catch him, but the outstretched arm only passed through Cao Suanliang's body and passed through his body. brother, I am still in a state of soul. Cao Xianliang shook his head and smiled bitterly. I know. Don't worry, I have found and refined your body for you. From now on you will not only have a physical body but also a powerful body. I will give you the best resources. When you succeed in cultivation you can fight on the battlefield with me and carve out your own path. Hearing these words, Cao Suandi nodded with a firm look in his eyes. Thank you, brother. Okay, in that case. Cao Yanbing looked at the body that had been refined with strong hope in his eyes. Let's get started. Yes, Cao Xianliang nodded heavily. At this moment even his character couldn't help but make ripples. Xiahao Iwan, when I start you will stay here. If anything goes wrong you will immediately rescue Zai Liang's soul from the body. Cao Yanbing turned his eyes and looked at him with a serious face. Xiahao Iwan, as ordered. Xiahao Iwan also had a look of solemnity on his face. He naturally knew the importance of Cao Xianliang to Cao Yanbing. In that case, let's do it. Chapter 102. What happened in 2 years? The Elders' Hall. In the secret room, Cao Yanbing sat cross-legged and looked seriously at the body in front of him that had been turned into green and red by Xiahao Iwan's long-term calcining. Hailing heavily, Cao Yanbing looked solemn and shouted in a deep voice, Xiao Liang, come in. Cao Xiandian nodded. He naturally knew that there was no room for any mistakes now, so his figure quickly became illusory and turned into a ray of light and shadow that swept into the body. Buzz. The moment Cao Suanliang's soul entered the body suddenly trembled violently. In the empty eye sockets light gradually condensed, and it was at this moment that terrifying strange energy spread out from the body. Hold on. Looking at the trembling body, Cao Yanbing's presence became solemn, and with a low drink the hellfire surrounding his body suddenly burst into flame. The flames rose and a bluish-red light spot kept jumping. At the same time an extremely violent energy wave was transmitted from the body, making the energy wave become more intense. Under this terrifying pressure, Cao Xianliang finally couldn't help but let out a scream. The surface of the calcined body was torn apart involuntarily, posing the flesh and blood inside, but it did not stop. Instead it continued to spread downward, and finally the whole body was covered in it and the whole person seemed to be torn apart generally. With the scorching energy surging in the body, blood flowers bloomed on the surface of the skin. As the blood spattered and the flesh twisted, the appearance and figure of the body began to fit towards Cao Xianliang. Xiao Liang, hold on. Seeing this scene, Cao Yanbing felt very sad, but he knew that in order to be reborn he could only bear this pain. Another shrill scream resounded from the body. The severe pain made Cao Xianliang almost unbearable and his face had become twisted into a ball. Big beads of sweat dripped down from his forehead. His fists were clenched, his whole body was shaking, his teeth were clenching, but he still persisted. Lord, inner Eli. Just when Cao Yanbing was at a loss, Xiahao Iwan's slightly uneasy voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Right, inner Eli. Controlling the hellfire to continue burning, Cao Yanbing smashed the jade bottle to pieces, then waved his hand and the cold and biting ancient spirit beast inner Eli fell into his hand instantly. Without any hesitation, the moment he took possession of the inner Eli, Cao Yanbing gritted his teeth, veins popped up in his hands and his spiritual power began to flow. Boom! The icy cold inner Eli plotted directly with a shattering sound, sending out bursts of cold air, and the icy coldness instantly filled the entire secret room. Don't let me run around. The biting cold air roared like waves in this cave. Cao Yanbing roared and released his spiritual power to pull them all into Cao Suanliang's body. Under the shroud of cold air, the body that had been burned, plotted and twisted by hellfire began to stabilize, and the shocking crack and flesh on the body were gradually covered by a kind of frost. The pain slowly receded. As the inner Eli essence entered the body, the ferocious presence on Cao Suanliang's face softened a lot, but his mouth was still trembling slightly and wisps of blood slid down the corners of his mouth. Looking at the body that had slowly recovered, Cao Yanbing breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment his face was already covered with fine beads of sweat. The clothes on his body were also soaked with sweat, and the whole the man looked quite embarrassed. Lord! Seeing this, Xiahao Iwan quickly stepped forward to help him and asked, how is the young master? The inner Eli of the ancient spirit beast has entered the body, and Zai Liang's soul has gradually merged with this body. Don't worry too much. Cao Yanbing wiped the sweat from his forehead, waved his hand and looked at the growth of the body. His hands and feet and his eyes were shining with a strange light. Then, my lord, you protect Xiao Yang first. When he is completely integrated with this body, I'm afraid he will be resurrected. The light in Cao Yanbing's eyes became even hotter. As commanded. After hearing these words, Xiahao Iwan also respectfully held his fist to accept the order, and then at the signal he guarded Cao Suanliang's side. Cao Yanbing stood there watching the body gradually take shape. A touch of relief appeared on his cheek and murmured to himself, Xiao Yang, you must succeed. In this regard, although Cao Yanbing had expected that this resurrection would take a long time, he really didn't expect that it would actually be that long. Time flies. 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. During this period of time, Cao Yanbing has been helping Cao Xianliang to temper his body, but disappointingly 2 years have passed and Cao Xianliang still has no sign of waking up. The only thing that gave Cao Yanbing some comfort was that the body refined from Tang Hao's body had completely transformed into Cao Xuanliang's appearance, and his strength was also rising little by little. In the past 2 years he has also been to Douluo Palace, but he was still told that Qian Daoliu was guarding Qian Ren Yui for inheritance. In this regard Cao Yanbing also felt helpless. These two people are very important to him. They are all asleep. Cao Xuanliang's resurrection is imminent. In this regard he also began to prepare for himself to become king. During this period he also led his troops on more than one expedition. Now he is almost merciless on the battlefield. Army kill, Soul Master kill. In this continuous battle the number of undead soldiers in his Raxhasa Street has reached nearly 50,000, and those evil spirits who have given up hope of survival also number more than 20,000. Under the nourishment of the huge undead his strength has also reached the advanced level, from the intermediate level of the Hell Realm to the quasi-advanced level. He is only one step away from reaching the top level. When it reaches the top level the instance time of its Raxhasa Street domain can be extended to 30 minutes, and by that time he can even materialize Raxhasa Street. In other words, he originally needed to pass through the Sea of Consciousness and use his own consciousness to return to Raxhasa Street. Now when his Hell Dao Great Jiao Heat reaches the top level he can directly summon the stone arch on Raxhasa Street and come to Douluo continent in another way. By then he can bring others into Raxhasa Street, which is one of the reasons why he is now eager to improve his strength. You can take your brother back. Elders Hall. In the secret room, Cao Yanbing dressed in red armor stood at the door as always, looking calmly at Cao Xianliang who was still sleeping, and sighed softly. Oh, it's been 2 years. With a sigh Cao Yanbing was about to leave, but the moment he turned around his body couldn't help but froze there. At this moment Cao Xianliang, who was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, saw that the end finger of his right hand was shaking slightly. P.S. Yao Sheng would like to apologize to everyone in advance. Plans can never keep up with changes. You never know which one will come first, tomorrow or the accident. It was just put on the shelves the day before yesterday and the 4th update has been completed. Yesterday a relative at home had an accident due to illness. Yao Sheng is still in the hospital and may be very busy in the NET few days, so I ask for your understanding. Xiao Sheng thanks you all. However, Xiao Sheng assures everyone that I will continue to update and try to return to 2 or more updates a day. Thanks again Xiao Sheng. Chapter 103. My name is Cao Xianliang. Oh, it's been 2 years. With a sigh Cao Yanbing was about to leave, but the moment he turned around his body couldn't help but froze in place. At this moment Cao Xianliang, who was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, saw that the end finger of his right hand was shaking slightly. Naturally this subtle scene could not escape Cao Yanbing's eyes, and a flash of excitement suddenly flashed across his eyes. He quickly ran forward, stared at the trembling fingertips of Cao Xuanliang's right hand and asked excitedly, Xiaoliang, you awake? However, what disappointed him was Cao Xianliang didn't respond, and even the trembling fingers slowly calmed down as if the trembling fingertips before were just an illusion. Well, disappointed Cao Yanbing couldn't help but shake his head. He was indeed looking forward to it too much. The higher the hope, the greater the disappointment. He knew that Cao Xuanliang's awakening would definitely not be that simple, but before he could figure out what happened, Cao Yanbing still chose to wait. Cao Xianliang did not wake up and Cao Yanbing did not leave here but sat there quietly practicing. This place can be regarded as a treasure land for cultivation. He also needs to use the brilliance of these runes in this cave to help him break through to the top of the Great Jiad Or. 3 days, 5 days, 15 days, 29 days. Buzz. Finally on the 30th day, Cao Xuanliang's pale skin began to change. Between his eyebrows a golden luster slowly condensed. Finally that golden halo condensed into a thumb-sized golden talisman between his eyebrows. The talisman is light gold and bluish in color, shining brightly under the dim light of the rune. After the talisman was condensed and formed, streams of pure power emerged from it and quickly spread in the cave. Buzz. With the infusion of pure spiritual power, Cao Yanbing, who had been sitting quietly, suddenly trembled. His closed eyes suddenly opened and 2 rays of light shot out like sharp arrows, directly distorting the space, and an invisible aura suddenly burst out from him at this moment, soaring straight into the sky. Feeling the vast power surging within his body, Cao Yanbing's eyes flashed with joy. The Hell Realm is extremely hot and scorching. If he could only defeat the 99th level titled Douluo at the intermediate level of Dajiad, or then now he can challenge challenged Qian Daoliu head-on. A 99th level peerless Douluo like Bibi Dong would not easily fall defeat. Is this the top level of the Great Gorge of Hell? Hu fiercely punched the void a few times and a majestic momentum spread from Cao Yanbing's body with a thick smile on his face. However, at this moment a strange feeling suddenly emerged from the depths of Cao Yanbing's heart. This feeling, as his mind was spinning, Cao Yanbing quickly turned his head and looked around only to see that the body that had not changed in 2 years was gradually emitting a kind of light. On his forehead a golden and bluish talisman is slowly condensing. Cao Yanbing was no stranger to the energy fluctuations emanating from the talismans, because it was the incorporation of this energy that allowed him to break through to the top of the great Jiaori. Did you wake up? When this idea suddenly popped up in his mind, the feeling became more intense. Buzz, crack. At this moment the light gold and blue talisman suddenly shattered and turned into a stream of light heading straight for Cao Suanliang's eyebrows. Immediately afterwards a muffled sound echoed in the cave, and immediately a dazzling light pillar was seen. The moment the talisman entered Cao Suanliang's eyebrows, it burst out and pointed directly into the sky. The moment the light burst out, Cao Suanliang's body suddenly trembled, and then a deep roar also sounded in the cave. A golden brilliance burst out from his body and then swept directly to the surroundings with lightning speed. Boom! Wherever the light passed, the walls of the cave were directly torn apart, and under the sweep of this light the rocks outside the cave actually collapsed inch by inch and turned into dust. This golden brilliance lasted for several seconds before dissipating. At the moment when the light dissipated, Cao Xianliang, who was sitting cross-legged, opened his eyes leisurely, and at this moment an easy-sided smile appeared on his handsome and tender face. Ha 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 ha. Cao Xianliang suppressed the joy in his heart, lowered his head, felt the touch of his fist, and couldn't help laughing. He could feel that at this moment a vigorous force was flowing rapidly in his body. This force was even stronger than the force he had exerted on Raxhasa Street. He also clearly felt that his soul power also became extremely powerful at this time. Ha ha ha, I am finally. Cao Xianliang roared to the sky, and Cao Suanliang's joyful voice resounded throughout the cave for a long time. As the laughter resounded, the entire cave began to shake. Even the roof of the cave was shaking as if it might fall down at any time. Successful. Cao Yanbing's eyes turned red as he stared blankly at the familiar figure. How many years has it been? How many years? Now in this world his only relative has awakened again. He has not felt this feeling for many years. At this moment he felt that even if he had to wait another year or a few more years, as long as his brother could be resurrected, what would it matter? Clenching his hands tightly, Cao Yanbing didn't know what words to use to express the joy in his heart. However, there were tears faintly seeping out of the corners of his eyes. Elder brother. After a short period of time to adapt to his body, Cao Xianliang turned his eyes and froze for an instant with tears flashing in his eyes. Brother, thank you. Hearing the words from Cao Suanliang's mouth, Cao Yanbing didn't say much. He just gritted his teeth and patted his shoulder heavily. The two brothers depended on each other for life, and only each other could understand the bitterness and pain they had endured in the past. No need to thank me, you have to understand that we are brothers. Cao Yanbing silently wiped away the tears from the corner of his eyes, and Cao Yanbing's voice became a little hoarse. Cao Xianliang is his closest relative. This kind of blood-related family relationship cannot be replaced by anyone. Yes. Nodding, Cao Xianliang stretched out his hand and touched Cao Yanbing's broad palm. The two brothers looked at each other and smiled, then hugged each other tightly. After a long time the two brothers let go of their arms with bright smiles on their faces. Let's go and let you know the world. Letting go of Cao Xianliang, Cao Yanbing's face was filled with a smile of relief. He held his wrist with his backhand and walked directly out of the training cave. Yes, I'm out of danger for the time being. I've been sleeping since 5 o'clock until now. Not long after I woke up. Xiao Sheng will give you 2 updates today. Chapter 104, Martial Spirit Awakening. Ever since, for a long time to come, for city's ocean, Cao Yanbing happily took the newly resurrected Cao Xianliang around almost half of the continent. Martial spirits, soul rings, soul skills, soul bones, soul beast, everything Cao Yanbing knew he shared everything with Cao Xianliang without exception. The latter also worked very hard to learn and integrate information from all parties in Douluo continent. Under the guidance of Cao Yanbing, Cao Xianliang has basically written down everything he said. Under Cao Suanliang's powerful comprehension, he was soon able to completely control all the information on Douluo continent and then use them for his own purposes. Martial Spirit City. Brother, when my martial soul awakens, can I kill those soul beasts that are over 10,000 years old? Walking on a busy street, Cao Xianliang raised the corner of his mouth with a faint arc, then turned his head and asked Cao Yanbing. Due to his rebirth, the spiritual power in Cao Suanliang's body has now been assimilated into soul power, and the chain of control between him and Tang Liuya has been completely destroyed. This is equivalent to saying that Yao Yang is basically a mainland native, and now the two of them are naturally on their way to awaken their martial spirit. Definitely. Cao Yanbing smiled and nodded. Oh, Cao Xuanliang grinned when he heard this. That's great. Seeing his brother's happy look, Cao Yanbing couldn't help but stretched out his right hand and gently rubbed Cao Xuanliang's little head with a slight smile on his face. The current Cao Xuanliang's martial soul has not yet awakened, and he has not obtained a soul ring, but he can kill 4,000 or even 5,000-year-old soul beast with his body and skills alone. You must know that a soul beast of 4 to 5,000 years is equivalent to the strength of a human soul sect of 40 or 50 level. Sure enough, a body refined from Tang Hao's corpse. It is indeed very strong. It's just that the area of the god of killing that Cao Yanbing is most interested in has not been explored clearly by Cao Xuanliang until now. Maybe you can only wait until the martial soul awakens before you can use it. Inside Wuhan City, a dedicated testing site, a young man stood quietly in the center of the hall. He had sharp eyebrows and starry eyes and was quite handsome. He was dressed in white fine cloth and had a black cloak behind him. Level 55 Battle Soul King. Net to him there was an old man wearing a black robe. His body exuded a cold aura as if the god of death was coming, making people feel extremely fearful and terrifying. Level 65 Battle Soul Emperor. Judging from their behavior, the two of them should be in a master-disciple relationship. The strength of this old man was far superior to that of the young man in front of him. He was obviously the master of one of the branches of Wuhan Palace. Teacher, I understand. At this moment the young man standing on the testing platform turned around, bowed slightly and saluted the old man beside him and said respectfully, yes. The old man patted his shoulder and said seriously, okay, you go down and practice. Teacher Chiao, what about you? I still need to wait for an important person here. Okay, don't ask any more questions, just get down quickly. Yes. Nodding in confusion, the young man turned and left the hall. The old man stood with his hands behind his hands, looking deeply into the sky, muttering to himself, Elder Cao's younger brother. I've never heard that he has a younger brother. Could it be another for-life martial spirit? But it shouldn't be possible, but we don't rule out the possibility. An inexplicable smile appeared at the corner of his mouth and a strong and fiery color flashed across old man Chiao's eyes as if he was imagining something very wonderful. Boom, boom. Sudden. At this moment there was a dull knock on the door outside the hall, which instantly interrupted old man Chiao's thought. With the sound of pushing the door slowly opened and two figures, one tall and one short, walked in slowly. Elder Cao. Seeing the visitor, old Chiao's stoop figure froze and he hurriedly bent down to salute. No need. Cao Yanbing waved his hand. This obeys the order. Old man Chiao nodded and straightened up. When he raised his head he caught a glimpse of the figure behind Cao Yanbing from the corner of his eye. As expected of Elder Cao's younger brother, the instrument is Ordinary. Elder Chiao, this is my younger brother Cao Xuanliang. Please help him complete the awakening of his martial spirit. Cao Yanbing turned sideways and made way for Cao Xuanliang, who was hiding behind him. No problem, no problem. Old man Chiao immediately put on a professional fake smile and immediately walked to the small protruding stone pillar in the center of the hall. On the top of the about 1 meter stone pillar there is a blue crystal ball that emits a faint light, and in each of its SI directions there is a black round stone arranged in a hexagonal shape. Stretching out his withered palm, a pure soul power gradually enveloped the black stone. At the same time these SI stones were also pulled together by a light red soul power. Come on. Old man Chiao waved to Cao Xuanliang. Cao Xuanliang responded quickly, walked to the stone pillar, looked at the blue crystal ball and showed a hint of curiosity. Here we go. Old man Chiao made a stroke with his fingertips and a saw force was transmitted from the stone pillar and fell on Cao Xuanliang's forehead. Suddenly a strange wave flowed into his mind along the center of his eyebrows. At the same time a burst of golden light gradually released from the SI dark stones suspended on the ground, forming eight became a pale golden translucent light shield enveloping it. Watching this scene, Cao Yanbing's lips slightly raised and a trace of curiosity ignited in his eyes. He also wanted to know what kind of martial spirit his brother would awaken. So comfortable, standing in the center of the light, waves of extreme warmth are seeping into his body bit by bit. Under the nourishment of this warm breath he could clearly feel that his slightly tired body and mind had actually achieved a leap in realization at this moment. Buzz! A low buzzing sound suddenly came from somewhere deep in his heart. Then under the guidance of this warm breath Cao Xuanliang could clearly feel that something was broken deep in his heart and something was breaking in his heart. Slowly gushes out. When the awakening of the martial spirit reached this stage, old man Chiao's eyes lit up instantly and he could naturally feel the strange energy fluctuations gradually emanating from Cao Suanliang's body. He vaguely felt that there seemed to be a very powerful martial spirit that was about to appear in the child in front of him. For him who has half his foot in the coffin, the strength of his strength can no longer bring him much joy. For him, if he can awaken a child with extraordinary potential, this will make him feel happy from the bottom of his heart. Come out. At this moment old man Xiao drank fiercely and a ball of light red soul power suddenly shot out from his fingertips, instantly surrounding the Si black stone. Buzz! In an instant these Si black stones suddenly burst into a dazzling light. Under the illumination of that light, Cao Xuanliang could clearly feel that there seemed to be an invisible force surging and rapidly pondaing within his body. This energy is extremely familiar. Chapter 105 The Last General is banned. This energy is extremely familiar, so familiar that it's engraved in my bones. Seeing this, Cao Yanbing suddenly became interested. The two of them looked at Cao Xuanliang closely for fear of missing any detail. Buzz! As time went by, the energy in Cao Suanliang's body became stronger and stronger. Finally, this strong energy fluctuation seemed to be venting something, suddenly breaking through the layer of power that bound it. A huge tornado suddenly rose from around Cao Suanliang's body and immediately spun crazily with him as the center. How so? Seeing what happened in front of him, the expression on old Qiao's face froze instantly. All of this came too suddenly, right? I was just helping him awaken his martial soul. What does this tornado mean? Seeing this scene in front of him, Cao Yanbing was also stunned. He turned his head and asked doubtfully, are the awakenings of martial spirits here all such big battles? This is not know this. Old man Qiao looked embarrassed. He looked at the energy storm in shock and said uneasily, well, Elder Cao, I have been helping those little guys awaken their martial souls for decades, but I am also the first to do this. See you again. First time meeting. Upon hearing these words, Cao Yanbing's face turned cold instantly and the spiritual power in his body surged wildly with the intention of taking action if he disagreed. For his younger brother, he cannot tolerate any sloppiness. Buzz! At this moment the energy storm finally stopped. Cao Xuanliang let out a long breath. His face was slightly pale but his eyes were fixed on his hands. He could clearly feel that a very familiar energy wave was about to appear in his body, but for some reason at the most critical moment that energy was immersed again. Xiao Yang, how are you? The Aeneas greetings reached his ears and brought Cao Xuanliang back to his senses. He raised his head and looked at Cao Yanbing. He shook his head and showed a faint smile. Brother, I'm fine. That's good. Cao Yanbing breathed a sigh of relief. He was really worried that something would happen to Cao Xuanliang just now. By the way, Cao Yanbing seemed to have remembered something and asked curiously, have you successfully awakened your martial spirit? Hearing this, old man Qiao also cast his gaze over. He also wanted to know what kind of heaven-defying martial spirit it was that could cause such a big battle. Martial spirit. Cao Xuanliang frowned slightly. He mobilized the few soul power in his body trying to force the energy out of his body, but he still failed after trying several times. He even had a very strange feeling. The energy in his body, it seems to be sealed in a strange way. Seeing Cao Xuanliang, who had not released his martial spirit for a long time, old Qiao was a little uneasy and asked, how is it? Isn't it okay? Well, it's still a little bit worse. Cao Suandi nodded. Almost? What does this mean? Upon hearing this, old man Qiao stiffened and froze. Even though I have been helping juniors awaken their martial spirit for decades, I have never seen such a big battle. This is the first time I have seen a sudden failure when my martial soul awakening was about to succeed. This made him feel as if decades of work had been in vain. Humph, I don't believe it. An inexplicable sense of humiliation came to his heart. Old Qiao's expression changed and he gritted his teeth and said, I don't believe that he can create such a big movement, and he is not a top-notch martial spirit. Immediately afterward, the golden translucent mask reappeared and old man Qiao once again repeated the behavior he had just done for Cao Xuanliang, continuously stimulating the spiritual power in his body. He wanted to use his pure soul power to draw the martial soul out of his body. However, this move was in vain. Damn it, how so? Did he really fail to awaken his martial soul? It's impossible. It's happened twice. It shouldn't fail again. Seeing this scene, old man Qiao was filled with doubt. He really couldn't believe it. He had awakened twice, but the martial spirit in his body showed no sign of coming out. This made him wonder for a while whether it was a human problem or a problem with his craftsmanship. At this time, an invisible wave suddenly emitted from Cao Suanliang's body. Although the wave was not large, it was extremely clear. At this moment, the energy storm that had calmed down plotted again, and a huge vort appeared net to him again. This what is going on? Seeing this scene, old man Qiao was dumbfounded. He stood there blankly. His face turned pale and he was covered in cold sweat. Decades of hard work. This is the first time I've seen this happen. The energy storm is rotating faster and faster, and the violent energy contained in it is getting stronger and stronger. stronger. Just when Cao Yanbing was about to rescue Cao Xuanliang from the center of the whirlpool, he suddenly discovered that there seemed to be a huge figure kneeling on one knee in front of Cao Xuanliang. Is this his martial spirit? Old man Qiao naturally saw the huge figure behind Cao Xuanliang and his voice immediately rose involuntarily. The storm was still raging and the half-kneeling figure began to stand up slowly. A strong pressure surged out of his body, causing the entire space to ripple. Could it be that? Feeling the huge coercion emanating from that figure and the familiarity that penetrated his bones, Cao Yanbing's body couldn't help but tremble slightly. In fact, his heart seemed to beat suddenly faster at this moment. An idea suddenly appeared in his mind. His eyes widened in disbelief. This thought was swirling crazily in his mind. In the eyes of the two people, the figure in front of Cao Xuanliang slowly raised his head, his eyes as deep and distant as the vast universe. A cloth suit, a hat, a cloak and a long knife. However, these simple accessories made Cao Yanbing's eyes widen. The huge figure looked around blankly and finally fell on the petite body in front of him. Immediately there was a wave of fluctuation in his eyes and the corners of his mouth trembled slightly. Cao Xuanliang naturally saw him too without any surprise. His expression and demeanor were almost exactly the same as those of Cao Yanbing now. Memories of the past flooded into his mind like a tide. The figure slowly put down the long knife in his hand, lifted up his robe and knelt down on one knee again. Lord, a hoarse yet slightly trembling voice came from his mouth. I will be banned in the end, and I am willing to go through fire and water for the Cao family for generations to come. Chapter 106. Old Man Qiao's conjecture. I will be banned in the end, and I am willing to go through fire and water for the Cao family for generations to come. As a trembling voice sounded, Yu Jin's tall body suddenly knelt on one knee on the ground, his whole body exuding determination and perseverance. The ban. It's really him. All this happened so fast that Cao Yanbing didn't react at all. He even forgot about his surprise and shock. He just stared at Yu Jin blankly with waves rolling in his heart. The ban. Looking at Yu Jin, who was so close in front of him with dull eyes, Cao Xuanliang murmured. The expression on his face was full of shock and uncertainty. He was afraid that everything in front of him was just his fantasy. He was afraid that if he stretched out his hand, Yu Jin would disappear. Lord! Yu Jin's deep and hoarse voice continued to echo in his ears. At that moment, the murderous aura that emanated from him as sharp as a sharp sword actually dissipated and was replaced by that gentle aura. Yu Jin is really you. Stretching out his hand and gently touching Yu Jin's face, Cao Xuanliang's eyes turned red with excitement as he felt the solid touch. He never thought that he would see Yu Jin again one day. I remember when I was young, I was in Raksasa Street. Even though the general's body had been penetrated by a sharp sword and the sky was stained with blood, even though the general was scarred and dying, he never fell and still stood on the same spot just to protect the young man behind him. Let go of my lord. The subordinates are incompetent. Failed to protect the lord. His body was gradually collapsing and his consciousness was gradually dissipating, but facing the enemy he still dared to raise his sword at them. If my lord can survive, then my life and death will not matter. Generals, I have followed my lord for these years and have witnessed his growth. Wen Ziyi is dull and has always thought that the young lord is just an ordinary person. However, with only flesh and blood, the young lord has also shown the appearance of a hero and will become a great weapon in the future. I can no longer fight. I beg you generals to protect the flames of Wei. I have no regret. So amid the bloody scenes and roars, the general finally fell. The moment he fell, his body also disintegrated rapidly, turning into starlight and dust. The general's name is Tabu Yu Jin, with the character Wen Ziyi. Looking at this scene from a distance, Cao Yanbing's heart was filled with turmoil. Even he did not expect that Yu Jin, who had died on the battlefield for many years, would be reborn in this form. However, he did not delve into this. Perhaps there is a certain destiny somewhere in the dark. Compared with the two Cao brothers, the old man Qiao, who was awakening his martial soul for Cao Xuanliang, seemed a little dull at the moment. Even he was shocked by the domineering, fierce and decisive attitude that Yu Jin showed when he appeared just now. Although he has seen many big scenes, this is the first time he has seen this mutated humanoid martial spirit in the decades of his career. What a terrifying smell! Old man Qiao sighed secretly in his heart. Immediately his turbid eyes with a hint of clarity looked at Cao Yanbing. Then he seemed to have thought of something and his pupils suddenly shrank. As far as he knows, Cao Yanbing's martial spirit is also a mutated humanoid martial spirit. Although he has never met him, he must be very similar to the martial spirit in front of him. But Cao Yanbing's four divine spirit, this little guy is his younger brother again. Could it be that? As soon as this speculation came to mind, old man Qiao was startled. If Cao Yanbing is really this little guy's brother, is there a possibility that he is also born with the four martial spirit? This old man Qiao suddenly felt his heartbeat speed up. He has lived a lifetime and has so much experience sense, but if a four-life martial soul can come out of his hands, then he can be regarded as the enlightenment teacher of this heaven-defying talent. This kind of thing is exciting just thinking about it, and once this thought arises it spreads and grows in my heart like weed. No. Old man Xiao suppressed the restlessness in his heart. He couldn't help but look at Cao Xianliang. A fiery color flashed in his eyes. He might also be a four-life martial spirit. Xiao Liang, let's catch up with old times later. It's time to go. Just as old Xiao was in a state of confusion, Cao Yanbing net to him suddenly reminded him. The sudden sound instantly interrupted the thoughts of old man Xiao and Cao Xianliang. Okay. After hearing Cao Yanbing's words, Cao Xianbing came back to his senses and focused his eyes on Yu Jin again. Yu Jin still maintained the posture of kneeling on one knee, his eyes always falling on Cao Xianliang. The passion and excitement were even stronger than before. Yu Jin, please go back, as commanded. After saying these words, Yu Jin turned his eyes to Cao Yanbing, nodded slightly respectfully, and then slowly stood up, turning into a point of light and returning to Cao Xuanliang's body. It wasn't until Yu Jin left that Cao Xianliang took a deep breath, calmed down his excitement, and looked at Cao Yanbing with burning eyes. Obviously, Yu Jin's resurrection caused a violent fluctuation in the mood of the scary guy who had been calm since childhood. Cao Yanbing smiled and said, okay, now that the martial arts soul has awakened, you have to leave a series of things about the soul ring and soul bone to yourself. No problem, Xiao Yang. Cao Xianliang nodded heavily with a hint of determination in his eyes. Well, brother, don't worry, I will give Yu Jin the best soul ring combination. Cao Yanbing nodded happily, then glanced at old man Xiao beside him, waved his hand and said, sorry, we have something else to do, so we'll leave first. After saying that, he turned around and walked directly to the entrance of the hall without any hesitation. Oh, wait a minute. Seeing that the two of them were about to leave, old man Xiao was hesitant to speak, but in the end he couldn't resist the impulse deep in his heart. He always felt that the young man named Cao Yanbing in front of him hid a deep secret in the city. The existence of this young man made him feel extremely dangerous. Is there anything else? Cao Yanbing stopped, turned around and asked in confusion. Old man Xiao hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, is your brother? He hasn't taken the soul power test yet. Soul power test? Cao Yanbing frowned. Is it important? Of course, the level of innate soul power determines the speed of a person's later cultivation and is indispensable. Old man Xiao said. He also thought about telling Cao Yanbing directly that his brother might be a rare for 1,000-year-old martial soul like him, but after all he had no evidence. If something happened he would be embarrassed. So just when the word four lives of martial spirits were about to blurt out, he instantly changed the subject to talk about innate soul power. Chapter 107. Are you also born with full soul power? Hearing this, Cao Yanbing looked very interested. He also wanted to know what kind of talent his younger brother had. After a while he said, that's troublesome. It should. Old man Xiao smiled and replied quickly. Immediately he made a move with his right hand and a bright and dazzling white light burst out from the palm of his hand. In an instant the azure crystal ball located on the stone pillar in the center of the hall suddenly made a buzzing sound. Phew. Immediately afterwards the crystal ball suddenly emitted a ball of azure brilliance, and then a ray of light flew out, arriving in front of Cao Xianliang in the blink of an eye. At the same time the round black stones placed in a hexagonal shape under the stone platform also burst out again, hanging in the air. Float up. Just place your palm on the crystal ball. Yeah. Cao Xianming nodded and stretched out his right hand. Buzz. As soon as his palm touched the blue crystal ball his body trembled violently. Cao Xianliang was surprised to find that the beautiful looking blue crystal ball actually had huge suction power, and his soul power seemed to have found an outlet. He wanted to break free, but he couldn't escape the strong suction. At the same time old man Xiao also stretched out his palm again, and his soul power med with a soft energy was transmitted into Cao Xuanliang's body along the crystal ball. Yes, he wanted to verify whether Cao Xianliang was the same legendary four-life martial spirit as Cao Yanbing. Oh, it's true, isn't it? However, when the soft soul power penetrated into Cao Xuanliang's body along the blue crystal ball, the glimmer of hope in old man Xiao's eyes suddenly dimmed, because he discovered that the soul power he sent into Cao Xuanliang's body could not be integrated into his spiritual sea at all, but was being fed back to himself in other ways. It seems that I have thought too much. Old man Xiao smiled secretly. Maybe it's because the appearance of Cao Yanbing's four martial souls changed his view of martial souls to a certain extent. This made him think that having multiple martial souls was not so rare. However, the moment his palm left the crystal ball, the azure crystal ball lit up. The dazzling blue light spread from the first moment. In the blink of an eye the crystal ball shone like a bright gem. A faint blue halo is posed which is indescribably moving. Seeing this scene, old man Xiao's retracted arm suddenly suddenly froze. He stared at the crystal ball and Cao Suanliang's hand with wide eyes and expression of disbelief on his face. Old man Xiao, innately full of soul power. Therefore innate full soul power is not as rare as twin martial souls, but it is also a 1 in a million instant. But the young man in front of him actually had innate soul power. Could it be that I can no longer keep up with the rhythm of this world? For a moment old man Xiao was a little confused. What is innate full soul power? Upon hearing this unfamiliar term, Cao Xianliang retracted his palm with a look of confusion on his face. Old man Xiao coughed dryly and said faintly, when everyone awakens their martial soul, in addition to the shape of the martial soul that determines whether it is powerful, the amount of soul power is also crucial. Most people are. There is no soul power, but as long as there is soul power, even just a trace can be practiced through meditation, and the amount of this soul power is also very important. It determines the starting level of the soul master's training. The higher the innate soul power, the better the acquired training. The speed will be faster, and at the same time, because of the high starting point, it will naturally be ahead of others. The so-called full innate soul power is the highest soul power that can be achieved when the martial soul is awakened. After explaining all the soul power and innate full soul power in one breath, old man Xiao paused for a moment and then continued to add, you can understand it as talent level. This is a very special concept. Talent? After hearing what old man Xiao said, Cao Suandi nodded. I understand. Well, as long as you understand. Old man Xiao breathed a sigh of relief and seemed to be comforting himself by saying, although innate full soul power is extremely precious, it does not mean that one will inevitably become a titled Douluo. Innate talent is indeed very important, but acquired hard work is also indispensable. After listening to old man Xiao's explanation, Cao Xianliang nodded slightly, then turned his head to look at Cao Yanbing and asked curiously, brother, what is your innate soul power? Cao Yanbing was stunned, and then he said lightly, I don't even have soul power, let alone innate soul power. No soul power? After hearing Cao Yanbing's words, Cao Xianliang was fine, but old man Xiao took a deep breath. You must know that many years ago Cao Yanbing relied on himself and his mutated martial spirit to directly enter the Pope's palace. Now he is respected by many spirit masters in the Spirit Empire as General Fire, a man who makes Luoda the Heaven Do Star. Shocking person, are you telling me that you have no soul power? Old man Xiao really suspected that there was something wrong with his ears. Otherwise how could he have auditory hallucinations? Seeing the surprise on his brother's face, Cao Yanbing spread his hands, shrugged his shoulders and said helplessly, I really have no soul power. What maintains the battle is the spiritual power in my body, and the same goes for summoning the guardian spirit. Spiritual power? Guardian spirit? Upon hearing this unfamiliar vocabulary, old man Xiao's expression was dull. Immediately he wanted to tear Cao Yanbing into pieces and study it carefully. That's it. Cao Xianliang touched his chin habitually. Coming from Blue Star, he naturally understood the meaning of Cao Yanbing's word. It seems that the physical body traveled to this world and the spiritual power in the body was not converted into soul power. Suddenly thinking of something, Cao Xianliang turned sideways, revealing the blue crystal ball in front of him, and smiled. How about you put your hand up and try it? Cao Yanbing raised his eyebrows. Obviously he was also curious about the blue crystal ball. Xiao Yang's resurrection and Yu Jin's rebirth made Cao Yanbing's face more smiley and less benign. So in the face of Xia Liang's curiosity, Cao Yanbing did not refuse. Lifting his feet, he walked straight to Xiao Yang and stood in front of him. He slowly stretched out his palm and pressed it on the crystal ball. A ray of red spiritual power instantly penetrated the body and poured into the crystal ball. Tisk! The crystal ball blooms. The target was blue light, and a vast and majestic spiritual power shot up into the sky instantly. The entire hall was shaken by this terrifying spiritual power, and even the walls were shaken to the point of crack, and this shaking is still continuing. Diffusion. How is this possible? Old man Xiao's old companion instantly turned pale, and he looked at the scene in front of him in confusion. At this moment he felt that the whole space was shaking. However, this kind of brilliance that covered the sky only lasted for a second and then disappeared instantly. Click! There was a crisp shattering sound, and the azure crystal ball suddenly burst open, and immediately spider web-like cracks quickly spread throughout the crystal ball. Boom! The net moment, with a loud bang, the entire crystal ball instantly turned into a ball of powder and disappeared into Cao Yanbing's hands. From the appearance of blue brilliance rising from the sky to the explosion of the blue crystal ball, it was just a blink of an eye, but this horrifying scene left old man Xiao completely stunned and unable to recover for a long time. Looking at the crystal ball in his hand, Cao Yanbing was slightly startled. He didn't expect this thing to be so weak. Ahem. With a dry cough, he didn't pay much attention to the old man Xiao, who stayed where he was and pulled Cao Xianliang away with a shocked look on his face. Old man Xiao, who came back to his senses, looked at the mess in front of him and the nearly collapsed hall and said without tears, "How do I explain this to His Majesty the Pope?" Chapter 108 The Return of Shrek 7 Monsters. Hanhai City, more than 100 miles away from the coast. The sea breeze blows slowly on the sea surface, setting off layers of wave. From a distance it looked like a white paper with ink splashed on it. Black and blue complement each other, forming an extremely beautiful and spectacular scene. On the blue seaside there are several tall figures standing quietly. The man in the capital is looking into the distance and his deep blue eyes seem to be able to take in the entire sea. Third brother, stop looking, Xiaobai has already gone far. Ma Hongjun saw Tang San's lost look and patted him on the shoulder. Hey, 4 years. Tang San shook his head gently and couldn't help but look at the small black dot like Poseidon Island in the distance again. Unknowingly, they have been practicing on Poseidon Island for 4 years. The scenery of Poseidon Island is naturally beautiful, but after living here for several years and spending it in difficult cultivation, everyone has long been a little tired of their eyesight, but now that they have returned to the mainland again, they can't help but feel a little nostalgic. Bits and pieces of the past. Tang San nodded and said, the 7th test of Poseidon has ended, now it's time to start the 8th test. The 8th of Poseidon's 9 test. To complete the conditions, the martial soul must be cultivated to the 9th ring level. All soul bones must be collected and the person who will be resurrected to accompany the Eaminer shall be resurrected for 5 years. Only after completing the 8th test can one return to Poseidon Temple to accept the final assessment. It is worth mentioning that in the past few years of practice, the strength of the Shrek 7 devils and others has also improved rapidly. Today's cultivation level: the White Tiger with Evil Eyes Daimubai level 83, Sausage Monopoly Oscar level 81, Thousand Armed Shura Tang San level 85, Evil Fire Fini Ma Hongjun level 81, Softbone Charm Rabbit Xiao Wu, her soul power is unknown, Kaibao Glazed Glass Ning Rongrong level 83, Nether Civet Cat Zhu Zuking level 81. Of course, the one who gained the most among the 7 monsters was Tang San. Although the 9th emanation of Poseidon did not bring him any substantial soul power bonus with the Poseidon Trident and Poseidon's Light in hand, even though he was only at level 85, he would still be able to face a level 95 titled Douluo. The power of a battle. If the Shrek 7 monsters were just the best among the younger generation of soul masters before going to Poseidon Island, then now they are a powerful team that can compete with any combination of equal numbers. After everyone was promoted to the Soul Luo realm, Tang San's 2 major field skills, Ning Rongrong's 90% amplification skill Daimubai and Zhu Zuking's martial soul fusion skill Oscar's powerful amplification Sausage and Ma Hongjun's 7 fire Fini es. There is no doubt that they have become an almost perfect team. Even if they encounter the same number of titled Douluo, they will definitely have the power to fight. Xiao San. Daimubai came to Tang San. Then what are your plans now? Let's arrange our respective itineraries. Hearing this, Tang San nodded without refuting. You've been out for so long, why don't you go back to Tiandu City first? As he said that, Tang San took out the map from his soul guide and after observing it for a moment he pointed to a place. Look, this is where we are now. We can reach it in about 10 days by walking due east. There are many soul beasts in the Star Do forest. I believe that if everything goes well, I will definitely resurrect Xiao Wu in as little as 1 year or as long as 2 years, and then I will return to Tiandu City to meet you. Yes. Daimubai and others nodded heavily. They naturally knew how important the resurrection was. After explaining everything in a few words, Tang San reluctantly hugged everyone. Everyone take care. Tang San paused for a moment with the Poseidon Trident in his hand, took Xiao Wu from Ning Rongrong's arms and immediately flew towards the east without stopping too much. Daimubai and others also stopped. It wasn't until they watched Tang San disappear and their figures disappeared into the horizon that they gradually came to their senses and left quietly. From this moment, when the souls of the Shrek 7 devils set foot on this land again, this fight, the flames of war in Luo continent were gradually ignited. Flying in the wilderness for nearly 2 hours. From a distance, Tang San had already seen the white official road, opened the map and looked at it. This is the border of the Tiandu Empire. It belongs to a kingdom called Haagen-Dazs, affiliated to the Tiandu Empire. Part of the border borders the Star Luo Empire. Now you can walk here along the official road, pass through the Haagen-Dazs kingdom and then pass by from the Balak kingdom. You can reach the Star Forest. About 200 miles east from here is Zilla City, an important town in the Haagen-Dazs kingdom. After careful consideration, he decided to take Xiao Wu to stay here for a while to find out more about the current situation on the mainland. Relying on the invisibility ability of the Vasi universe cover, he directly avoided the cumbersome inspection at the city gate, landed in Zilla City and found a remote corner to reveal himself. Just in time, he saw a middle-aged man coming towards him in the distance, so he greeted him with a smile. What do you want to ask? Looking at the appearance of Tang San and the two of them, the middle-aged man couldn't help but be wary. Haha, we are foreign spirit masters. We want to find out about the current spirit hall. As he said that, Tang San secretly handed over 2 silver spirit coins. Seeing the 2 Gintama coins, the middle-aged man smiled happily on the surface, but he was secretly complaining in his heart. One look at his face and temperament suggest that he is a high-ranking official, but he never thought he would be so picky. However, despite thinking this way, he still reached out and took the silver coin that was handed to him, and with a smile he told all the changes that Wuhan Palace had experienced in the past few years. From the re-election meeting of the 7 major sects, Wuhan Palace announced the founding of the country and renamed it Wuhan Empire to the massive expansion of the territory of Wuhan Palace, and summoned soul masters from all over the continent. Almost all the information he knew was revealed. As Tang San listened, his face gradually darkened and he sighed secretly in his heart. He didn't expect that in just a few years the original spirit hall would develop to such a huge scale that even the empire could be renamed in a short time. Do it within. Not only that, Tang San even noticed that the middle-aged man also told him that there were more than 10,000 spirit masters stationed in the Wuhan Empire's army near the Tiandu Empire's border, and they were personally led by the new ruling elder of the Elder Hall. And this is the so-called new ruling elder in his mouth. It is Cao Yanbing. Hearing this, Tang San only showed a hint of regret. You must know that when they first met, Tang San appreciated his temperament and potential and even threw an olive branch at him, but was mercilessly slapped in the face. Now that he heard that he had joined the Hall of Elders and became the so-called Judgment Elder, Tang San couldn't help but feel sorry for him. Yes, it's a pity. After all, Cao Yanbing joining the Spirit Hall was equivalent to becoming their enemy. Tang San felt that it would really be a pity that he with such great potential would die in his own hands. Skipping this topic, Tang San quickly asked about the specific situation of Tiandu City, Tiandu Academy and Shrek Academy. After finding out that it was no big deal, he finally felt relieved. After sending the man away, he walked towards the branch hall of Wuhan Hall with a murderous look on his face. Anyone who is an accomplice of Wuhan Palace will be killed without mercy. Chapter 109. Another mutated martial spirit. Martial Spirit Empire. Martial Spirit City. The entrance to the meeting hall of the Papal Palace. Old man Qiao changed from his normal state, wearing a black robe with a red ribbon tied around his waist, his hair neatly combed and his face solemn. He has been waiting for a long time. Mr. Qiao, you have been waiting here for a long time. Why don't you go back first? At the entrance of the Pope's palace, a knight in silver armor sighed to dissuade him. Early in the morning he had already arrived here, saying that he had important matters to report to His Majesty the Pope, and he also made it clear to him that the Pope would not be in the Papal Palace if he had something to do. At the same time, the elders from the Pope's palace are not here either. Given their status, they are not qualified to know where they have gone. Unexpectedly, he actually insisted on staying here, saying that he was waiting for the return of His Majesty the Pope. No need. Mr. Qiao shook his head and rejected the kindness of the temple guard knight still standing at the door. But the temple guard wanted to say something else but was interrupted by another person. Forget it, let him go. That's okay. The temple guard nodded helplessly, stepped back and returned to his post. Mr. Qiao nodded slightly, staring at the closed door in the distance, his face calm as if he was waiting for something. A few minutes later, a dull sound came from the door of the Pope's palace, and then it slowly opened to both sides. Lina, who was wrapped in a golden robe and had a delicate body, walked out of it holding a document in her hand. See the saint. Mr. Qiao knelt down on one knee and saluted. Your Highness the saint. Several palace knights also saluted respectfully. No courtesy. Lina waved her hand and immediately looked at Mr. Qiao with a trace of doubt in her eyebrows. Mr. Qiao, why are you here? Mr. Qiao raised his head. He said seriously, Your Highness the Holy Lady, I have something that needs to be reported to His Majesty the Pope. Lina frowned slightly. She did not agree directly. Instead, she shook her head lightly and said, the teacher is not in the Pope's palace. This morning she took several elders from the Spirit Palace to the Stardow Forest to hunt down soul beasts and obtain soul ring, soul bone. Ah! Mr. Qiao's eyes widened when he heard this, and he said in surprise, Martial Soul Hall, did some of the elders also go? Lina said calmly, well, it is said that it is to hunt 200,000-year-old soul beasts. As for the specific reason, I am not sure. 200,000-year-old soul beasts? The corners of Mr. Qiao's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Mr. Qiao knows best how powerful a 100,000-year soul beast is. After all, he only has 2 10,000-year soul rings now. If the Pope can really kill 200,000-year soul beasts, then her strength will definitely increase again. Your Highness the Saint, do you know when His Majesty the Pope and the others will come back? Mr. Qiao quickly asked. Lina shook her head. I'm not sure. 100,000-year soul beast is not a good thing. It may take some time. Speaking of this, Lina changed the topic. Why did Mr. Qiao Chiao find the teacher? Nowadays I control almost everything in the empire, big and small. You can report directly. Mr. Chiao smiled bitterly and said, it's about a little guy with innate soul power. Innate full soul power? Hu Lina raised her eyebrows lightly. Mr. Chiao was originally in charge of the martial arts awakening. Although innate full soul power is extremely rare, there are still some people who have it. There is no need to report it. It's like this. Seeing the trace of doubt in her eyes, Mr. Chiao explained, this child is born with full soul power and his martial soul is also the same mutant humanoid martial soul as Elder Cao Yanbing. Listening to Mr. Chiao's words, Hu Lina's beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light. After a while she murmured, mutated humanoid martial spirit. Hu Lina's presence looked a little strange. Just like Cao Yanbing, innately full of soul power, mutated humanoid martial soul. Cao Yanbing himself was not particularly powerful, but the 4 martial spirit he summoned were each more terrifying than the last. Defeating 4 spirit hall elders in a row by himself was enough to leave a mark on the entire continent. Most people in the Spirit Empire knew about his rumors. Now that he heard that this child was also a mutated humanoid martial spirit, he couldn't help but think of the domineering man wearing fiery red armor. Mr. Chiao, who is that child? Hu Lina calmed down and asked seriously. Mr. Chiao smiled bitterly, shook his head and said, he is Cao Yanbing's younger brother, Cao Xianliang. Cao Yanbing's younger brother, Cao Xianliang. Hu Lina was stunned for a moment. Back then the Wuhan Palace used almost all the secret and open lines in the entire continent, but they couldn't find a single clue about Cao Yanbing's life period. Even so, they didn't hear anything. Did he say he had a younger brother? Mr. Chiao, did you admit your mistake? Impossible. That little guy was brought by Cao Yanbing himself and his name is Cao Xianliang. Mr. Chiao said solemnly without changing his presence. I can guarantee that there will never be any mistake. Hu Lina fell into deep thought. After a moment she suddenly raised her head and said, I understand. I will report this matter to the teacher. In the meantime, I hope that the information about Cao Xianliang will be blocked. The potential and strength of Cao Yanbing are obvious to everyone. If there is another one, the situation may be out of control. Okay. Mr. Chiao nodded quickly, then bowed slightly and left. At this moment, in a training ground in the Elder Hall, bang! A level 65 fighting spirit emperor with a beast spirit flew backward covered in blood and hit the ground hard. Blood spilled from the corner of his mouth and his chest heaved violently. He had obviously suffered huge injuries. In front of him, Yujin, who was wearing a bamboo hat and holding a long knife, was looking down at him, his face extremely cold. You lost. Ahem. Hearing this, the Si Tai 5th level War Soul Emperor reluctantly raised his head and opened his mouth, but in the end he was unable to make a sound. His face showed bitterness. He lost, and he lost miserably. Originally, in his opinion, although Yujin had a mutated martial soul, he had not been given a soul ring, so he was not qualified to be his opponent. But who would have thought that with only a knife and his own fighting skills, Yujin could force himself to use 2 trump cards in a row, but the final outcome was still his disastrous defeat. He doesn't understand. Why can this martial soul speak human words, have its own thoughts, and have such a fierce fighting style? You go. Yujin spoke calmly and waved his hand, and the man immediately stumbled up, clutched his bleeding chest and staggered out of the training room. As the man left, Yujin's face softened a lot. He took a long breath and murmured in a low voice, although this world is absurd and bizarre, it is still a treasure. Snapped, snapped, snapped. A crisp round of applause came. He turned around and looked at the door of the training room behind him and saw Cao Xianliang, who was wearing a military robe, smiling and applauding him. Yujin, you are still so strong. My lord, you are so complimentary. Yujin bowed slightly to show respect. The first update today. Please collect it, recommend it, and vote for me. I would be very grateful. Chapter 110, Breaking Down the Situation on the Mainland, Part 1. My lord praises me greatly. Yujin bent down slightly to show respect. Cao Xianliang chuckled and stepped into the training room. Although Yujin has just been resurrected and his aura and strength are unstable, his strength is no less than that of a Si Tai level Soul Emperor, and he even has the ability to vaguely surpass him. This can be seen from the fact that he just defeated a Si Tai 5 level battle soul with a few moves. The Emperor can see it. Similarly, this is just a battle in which Cao Xianliang did not add a soul ring to him. If the spirit ring mentioned by his brother is added to Yujin's power, it may be enough to compete with some soul emperors of more than 70 levels and even deal with some slightly inferior soul Douluo. Through these days of understanding, Cao Xianliang also understood the hierarchy of the world. The highest level is level 90 and above, which is called titled Douluo. The NET level is level 80 to 89, which is called Soul Douluo. The NET level is level 70 to 79, is called the Soul Saint, and so on. He did not expect that just after he was reborn and Yujin was resurrected, he would be classified as a strong person. This also made him more competitive live with the rules of this world. Small light. Just when Cao Xianliang was becoming very interested in this so-called martial spirit, a familiar voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Cao Xianliang followed the sound and saw Cao Yanbing, who was tall and handsome, striding over. Brother. Cao Xianliang greeted him. How's it going? Cao Yanbing reached out and touched his head and said with a rare softness in his eyes, are you used to staying in this elder's hall? Cao Xianliang nodded and said, I'm quite used to it, but I feel that the strength of the sparring partners here is a bit too low. Cao Yanbing was slightly startled and swept Cao Xuanliang's body with his spiritual power. Only then did he realize that his strength had reached the level of Zhonghe, which seemed to be much stronger than those of his age. It seems that this body is quite good. Patting Cao Xuanliang's shoulder with satisfaction, Cao Yanbing smiled and said, my strength is growing very fast. I will be king in the future, but I have to rely on you to become my military advisor. Proclaim yourself king military advisor? Cao Xianliang pondered for a moment and then said, brother, when do you plan to take action? In these days of observation I found that the strength of this spirit empire is indeed much stronger than the other two empires. The number of so-called titled Douluo is also extremely large, and the spirit masters under it have reached a very terrifying level. The number, if we rebel now, it will probably be a very difficult process for us. Yeah. Cao Yanbing nodded slightly. He had considered these issues. This time he wanted to hear Cao Xuanliang's opinion. Xiao Liang, tell me your thoughts. Cao Xianliang thought for a while and then said, if we want to break the current situation on the continent, we may not be able to rely on pure violence. After all, we do not have enough strength, manpower and troops. Judging from the current situation on the mainland, the Tiandu Empire is at the top and the Douluo Empire is at the bottom, each accounting for 1/3 of the continent. The Wuhan Empire is located right across the middle of the two empires, completely cutting them off. The relationship between. Cao Xianliang continued, if we want to operate secretly and replace the Wuhan Empire, we must first win over either the Douluo Empire or the Tiandu Empire. After all, if we rashly interfere in the internal political affairs of the Wuhan Empire now, we will definitely attract the attention of both empires. By then we will not only have to deal with the military restraint from the Wuhan Empire, but also beware of military interference from the other two empires. It is easy for mistakes to occur, and by that time, even if we successfully capture the Spirit Empire, we will be very passive and may even be directly surrounded. So this first step cannot start from the Spirit Empire. According to the information on the surface, there are still 3 titled Douluo in the Tiandu Empire: Poison Douluo, Dugyubo Sword Douluo, Chenin and Bone Douluo Gurong. And according to incomplete record, there are still 3 titled Douluo in the Tiandu Empire. There is a hidden sect, it seems to be called Haoshan sect, and according to some vague records, there are several titled Douluo inside Gurong. After hearing this familiar name, Cao Yanbing raised his eyebrows and narrowed his eyes. He still remembers this old man. He is not someone who respects the elderly. It is time to pay for the shame of the past. What's wrong, brother? Have you ever interacted with this titled Douluo? Seeing his appearance, how could Cao Xianliang, who was familiar with him, not understand what he was thinking? Of course I have to kill this old guy. A trace of disdain flashed across the corner of Cao Yanbing's mouth and his tone was cold. In this case, let's start with the Tiandu Empire as the first step. Cao Xuanliang's eyes flashed with brilliance. Oh! Hearing this, Cao Yanbing looked at Cao Xianliang with great interest. He knew that his brother would not say these words because of his murderous intention towards Gurong. Why start with the Tiandu Empire instead of the Douluo Empire? As far as I know, the number of titled Douluo in the Douluo Empire is not even half that of the Tiandu Empire. Cao Yanbing asked. That's true. Cao Xianliang smiled lightly, a smile flashing deep in his eyes. According to the information I have collected these days, there are almost no titled Douluo in the Douluo Empire. Then why not start with Xingluo first? Cao Yanbing frowned slightly. Brother, what do you think the situation is now? Right now the 3 kingdoms of Tiandu, Douluo and Wuhan Empire are at odds. The Wuhan Empire has more than a dozen titled Douluo. The reason why Tiandu Empire can compete with the Wuhan Empire is precisely because they also have 7 titled Douluo instance. And why do you think the Douluo Empire, which does not even have a titled Douluo, dares to be on an equal footing with the Wuhan Empire and the Tiandu Empire? Judging from some of the information I have collected over the years, before the establishment of Wuhan Palace, the Douluo Empire was somewhat stronger than the Tiandu Empire. Hearing this, Cao Yanbing suddenly woke up. Over the years he completely ignored this matter. The strength of the Douluo Empire seemed to be far stronger than he imagined. Brother, haven't you noticed that the first thing that happened after the founding of the Wuhan Palace was that Pope Bibidong sent troops to the Tiandu Empire, occupying the area of 2 provinces, and even tried to spread the war into the Tiandu Empire? Why does she have to face the pressure of several major titled Douluo to occupy the territory to the Tiandu Empire instead of attacking the Star Luo Empire without titled Douluo? As he pecked after hearing this, Cao Yanbing suddenly fell into deep thought. After a long time he raised his head, a wise light flashing in his eyes. In other words, the Star Luo Empire is so powerful that even Bibi Dong is not completely sure of taking it down. So when facing the Tiandu Empire, she did not hesitate to spend a lot of troops to capture and expand the territory. But when facing the Star Luo Empire, she just chose to block the connection between the two countries. Right, that is it. Cao Xianliang narrowed his eyes and smiled lightly. The second update today. Please collect it, recommend it and vote for me. I would be very grateful. Chapter 111, Decomposing the Situation on the Mainland, Part 2. In other words, the Star Luo Empire is so powerful that even Bibi Dong is not completely sure of taking it down. So when facing the Tiandu Empire, she did not hesitate to spend a lot of troops to capture and expand the territory. But when facing the Star Luo Empire, she just chose to block the connection between the two countries. Right, that is it. Cao Xianliang narrowed his eyes and smiled lightly. There are very few internal sources of information in the Xingluo Empire. Many people even think that Xingluo is weak and can be treated as a specimen. However, they have forgotten that before the establishment of the Wuhan Palace, Xingluo's power and territory are more powerful than Tiandu, which has several titled Douluo. A strange color flashed in Cao Yanbing's eyes. He increasingly felt that his younger brother was more comprehensive and thorough in his analysis of strategies than he was. So what are your plans now? At present it seems that we can only wait and see what happens. As he spoke, Cao Xianliang seemed to have remembered something and turned his head and asked, brother, how many undead troops are there in Raxhasa Street now? The army of the undead is approximately 50,000 to 60,000, which is more than enough to deal with some level 30 or 40 soul masters, not to mention those ordinary army soldiers. Cao Yanbing said. Only 56,000. Cao Xianliang frowned slightly. Although for other empires 50,000 or 60,000 troops were already a pretty good figure, but once something went wrong it would become a thorn in the side of the three empires. Cao Yanbing was naturally aware of his younger brother's concerns and immediately said in a deep voice, don't worry, although the number of the undead army is small, each one of them is quite strong, not to mention the evil spirit vanguard army is here. These foundations are enough. It is comparable to the armies of either of the two great empires of Tiandu, Star and Luo. Hearing this, Cao Xianliang had no doubts and just nodded in agreement. By the way, brother, how is your guardian spirit now? Guardian spirit? At the mention of the guardian spirit, the cold expression on Cao Yanbing's face finally softened a lot and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised, revealing a trace of confidence. At present, except for Su Chudianwei, the two Xiaohe brothers and Su Huang all recognize me. If measured according to the cultivation level of Douluo continent, almost every one of them can single-handedly challenge a titled Douluo above level 95. Can it be compared to a 95th level titled Douluo? Cao Xuanliang's eyes widened and he said with shock on his face, isn't that too exaggerated? What's so exaggerated about this? Cao Yanbing shook his head and said, the guardian spirit is inherently stronger than the person who sends it. As a guardian spirit, the stronger the owner is, the higher the guardian spirit combat power will be. When I first came to the mainland, Su Chudianwei's original strength was only around level 80. As for me, at that time the Hell Realm was only a summons level. If converted according to mainland soul power, it would only be around level 70. After hearing this, Cao Xianliang couldn't help but take a breath and claimed, doesn't that mean that now that you are on the stage alone you are equivalent to SI titled Douluo? Probably. Cao Yanbing touched the tip of his nose. Cao Xianliang was choked immediately and after a while he smiled bitterly. The Tiandu Empire only has SI or 7 titles and you alone are comparable to SI titles. Add in the undead army and you are a country. At the end, Cao Xianliang couldn't help but sigh and looked at Cao Yanbing with some envy. My brother's strength is really incredible. The gap between the two of them is really huge. Seeing the envy in Xiao Yang's eyes, Cao Yanbing patted his younger brother on the shoulder and chuckled, Xiao Yang, you don't have to belittle yourself. Your qualifications are not bad. I believe you will reach this point sooner or later. Yeah. Cao Suandi nodded, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. In this case, what we have to do is to wait for the war to break out between the Tiandu Empire and the Wuhan Empire. It is estimated that it won't be long before the Wuhan Empire will be counterattacked by the Tiandu Empire. At that time we will secretly add fuel to the flames, not only to weaken the Tiandu Empire's military strength but also to secretly reduce the threat of the Wuhan Empire. It will not be until the moment when their vitality is seriously injured that we take action. At this point, Cao Xuanliang's eyes suddenly flashed and his his tone was firm. Cao Yanbing nodded with deep understanding. A cold light flashed in his eyes. You're right, this is not an ivory tower. Fairness and justice are simply a joke on the battlefield. Whoever laughs last will be the winner. At the end of the day, Cao Yanbing's whole body exuded a fierce murderous aura. Obviously he and Cao Xianliang had the same idea. This battle is destined to be bloody. At that time I will open the stone arch connecting Raxhasa Street. During this period, in addition to being familiar with Douluo continent's training system, you will be responsible for rectifying the undead army. Now there is only Xiao Sheng in Raxhasa Street. I'm afraid he can't handle it. Cao Yanbing continued to order. Okay. Cao Suandi nodded. After explaining all the more important things, Cao Yanbing was ready to turn around and leave. By the way, suddenly he stopped and turned around to ask Cao Xianliang, you probably don't know much about Yu Jin's soul ring configuration. Well, Cao Xianliang scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. I'm really not sure. He checked the relevant information but found that the current martial art categories in the mainland are almost divided into two categories. One is the beast martial soul for close combat and the other is the weapon martial soul used for attack method. To obtain the soul rings of two different types of martial souls, you must look for them in the direction you need. But as he said that, Cao Xianliang couldn't help but turned his head and glanced at Yu Jin beside him. He didn't know whether Yu Jin as a guardian spirit was considered a weapon spirit or a beast spirit. To say that he is a beast spirit is inappropriate. It seems even more inappropriate to say that he is a weapon spirit. Here, Cao Yanbing casually threw a letter to Cao Xianliang. This is the detailed information about the age of the soul ring. I originally asked Bibi Dong a long time ago to give Su Chu and the others soul rings, but later I found out that they were not. It's of no use. See for yourself. Cao Xianliang reached out and grabbed the letter, opened it casually, and immediately saw rows of dense introductions and was stunned immediately. He looked up blankly at Cao Yanbing and was speechless for a moment. The information recorded in this letter is too detailed. The homepage is an introduction to soul rings, their levels, attributes, effects, additional soul skills, and some recommendations for hunting soul beasts after reaching a certain level. The other page shows the minimum number of years of soul rings that a soul master can obtain after practicing to a certain level. When it comes to hunting soul beasts or obtaining soul rings, I will take you to a good place and get some good things. Cao Yanbing smiled lightly and gave up. P.S. Today's first update. Please add it to your collection. Please recommend me. Please vote for me. I'd like to thank you very much. Chapter 112. The Crisis of the Forest Emperor. When it comes to hunting soul beasts or obtaining soul rings, I will take you to a good place and get some good things. Cao Yanbing smiled lightly and gave up. What a good place? Cao Xianliang asked curiously. You will know when the time comes, Cao Yanbing said in a cryptic manner. Cao Xianliang curled his lips and didn't bother to get to the bottom of it. What he didn't know was that the good place Cao Yanbing mentioned was the Star Do Forest, and the so-called good things were naturally the soul rings and soul bones of the Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape. These two are genuine 100,000-year-old soul beasts, and they even have domain instances. Soul beasts of this level are absolutely rare even on the mainland. The blood essence and blood of the 100,000-year-old soul beasts required for previous resurrections came from them. The reason why they were not killed on the spot was so that after Cao Xianliang was resurrected he could use them to obtain 200,000-year soul rings. But now what Cao Yanbing didn't know was that someone was already fighting over these 200,000-year soul beasts. Star Forest. The originally huge Titan ape was running crazily in the woods at this moment, and the huge body of the Azure Bull Python was tightly wrapped around it, and the bull's head continued to release circles of cyan halo towards the back. At this moment the huge bodies of these two forest emperors were completely stained red with their own blood. The giant ape's huge body was already covered in scars, and during the violent exercise gurgling blood was constantly seeping out of the wounds. The most serious injury is still on the chest. In the huge wound you can still vaguely see the slightly beating heart. I am afraid that if it advances another centimeter its heart will instantly collapse. The trauma suffered by the Azure Bull Python was also quite serious. The body was originally more than 30 meters long, but at this time the back 7 or 8 meters had been cut off. Smelly black blood was still dripping from the wound, and a pair of huge eyes had lost their former glory. Every time he releases the cyan halo his eyes will become darker. Even other parts of his body are scarred, but judging from his scars that are constantly emitting black smoke it is obvious that he is already the end of the strong crossbow. Second brother, leave me behind and run away by yourself. These humans who came this time are too powerful. If you don't put me down again I'm afraid neither of us will be able to escape. The look in the eyes of the Azure Bull Python was dimmed down. Hit me. When the Titan Giant Ape saw his desperate look his eyes suddenly turned red and his body was trembling slightly. You must know know that the azure bull python is more powerful than the titan ape, but after these long days of fighting coupled with the spread of toxins in its body, its life breath has been passing away. It looks like I won't live long. Brother, do you think I can survive if I put you down? This poison has spread to my heart. Even if I run away I can't survive. The titan ape looked bitter and pointed at his chest. The injury has turned black. Just as they paused, noisy sounds came from the dense forest behind them again. The breath is no longer moving. They should stop. It's right in front. Hurry up and catch up. Damn human! The titan giant ape roared angrily and stepped hard on the ground with two huge feet. Suddenly a burst of yellow circles visible to the naked eye swept around, slowing down all the enemies behind it. However, the strong gravity suppression also caused many surrounding flowers and plants to instantly turn into ashes. It seems that it can't run away anymore. Seeing its life breath gradually losing, the azure bull python sighed resignedly. They never dreamed that these people would be so persistent and persistent. They had been fighting and running away for more than half a month, but the other party had no intention of staying. It's like teasing them step by step, completely destroying their last hope. If it weren't for the blood essence and blood in my body being forcibly extracted by Cao Yanbing a few years ago, which caused my strength to be greatly reduced, how could I be like this now? Bang! Thinking of the tragic situation where both beasts were on the verge of death, the titan giant ape became more and more angry as he spoke. He immediately punched the ground with a fierce punch. The fierce light in his eyes surged and the thick soul power spread out from it like a tide. Rumble! Under the explosion of the titan ape's momentum, all the surrounding trees bent and fell, and the extremely terrifying soul power impact caused ripples in the space, and even a large number of tree trunks in the distance plotted. This powerful soul power spread over a wide area. Even Zhu Douluo, Yuegwen Ghost, Douluo Gui Mei and others who were not far away and were outflanking them opened their eyes wide in surprise with signs of disbelief on their faces. It is indeed a 100,000-year-old soul beast known as the Forest Emperor. Even if it is seriously injured, its strength cannot be underestimated. But what they didn't know was that after the titan ape launched a soul attack due to extreme anger, the net moment its aura shrank instantly and it once again became that dying look. Maybe this is the so-called reflection. That's right. Speaking of Cao Yanbing, the azure python's eyes filled with extremely strong resentment. If that bastard hadn't severely injured us and forcibly drained our blood essence, which greatly reduced our strength, how could we have fallen to this level? Current situation. If we were in our heyday, I'm afraid their five-titled Douluo wouldn't be able to do anything to us two brothers. The azure bull python's eyes were full of hatred and malice and its voice became extremely cold. Brother, what should we do now? After venting all the resentment deep in his heart, the last look in the titan ape's eyes was about to completely dissipate. What should I do? The huge head of the azure bull python shook slightly as if it was also lost in thought. After a moment it gritted its teeth and said, well, this life is about to be handed over anyway, aren't they just thinking about it? Do you want soul rings and soul bones? Hehe. The azure bull python laughed ferociously, but with his huge bull head it looked a bit creepy. In this case, let just self-destruct the soul ring and soul bone to avoid falling into their hands. Hearing the meaning of the azure bull python's words, a flash of rage flashed in the titan ape's eyes. He understood his intention and couldn't help but grin. Brother, you are right. No matter what, we cannot fall into the hands of those bastards, but since they dare to come, they must find a way to prevent us from destroying our soul rings and soul bones, so we must keep a distance so that we have enough time makes it happen. Just as they were discussing countermeasures, that lazy and luxurious voice suddenly rang in their ears. It's not easy to persist for so long. You know it is your honor to become my soul ring. P.S. The second update today, please collect it, recommend it and vote for me, I would be very grateful. Chapter 113 Sudden Changes. It's not easy to persist for so long. You know it is your honor to become my soul ring. Bibi Dong's voice sounded full of confidence and a cruel smile appeared on her beautiful, charming and evil face. She stared at the two soul beasts in the forest in front of her as if looking at corpses. She was not an ES at all. Counting her, there were a total of SI titled Douluo who surrounded them in the direction of their escape at the same time. Although the 100,000-year soul beast was strong, it was far from able to stop the attacks of many titled Douluo. But what surprised her was that even if they were seriously injured, these two soul beasts could escape for dozens of days with their amazing willpower, which also demonstrated their extraordinary strength. U5 spread out in all directions. Now is the stage where results are about to be obtained. I don't want any other accidents to happen, Bibi Dong said majestically. Follow your orders. After hearing the command, the five titled Douluo slowly dispersed and at the same time released all the soul power in their bodies to threaten the soul beast that might be about to appear. Roar! The titan ape, which was running rapidly, suddenly stopped. Its huge body trembled violently and let out a shrill scream with pain and struggle in its eyes. At its heart, the bone-deep injury began to turn black instantly at a speed visible to to the naked eye. A strong aura of death quickly filled the air from the wound and spread throughout the body at an extremely fast speed. Second brother. When the azure bull python which was being carried by the titan ape saw this scene, it couldn't help crying out in sorrow. It's okay brother, I can still persist in. The titan ape gritted its teeth and continued to run forward. However, as the poison invaded its body became heavier and even its movement speed gradually slowed down. Second brother, let put me down. Don't say stupid things brother. The titan ape shook his head. It knew that with the current injuries on the azure bull python's body it would definitely die once it was out of its protection. Second brother, we are already at the end of our rope. Instead of continuing to run away, we might as well give it a fight to the death. The azure bull python suddenly shouted angrily. The titan ape was stunned for a moment and his 4 steps gradually became slower and finally stopped in place. His chest was heaving violently. The scar on his heart had turned black and the poison had completely invaded his heart. If he hadn't had a strong body he would have died long ago. In our current situation, it is impossible to escape from their surroundings. Even if we escape, the only thing waiting for us is death. The azure bull python's eyes have become determined, but the titan ape had something more to say. There's nothing good about it. Azure bull python interrupted him and said in a deep voice, second brother, we have been dependent on each other since childhood. You should understand my character. The titan ape fell silent, its heart tumbling violently. The azure bull python's character is very clear. It is absolutely strong and it will not change easily when it is determined, especially for the love between brothers. Brother. The titan ape suddenly raised its head and stared at the azure bull python with blood flowing from the corners of its mouth. I'll cover you. Maybe it has the ability to kill one of us, but the other one will definitely have a chance to commit suicide. The titan ape suddenly let out a roar of pain and the muscles on his face were distorted by pain. The poison had completely infected his heart. At this moment, even if the great Luo immortal is here, there is nothing he can do to save the situation. At the same time, Martial Spirit City Elder Hall, Cao Xianliang sat cross-legged, his brows furrowed on his young face as if he was deep in thought. In his hand was a brand new piece of paper. The paper was densely filled with words and it was clear that it was about the age of the soul ring configuration. These were some of the most vague questions that took him nearly half an hour to list out from the information. Now he is almost as strong as a SI level soul emperor. Of course Yu Jin's strength is much stronger and he can even compete with some soul saints who are close to level 70. The purpose of checking this information is to better understand the age of the soul rings corresponding to each level and then get a set of the best quality soul ring configuration. The first soul ring has a lifespan of 423 years. The second soul ring has a lifespan of 764 years. The third soul ring's lifespan is 1760. The fourth soul ring has a lifespan of 5000 years. The fifth soul ring has a lifespan of 12000 years. The SITH soul ring has a lifespan of 20000 years. The seventh soul ring has a lifespan of 3005000 years. The eighth soul ring has a lifespan of more than 50000 years. The age of the ninth soul ring is more than 100,000 years. Although Wuhan Palace has never recognized this, Bibi Dong is an exception. Because of this news, it was Yu Xiaogang who obtained the research on the absorption limit of soul rings by consulting and studying various martial souls a long time ago. Therefore, the most standard soul ring configuration should be yellow yellow, purple purple, black black black, red. Very good. Cao Xianliang murmured to himself, his eyes shining with wisdom. If you obtain it according to this standard, then your current soul ring configuration should be 2 yellow, 2 purple and 2 black. The teenage soul emperor. I'm afraid not many people would believe it if I told you. Let's go, Yu Jin. Cao Xianliang stood up. What are your orders, my lord? Yu Jin asked. Go to my brother, it's time to give the soul ring. Cao Xianliang jumped down from the training pedestal with a faint smile on his face, but the urgency in his eyes was revealed without concealment. I have been studying soul rings for the past few days and I have reached the point where I can get them myself. Suddenly, before Cao Xuanliang's raised steps fell, he took a breath of cold air and froze on the spot. An indescribable pain spread from his heart and spread throughout his body. At this moment it was as if a sharp saw was frantically cutting his skin tendons and tearing every inch of his body's bone. His eyes were wide-eyed, his face was as pale as paper and his pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a needle. Even though he tried his best, he still couldn't suppress the unbearable pain. He curled up on the ground like a giant shell that had been peeled off shrimp. Master! Yu Jin was shocked and rushed over to hug Cao Xianliang, trying to help him relieve the pain. No, don't touch me, Cao Xianliang said with difficulty. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead and big beads of sweat slid down his cheek. He wanted to push Yu Jin away but found that he couldn't lift his arms at all. When Yu Jin saw saw this he quickly supported his body and laid him flat in his arms. Small light. At this moment there was a sudden exclamation from outside the door, and then a fiery red figure flew over with an uneasy look on his face. The person who came was none other than Cao Yanbing. Brother, I feel so uncomfortable. Cao Xianliang groaned weakly. His body kept spasming and his whole body was shaking uncontrollably. He felt as if there were thousands of insects eating his heart. How could this happen? Seeing his brother's miserable state, Cao Yanbing's expression suddenly changed. He hurriedly squatted down, grabbed one of Cao Xuanliang's palms and penetrated his spiritual power into it without hesitation. After a moment his face became extremely gloomy and he shouted in a low voice, "Damn it. PS today's first update, please add it to your collection, please recommend me, please vote for me, I'd like to thank you very much." Chapter 114 Murderous intent permeates the air. Damn it. A piercing cold light appeared in Cao Yanbing's eyes. He never expected that the blood in Cao Xuanliang's body would be completely boiling. If he were an ordinary person he would have died suddenly on the spot if such a strange phenomenon appeared in his body, but the strength of the body he had refined before was quite strong, which allowed him to barely carry it until now. But why did the blood in Cao Xuanliang's body undergo such changes? While he was puzzled, Cao Yanbing seemed to suddenly remember something and raised his head suddenly. Could it be that? Is it the problem of those two soul beasts? The essence and blood of the Titan giant ape and the azure bull python are now flowing in Cao Xuanliang's body, and such a change can only mean one thing: connected by blood. It seems that all the problems are attributed to those two soul beasts. A flash of anger flashed in Cao Yanbing's eyes and his fists clenched. Obviously he was extremely angry. Brother, what's wrong with me? Cao Xianliang tried hard to resist the tingling sensation that came from all over his body and tried to struggle, but the fact told him that it was difficult to even move. Xiaoliang, don't worry, brother is here. Cao Yanbing took a deep breath to calm down his emotions. He knew that if he messed up at this time he would really harm his brother. He understands Cao Xuanliang's situation, but if he is not treated in time I am afraid. But now he has no choice. He tried to transfer spiritual power into Cao Xuanliang's body to relieve him of this pain, but after a slight experiment he found that with his own attributes it completely added fuel to the fire. Can I just beg the old man Jin Crocodile to take action? Cao Xuanliang's face suddenly turned livid. He knew that his current situation was extremely bad. If no measures were taken he would be tortured to death sooner or later. Xiaoliang, just hold on for a little longer and I'll go find someone right now. Cao Yanbing gritted his teeth and comforted him, then prepared to go find Golden Crocodile Douluo for help. My lord, please be patient. However, at this moment Xiahao Iwan's deep voice suddenly sounded in Cao Yanbing's body. Immediately, without waiting for him to release the guardian spirit, Xiahao Iwan's figure of more than 10 feet appeared in the room instantly. When Cao Yanbing heard this his body trembled. He turned around suddenly and his eyes fell on Xiahao Iwan. Xiahao Iwan, what can you do? Cao Yanbing asked almost impatiently. After all, he didn't want to at this time. There is no other way but to rely on the mysterious Xiahao Iwan. Xiahao Iwan nodded slightly. He walked slowly towards Cao Xianliang. After scanning his eyes he stretched out his right hand and grabbed his forehead. Cao Yanbing and Yu Jin held their breath and stared. The moment Xiahao Iwan's right palm touched Cao Xuanliang's forehead, an extremely evil demonic energy quickly enveloped Cao Xuanliang's entire face and then continued to spread to his limb. The demonic energy seemed to not only envelope Cao Xuanliang's body but even seep into his body. Ah! Cao Xianliang screamed, suddenly kicked his legs a few times and then passed out. His face was pale and there was still a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Upon seeing this, Cao Yanbing's pupils suddenly shrank. He stared at Xiahao Iwan and shouted, what's going on? Master, please be patient. Xiahao Iwan said in a calm tone, I have invaded the young master's body with demonic energy and suppressed the rioting blood. Fortunately the young master's body is strong enough so he avoided body explosion. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiahao Iwan reached out and held Cao Xianliang up. While withdrawing the demonic energy from his body, a warm spiritual power poured into Cao Xuanliang's body along his palm, nourishing the veins in his body. The demonic energy in my body is extremely evil. If it continues to east, it will cause damage to the young master's internal organs. Xiahao Iwan turned his eyes to the unconscious Cao Xianliang and said slowly, I have poured demonic energy into his body just now. Under the suppression of the demonic energy, the young master's violent bloodline has been successfully stabilized. But when he said this he paused and hesitated. Obviously, it just what? After hearing the first half of the sentence, Cao Yanbing breathed a sigh of relief, but when he heard the last sentence he couldn't help but become nervous. It's just that although there are several powerful bloodlines in the young master, they are incompatible with each other. The plant type is relatively relatively mild, but the two alien beasts, if not solved, this situation may continue from time to time. Triggered, Xia Haoiwen sighed and said slowly. Hearing this, Cao Yanbing frowned even more tightly. He knew what Xia Haoiwen meant. The bloodlines of these soul beasts in Cao Suanliang's body were too messy. Even if Xia Haoiwen used the demonic energy, it could only suppress them temporarily but could not completely eliminate these hidden dangers. This solution. Cao Yanbing's eyes narrowed slightly. After a moment of silence, there was a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. Since there is no way to solve the problem, let's directly solve the root cause of the problem. That's right, he wants to go back to the Stardo forest again and kill those two soul beasts completely. Cao Yanbing stood up, glanced at his unconscious brother lying in Xia Haoiwen's arms, clenched his fist and walked outside. Suddenly a cold, murderous aura suddenly emanated from his body and the surrounding air instantly became oppressive. Xia Haoiwen, follow me. As commanded. Yu Jin, you stay here to take care of Xiao Yang and make sure to ensure his safety, Cao Yanbing ordered. As ordered, Yu Jin responded solemnly. Without any hesitation, Cao Yanbing took Xia Haoiwen away, leaving Yu Jin alone in the room. Yu Jin sat down cross-legged, put the unconscious Cao Xuanliang into his arms, put his hands together against his back, and a soft spiritual power spread out from Jin's body, slowly nourishing Cao Suanliang's body, making he gradually recovered from his injuries. However, at this time the raging battle in the Stardo forest has ended long ago. Your Majesty the Pope, are you okay? The four titled Douluo who were knocked back by the blow walked up somewhat uneasily and asked worriedly. Bibi Dong's delicate body shook for a while, her blood surged up and she spat out a ball of blood with golden energy, her eyes filled with unwillingness. We all underestimated this guy. He is definitely the biggest obstacle to my unification of the continent. When she finished her harsh words, Bibi Dong suddenly fell to the side, put her hands in a strange posture and entered a strange state of cultivation. She never dreamed that Tang San, who had disappeared for several years, would instantly kill a titled Douluo when he showed up, and that he could be inseparable from a 99th level peerless Douluo. At this moment Tang San has retreated and she has no intention of pursuing him. After all, her soul power consumption is quite huge now, and the trauma caused to her by that magical skill is also extremely serious, at least in a short period of time. She couldn't take action again. P.S. The second update today, please collect it, recommend it and vote for me, I would be very grateful. Chapter 115. Tang Sandy was shocked. At this time Tang San had already rushed to the dying titan ape and azure bull python. Brother, you are finally here. Seeing Tang San's arrival, Xiao Wu's eyes suddenly turned red as if she had grasped a life-saving straw. She threw herself in front of Tang San, crying, brother, please save them quickly, Mingming and Mingming are about to die. Hearing this, Tang San was immediately shocked. Looking at the dying azure bull python and titan giant ape, he took out two Deto Ifeing pills from the Ruyi treasure bag and gently fed them into their mouth. Although Tang San understood that the effect of this pill was almost negligible, now he had no good solution. Tang San, don't waste your effort. We know our physical condition well in our heart, Azure Bull Python said in a somewhat hoarse voice. We are at our wits' end. The human spirit contains the most powerful poison in the world. The Death Spider Emperor's poison is incurable. What's more, the poison has not only invaded our internal organs but also eroded our souls. It's already great if you can rescue us. Thank you very much. The Azure Bull Python raised its huge bull head with difficulty, opened its eyes and thanked Tang San. After listening to the words of these two forest emperors, Tang San was silent for a long time. After checking their injuries, he couldn't help but sigh. Everything was just as the Azure Bull Python said. The poison injected by Bibi Dong had completely spread to their internal organs and even infected their souls. This situation, there is no chance of saving him at all. Tang San, listen to me. Suddenly the Azure Bull Python suddenly opened its eyes, and its eyes that had seemed to have lost their life actually regained their presence at this moment. Return to the light. Our bodies and even souls have been completely corroded. At this last moment, please let me finish my word. The Azure Bull Python's piercing eyes looked at Tang San and Xiao Wu and finally fell on the dying titan ape, unable to move. Seeing this, Xiao Wu, who had always been sentimental, couldn't bear it anymore and rushed forward, hugging a thick neck and crying loudly. Feeling the warmth coming from the neck, the eyes of the Azure Bull Python shone with a long divine light. Tang San, to tell you the truth, I didn't like you very much when we first met. I even disliked you because you took away our favorite little dance girl. But later I discovered that you actually have a lot to admire, place especially now that Yao Wu's soul has been able to return to her body. I know that you have put in a lot of effort for her resurrection. Alas, we are about to leave, but at my last moment I want you to help me fulfill my last wish. Can you? Hearing this, Tang San immediately nodded decisively and said in a rather serious tone, of course, as long as I can do it I will never refuse. The Azure Bull Python smiled with satisfaction, then lowered his head and glanced glanced at Xiao Wu, who was holding his neck and crying bitterly, and said leisurely, in the last period of our lives we want to witness Xiao Wu's resurrection with our own eyes. Resurrection? Tang San hesitated. He also wanted to resurrect Xiao Wu immediately, but he was not strong enough and couldn't do it. My soul power is still 5 levels short of reaching the titled Douluo level. Only by becoming a titled Douluo can I have the ability to resurrect Xiao Wu. When saying this, Tang San's eyes stared straight at the azure bull python, and there was something in it. The righteousness is self-evident. I know your current soul power is still 5 levels short of it, right? Isn't it just 5 levels? Although the second brother and I have greatly reduced our strength after being extracted from the essence and blood, with only 5 levels of soul power we can still directly it's given to you, but can you guarantee Xiao Wu's resurrection? Azure bull python's eyes became fierce. Give soul power? Upon hearing these words, Tang San pretended to be shocked. He already had some answers in his mind. Extracting blood essence? However, unlike Tang San, Xiao Wu grasped these keywords very carefully. She raised her head and looked at the azure bull python. Her eyes were slightly red and there were obvious tears on her cheek. The azure bull python first looked at Tang San, nodded solemnly and said, yes, Ming, and I can give you the last 5 levels of soul power, but you have to promise to resurrect Xiao Wu. Immediately afterwards his huge bull head turned towards Xiao Wu. His eyes were full of tenderness and doting, and he immediately sighed and said, if it weren't for the fact that part of the essence and blood in my body and the second child body were removed, resulting in a sharp decrease in strength, otherwise how could these SI titled Douluo defeat us in such a short period of time? Tang San knew that things like essence and blood were extremely precious. Once lost it would be too difficult to make up for it. The azure bull python and the titan giant ape are both 100,000-year-old soul beasts with bloodline. The energy contained in their essence and blood is so majestic that even in their heyday it would take a long time to restore their essence and blood. Xiao Wu gritted her teeth, wiped away the tears on her face and choked. Is it Bibi Dong? Bibi Dong? The woman who is chasing us? The azure bull python was slightly startled, then shook her head and said, no, it's not her. Although Bibi Dong is also very strong, her overall strength is still a little lower than that person's. Stronger than her? Tang San's heart suddenly shook. There are only 499 level peerless Douluo in the world today. One is Bo Sai, who is far away on Poseidon Island. The other is the contemporary Pope Bibi Dong, and the last 2 are his great-grandfather Tang Chen and the great priest of Wuhan Palace Yan Daolio. Bo Sai could not leave Poseidon Island, and his great-grandfather had also encountered him not long ago, so now there was only one person. Could it be Qian Daolio? Tang San frowned. The azure bull python said slowly, no, it's not. Ah, then. Tang San was stunned. A hint of fear appeared in the depths of the azure bull python's eyes. After a moment of hesitation, its huge bull head turned towards Tang San fiercely. It's Cao Yanbing. Cao Yanbing? Tang San's pupils suddenly shrank and he stood frozen on the spot, a chill instantly covering his whole body. Unexpectedly, Tian Qing Niu Python actually said a name that was extremely familiar to him. Cao Yanbing. Tang San murmured to himself, but a turbulent wave arose in his heart. How is this possible? Although he believed what azure bull python said, the current situation, in just a few years from the sole emperor to a peerless powerhouse that can be compared with the empress of the empire like Bibi Dong, how is this possible? Tang San thought that his talent was already rare in the world, but even he had taken advantage of it and had many adventures before he could barely reach the current level 85 contra. Could it be said that his talent has reached this level? PS Today's first update. Please add it to your collection. Please recommend me. Please vote for me. I'd like to thank you very much. Chapter 116 Sacrifice 2 Great Emperors. Why is it him again? A huge wave surged in Tang San's heart. Has his strength now reached the level of a peerless Douluo? Since Poseidon Island returned to the mainland, this was not the first time he heard this name. This name is like a lingering ghost. No matter where I go, I will always meet him. Now he is the ruling elder of the Elder Hall of the Spirit Empire, but is he stronger than Bibi Dong? Although he was shocked by this, he was also a little confused. You must know that the last time I saw him was in Shrek Academy many years ago. At that time he was no more than the sole emperor. It seems that he will be one of the biggest obstacles to our crusade against the Spirit Empire. Tang San said through gritted teeth. Forget it, it doesn't matter, we are all doomed anyway. The trace of clarity in the eyes of the azure bull python when it returned to light was gradually getting weaker. The huge bull head looked at Tang San and the words he just said came out of his mouth again. I and Ming will give you the last 5 levels of soul power, but you Xiao Wu must be resurrected. When this was repeated, a hint of ferocity suddenly flashed in its eyes and a sense of persecution emerged. That's right, do you dare to work with us to resurrect Xiao Wu? At this time the eyes of the Titan ape also suddenly burst into light. Apparently it also entered a state of returning to the light. Feeling the blazing gazes of the 2 spirit beasts, Tang San took the matter about Cao Yanbing into his heart, his eyes flashing with indifference. "Da Ming and Ming, what are you worried about? Although Xiao Wu and I have only known each other for more than 10 years, which is not as long as yours for 100,000 years, my feelings for her are definitely not as shallow as yours. This time I went to Star Do. The purpose of the Great Forest is to help her resurrect. It's useless to say more. Just see for yourself." As soon as he finished speaking, Tang San suddenly slapped Xiao Wu net to him. Xiao Wu was completely stunned at this time. How could he have thought that Tang San would suddenly attack him? Before she could react, Tang San's palm had already landed on her forehead. Xiao Wu groaned and her body slowly fell limply into Tang San's arms. A burst of red light rippled from her body. This was her soul. She struggled fiercely, unwilling to return to Tang San's soul ring. Inside, "What are you doing?" Da Ming and Ming roared at the same time. At this moment the return of light was about to end and their bodies could not move. They could only watch Xiao Wu's soul being taken back again. Looking at the azure bull python and titan giant ape, Tang San curled his lips. Suddenly he turned the Poseidon trident with his left hand and the main blade struck directly on his right shoulder. The blood burst out. His entire right arm was chopped off in an instant. Without any hesitation he directly pulled out the soul bone belonging to Xiao Wu, placed it in his palm and held it in front of the two beasts. Tang San Yu. Seeing this scene, the originally sharp eyes of the two divine beasts changed. They didn't know what the purpose of Tang San's self-mutilation was. "This is an agreement between us men, and besides I don't have much time." There was a hint of determination in Tang San's cold eyes. "I'm sorry." Under this situation the fierce look in the eyes of the two beasts finally softened completely, and immediately they no longer hesitated. After looking at each other, the two beasts roared at the same time. Roar, roar. Two powerful roars sounded at the same time and two blazing red lights began to burn in the star forest. Dazzling red light bloomed from the eyebrows of the two beasts at the same time, and everything had become absolutely still in the red light. The way they said they could make Tang San directly reach the 90th level was to sacrifice at the same time. Almost at the same time, on the other side of the star forest, Bibi Dong, who was in a state of cultivation, suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the place where the two soul powers plotted. His eyes filled with murderous intent. Okay. Bibi Dong gritted her teeth, her face so gloomy that she was about to drip water. "You actually killed two soul beasts that I was bound to win. Very good, very good. When I clean up the remaining spiritual thoughts in my body, I will definitely break you into pieces." Thousands of corpses. Suppressing the anger in her heart, she closed her eyes again and tried her best to push the soul power in her body to cleanse those spiritual thoughts. The several titled Douluo from the spirit hall who were guarding her looked at Bibi Dong, who might implode at any time, and were somewhat silent. "I do not know how long it has been." The bright red light that filled Tang San's body finally slowly integrated into his body, and his eyes, which had been silent for a long time, suddenly opened at this moment. He can clearly feel that the various attributes in his body are rising crazily at an extremely fast speed. "Take the blue silver emperor into your body and release the clear sky hammer." On the huge hammer there was a red soul ring gradually circulating. The current combination of his first martial soul blue silver emperor soul ring is yellow yellow purple black red 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 red. The matching of the second martial soul clear sky hammer soul ring is red. With just 100,000 year soul rings, he already surpassed 98% of the titled Douluo in the continent in terms of the age of the soul rings. He also successfully collected soul bone. In terms of his own attributes, although he was new to titled Douluo, with his excellent foundation and artifacts, his overall strength was comparable to titled Douluo of level 95 or above. At the same time, after accepting the sacrifices of the two forest kings, his own soul power and mental power returned to their peak state. "Is this the titled Douluo? He is indeed very strong." Tang San clenched his fist and a surging power swept out of his body. The powerful pressure was slowly released and he felt that his fighting spirit was suddenly high. However, when his sighted eyes fell on the azure bull python and titan giant ape in the distance, which had already transformed into their original form, there was a hint of loneliness in his eyes. After bowing slightly, Tang San whispered, "Two brothers, your death will not be in vain. When I successfully resurrect Xiao Wu, I will personally avenge you." As soon as he finished speaking, he put his hands on his waist, preparing to pocket the bodies of the titan ape and azure bull python. Suddenly, the moment Tang San took out the Rui 100 treasure bag, a terrifying attack suddenly descended from the sky. Rumble! The sky suddenly dimmed and a huge pillar of hellfire suddenly struck Tang San. At the same time, a dark red figure slowly appeared carrying an extremely rich flame aura. Looking at the sudden sneak attack, Tang San's presence suddenly changed. He raised his right hand and waved, and immediately the Poseidon trident emitting bright golden light shot out from his palm, facing the giant black pillar of flame. Boom! The dazzling Poseidon trident collided with the black flame pillar, and the terrifying energy formed by the convergence of two completely different forces instantly rippled and overflowed. P.S. The second update today, please collect it, recommend it and vote for me, I would be very grateful. Chapter 117 Meeting Tang for the first time. 3. Boom! The dazzling Poseidon trident collided with the black flame pillar, and the terrifying energy formed by the convergence of two completely different forces instantly rippled and overflowed. Not good. Sensing how powerful this impact was, Tang San's presence suddenly changed and he swooped up, soaring into the sky. But even so, the energy shock that made him feel a little palpitated seemed to be pulled by some kind of force and came directly towards him like a tracking missile. Seeing this, Tang San was suddenly shocked. Coming for me? Even if it is his speed, the speed was extremely fast and he was located at high altitude, but this energy impact full of destructive violence still hit him hard. Tang San spurted out a large mouthful of blood and his body flew out uncontrollably. Even the space his body passed through sent out waves of tremors and a loud sound. Fortunately, Tang San, who had just been nourished by the two spirit beasts through sacrifice, was now at the peak of his combat power. Bang! Bang! A series of soul power attacks were blasted into the space behind him. Under the backlash of the air wave, his body rolled rapidly in mid-air for several times, and then the impact force with the destructive aura was dispersed and he fell steadily to the ground. At this time, the land under his solace was already covered with shocking cracks, which showed how strong the energy impact of that attack was. Who is it? Tang San stabilized his body, murderous intent revealed in his eyes, and the aura on his body suddenly rose to a peak. Buzz! The space suddenly erupted with a tremor, and then a bright golden light flew out of the slowly dissipating mushroom cloud in the sky and fell into Tang San's hands. After getting the divine weapon, Tang San couldn't help but feel relieved. You must know that this Poseidon trident is his greatest support and his biggest trump card. He can't tolerate any mistakes with it. Driven by the soul power, the Poseidon trident instantly burst into light, and an astonishing wave of soul power emitted from the Poseidon trident. Under his murderous gaze, the energy fire cloud generated by the explosion in the sky also disappeared rapidly at a speed that was difficult to catch with the naked eye, and finally completely melted and disappeared. As the fire cloud dissipated, the figure standing in the sky finally appeared in Tang San's eyes. Who the hell are you? Tang San shouted angrily. Oh, is it you? In the sky, a man wearing dark red armor and having short brown hair stood proudly. The man was carrying a blunderbuss-like weapon on one shoulder. He had a handsome and heroic face. His handsome cheeks were as sharp as a knife and an AE, and his whole person exuded a sense of arrogance. Cao Yanbing, it's you. When Tang San saw the appearance of this figure clearly, even his state of mind, as calm as that of an old dog, was now extremely agitated. The two of them saw each other's appearance clearly. A third of the 7 monsters and a ruling elder. Even though he had killed Cao Yanbing in his mind thousands of times before, Tang San never expected that he would encounter Cao Yanbing in this situation. What he didn't expect even more was that the aura emanating from Cao Yanbing's body alone was enough to compete with him. Tang San, who knew him well, knew that he also had two. Oh no! According to the Azure Bull Python, he had 4 mutated humanoid martial spirit. Everyone has the strength of a titled Douluo. I didn't expect to see you again in this old place. What a surprise! Standing in the air, Cao Yanbing stared at Tang San with cold eyes, a cold smile on his lips. Yes, it is indeed quite unpected. Tang San squinted his eyes and smiled. But you should have been waiting for a long time. Hearing this, the curve of the corner of Cao Yanbing's mouth suddenly widened a bit and he said disdainfully, No, I just noticed that there are aura fluctuations here waiting for you. It's just a chance encounter. Tang San snorted coldly and did not answer. Of course he knew the meaning of Cao Yanbing's word. No matter what the reason was for Cao Yanbing to come here, since he had murderous intentions towards him, he couldn't let the latter have an easy time. But Cao Yanbing glanced at the Poseidon trident in Tang San's hand with a little more interest in his eyes. The trident in your hand is quite good. It can break my attack with just one blow. Hearing this, Tang San raised his eyebrows, then smiled contemptuously and said, I wonder what you want. If you are here to take away my things, then I advise you to give up the idea as soon as possible. Cao Yanbing shrugged as if he didn't take Tang San's words to heart at all. His eyes scanned the forest below and finally landed on the 2 huge corpses. You are not my target. Cao Yanbing grinned, raised his chin slightly and joked, those 2 big guys are. Oh! After hearing Cao Yanbing's words, Tang San's eyes narrowed and he followed his gaze towards the forest in the distance. The net moment his presence became extremely gloomy. Turn out to be he is here for the Azure Bull Python and the Titan Ape. You must know that these 2 forest emperors had just sacrificed themselves to him, giving him their soul rings, soul bones, and even their souls, giving them everything they had. Tang San kept this kindness in his heart, but at the very moment when he was preparing to dispose of the bodies of the Titan Giant Ape and Azure Bull Python, Cao Yanbing came to snatch them away. This was simply bullying. You wanna die? Tang San roared angrily, grasped the Poseidon trident tightly and stabbed Cao Yanbing. The golden light roared like a huge wave in the sky. A trivial skill. Cao Yanbing looked at the sweeping golden brilliance with a calm presence. He suddenly raised the 10th palace Yama, flipped his palm, changed the shape of his spear and stabbed out at the huge wave in front. Boom! A shadow of a fire dragon that was more than 10 meters long and burning with blazing hellfire roared and rolled from the flame spear. It bared its teeth and claws and attacked the golden wave ferociously. Crack! In an instant the huge golden wave appeared fragile in front of this more than 10 meters long fire dragon, and it was instantly shattered. Seeing that his astonishingly powerful blow was easily disintegrated by Cao Yanbing, Tang San's pupils shrank and he suddenly became wary. Although he guessed that Cao Yanbing was very powerful, he did not expect that his strength would be so tyrannical. If you dare to challenge me, who do you think you are? An indifferent voice came from Cao Yanbing's mouth. The net moment Cao Yanbing's right leg was slightly bent and his left arm was bent and then suddenly straightened. The net second Cao Yanbing held a spear, slightly arched his body and rushed towards Tang San like lightning. Seeing his move, Tang San's eyes suddenly shrank, his feet stepped on the ghost shadow and his figure instantly retreated, trying to avoid it. However, although his movement skills were mysterious and unpredictable, he could not escape the lock of hellfire. In just the blink of an eye, Cao Yanbing's body appeared in front of him. The spear broke through the air, causing a sharp sonic boom. On the tip of the spear the dark flames of hell were beating. Seeing this, Tang San was not afraid at all. He flicked his right hand violently and the Poseidon trident drew a mysterious arc in mid-air, and then a 10-meter long golden trident emerged. Dang! PS today's first update. Please add it to your collection. Please recommend me. Please vote for me. I'd like to thank you very much. Chapter 118. The first fight with Tang San. Dang! The halberd and the spear collided fiercely and the terrifying force caused the surrounding space to distort inch by inch. A strong air wave erupted from between the two, making Tang San's clothes rustle. The trees around them burst into pieces, and driven by the air wave his body continued to slide backwards. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of breaking wind continued to resound and Tang San's figure left a string of phantoms in mid-air. He waved the Poseidon trident in his hand, drawing sharp trajectories overwhelming the sky and covering the sky towards Cao Yan's soldiers. However, Cao Yanbing held a long spear in his hand and drew gorgeous spear flowers in the air. Circles of ripples bloomed from the tip of the spear, resisting his intensive offensive. Ding, ding, ding. The Poseidon trident in Tang San's hand kept dancing and streams of golden spear light continued to shoot out, chopping towering trees into powder along the way. As the number of fights increased, Tang San's face became more and more ugly and a thin layer of sweat oozed from his forehead. You must know that the trident in his hand is the weapon of Poseidon. It weighs 108,000 kilograms. It can be said to be a heavy weapon. Even BB Dong, a 99-level peerless Douluo, may not be able to fight with it without the cooperation of special soul skill. He faced it head-on. However, now under the suppression of the golden red spear in Cao Yanbing's hand, he was somewhat breathless. According to common sense, with the blessing of Poseidon, the Poseidon trident in his hand should be able to easily crush Cao Yanbing. However, the reality is exactly the opposite. What exactly is going on? Tang San's eyes were filled with shock. However, at this moment Cao Yanbing seemed to have never noticed the presence on Tang San's face. His eyes were still staring at Tang San coldly. With a flick of his wrist, the spear in his hand suddenly turned in a circle and then he drew it suddenly, and the tail of the spear hit Tang San's chest hard. Bang! A muffled hum sounded. Caught off guard by this harsh attack, Tang San's figure immediately flew backwards, rolling several times in the air before barely stopping his retreat. He raised his head and looked at Cao Yanbing with complicated eyes. The last trace of contempt in his eyes finally disappeared at this moment. During the fight just now, he suddenly discovered that Cao Yanbing was much better than BB Dong in terms of strength and combat skill. He knew how difficult it was to deal with BB Dong. Even now he could only retreat temporarily. On the other hand, Cao Yanbing now. It seems that this is Cao Yanbing's true strength now. I looked down on him a little before. To be honest, I'm quite disappointed in you. Looking at Tang San with condescending indifference, Cao Yanbing's lips curled up with a hint of sarcasm. Is your strength only at this level? Tang San took a deep breath and his presence gradually returned to its original state. I admit that I look down on you a little. Tang San smiled faintly and said, but if you are too arrogant you will suffer losses. As he spoke, his eyes suddenly turned cold and a surging and vast aura rose up from his body. Faintly golden blue light bloomed overwhelmingly in all directions and his whole temperament also changed at this moment. Got up. The forest of blue-silver field is full of everything. Being in Tang San's blue-silver domain, everyone will be suppressed, assimilated and devoured. Assimilate all plants in the field and use them for your own use. Suppress and reduce the martial soul attributes of everyone in the field by 10%, including reducing the soul power release by 10%, and devour the soul power and vitality of all enemies in the field. Life is given to the plants and soul power is filtered and transmitted to Tang San's body. Oh, realm! Looking at the scene that completely turned into a blue-gold ocean, Cao Yanbing clearly felt that his speed and movement attributes were reduced, and Cao Yanbing smiled indifferently with interest. Somewhat capable. Su Huang, lend me the white lotus flame. My lord, please. Convenient. Cao Yanbing's eyes narrowed slightly, and immediately the golden red spear in his hand suddenly burst into bright white light, and an extremely hot wave filled the air. It's the white lotus flame. Facing the flames that turned from black to white, Tang San's eyes suddenly turned sharp, and the first and fourth spirit rings suddenly lit up. The first soul skill, entanglement. The fourth soul skill, blue-silver cage. In the nearly 100-meter blue-silver field, thousands of wild blue-silver grasses seemed to have been summoned by the Emperor, circling crazily at an astonishing speed, approaching Cao Yanbing. Can you carry out an attack of this level? Cao Yanbing grinned and suddenly stepped on the ground with the solace of his feet filled with white lotus flame. At the moment when the thick blue-gold vines were about to touch his body, the golden red spear covered in white flames in his hand waved again. Rumble! Under the burning flames, Ed with spiritual power, this space was violently distorted, and the white lotus-like flames were like flaming meteors plotting in all directions. Bang, bang, bang! Under the attack of the sky-wide flames, the vines and the surrounding towering trees were pierced, torn, and plotted into powder. But Tang San was not surprised when he saw this scene. He knew that this level of soul control ability was not even scratching an itch for Cao Yanbing, but he didn't expect to cause much damage. What he wants, just that moment of control, is enough. Buzz! The Poseidon's light spurted out, and the trident brand on Tang San's forehead and the Poseidon trident in his hand lit up at the same time. His eyes had completely turned golden at this moment. The 8 spider spears behind him were supporting his body. The Poseidon trident pointed forward, and on the largest halberd blade in the center a strong golden light burst out, making a sky-shattering rainbow. Cao Yan's soldiers rushed to kill Cao Yan in the blue-silver domain. Wherever the golden rainbow passed, the space began to vibrate slightly, and the blue-gold vines, branches, leaves and petals were cut one after another, revealing a straight golden trajectory cutting directly in front of Cao Yanbing. Oh, this is so cool! After shattering the blue-silver cage with his backhand, Cao Yanbing locked his eyes on the roaring golden rainbow, raised the corner of his mouth and sneered. The net moment he waved his right arm, and the golden red spear in his hand pierced the ground like a golden sun trapped dragon pillar of fire. Boom! As Cao Yanbing's shouts rang out, the earth collapsed, the soil splashed, and the blazing white lotus flames burst out from the ground like giant pillars soaring into the sky. Ed with the unrivaled domineering flames, Cao Yanbing's body was completely protected into it. Rumble! In the blink of an eye, the two attacks collided. A shocking loud noise spread throughout the sky, and the terrifying energy swept across. Wherever it went, the space became extremely chaotic. Many towering trees were uprooted, and huge rock within a 10-mile radius were turned into ruins by the impact. Tang San's condensed golden rainbow instantly dissipated into the void, and Cao Yanbing's giant flame pillar was also annihilated. Tang San frowned, and he slowly raised his head. His gaze fell on Cao Yanbing, silent, but the Poseidon trident in his hand was shining with rich brilliance. P.S. The second update today. Please collect it, recommend it, and vote for me. I would be very grateful. Chapter 119. What is a solo kill? Tang San's condensed golden rainbow instantly dissipated into the void, while Cao Yanbing's flame pillar was also annihilated. With his brows furrowed, Tang San slowly raised his head, his eyes falling on Cao Yanbing, who was silent, but the Poseidon trident in his hand was shining with rich brilliance. Click! Suddenly, a crisp shattering sound suddenly resounded. Tang San's heart was slightly shaken, and his eyes subconsciously looked at the blue-silver field at his feet, and his pupils suddenly shrank. Net to Cao Yanbing, where the pillar of fire and Changhong were bombarded, ferocious cracks appeared in the blue-silver field, and the cracks rapidly ponded and tended at a speed visible to the naked eye. Just a few seconds later, the entire blue-silver domain suddenly collapsed. No realm can withstand such a devastating attack. The realm he was most proud of was broken, and Tang San's presence instantly became extremely gloomy. It seems that I still overestimate you. Cao Yanbing looked at Tang San mockingly and smiled coldly. The net moment a cold light flashed in his eyes, and then his figure rushed out in an instant. The golden red spear in his hand was Ed with hot white flames drawing a gorgeous arc in mid-air, slashing hard at Tang San. And go! Bang! The spear focused heavily on the Poseidon trident, making a harsh chirping sound, and then Tang San suddenly felt an extremely powerful impact coming. Not good. Tang San's presence changed dramatically, but he didn't didn't intend to fight forcefully. Instead he relied on the force of the impact and violently stepped back tens of meters. Only then could he barely stand still, but blood surged in his body and traces of blood spilled from the corners of his mouth. That move just now made Tang San suffer a heavy loss. Boom! The Poseidon's light on Tang San's body suddenly lit up and the Poseidon's trident in his hand shook with golden light. Immediately the soles of his feet stamped on the ground and his body rose up. However, just when Cao Yanbing thought he was going to take the initiative to attack, Tang San's body suddenly shot backward. The golden light on the Poseidon trident became even more brilliant under the injection of Tang San's Poseidon's light, and countless golden colorful light patterns rippled on the Poseidon trident and the huge halberd blade became as transparent as golden crystal. Tang San used his left foot as the is. The body quickly rotates in a circle using the calves to drive the thighs, then drives the waist back and finally the arms. In an instant the Poseidon trident weighing 108,000 kilograms passed by like a meteor chasing the moon. The power was simply frightening, as if a meteorite had descended from the sky. Tang San's full blow. The terrifying power is staggering. Cao Yanbing narrowed his eyes. He suddenly discovered that the fighting power Tang San unleashed this time was much higher than before, and even the sense of oppression brought to him by the trident was quite overbearing. Is it because the weapon was lost? Cao Yanbing had become interested in this weapon before. In the previous attack he noticed that this trident seemed very light in Tang San's hands, but when facing the enemy it would be suppressed by gravity. This made him feel like he wanted to have it in his pocket. Having said that, the terrifying power of Tang San's attack made even Cao Yanbing feel a little solemn. This level of threat far exceeds any previous attack. It seems that this trident is not an ordinary thing. Cao Yanbing frowned slightly but still dealt with it calmly. He held the golden red spear tightly in his right hand, bent his knees and was ready to go. The net moment. Cao Yanbing's whole body shot out like a sharp arrow from the string. The golden red spear in his hand burst into dazzling white flames carrying violent energy fluctuations and pierced the Poseidon trident that came through the air. Under the extreme burning of Su Wang's white lotus flame from the red lotus hell, the power of the Poseidon covering the tip of the trident was directly evaporated, revealing the trident itself. Bang! The spear broke through the power of Poseidon and the white flames wrapped the spiritual power and hit the trident heavily in dot. A collision sound that shook the space sounded, but this time along with a burst of dazzling brilliance a trembling sound suddenly came from the Poseidon trident. Buzz! In Tang San's horrified gaze a fine crack appeared at the tip of the Poseidon trident. This crack spread quickly and covered the entire shaft in a moment. How can this be? You must know that the Poseidon trident is the legendary weapon of the Poseidon. It weighs 108,000 kilograms. Under the nourishment of the Poseidon's power it is almost indestructible. But now it actually started to fall apart under Cao Yanbing's spear. The Poseidon trident was severely damaged and Tang San, who was closely connected to it, was naturally implicated. A mouthful of blood suddenly spurted out. His face was pale, his breath was disordered and he almost lost his balance. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Cao Yanbing's eyes suddenly flashed with fierce murderous intent. He moved and rushed towards Tang San again. The spear in his right hand suddenly burst out with terrifying white lotus flame. Damn it! Tang San wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, gritted his teeth and cursed angrily. Cao Yanbing's attack has arrived suddenly, but the Poseidon trident is right on the path of his attack. Pick one of two. If he dodges this attack, the Poseidon trident will miss the best time to repair it. He doesn't know what changes will happen to the Poseidon inheritance by then, but if he takes back the trident, then Cao Yanbing's attack will have to be carried out head-on without a weapon fight. Tang San gritted his teeth with a trace of madness in his eyes. The net moment the Poseidon's light on his body became more intense and his whole body shot straight towards Cao Yanbing's attack. The distance is reached. Control the crane and capture the dragon. Activate. Tang San sucked in his hands and a unique attraction instantly enveloped the Poseidon trident, which then plotted under the pull of soul power and returned to his hands. You cannot have it both ways. Just as he pecked it, the moment the trident fell into his hands, Cao Yanbing's murderous attack also roared towards him. Kang! In an instant Tang San grasped the Poseidon trident with both hands and held it in front of him. All the Poseidon's light in his body was poured into the trident. Under the nourishment of the Poseidon's light, the trident also recovered in an instant original form, but Cao Yanbing's attack did not hold back at all. Bang! A muffled grunt sounded and Tang San flew backwards, leaving a deep ravine on the ground before slamming into the rock wall. The clothes on his chest plotted and pieces of muscle were torn apart. The bloody wounds were gurgling with blood, making him look extremely embarrassed. Tang San, who forcibly controlled his body, couldn't help spitting out a mouthful of blood. Although he was protected by the Poseidon's light, the huge force still caused him to be seriously injured. Especially the huge impact impact contained in Cao Yanbing's shot almost shook Tang San's internal organ. If it weren't for the protection of the Poseidon's light, the blow just now would have shattered his internal organ. PS Today's first update. Please add it to your collection. Please recommend me. Please vote for me. I'd like to thank you very much. Chapter 120 Uncertain Storm +1 will never come back. Especially the huge impact contained in Cao Yanbing's shot. It even nearly displaced Tang San's internal organ. If it weren't for the protection of the Poseidon's light, the blow just now would have shattered his internal organ. Wiping away the blood from the corner of his mouth, Tang San looked with cold eyes at Cao Yanbing in the distance, who kept his gun close. As I said before, my target is those two soul beasts, not you, but now I have changed my mind. Cao Yanbing sneered. A trace of cruelty flashed in his eyes. His wrist shook and a coquettish white lotus flame appeared on the tip of the gun. Today neither you nor them can even think of leaving. As soon as he finished speaking, the white lotus flame on the tip of the gun suddenly burned, turning into a huge white lotus fireball in the blink of an eye. Killing intent surged in Cao Yanbing's eyes like a bright white meteor, which he plodded towards Tang San. Come, damn it, this guy is too strong. Tang San cursed angrily. In his heart he could clearly feel that Cao Yanbing's strength had almost surpassed his own, especially the flames that could be transformed at will, which Tang San couldn't resist at all. But he is the soul of the Shrek 7 monsters. The spring breeze blows and gives birth again. The soul bone skill is activated. Under the influence of the blue silver emperor's right leg bone soul skill, the wounds on his body were rapidly recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. He has peeled off Xiao Wu's soul bone, and his two most powerful life-saving skills, teleportation and invincible golden body, are now no longer available. As for the soul bones of the Azure Bull Python and Titan Giant Ape, he now has no time to study them, and he doesn't know the skills attached to the soul bones at all. So now there is only one way to escape. His eyes became solemn, and Tang San held the Poseidon trident tightly with his right hand. Facing Cao Yanbing's attack, he did not dare to make any cause. In his heyday he could have taken this attack forcefully, but now the blue-silver field was forcibly shattered and could not be released for a period of time. The Poseidon trident was severely injured again. Although his injuries were recovering, he was not able to do so. The method is restored to perfection in an instant. So Cao Yanbing's attack came instantly, and the moment his figure appeared within 10 meters in front of Tang San moved. The trident plunged into the ground and thrust forward. With the help of the recoil, his body suddenly flew back nearly 100 meters, and at the same time he deployed the Vasi universe cover to cover his body, entered a state of invisibility, and quickly swept to one side. Rumble! The spear hit hard where Tang San was standing, and a surge of energy spread out, sending the surrounding earth and rock flying into the air. One blow missed. Oh, and the stealth skill? Cao Yanbing was not angry because his shot failed. Instead he looked around with interest. Spiritual power cannot be sensed. He wanted to see how long Tang San could hide. After dodging Cao Yanbing's attack, Tang San did not go far away. Instead he relied on the invisibility of the Vasi cosmic barrier to get back to the Titan Giant Ape and Azure Bull Python, preparing to put their corpses into Ruyi Bibao bag. In the invisible state, Tang San was naturally as fast as a ghost, and he came to the side of the two beasts with almost no stagnation. Xia Hao Iwan, lend me your demonic energy. Cao Yanbing stood there in silence for a long time. He had no intention of chasing him into the distance and just said something lightly. Please, my lord. The moment he received the response, the white lotus flames covering the 10th palace Yama in the form of a spear dissipated instantly. Then a monstrous demonic energy surged out like a sea wave and turned into a black mist that enveloped Cao Yanbing's body. His entire figure became blurry. Spiritual power and soul power cannot sense Tang San's invisible state, but demonic energy that does not belong to the category of soul power or spiritual power at all can. So it here. With the demonic energy permeating the air, Tang San's aura appeared within Cao Yanbing's range of perception. Cao Yanbing sneered, and with one step his whole body seemed to turn into a dark light with overwhelming demonic power, and instantly rushed in front of Tang San. Not good. Tang San was horrified, and he hurriedly waved the Poseidon trident and swept out, trying to intercept Cao Yanbing's terrifying spear. Boom! The spears and halberds intersected, erupting with a deafening roar, and terrifying energy raged out, creating ripples in the air. At the same time, Tang San's body emerged. His throat felt wheat, and a wisp of bright red blood slowly trickled down the corner of his mouth. Under this overbearing force, his whole body was pushed back a full 10 feet. I've been playing with you for so long, and it's time to come to an end. A trace of arrogance appeared on Cao Yanbing's face. I didn't expect that you would still be so vulnerable after so long. Ahem. Tang San coughed twice, unable to stop the blood from the corner of his mouth, but he ignored the insignificant pain and instead looked up to the sky and let out a burst of laughter. Vulnerable? Ha 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 haha Cao Yanbing. In that case I won't follow you anymore. Before he finished speaking, Tang San stood up fiercely. The Poseidon's light suddenly appeared on his body and he immediately held the trident in his hand tightly with his backhand. Golden 13 halberds the first style. That's right, he wants to forcefully use Poseidon's self-created magical skills. You must know that these three moves are god-level attack that even Bibi Dong cannot resist. Tang San's whole body had completely turned golden and the golden brilliance rose from his body like a flame. Behind him a huge golden shadow slowly emerged and it could be vaguely seen that it seemed to be a human being wearing golden armor. The golden light is filled with endless magnificence. The whole body of the armor is covered except for the face, but the face is completely illusory and cannot be seen clearly. This is... The golden shadow appeared and Cao Yanbing suddenly felt a sinking feeling in his heart. For no reason, strong pressure hit his heart, causing him to even hesitate to attack. Unpredictable storm. However, at the moment he hesitated, Tang San stepped forward fiercely and the golden shadow behind him also took a step forward. In the hands of the shadow a huge trident suddenly appeared and it appeared with the shadow of the golden shadow. The golden shadow fits perfectly. Dring. As Tang San swung out his halberd, the phantom of the Poseidon trident also lifted up in the golden phantom's hand, swung out lightly, brought up a dazzling golden halo and immediately moved straight towards Cao as if it had eyes. Yan soldiers came galloping. The power of this move has not only increased several levels compared to the previous one but also is obviously faster than the previous one. Feeling the sacred aura emanating from the golden halo, Cao Yanbing's pupils shrank sharply and with a thought in his mind he shook the spear in his hand and a jet black gun light like a ferocious dragon attacked the golden halo superior. However, what surprised Cao Yanbing was that his attack was forcibly erased by the golden halo. Buzz. The net moment the halo directly penetrated his attack and enveloped Cao Yanbing's body. Uncertain storm, a restricted skill. No matter how strong the enemy is, as long as it is shrouded in a halo it will be restricted and unable to move for 8 seconds. The golden 13 halberds, the third form, are gone forever. After successfully controlling it, Tang San forcibly squeezed the soul power in his body, preparing to use his strongest single target skill. There were only 8 seconds, so he didn't dare to stop for a moment. Using the palm of his left foot as the is and holding the trident, Tang San spun directly in the air and shot the trident out with his backhand, and the huge shadow behind him also completed the same action as him. At this moment the trident and the trident shadow merged together almost instantly, carrying a dazzling light tail, and shot towards Cao Yanbing as if cutting through the space. It's troublesome. The body was forcibly sealed and the guardian spirit could not be summoned. Cao Yanbing fied his eyes on the earth-shattering attack in front of him, gritted his teeth and prepared to bear it with his body. Let's see what you can do to resist. A sneer appeared at the corner of Tang San's lips. This was almost a certain death situation. The attack roared, but at this moment, when life hangs on a thread, Cao Yanbing's body was suddenly wrapped in an unknown black mist. With his body as the core, a huge humanoid shadow instantly absorbed him into the body and then formed a black armor on his body. Facing Tang San's full blow, the phantom covering Cao Yanbing's body seemed to be out of control of the undetermined storm. The long sword in his hand shook and a crescent-shaped black rainbow was met with monstrous evil energy, tore through the space and slammed together with the trident. Bang! In Tang San's shocked eyes, the attack that severely damaged Bibi Dong turned into fragments all over the sky at this moment. Direct. Broken. PS. The second update today. Please collect it, recommend it and vote for me. I would be very grateful. Chapter 121 Tang 3 Escape. Looking at the forcibly shattered attack with dull eyes, the expression on Tang San's face instantly became shocked. What happened? Tang San was shocked in his heart. He watched that scene helplessly and stood there blankly. Apart from the shock, his mind went blank for a while. He didn't know what he should do. He couldn't believe his eyes. The strongest attack that he had concentrated on with all his strength was actually chopped into pieces by a sword just like this. He couldn't believe what just happened, but it was so real. Then what is that phantom? Tang San's current expression was completely dazed. He didn't know what the phantom that suddenly enveloped Cao Yanbing was, nor why Cao Yanbing, who was under the control of an uncertain storm, swung his sword. Could it be that Cao Yanbing had broken free from 8 seconds of control? Or is he just waiting for the attack to fall on purpose? No, that's not right. Tang San's mind was spinning rapidly. His face gradually turned gloomy and he suddenly felt that he had made a mistake. Looking at Cao Yanbing through the twisted space, a sense of fear emerged from the bottom of Tang San's heart for no reason. His soul power is now almost completely exhausted and his mental power has reached the edge of almost overload. His strongest blow did not cause substantial damage to Cao Yanbing, so now there is only one way: escape. This was the only thought in Tang San's mind. It is also the most correct choice. No matter what Cao Yanbing's current situation is or whether he has broken free from the control of Wuding Fengbao. He must leave, otherwise his soul and energy will be hosted and what awaits him will be death. Although his heart was full of unwillingness and anger, Tang San still turned around and ran away resolutely. He knew that this time he had completely failed. Using the remaining soul power, the vast universe cover instantly covered his body and then the invisibility was turned on. He escaped straight into the distance without any stagnation. All he needs to do now is run away. He wants to restore his soul and mental power as soon as possible. Then go to the Sunset Forest, use the Ice and Fire Eyes, meet up with your parents and then resurrect Xiao Wu. As for Cao Yanbing, wait until the 9th Poseidon emanation is completely over and then take revenge. It has to be said that Tang San's mind turned very quickly and his escape speed was also very fast. In just 2 seconds he had already completed the E-Pression management and mentality adjustment and the 3 steps to escape from the forest. On the other hand, look at Cao Yanbing. The 8 seconds of Wuding Fengbo's forced control finally disappeared and his body was completely E-posed to the sun, but at this moment his E-Pression was a little stiff. Just now I seemed to have lost consciousness for a moment, as if someone was moving with the help of my body. Such thought flashed through my mind, but I couldn't find any answer. I couldn't even remember when my body was released from control, and the most important thing was the battle seems to be over. The attack disappeared together with Tang San. At this moment in the space of the 10 halls of Yama, Dianwei naturally felt the black mist that suddenly erupted just now. He turned his head to look at Su Chu and said with some hesitation, Hu Qi, the aura emanating from my lord just now. What, you discovered it too? Su Chu said. Dianwei nodded, then fell into silence. After a while he breathed a sigh of relief. It must be that he made the right move. Yes, that's him. Xiao Hadun took over the conversation with a smile on his lips. That guy finally couldn't hold it any longer. Ha ha ha. Dianwei looked up to the sky and smiled. Xia Haoiwen shook his head and said, but thanks to him our lord finally avoided a crisis. The one named Tang San, although he is weak, has so many cards that it's a bit dazzling. Sigh, I don't know why the lord didn't summon us. Su Huang sighed softly and took out the white dragon lotus in his hand. He put the shield aside and wiped the white flame dragon a spear in his hand. From the time he woke up to now he has never had a chance to play. This is undoubtedly a blow to the belligerent him. Don't be an ass, sir. Su Chu reached out and patted his shoulder, then smiled and said, my lord, I just didn't take that Tang San seriously. We can clearly see the battle outside and that Tang San is completely being pressed down and beaten by the lord. If it hadn't been for those 2 weird attacks at the end, I would have been killed by the lord long ago. What's more, after following my lord for so long you don't know his character. Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. After all, they have followed Cao Yanbing on the battlefield for so long and they still know Cao Yanbing's character. If he hadn't confirmed that Tang San would not pose a threat to him, he would never have been able to fight alone. That's true. Su Huang scratched his head. Strangeness. With his backhand he transformed the 10th Palace Yama into the form of a fire gun and lost it to his back. Cao Yanbing was stunned for a moment as he looked at the black mist that gradually dissipated around his body. First there was the sudden attack, then the sudden disappearance of the attack and the sudden disappearance of consciousness. Even he couldn't figure out what happened. Is it him? Cao Yan frowned and murmured, already having an idea in his mind. Immediately he threw out the thoughts in his mind and said lightly, forget it, there is no need to go into it. Looking around he saw a surge of spiritual power being released. He could see almost everything within 100 miles, but Tang San's aura was nowhere to be seen. You can run fast. Cao Yanbing snorted coldly and then looked at the 2 behemoths in the distance. In the blink of an eye the figures turned into an illusory afterimage like a meteor, leaving ripples on the spot. He didn't really care whether Tang San was dead or alive. After all, the main targets this time were these 200,000-year spirit beasts. Although they have been dead for a long time, Tisk, the soul ring and soul bones seem to have been absorbed by Tang San. Cao Yanbing frowned slightly as he felt the lifeless bodies of the azure bull python and titan ape. If he hadn't planned to keep them before and hand over the soul rings and soul bones to Cao Xianliang in the future, he probably wouldn't have allowed Tang San to take advantage of them. However, since they are all dead, there is no need to keep these 2 bodies. Thinking of this, Cao Yanbing's face turned cold and he suddenly pulled out the 10 palaces of Yama, and then the hellfire gathered at the muzzle and a monstrous sea of fire spread instantly. Boom! The scorching temperature even dried up the soil in this area, and the 2 corpses were also devoured by the flame. After doing all this, Cao Yanbing turned his gaze to the distant sky with a rather playful expression. It's really interesting, this Tang San. Rustle, rustle. Subtle footsteps suddenly sounded somewhere in the forest from far to near, and at the same time as the footsteps came out, several figures came galloping towards them. These people were surprisingly Yu Guan and others who were ordered to follow Bibi Dong to the Star Do forest to hunt the soul bee. Cao Yanbing, why are you here? The moment they stepped out of the forest, several titled Douluo immediately discovered Cao Yanbing in ruins, especially Yu Guan, who couldn't help but scream in horror. Why can't I be here? Cao Yanbing did not look directly at these people. Instead he looked behind them, ejecting Bibi Dong's figure. Although Yuegwen was a little angry when he saw Cao Yanbing's arrogant attitude, he knew the situation and didn't say anything more. He knew the temper of the ruling elder. With his eyes wandering, he looked at the two corpses in the distance that were burned into charcoal by the blazing black flame. For a moment his pupils shrank suddenly and he couldn't believe his eyes. Those 200,000-year-old soul beasts are actually dead? Yu Guan asked in shock. PS today's first update. Please collect, recommend and vote monthly. I'm grateful. Bcook 89,177 C731407305 HTML. Chapter error 1 second. Remember network. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 122. Departure Sunset Forest. Those 200,000-year-old soul beasts are actually dead? Yu Guan asked in shock. The rest of the people also had faces full of shock and fear. No wonder they looked like this, just because these 200,000-year level spirit beasts had been rescued by Tang San before, and Bibi Dong didn't even stop them personally, and now they were left dead in the wilderness like this. Cao Yanbing did not answer Yu Guan's question. Instead he slowly raised his head and stared at the horizon in the distance, where a graceful and noble figure quickly approached. Her speed was extremely fast and she landed nearby in just a few breaths. With her familiar clothes and temperament, Cao Yanbing knew who she was without having to guess. His Majesty the Pope. Yuegwen bowed respectfully and shouted. Bibi Dong nodded slightly, looked around and then looked at Cao Yanbing. Her eyes filled with purple light and said calmly, have you fought against Tang San? Well, he escaped. Cao Yanbing's voice was still indifferent. He escaped? Bibi Dong had a look of surprise on her face, obviously in disbelief. She knew very well how strong Tang San was. Domain, soul, bones, artifact, divine power, brains, method and even cultivation level, each of them is enough to crush the titled Douluo of his fellow practitioners. Even as a 99th level peerless Douluo, she was in Tang San's hands. Not much benefit can be obtained, but Cao Yanbing actually told her that Tang San had escaped. She and 5 titled Douluo surrounded and killed Tang San alone, and in the end one of them was killed. With such strength, Cao Yan's soldiers could actually defeat him. If she says this, her status as the Empress of the Empire will probably be questioned. Bibi Dong squinted her eyes and looked at Cao Yanbing solemnly, trying to find flaws in him, but soon she discovered the clues. Your aura seems to have improved a lot. Bibi Dong pondered for a while and then suddenly said. Now Cao Yanbing's body exudes a faintly powerful aura which even Bibi Dong feels a little dangerous. You know that a few years ago she didn't take him seriously, but now in just a few years he has grown to where he is now. If in the future a sense of crisis suddenly emerged, Cao Yanbing nodded slightly without explaining much. For him this mission has been completed and he is too lazy to stay in this place anymore. His Majesty the Pope, I have something important to do, so I won't chat with you. I'll take my leave first. Seeing that she had any intention of speaking again, Cao Yanbing took the lead to interrupt. Oh, you want to leave? Bibi Dongdae frowned, obviously a little confused about his sudden departure. Well, there are some personal matters that need to be dealt with. Cao Yanbing responded. He didn't want to stay any longer. Bibi Dong was about to speak, but she paused as she spoke because she noticed the strong evil aura on Cao Yanbing's body, which made her heart tremble. You must know that one of her martial souls is the Death Spider King, who is particularly sensitive to the aura of killing, and the evil spirit in front of me is simply suffocating. Farewell. As soon as the word fell, Cao Yanbing immediately jumped into the air, flew towards the distance and disappeared in mid-air in the blink of an eye. This guy. A simple look flashed across Bibi Dong's pretty face. This Cao Yanbing was becoming more and more unpredictable to her. Your Majesty. Seeing Cao Yanbing leave, Yuegwen looked hesitant to speak, obviously wanting to ask about the 200,000-year soul beast. I know what you want to say. Bibi Dong glanced at him and said calmly, the soul rings and soul bones of the Azure Bull Python and Titan Giant Ape have been absorbed by Tang San, and those burned by Cao Yanbing were their original form. Body. He might have arrived a step too late, otherwise how could he have allowed Tang San to absorb the soul ring and soul bone? Then should we chase him? Hearing that Tang San absorbed the soul ring and soul bone, Yu Zhan's head shook slightly, but then she calmed down and asked in a low voice. No need. Bibi Dong shook her head and said with a hint of tiredness, his breath has completely disappeared. He should have run away long ago. Then let. Yu Guan frowned. 2 of the SI titled Douluo are now dead. Among the 2 titled Douluo who died in battle, there was also his best comrade Ghost Douluo. He paid such a heavy price but returned empty-handed in the end, which made him feel very uncomfortable. Bibi Dong did not respond. Various thoughts kept echoing in her mind. Just go back like this? this? No, we can't just leave like this. The purpose of this trip has not been achieved yet. If a terrible threat like Tang San appears, she may be able to find another chance to find the 100,000-year soul beast, but now she obviously has no time. After doing this to her, she needs to reach her peak and she needs to take the last step. You two go check to see if there are any scattered soul masters still alive around you and get rid of them as soon as possible. Bibi Dong ordered. Yes. Yueguan nodded, then turned and left. After seeing him leave, Bibi Dong looked towards the depths of the forest in the distance again with a cold light in her beautiful eyes. As he galloped, Cao Yanbing recalled the words and deeds of Bibi Dong and his group just now, and the corners of his mouth raised lightly. It seems that this operation caused the papal palace to fall a piece of meat. Half a month ago I heard that Bibi Dong took SI titled Douluo level elders to the Stardo forest to hunt soul beasts and obtain soul rings. Now that they bumped into her under such circumstances, it is not difficult to guess that her target is also those two. 100,000-year soul beast. However, now it seems that the soul ring and soul bone that originally belonged to her were taken by Tang San first. Who would feel comfortable after working so hard for so long only to make a wedding dress for someone else? Cao Yanbing believed it. Bibi Dong must have hated Tang San to death at this moment. Moreover, there are SI titled Douluo in the group, but now it seems that there are only 4. Cao Yanbing still remembered that when he attacked Wuhan City a long time ago, Su Chu and Dian Wei were tightly controlled in place by the Wuhan fusion skills performed by Yu Guan and Gui Mei. But now it seems that the guy named Ghost Douluo has probably been killed by Tang San. This made Cao Yanbing quite appreciate it. After all, the current situation is not like before. Now he wants to secretly weaken the power of the Pope's palace headed by Bibi Dong. The death of two titled Douluo can be regarded as a serious injury. As for the human demon named Ju Douluo, Cao Yanbing had long disliked him. When he had the opportunity in the future, he had to be dealt with first. As for Tang San, except for the last 2 attacks which were okay, the other methods made Cao Yanbing sneer. He didn't quite understand why Bibi Dong thought this kind of person was one of her biggest enemies to dominate the world. This seems a bit unclear to him. P.S. The second update today, please collect it, recommend it and vote for me, I would be very grateful. Bcook 8989177 C731280104 HTML. Chapter error 1 second. Remember network. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 123 Great changes in Sunset Forest. Tiandu Empire Sunset Forest. After more than 2 days of non-stop flying at top speed, Tang San finally returned to this place where he had benefited a lot. If the Stardo Forest is his tragedy, then this is his blessed place. Here he obtained a large amount of immortal medicinal herbs which helped the Shrek 7 devils have the power to compete with the golden generation of Wuhan Palace. Here he used the 2 eyes of ice and fire to refine his golden body, laying a solid foundation for his subsequent cultivation. Here my mother quickly recovered after being nourished by the ice and fire eyes and lived with her father without shame. Similarly, here in the Eye of Ice and Fire he will resurrect his favorite Xiao Wu. Maybe this place is Tang San's lucky place. Finally home. Standing in mid-air, Tang San looked at this familiar yet unfamiliar forest and murmured to himself, 4 years spent on Poseidon Island, and now I'm finally back. As soon as these words were spoken, Tang San himself laughed, but then a hint of melancholy appeared on his face. 4 years, 4 whole years. In these 4 years too many changes have taken place in the mainland. He had imagined the scene after his return countless times on Poseidon Island, but what he never expected was that this time he came here to resurrect his favorite. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Tang San walked through the forest without a moment's pause, heading towards the road he was familiar with. Here he was even more familiar with it than the Stardo forest. With his speed, Tang San soon arrived in front of that familiar mountain peak. It seems that nothing has changed. Along the way, Tang San activated the invisibility skill of the Vasi protective shield and smoothly reached the foot of the mountain without encountering any obstacle from the spirit beast. With his flying skills, he reached the top of the mountain in the blink of an eye. Looking down from the top of the mountain, he could clearly see that around the Eye of Ice and Fire various high-quality medicinal materials were already growing in a hurry. However, what surprised him was that the age of those fairy grasses was very low. It seems like it just grew up not long ago. Although he was surprised, he didn't pay much attention to it. Maybe his father Tang Hao had eaten it. Thinking like this, Tang San's eyes did not linger on those herbs but looked directly at the shore where the ice and fire eyes met. With just one glance he had already found what he wanted to see. It was a small blue-silver emperor seedling rooted quietly in the soil, eluding a weak aura, but in that aura Tang San could clearly feel a weak wave of life. What's going on? Tang San's eyes widened in shock, looking at the little blue-silver emperor tree in disbelief. It stands to reason that under the nourishment of the 2 eyes of ice and fire, even seedlings should would grow vigorously, but why is his mother Ayin so fragile? Even the life fluctuations are so weak that it's a bit heart-wrenching. Is there something wrong with the ice and fire eyes? Tang San didn't dare to think further and hurriedly jumped towards the ice and fire eyes. However, after he knelt down and observed carefully, he breathed a sigh of relief. At least it proved that there was nothing wrong with the eyes. In that case, that's the mother's own problem. Tang San suddenly felt a heart palpitation for no reason, and an inexplicable dizziness suddenly swept through his brain. At this time a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. My mother has been tampered with. Thinking of this, Tang San's prescience instantly turned cold. He rushed over, fiercely gritting his teeth and his eyes bursting with excitement. Fierce murderous intent, scarlet murderous intent filled the air as if it had materialized. In Tang San's understanding, his mother Ayin is the greatest instant. He will never allow others to harm her, let alone anything dangerous to east around his mother. Mom! Tang San squatted down and called softly. Hearing this familiar call, the seedling of the blue-silver emperor trembled, and then a drop of crystal clear water quietly slipped down. He was so attentive that he saw the drop of water slipping down, and Tang San felt as if his chest was stabbed hard by something. He shouted with a trembling voice, Mom, Mom! Along with Tang San's hoarse shouts, the blue-silver emperor's seedling actually moved. Under Tang San's tearful gaze, it slowly lifted up a vine of its own. On the vine, the originally dim bud began to turn green. Immediately afterwards, a delicate flower bud bloomed on the vine. The bud slowly unfolded and a layer of pink halo floated out from it. Tang San did not dodge at all because he knew that his mother would not hurt him. The pink halo still enveloped his whole body, and he was immersed in a wonderful sense of comfort. Not only that, a warm current spread throughout his body along his meridians, taking away his fatigue and weakness, and he became extra energetic. Mom, thank you. Feeling the purification his mother brought to his body, Tang San gently touched the blue gold vine and was about to say thank you, but the moment his eyes froze, because under this inadvertent touch he suddenly discovered that all the years of his mother's cultivation had disappeared. How can this be? He suppressed the shock in his heart, grabbed a vine and carefully felt the soul power in his mother's body. As he pecked it, his mother Ayin's cultivation has been completely erased. No wonder he has returned to the ice and fire eyes, but his mother is still frozen in place without making any move. She simply has no way to control the vine. An uncontrollable anger suddenly rose. Tang San punched the ground, stood up. Suddenly his eyes were about to burst. What happened here? Why did his mother lose all her cultivation? Who made her cultivation like this? Angry flames burned in his chest. Rage and hatred filled Tang San's heart at this moment. He clenched his fist tightly. A pair of bloody eyes flashed with a frightening ferocity. Anger and grief surged in his eyes, almost roaring. Who on earth did it? Who on earth did it? Waves of angry low roars came from Tang San's mouth, and majestic momentum suddenly burst out from his body. The entire valley was shaking violently and countless stones rolled down. Tang San looked extremely ferocious at this moment, because now he had completely fallen into a manic state. Even though he was so hoarse, what responded to him was still just the echo caused by this basin. Bastard! Tang San's eyes had turned completely red and veins were popping on his forehead. He clenched his right fist tightly, his knuckles crunching. His eyes were gloomy as if he was choosing people to devour. Suddenly he seemed to remember something, and the vast sea of spiritual power spurted out from the depths of his mind like a tide. In an instant the entire valley and almost the entire sunset forest were covered by his spiritual power. That's right, his father. Tang Hao should know what is going on. Right, that's right. Find him and everything will become clear. P.S. Today's first update. Please add it to your collection. Please recommend me. Please vote for me. I'd like to thank you very much. Bcook 8989177 C731268984 HTML. Chapter error 1 second. Remember network. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 124 Angry Tang San. That's right, his father. Tang Hao should know what is going on. Right, that's right. Find him and everything will become clear. Tang San thought excitedly and quickly restrained his aura. At the same time he ponded his mental power to the Ma-imam range, looking for traces of his father Tang Hao. But after several minutes of searching he was disappointed. There was no trace of his father in the entire sunset forest. No. A puzzled look appeared on Tang San's face. He frowned and once again ponded his mental power to the Ma-imam range, but there was still no clue. How is this possible? Dad won't leave mom here alone. Tang San's heartbeat suddenly accelerated for no reason, and even his breathing became rapid. Could it be that something happened to my father? Tang San knew better than anyone what kind of character Tang Hao was. If something unexpected had not happened, Tang Hao would not have abandoned his wife and left. As soon as this idea appeared, Tang San had a cold war. Father, you will be fine. Tang San closed his eyes, trying hard to suppress the turbulent emotions in his heart. After opening his eyes again, his prescience had returned to calm. Damn it, what happened? Tang San murmured to himself, then suddenly turned his gaze to his his mother behind Liang Yi's eyes. "Mom, what happened? Where is Dad?" Tang San walked slowly towards the blue silver emperor, sat down cross-legged, put his right hand on his mother's young body and whispered softly, asking, although he also knew that with his mother's current state there was no way she could respond. As a blue-gold light rose up from the palm of his right hand, Tang San released his first spirit blue-silver emperor and at the same time released his own blue-silver domain. "Mom, please open your body and mind, feel the energy released from my blue-silver domain and absorb it," Tang San said softly while also transporting his spiritual power into his mother's body. Buzz. Feeling the pure energy continuously entering her body, Yin finally reacted. Her vines, which were only as thick as her fingers, gently waved left and right, responded to Tang San. "Oh, that good." Seeing that his mother was still conscious, Tang San let out a long sigh of relief and the stone hanging in his heart finally let go a little. The blood-red 7th soul ring shined. To be precise, this is the second ranked among all 4 soul rings on Tang San's body. Blue-gold light spread throughout his body and Tang San entered the state of his blue-silver true body. In an instant, under the influence of the blue-silver true body, the blue-silver domain ponded geometrically, tending rapidly outwards, covering the mother's body, covering the entire basin of the ice and fire eyes over the mountain wall and toward the periphery. The sunset forest spreads away. On his forehead the Poseidon trident brand shines brightly and his vast spiritual power is completely integrated into his blue-silver domain. The blue-gold blue-silver emperor was released from Tang San and quietly wrapped around the grass blades of a Yin's body. On every broad blade of grass there was one of Tang San's blue-silver emperor tightly wrapped around it. Under the illumination of blue-gold light, these blue-silver emperors issued a bright light blue brilliance just like substance. Gradually all the grass blades began to tremble as if longing for something, and Tang San immediately mobilized the highest level form of the blue-silver domain, the sea that embraces all rivers. Under the influence of the sea he directly absorbed almost all the vital energy of the blue-silver grass in the entire sunset forest into his own body and then converted it into another kind of pure energy and injected it into Yin's body. Tang San knew that his eagerness to save his mother would forcibly deprive the lives of tens of thousands of blue-silver grass, but he didn't care at all, because in his eyes, even if all the vitality energy of the entire sunset forest was transferred to a Yin, he is willing to do both. Buzz. Moisturized by the blue-gold light, Yin's body ponded rapidly at a geometric rate. Every blade of grass began to become as transparent as sapphire and the golden lines on it became thicker and thicker. She could clearly feel that her cultivation was increasing at an unprecedented speed. Yin had the experience of cultivating to the level of 100,000 years, so she naturally knew how to deal with the energy that was completely consistent with her, so she did not resist but accepted the energy naturally. In just 1 hour Yin's size had increased dozens of times and his cultivation had increased by 20,000 years. Huge vines and grass blade quickly spread out to the surrounding basin, wrapping the entire basin. Xiao San. Just when Tang San breathed a sigh of relief and was about to rest for a while, he heard a familiar call. His Zion suddenly froze in place. That's his mother. "Mom, you're awake." Tang San looked at the blue-silver emperor in surprise. "I saw that the torso of Yin Lan Yin Huang began to emit a warm radiance and the branches became more and more green, eluding vitality. Circles of milky white energy ripples spread out from the torso of Yin Lan Yin Huang, gradually filling the air to the entire basin. Although Yin's cultivation level has skyrocketed now, she still can't transform and leave the body like before. She can only touch Tang San with blades of grass and use her mental power to communicate. However, judging from the constantly trembling grass blades, it is obvious that Yin is also quite excited now. "Mom, please don't be an eas and speak slowly." Reaching out to grab a blade of grass, Tang San comforted his mother softly. "Xiaosan Hao was killed." Yin spoke with some difficulty. Her mental fluctuations were extremely violent and even her tone seemed to be crying. Bang! Tang San clenched his fist in an instant and strong murderous intent erupted from his body. Such huge murderous intent filled the entire space with a sense of murder, and even the many spirit beasts in the distance trembled and prostrate on the ground, not daring to. There was no movement at all. After a long time, Tang San took a deep breath. Even though his heart was full of grief and anger, he still tried his best to stay rational and said in a deep voice, "Mom, tell me first what exactly happened." "Okay." Yin choked and told what happened. Upon hearing his mother's narration, veins popped out on Tang San's forehead. His fist clenched tightly, making a squeaking sound. His teeth almost shattered and a terrifying murderous intention burst out of his eyes. "Cao Yan Bing." Tang San almost gritted his teeth and spit out these 3 words, his eyes flashing with light filled with murderous intent, and the overwhelming hatred made him almost lose control. This bastard! Not only did he severely injure the azure bull python and titan giant ape, but also tracked their essence and blood blood and he even refused to let go of his own parent. Brother, calm down. Just when Tang San was almost going crazy, Xiao Wu's an cry rang out from the bottom of his heart. Mistress, calm down. Yin's voice also sounded in his ears. At the same time a pink energy wave emitted from Tang San's body, gently calming his mood and affecting his mind. Saw too all his relatives were worried about him. Tang San took a deep breath and tried hard to suppress the hatred and sadness in his heart. PS the second update today, please collect it, recommend it and vote for me, I would be very grateful. Bcook 8989177 C731268950 HTML. Chapter error 1 second. Remember network mobile version reading URL. Chapter 125 preparing for the funeral. Seeing that his two relatives were both worried about him, Tang San took a deep breath and tried hard to suppress the hatred and sadness in his heart. I will make Cao Yanbing pay the price, Tang San said slowly. Although his presence does not look strange now, his heart has been completely burned by anger. If there is an enemy standing in front of him now, I am afraid that no matter who it is, he will tear it into pieces without hesitation. Xiao San, don't be impulsive. Yin advised softly, the matter has come to this, no matter how hard you blame it, it won't help. What you need to do most now is to regain your strength. As for avenging your father, Mom believes you have enough ability. If there is anyone who can be more angry and unwilling than Tang San now, it is a Yin, who is Tang Hao's wife. The husband she had loved for decades died tragically in her arms, but she was powerless. Her despair and helplessness almost drove her crazy, and she even lost the courage to live. The only thing to be thankful for now is that her son and daughter-in-law are mature and safe, which makes her originally cold heart warm a lot. She hopes that her children can avenge her husband and let Cao Yanbing pay his dues price. As Tang San's mother, Yin knew her son's character. Once he decided on something, he would carry it out firmly, even if the road ahead was full of thorns. Through the performance in the field of just now, she, who is also a blue-silver emperor martial spirit, also knows the strength of her son. Now he is only in his 20s and he has already reached the level of a titled Douluo. The future is unlimited and she will never allow her son to take risks. That's right, brother, you and I have witnessed Cao Yanbing's strength. Although you are very strong now, you are definitely still no match for Cao Yanbing. Only if you have enough strength can you avenge your father and seek justice for your mother. So don't be impulsive. Hearing this, Tang San fell silent. How could he not know that the most important thing he should do now is to calm down and regain his strength? But he can't calm down at all now. The little moments with his father are always echoing in his mind, and even the reprimand he received seems to be vivid in his mind. How can he calm down? Yin saw the tangled look on Tang San's face and sighed lightly. She knew that her son had always been filial, and what happened to Tang Hao was such a big blow to him that he needed time to digest it. Xiaosan, I know it's hard for you to accept this, but you must remember that you are Hao's pride and Mom's pride, so you must calm down. Your talent is more amazing than your father's. It has also traveled further than your father's. So before Yin could finish speaking, Tang San raised his head suddenly. He stared at Yin deeply. A trace of bitterness appeared on the corner of his mouth, and then he revealed a determined smile, nodded heavily and said, Mom, you don't worry, I won't mess around. Yin breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that her son finally figured it out, she smiled happily, then reached out and touched Tang San's head. This son was the pride of her and Tang Hao's life. She also knew that Tang San was in pain right now, so why wasn't she? But for the sake of her son, as a mother, she must calm down first. Mom, don't worry, I will avenge Dad's revenge. Not only will I make Cao Yanbing pay the price, I will also personally come to the door and make him kowtow to Dad to apologize, Tang San said with a cold tone. Immediately he wiped away the tears from the corner of his eyes and walked towards the Tianhuo Lianji, filled with hatred and anger. Looking at Tang San's retreating figure, Yin's eyes were slightly red. She wiped away her tears and murmured to herself, how look, when our child grows up he will avenge you. It will not disappoint our expectation. Martial Spirit Empire. The Elders' Hall. Thunder Diamond. Along with the shout, several bright silver lights erupted from the hall with lightning speed, instantly penetrating several stone pillars and shooting straight towards the strong figure below. My lord's skill with hidden weapons can be considered superb. Yu Jin looked up at those silver lights, eyes flashing with disbelief, and softly praised them. At the same time he tapped his toes on the ground and quickly retreated, avoiding the silver light bombarding him. But even though he reacted extremely quickly, he was still brushed by several silver beams on his arms and shoulders. There was a pop sound and a few drops of blue blood suddenly spattered out. Yu Jin's face changed slightly. He hurriedly covered the wound with his sleeve and jumped back to his original standing position. So close. As soon as he landed, Yu Jin couldn't help but sigh to himself, this hidden weapon is really insidious. If it is stabbed in the head, I'm afraid it will be seriously injured. Yu Jin continued. On the top of a stone pillar in the distance, Cao Xianliang, who was wearing a martial robe, looked at Yujin with a smile. Your strength seems to have declined a bit. You can't even dodge the lightning drill. Yujin smiled bitterly and shook his head. My lord is joking it because my lord is so powerful now. Yujin is willing to bow down. Oh, even Yujin can't beat you now? Just when Cao Xianliang was feeling proud, a familiar voice suddenly came from outside the main hall of the Elder Hall, and then a slender and tall figure slowly walked into the main hall carrying a touch of coercion and murderous intent. The sky is filled with flowers and rain. Seeing the person coming, Cao Xianliang rolled his eyes and raised a smile at the corner of his mouth. Then his thin body suddenly jumped up from the stone pillar. As his palms danced together, 7 or 49 deadly darts were pulled on the small chain down, filling the entire mid-air in an instant, showing the force of breaking through the air, flying towards the direction of the sound. The rain of flowers in the sky is Cao Xuanliang's best move. You must know that he almost defeated the 8-armed mantis Tang Liu with this move, although he was still a little short. Good boy, I dare to take action against your brother. Looking at the rain of escorts coming towards him, Cao Yanbing showed a faint smile, pulled out the 10 palaces of hell with his right hand and then slammed it to the ground. Trap dragon fire pillar. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar, a giant flame pillar suddenly rose from the ground and enveloped Cao Yanbing's body in an instant. The life-threatening darts entangled with iron ropes flying all over the sky hit the pillars of fire one after another, bursting out with brilliant luster one after another. The violent fluctuations of soul power suddenly plotted, and the dense chains were broken inch by inch and turned into pieces. The crumbs fell away. What? Cao Xuanliang's pupils shrank violently. He never expected that Cao Yanbing could solve his strongest move so cleanly. Damn it! With an angry curse in his heart, Cao Xuanliang's body suddenly hung upside down and fell down like a bat. When his fists intertwined, a powerful wave of soul power quietly emerged, faintly gathering in the dark sword in his fist. On the blade. Ghost blade. PS today's first update. Please add it to your collection. Please recommend me. Please vote for me. I'd like to thank you very much. Bcook 8989177 C7311335228 HTML. Chapter error. 1 second. Remember network. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 126. The dispute begins. Ghost blade. Looking at the dark blade in Cao Xuanliang's left hand, Cao Yanbing raised his eyebrows and then a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It seems that Xiao Yang has really understood this hidden weapon and he can actually use the ghost saber. Create it. You must know that the ghost sword is one of the exclusive weapons of their mother Tang Xiao Iao. It is unpredictable and powerful. With the unique skills of the Tang sect, it was once ranked among the best in the Hall of Heroes. The name Raxhasa Street is named after Tang Xiao Iao's two weapons, the Luiman nail and the ghost sword. Bang! Facing Cao Xuanliang's hidden weapon attack, Cao Yanbing had no intention of dodging at all. He even stood there and let the dagger swung by Cao Xianliang pierce his chest. Bang! The crisp sound resounded throughout the audience. Cao Yanbing swayed a few times, stretched out his hand and touched the white mark on the armor on his chest, and a smile appeared on his face. It turned out that at the moment when Cao Xianliang was about to attack, he directly put on the spirit robe. The spirit robe formed by the condensed 5 guardian spirits could not even be broken by an ordinary 95 level titled Douluo, let alone Cao Xianliang. The response is really fast. Looking at Cao Yanbing, who was unharmed under his all-out attack, Cao Xianliang couldn't help curling his lips, looking a little unhappy. He hadn't used all his strength for a long time. He finally found an opportunity to teach his brother a lesson, but found that his attack with all his strength was easily blocked. It was so embarrassing that I was sent to my grandma's house. Okay, Xiao Yang, stop making trouble. Looking at Cao Xuanliang's showmanship, Cao Yanbing couldn't help but laugh. He looked him up and down and asked, it seems that his body is recovering well. How is it? Is there still something like that? It seems that there is no more. After all, after that incident, I have been recovering during this period and the sequelae on my body are gradually disappearing. I should be able to recover soon. Cao Xianliang grinned, showing his white teeth, and smiled. Well, that's good. Cao Yanbing nodded, then patted his shoulder and said, don't worry, after your body recovers completely you will be allowed to hunt soul beasts to obtain soul rings, and my strength is growing rapidly, but I lack a lot of combat experience, so I would like to take this opportunity to hone my skills. Yes, brother. After hearing Cao Yanbing's words, Cao Xianliang clenched his fists in excitement. This promise meant too much to him. After all, he had been in this boring and old-fashioned place for too long. He also wanted to go out and breathe the fresh air of the forest. In the blink of an eye, 2 weeks flew by. During this period of time, Cao Yanbing had been staying in the Elders' Hall. Apart from occasionally sparring with Cao Xianliang and planning the NET plan, he was sitting alone on the cliff looking at the noble and majestic Douluo temple. After all, hall. It has been a long time since Qian Ren Yui went into seclusion until now. But what they don't know is that unlike the ordinary situation here, the situation on the mainland has begun to become turbulent. Bang! What did you say? In the meeting hall of the Pope's palace, Hulina's exclamation suddenly sounded. Your Majesty, please calm down first. Below her, a cardinal was trembling with his head lowered, looking extremely frightened. Calm down? How do you want me to calm down? Hulina took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on the cardinal kneeling on the ground. How reliable is this news? The cardinal raised his head, his face filled with deep fear. It completely credible. I have just verified and contacted my subordinate. Tiandu Zingluo is now preparing military equipment and preparing to launch an attack. How can it be? Hulina's pretty face paled slightly and a terrible thought suddenly appeared in her mind, and she murmured, why did it happen so suddenly? First, hundreds of soul masters in the branch hall of Wuhan Palace were all killed, and then the two empires of Tiandu Star and Luo joined forces to attack from both sides, approaching the Wuhan Empire. No matter which one of these items, it can be said to be bad news for the Wuhan Empire. Your Majesty the Saint. At this moment someone suddenly broke in outside the main hall. A knight guarding the palace walked quickly and said respectfully, His Majesty the Pope, please go to the meeting hall immediately. If there is an urgent matter, I will summon you. Teacher, she's back. Hulina was slightly startled when she heard this. Now that something like this happened suddenly, how could she give an explanation to the teacher? However, the situation was serious, so Hulina could only suppress her worries for the time being and followed the guard towards the meeting hall. In the papal palace, on the throne in the center of the hall, the imperial queen Bibi Dong, dressed in a luxurious dress, sat solemnly on it. But at this moment her face was covered with cold frost, and the temperature in the entire hall seemed to have dropped several degrees. Bibi Dong is very angry now. Although she had already made preparations and was wary of the Tiandu Empire or the Star Luo Empire, what she never expected was that the two empires would choose to declare war on them at this juncture. If she hadn't successfully found other soul beasts in the Star Do forest, hunted them down and rushed back in time, there might have been even greater chaos. The door of the Pope's palace opened in response. Teacher, you are back. Entering the main hall, Hulina looked at Bibi Dong sitting on the throne with an uneasy expression and slowly hailed. She knew that the only thing to be thankful for now was that Bibi Dong came back in time. Teacher, I just received news from inside that Tiandu Zingluo has assembled an army and is about to launch an attack. Hulina carefully recounted the news she had just received, her face full of guilt. I know everything. Bibi Dong snorted coldly and looked at Hulina, who was standing in front of her with a guilty look on her face, her luxurious clothes fluttering freely. If someone else had been in front of her at this moment, she would have killed him long ago, given her temper. However, Hulina is different. In Bibi Dong's heart, she is not only his direct disciple but more like her daughter. Although she has her biological daughter Qian Ren Yui, in fact Qian Ren Yui's status in her heart is not as good as Hulina's. After all, she has devoted too much effort to Hulina. She even regarded Hulina as half a daughter in her heart. Teacher, I'm sorry. Hulina lowered her head, clenched her hands into fists. A drop of crystal tears flowed from the corner of her eyes and bit her red lips gently. That's all. The matter has come to this. You don't have to blame yourself. Bibi Dong reached out and touched Hulina's hair and sighed softly. It seems that Tiandu Zingluo and the others are well prepared and want to defeat me before I have a firm foothold. I want to see why they can compete with my soul master army. Bibi Dong changed the subject and said coldly, Nana, send me an order to summon the sect leader as well as all the empire canonized soul masters above the bishop to discuss matters. Since they want to complete their achievements in one battle, then I will help them. Yes, teacher, Hulina replied respectfully. P.S. The second update today, please collect it, recommend it and vote for me. I would be very grateful. Bcook 8989177 C730953825 HTML. Chapter error 1 second. Remember network. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 127. The war begins. Nana, send me an order to summon the sect leader as well as all the empire canonized soul masters above the bishop to discuss matters. Since they want to complete their achievements in one battle, then I will help them. Yes, teacher, Hulina replied respectfully. In the entire Wuhan Empire, she is the only one who cannot call His Majesty Bibi Dong. Xia Yu and Yan, go and deliver the order. Nana, stay here. I have something to tell you. Yes, your Majesty. Xia Yu and Yan looked at each other, feeling somewhat helpless. They understood that in Bibi Dong's heart their status could never be compared to Hulina, who was a saint. After a while, Bibi Dong and Hulina were the only two people left in the room. Bibi Dong's cold face gradually softened and she pointed to the seat net to her and asked Hulina to sit down. Teacher, I let you down, Hulina said with her head down. Bibi Dong sighed. The death of hundreds of soul masters will not break our bone. This must be a deliberate move by the Tiandu Empire to lower our morale. However, it is not that easy. This war will happen sooner or later. At the beginning, although our footing was not yet stable on the battlefield, we were still unsteady, but on the battlefield we were truly superior to the two major forces. The Empire's sole master power is firmly in our own hands. As long as we command it properly, it can play a real role on the battlefield. Tiandu Xingluo can't make trouble at all. Everyone fails sometime. Because of a setback, your confidence is affected. Hu Lina nodded, but there was still a worried look on her eyebrows. But teacher, is there really no way to avoid this war? Bibi Dong was silent for a moment and then shook her head. I don't know either. I don't even know what will happen. The image of Tang San holding the Poseidon trident flashed in her mind, and Bibi Dong sighed. Tang San's appearance also means that the remaining Shrek SI monsters have come out of seclusion again. These people are the biggest uncertain factor in this battle. If the two empires of Tiandu Star and Luo join forces and really want to defeat the Wuhan Empire to the death, then it's hard to say who will win in the end. Hu Lina asked in a low voice. Teacher, you. Bibi Dong waved his hand. Oh, forget it, let's not talk about this. You can call the person who just sent the order. I need to know the detailed information about Tiandu Xingluo. In addition, inform everyone so that everyone can be ready at any time. Prepare. His teacher. Hu Lina stood up respectfully and left. Looking at her leaving figure, Bibi Dong's eyes became longer and she murmured to herself, Tiandu Xingluo, huh, I want to see what confidence you have. Oh, there's going to be a war? Hearing the words of the golden crocodile in front of him, Cao Yanbing was slightly startled, and then a hint of amusement appeared at the corner of his mouth. The two empires of Tiandu and Xingluo attacked the Spirit Empire. After waiting for so long, is the war finally going to begin? Cultivation during this period has been too boring, and after being silent for so long, it's time to stretch out and rejuvenate one's muscles. Cao Yanbing stretched out and sneered. But in this battle, these worshippers from our elder hall will not interfere. Jin Crocodile said calmly. Don't interfere? Cao Yanbing curled his lip. If he didn't intervene in this war, how would he expand his undead army? How to secretly weaken the strength of the Spirit Empire? Cao Yanbing immediately sneered. Anyway, he doesn't care about the so-called rules and regulations of the Elder Hall. Whether to participate in the war or not is not up to him. Leave this battle to Bibi Dong. She is the empress of the current Wuhan Empire, and there are regulations. Unless the Wuhan Empire's survival is at stake, otherwise our Elder Hall will not take action. Jin Crocodile glanced at Cao Yanbing. He glanced at it and said calmly. However, Cao Xianliang discovered that after Jin Crocodile said these words, a faint smile flashed in his eyes. It seems that he is also very happy to see the strength of the Pope Palace weakened by Tiandu Xingluo, which will help their Elder Palace take over the Spirit Empire in the future. Over the years, Bibi Dong has suppressed the Elder Hall and secretly poached almost all the titled Douluo in the Elder Hall except for a few major worshippers. Golden Crocodile saw these methods, but he did not intervene. After all, although those titled Douluo are not weak for them, the only threat to the Pope's palace is Bibi Dong. When Qian Daoliu and Qian Ren Yui come out of seclusion, they will find a reason to remove her from her post and control the martial arts in the future. Isn't the Soul Empire simple? You said that the worshipper of the Elder Hall will not interfere. Then my brother is the ruling elder, not the worshipper. Does that mean he can participate in this battle? Cao Xianliang caught a small detail in Jin Crocodile's words and his eyes widened instantly. Like Golden Crocodile nodded slightly and smiled calmly. The little guy is very smart. Yes. As the ruling elder, Cao Yanbing's main task is to deal with the most threatening people in the enemy army, so in this battle you can take action. Speaking of this, Jin Crocodile's tone suddenly paused. He turned his head to look at Cao Yanbing and smiled meaningfully. But some people can be killed or kept. The Golden Crocodile understands this guy's urinary nature. He will get rid of people he doesn't like even if he goes to them. As for this guy's little thoughts, he also understood that it was nothing more than tainting the Wuhan palace, but now he still needs Cao Yanbing to be a troublemaker, and the more chaotic the situation the better. Again, when Qian Daoliu and Qian Ren Yui come out of seclusion, Qian Ren Yui will become a god and it will not be easy to kill him. It's a pity that what Jin Crocodile doesn't know is that now Cao Yanbing has basically controlled Qian Ren Yui. No matter who takes control in the future, the world will have to change their surname to Cao. Oh, Cao Yanbing narrowed his eyes and a faint cold light jumped out. He heard the meaning from Jin Crocodile's word. It seems that this old guy is not as easygoing as he seems on the surface. Okay, let's look at the situation. Tiandu Xingluo has begun to send out troops, so it's time for you to leave. After finishing speaking, Jin Crocodile turned around and walked out. After the Golden Crocodile disappeared, a cold smile appeared on Cao Yanbing's face and he murmured, it seems that the old Golden Crocodile has the same idea as us for the time being. Well, from the present point of view we are still on the same front, but in the future, after Tiandu Xingluo is destroyed, these old guys in the Elder Hall will still be a group of scourges. They are quite powerful, so we must be on guard. Cao Xianliang said coldly. Road. It's okay. When Shue'er comes out of seclusion, she will definitely be at the god level. By then the Spirit Empire will still be ours and this world will be ours sooner or later. Cao Yanbing said confidently. Now it depends on what Tiandu Xingluo does. I hope all three parties can fight to the death. By then we will reap the benefits. Cao Xianliang smiled. P.S. Today's first update, please add it to your collection. Please recommend me. Please vote for me. I'd like to thank you very much. Bcook 8989177 C730814449 HTML. Chapter error 1 second. Remember network. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 128 Strategy. Jialing Path. The Imperial Queen Bibi Dongzheng stands proudly. Beside her there were 4 calm old men standing on each side. The magnanimity of these 8 people is far beyond the comparison of the generals behind them. Obviously these people are the current elders of the Spirit Empire. Standing on the top of the towering city wall looking at the Tiandu army moving slowly like a black line on the distant horizon. The soldiers and horses have not moved, but the food and grass have gone first. The number of troops sent by the Tiandu Empire this time is close to millions. Although Jialing Pass is easy to defend and difficult to attack, the biggest shortcoming is that it cannot withstand long-term consumption. As she said that, she suddenly turned her head to look at the figure beside the general behind her and said coldly, Yuegwen, you will lead some more powerful soul masters to form a surprise attack team. Go around from the side and rear and kill there. The supply line is broken. After hearing the command, Yuegwang's demonic face was instantly filled with a trace of dissatisfaction. For this kind of thing ordinary contras can complete the task, but Bibi Dong insisted on appointing him. He knew in his heart that since Ghost Douluo's death his status in the Wuhan Empire had also dropped significantly. The other elders who were originally polite to him were now much more indifferent. Strength is respected. The Wuhan Palace was originally a realistic place. Only because of the existence of his and Ghost Douluo's martial soul fusion skills they were able to dominate the Wuhan Palace. But now among the elders his status has plummeted. In addition, he had disobeyed Bibi Dong in the Stardo Forest, which resulted in his current status getting lower and lower. However, in the current situation, although Yu Guan was dissatisfied, he still respectfully promised, I obey my orders. As he spoke, he had already led a dozen soul emperors around him to walk down, etc. Suddenly Cao Yanbing, who was watching the show, stopped Yuegwen and immediately turned around and said, I'll go too. Huh? Bibi Dong raised her eyebrows slightly, glanced at him and said calmly, in that case you can go too. If there is an elder of the Spirit Empire and a judgment elder of the Elder Hall, if both of you are unable to complete the mission, then there is no need to come back. As ordered. Yu Guan bent down to salute, glanced back at Cao Yanbing, and his expression suddenly became uncertain. On the contrary, Cao Yanbing looked at him with an extremely kind look. Cao Yanbing has been unhappy with this man who looks like a she-male for a long time. This time Gao Luo will find an opportunity to kill him. Bibi Dong watched Cao Yanbing leave. Her eyes narrowed slightly and she murmured in a low voice, in this battle I hope you won't let me down, otherwise I will destroy you even if there are thousands of people around. Your Majesty, with the 2 elders, I'm afraid. A silver-haired elder in white robe standing on Bibi Dong's left asked hesitantly. Bibi Dong took a deep breath. He hailed, slowly shook his head and said, I know, so I formed 10 surprise attack teams, followed my orders, selected 9 soul Douluo and led soul saints to march from all sides, responsible for blocking logistics or destroying supplies. Your Majesty, this. Another elder hesitated for a moment and couldn't help but said, how precious are the soul saints of our Spirit Empire. By doing this, isn't it weakening the overall strength? Haha, if it can be successfully discontinued, then what are these losses? Bibi Dong smiled lightly, but the silver-haired and white-robed elder still hesitated. No need to say much, just follow the plan. Bibi Dong waved her hand, interrupting the elder's advice. Yes, the Tiandu Empire's garrison. The Shrek 7 devils breathed a sigh of relief as they watched the millions of troops from the Heaven Do Empire sweep away in the direction of the Spirit Empire. Yes, their mission on this trip is to guard the supply line along the way to prevent the Spirit Empire from sending people to cut it off. Without the presence of outsiders, Dai Mubai hesitated and said, Xiao San, what level is your current strength? You were able to successfully resurrect Xiao Wu. I guess you have already reached the level of titled Douluo. There were so many people yesterday and I didn't. Good question. After hearing Dai Mubai's words, the other people also turned their gazes over. Obviously they also wanted to know Tang San's exact strength now. Looking at the bright eyes in front of him, Tang San sighed, gently hugged the pale Xiao Wu Net to him and told his companions everything he encountered in the Stardo Forest in detail, including the fact that his father was beheaded and his mother's essence and blood were tracked. Bang! Ma Hongjun hit a boulder Net to him hard, and the boulder, like a hill, instantly turned turned into ruins all over the ground. Daimyo Bai gritted his teeth and roared, "Damn it, Cao Yanbing is a bastard, I can't spare you." Zhu Zuqing and Bai Chen Iong's eyes were red and tears were brewing in their eyes. Oscar clenched his fist and said fiercely, "After we kill the Wuhan Empire we must capture Cao Yanbing and hand him over to Xiaosan so that he can taste life worse than death, so that he can neither live nor die." Tang San suppressed the anger in his heart and nodded lightly. He hated Cao Yanbing to the extreme, but now was not the time for revenge. He took a deep breath and tried to suppress himself with the emotions rolling in his heart. He said, "Well, this revenge will definitely be avenged in the future. Don't waste time now. Let's quickly gather our troops and get ready to go." Daimyo Bai, Oscar and others calmed down their emotions and began to allocate manpower to prepare to guard the supply line. Only Ning Rongrong stood there blankly with Tang San's words just now echoing in her mind. You know, when she first met Cao Yanbing she felt that he was a responsible and righteous person, but also a bit arrogant and arrogant. She even deep down in her heart she had fantasized about. But now how could it become like this? Cao Yanbing, is it really the Cao Yanbing she knew? Ning Rongrong stood there blankly, her pretty face was blank. Third brother isn't the most powerful person in the empire now, the great priest of the spirit empire called Qian Douluo. In addition to Bibi Dong there is now another Cao Yan soldier. If they enter the battlefield I am afraid that Tiandu's army will be destroyed, will suffer a devastating blow. Zhu Zuqing suddenly asked. Tang San said, "As far as I know, people who are not known for offering sacrifices will not take action easily when the empire is destroyed. Although Bibi Dong is strong, I can also restrain her within a certain period of time. It's just that Cao Yanbing's strength is too strong. Even Tang San has no confidence that he can restrain him. If Cao Yanbing plods with all his strength he may not be able to stop him. Moreover, he also has 4 mutated humanoid martial spirit. According to rumors each one has the strength of a titled Douluo. If there is the biggest uncertainty in this battle it is Cao Yanbing." Tang San frowned and after a while he raised his head and looked into the distance, his eyes flashing with perseverance, and said solemnly, "Maybe I won't be able to deal with them in a real sense until I completely complete the 9th Poseidon EM." Hearing this everyone nodded silently. They couldn't help with this matter. After all, according to Tang San, Bibi Dong and Cao Yanbing's strength were at the top level in the entire continent and they had no right to interfere. Anyway, let's ensure the safety of the supply line first and then wait for the 9th Poseidon emanation. As Tang San finished speaking everyone nodded silently and then continued to discuss what measures to take and where defense should be the key. PS, the second update today, please collect it, recommend it and vote for me, I would be very grateful. Bcook 8989177 C7307832224 HTML. Chapter error 1 second. Remember network. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 129. This wave of selling out teammate. 2 days later, near Jialing Pass, all the troops of the Tiandu Empire have set up camp on the frontline battlefield and the troops of the Star Luo Empire have also pounded their armaments in the other direction. The armies were dozens of kilometers apart at the city gate with clear distinction. The atmosphere was dignified and tense, but no one could confirm who would attack first. Almost at the same time, news of Tang San's ambush also came. The Wuhan Empire has finally started to take action. Fatty, you are with me, and Xiao Wu, the boss, and others are here. I'm afraid there are more than just this group of people. Please pay attention to other directions. Tang San made a quick judgment, stood up from his residence with Xiao Wu and Ma Hongjun and ran towards the distance silently. Everything follows my command. Our mission here is to cut off the Tiandu Empire's arms supply line and minimize casualties at all costs. 50 miles away from the supply line in a hidden forest, Yu Guan, the elder of the Spirit Empire, looked calmly at the people in front of him, especially the figure at the back of the team. There are 50 figures, each one wearing black clothes, holding a sharp knife in hand with sharp eyes and fully armed for it. Except for Cao Yanbing. This guy, no matter what Yu Guan ordered, he always looked indifferent, which made Yu Guan, who was already in a bad mood, even more angry. Understood. 48 powerful soul emperors responded in unison, their voices hoarse and low, full of chilling aura. No action is allowed without my order, otherwise I will report it to His Majesty the Pope. Although Yu Guan said this, his eyes kept glancing at Cao Yanbing. This guy is too arrogant. If he is not suppressed, I am really worried that I will not be able to control the situation. That's a lot of nonsense. Cao Yanbing yawned lazily. Humph, get ready to take action. Yu Guan's face was gloomy, his eyes flashed with a sharp light, and he ignored Cao Yanbing and directly led these soul emperors closer to the supply line. However, he didn't notice that at the moment he turned around, Cao Yanbing's Press Zion suddenly became surprised. He looked up at the distant sky and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. It turns out it's you. As soon as he finished speaking, a burst of demonic energy energy suddenly erupted from Cao Yanbing's body, completely cutting off his breath. At the same time his figure was hidden in the shadow of the forest. It has the invisibility effect of the Vasi universe cover. He directly spread his mental power and probed in the direction provided by Mintang disciples in the shape of a fan. His unscrupulous mental power exploration is based on his own vast level of mental power, which he is quite confident about. After all, there won't be experts like Bibi Dong Qian Douluo and Cao Yanbing in this sneak attack team, right? Moreover, his mental power covers a wide range of the area is extremely wide, and with just a little exploration he can clearly find the opponent's location. If the opponent's support is fast, he can detect it first and retreat. Suddenly Tang San narrowed his eyes. His mental power locked on a certain location, and there seemed to be something unusual in that area. Third brother, what's wrong? Seeing Tang San's sudden change of expression, Ma Hongjun asked in confusion. Something weird, Tang San said softly. I seem to feel a familiar aura fluctuation. Familiar aura fluctuations? Ma Hongjun frowned. Yes. Tang San took a deep breath and focused on covering that area with his mental power to search carefully, but in the end he found nothing. Maybe it's an illusion. Tang San shook his head, withdrew his mental power coverage and continued to target the men in black. Hey, that's interesting. In the area that Tang San had just noticed, a ball of dark demonic energy appeared strangely. The demonic energy rolled slowly and gradually turned into a ferocious grimace looking in Tang San's direction. Attention everyone, speed up. We are still about 10 miles away from the target. Don't get entangled with the army and focus on burning the food and grass. After 10 miles check the kerosene you carry. Remember, follow my orders when the battle begins. Do not Lian Zhan, Yu Guan ordered coldly. Yes. Many soldiers answered in unison. At this time they had entered a forest. Yueguan knew that according to the map, after passing this forest and going further and over a hill, he would be able to see the Tiandu Empire's supply line. Suddenly, an unpleasant feeling arose in Yu's concern. Everything around him instantly turned into a golden ocean, and the heavy tree shadows almost completely blocked his sight. Enemy attack. Although Yu Guan reacted very quickly, the Qirong Tianju martial soul was released almost instantly, and the 9 soul rings Ed with the huge soul power were released suddenly. The 7th soul ring flashed, and the strange heavenly sky chrysanthemum suddenly grew in size, coiled around his body and made a series of sonorous and explosive sounds. Yu Guan knew that this was the moment of life and death, so his perception was raised to the limit, and he jumped into the air without any pause and rushed 10 meters into the air under the protection of the true form of the strange velvet Tongtianju artifact soul. Destruction of the blue-silver demonic realm. The soul bone skill is activated. Ding! Amid the crystal sounds, Yu Guan clearly saw that the basic soul masters of the soul emperor he had brought were frozen in the air in various strange postures, and everyone's bodies were covered by the transparent light, covered in red crystal. Bang! In his fearful gaze the crystals began to explode one after another, and all the soul masters were turned into powder at this moment. In just a short moment this powerful surprise attack team, composed of a group of high-level soul masters, was completely annihilated. Bastard! Yu Guan's eyes were widened, bloodshot, and his heart was beating wildly. He doesn't care about revenge now. Under this kind of pressure he only has one thought now, and that is to save his life. The 7th soul skill, martial soul true form. The huge chrysanthemum enlarged again in the martial soul's true form, directly reaching a diameter of 10 meters, spinning violently towards Ma Hongjun, who was surrounding him. At the same time he himself had already flown up and landed among the huge chrysanthemum. On the body, the whole body was bathed in the golden light scattered by the chrysanthemums, completely integrated with the energy of the martial spirit. With his strength as a titled Douluo, this blow was used to escape for one's life, and it was quite powerful. Boom! Just when he thought he had successfully escaped, a black Poseidon trident flew towards him through the air and immediately broke through his true body and hit him. The martial soul of Qirongtian chrysanthemum should be broken. Yu Guan's body also crashed back. There are stars in front of my eyes. The blood overflowed between the mouth and nose, and I felt no pain, but they all fell into paralysis. At the moment when death came he didn't care so much, turned his head and roared behind him. Cao Yanbing, don't take action yet. PS today's first update. Please add it to your collection. Please recommend me. Please vote for me. I'd like to thank you very much. Chapter 130, Killing Yueguan in Anger. Cao Yanbing, don't take action yet. His shouts ended, but things did not develop as he expected, and Cao Yanbing did not take action. On the contrary, just after he shouted these words there was another violent ripple of space in front of him, and Tang San's figure slowly appeared. What did you just say? Is Cao Yanbing here too? The smile on Tang San's face gradually faded and his eyes became extremely gloomy. His spirit was released instantly and spread throughout the forest in an instant, but no breath was found. I thought this was just a smoke bomb for him to escape. Yu Guan said bitterly. Tang San, let me go. I am willing to join your Tian Wendo Empire. After all, I am also a titled Douluo. At this time his heart was filled with regret. If he had known that Tang San was here and had such terrifying strength, he would not have dared to stay here even if he was killed. Not to mention the bastard Cao Yanbing. He actually ran away secretly without knowing when. His eyes flashed with a sinister look. After he recovered, he had to let Cao Yanbing know the price of betraying his teammate. Do you think it possible? Tang San looked at Yuegwen coldly, his eyes full of contempt and disdain. Now that if so, then come and get it. The moonlight roared and the seventh soul ring lit up again. The shattered Babel chrysanthemum condensed into shape in an instant, and it was even bigger than before. At the same time, his ninth soul ring also began to glow faintly. The chrysanthemums are broken, the ground is covered with wounds, the flowers have fallen and people are heartbroken. As he spat out the last word, the huge strange velvet giant chrysanthemum shattered in mid-air. Each golden chrysanthemum petal instantly spun like a crescent blade, and all the petals formed a huge golden tornado that fell from the sky and headed straight for Tang San. Within the golden tornado, countless golden lights burst out crazily, and the ear-piercing whistle was heart-stopping. Tang San raised his eyebrows, lightly waved his right arm fiercely, and suddenly a huge green dragon phantom rose into the sky heading towards the tornado. Boom! The collision between the green dragon and the tornado produced a violent roar that shook the entire forest. Good chance. Taking advantage of the huge energy fluctuations generated after the attack, Yue Guang seized the opportunity, tapped the ground with her toes, turned into a stream of light and quickly disappeared from the spot. He wants to escape. He clearly realized that it was impossible to defeat Tang San on his own. Want to escape? No. Seeing the figure fleeing to the sky in the moonlight, Tang San's face suddenly turned cold. Before the word came out of his mouth, his whole body froze on the spot. Yu Guan, who was fleeing, suddenly felt a strong sense of oppression coming towards his face, and before he could react, a halberd had already penetrated his chest. Yu Guan opened his mouth and spurted out a mouthful of bright red blood. His body swayed and his face suddenly turned pale. He slowly lowered his head and looked at the sharp blade stuck in his chest. He immediately looked at the person in front of him. His eyes widened. Impossible, impossible. Cao Yanbing, you traitor, I want to report to the queen. Cao Yanbing's face was impressionless. He pulled out his halberd, quickly drew a red light in the air with his left hand and shook off the blood on the halberd. He raised his head and looked at Yuegwen indifferently with a cold arc at the corner of his mouth. Do you think you still have this chance? As soon as he finished speaking, he mercilessly thrust out the halberd in his hand again, and Yu Guan's body was immediately penetrated, bringing out a cloud of blood. Yu Guan's vitality began to drain away rapidly. He looked at Cao Yanbing with wide eyes as if it was unbelievable that he would betray him. He struggled to say something, but something seemed to be blocked in his throat and he couldn't say a word. Cao Yanbing looked coldly at Yu Guan's eyes that were gradually losing their expression. He held his body high, then drew out his halberd, aimed it at his neck and slashed down hard. Beheading. He had been unhappy with this human demon for a long time. He originally epected Tang San to get rid of him, but in the end he found that Tang San had done so many things and almost ran away from him. Bang! Cao Yanbing casually threw Yu Guan's body into the forest. He looked at Tang San and others in the distance and saw shock on their faces. Ma Hongjun opened his mouth and said with some hesitation, "Third brother, isn't Cao Yanbing from the Spirit Empire? Why did he kill Zhu Douluo? Isn't this a gangster attack?" Tang San didn't respond. He just narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Cao Yanbing in the distance, in the air, murderous intent filling the air as if it were real. Father, mother, even myself and Xiao Wu's two brothers, everything is related to this guy. Tang San could clearly feel that the hot blood in his chest was churning as if there was a flow of blood flowing backward. He clenched his fist, took a few deep breaths and barely held back the anger in his chest. Even though he was very angry now, he still had to endure it, not for anything else, just for the battlefield behind him. Even if he could repel Cao Yan's soldiers, he knew that he would also be severely damaged. By then, once Bibidong joined the battlefield, the consequences would be disastrous. Tang San suddenly turned around and shouted at Ma Hongjun and Xiao Wu, "You go first." "Brother, I won't leave." Xiao Wu shook her head stubbornly. Although the soul was imprisoned in the body before through Tang San's body, Xiao Wu also knew Cao Yanbing's strength. She also knew Tang San's thought. He wanted to stay and deal with Cao Yanbing alone, but I will never leave him at such a critical time. "Third brother, have you forgotten? We are a team. Besides, I don't believe you have no intention to kill this person." Ma Hongjun said with a grin, "We are brothers, how could I leave you alone? This time is different." Tang San shook his head and said, "I have fought with him before and he is very strong. Even I am not absolutely sure that he can escape." Ma Hongjun was also a little shocked when he heard Tang San say this. After all, in his impression, Tang San had never been a casual talker. Seeing the people whispering below, Cao Yanbing raised the corner of his mouth lightly. "You ran away last time, so this time I want to see what are you using to escape. Cao Yanbing took one step forward and his aura suddenly surged. His whole body was instantly covered by armor like a general. After saying that, his figure suddenly appeared in mid-air. The halberd in his hand bloomed with dazzling red light and he slashed downwards with a horizontal slash. The hot air waves met with the sharp edge moved towards Tang San and Ma Hongjun swept away. Facing this terrifying blow, Tang San's face showed a trace of seriousness and he grabbed Xiao Wu, then stamped his feet and his body instantly turned into a blue after image and shot towards the distant. Ma Hongjun instantly used his 7th soul skill Wuhun Avatar, spread his wings and flew high into the sky. But even though he was fast, he was still blown away by the terrifying energy for more than 10 meters, and the clothes on his body were blown away. They were all torn apart. So strong. Ma Hongjun looked at the bright red light in mid-air in horror. At this moment Cao Yanbing was like the god of war coming to the dust, and he was so domineering. PS, the second update today, please collect it, recommend it and vote for me, I would be very grateful. Chapter 131 Tang 3 Don't take me with you if you want to die. So strong. Ma Hongjun looked at the bright red light in mid-air in horror. At this moment Cao Yanbing was like the god of war coming to the dust, and he was so domineering. You're not slow to respond. Cao Yanbing glanced contemptuously at the two embarrassed people in mid-air. With a move of his hand, the halberd in his hand was instantly covered with white lotus flame. The net moment his body turned into a white lightning and stabbed towards Tang San. Go. The third soul skill, teleportation. A dazzling red light burst out from Xiao Wu in Tang San's arms, and a layer of soft red light instantly enveloped her petite and exquisite body. Then her figure suddenly disappeared from the place, and when she reappeared she was directly in front of Cao Yanbing. The fourth soul skill, the invincible golden body. Invincible golden body, absolute defense below god level for 3 seconds. Xiao Wu's body was enveloped in a burst of bright golden light. She wanted to rely on the invincible effect of this fourth soul skill to resist Cao Yanbing's attack. Unfortunately, Xiao Wu obviously underestimated Cao Yanbing's attack. Boom! There was a loud noise, and the halberd in Cao Yanbing's hand was carrying the force of thunder, and it hit the golden light hard. The violent power plotted in an instant, and the forest under his feet was like a tornado being blown away by the air wave, instantly lifted up by the root. Invincible skill. Cao Yanbing raised his eyebrows and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. This kind of short-term invincibility skill is quite easy to use. The blue-silver field is open to all rivers. Following Tang San's low roar, the entire forest instantly turned into a blue-gold color. All the blue-silver grass in the entire forest shone brightly at this moment. At the same time, streams of extremely pure energy were like water droplet. Usually they gather towards Tang San. The 8th soul skill, blue-silver killer whale demon's photography. In an instant a strange red light rippled around like a wave covering Cao Yanbing's body. This is one of Tang San's 8 soul skills, and it is also Tang San's strongest and most domineering active compulsory control skill. Physical defense is ineffective. Once contacted by the red ripples it generates, no matter how powerful one is, one will be forced to be stunned for 3 seconds and the energy can be resisted. However, the energy attack released by any soul skill it touches will cause the releaser's soul power to be lost. The cost of the skill is tripled during the action time. Something is not right. Everything happened too fast. Cao Yanbing only felt a flash of red light and his body was forcibly controlled in place again. In this state he could not continue to attack at all, even if the power of the halberd in his hand was enough to kill the titled Douluo. The golden trident, the second form, will last for 1,000 years. While Cao Yanbing's body was under control, Tang San jumped up. The Poseidon trident in his hand emitted a bright golden light and kept waving in the air. Then the shadow of the trident filled the sky like clouds of light, directly shrouding Cao Yanbing. Although Qinzai Kanju is a group attack skill, when all the light clouds are added up the damage is slightly higher than the third form of the golden trident, never return. This is why Tang San chose to use the group attack skill. Fat Man Cloud Piercing Strike. The SITH soul skill, Fini Cloud Piercer. The moment Tang San released Qinzai Kanju, Ma Hongjun was already ready. When Tang San's voice sounded, the attack he had been storing up for a long time came pouring out. The huge Fini flames instantly rose into the sky and a loud Fini cry instantly resounded across the sky. The huge fire Fini spread its wings in the air and then fell as fast as a Fini coming into the world. 2 rays of light shot out at the same time, one golden light and one red light like meteors piercing the void, hitting Cao Yanbing's body very quickly. Boom! A terrifying roar suddenly sounded and the space even became distorted. At the same time, the forest covered by Tang San's blue-silver domain was razed to the ground and a large number of trees were destroyed. That piece of land even collapsed into a pit hundreds of meters deep. Tang San hugged Yao Wu and the 3 bodies rose into the sky. The smoke cleared and everything everything returned to calm. But Tang San's presence became serious. Although the previous bombardment was powerful, he knew clearly that Cao Yanbing was not killed, and he could clearly sense Cao Yanbing's aura from the previous bombardment. Third brother, it seems that Cao Yanbing's strength is not as aggregated as you said. The three of us can defeat him together. Ma Hongjun looked at Tang San with lingering fear. No, he's not dead yet. Suddenly Xiao Wu stretched out her hand and pointed at the ashes in the distance that were still condensed into a ball but had not dispersed for a long time. What's going on? Ma Hongjun looked in the direction Xiao Wu pointed and his pupils suddenly shrank. The smoke slowly dissipated. Cao Yanbing stood proudly in the mid-air. The spiritual clothes on his body had completely collapsed and his whole body was burning with white flame. His red robe was fluttering in the wind. His right hand held the halberd tightly and a wisp of blood flowed along the arms dripped slowly. To know Cao Yanbing's spiritual clothes were almost condensed with the spiritual power of 5 guardian spirits, but now they were directly shattered by the joint attack of the two. One can imagine how powerful their attack is. This guy is not dead? Ma Hongjun's eyes widened looking at the scene in front of him in disbelief. The combined skill of Tang San and Ma Hongjun just now was almost the strongest attack they could achieve at this stage. Even a strong titled Douluo would almost be seriously injured and die, but now it only caused Cao Yanbing's armor to be scrapped. What kind of monster is this? You bastard, feel free to fight. Cao Yanbing looked up coldly at Tang San and Ma Hongjun in the distant sky with a strong fighting spirit in his eyes. If this is the case, then is it my turn to take action? Perhaps the attack just now gave Ma Hongjun some confidence, so when faced with Cao Yanbing's provocation he said arrogantly, are you coming? There are 3 of us, are we afraid of you alone? As soon as these words came out, not only Xiao Wu but also Tang San was stunned for a second. He turned his head to look at Ma Hongjun with some hesitation as if he wanted to tell him with his eyes, do you want to see what you look like now? If you want to die, don't take me with you. More than people? A cruel smile appeared on the corner of Cao Yanbing's mouth. The net moment a monstrous aura suddenly burst out from his body. Behind him a tornado of flames that could cover the sky rose into the sky. The terrifying temperature seemed to be able to burn even the earth. Then let's see who has more. The moment he finished speaking, Cao Yanbing raised his feet and walked towards Tang San and the others. As if an invisible staircase appeared in the sky, he climbed up step by step and the monstrous flame tornado behind him was like a foil for him. Su Chu, Dian Wei, Xiao Dun, Xia Hao Iwan, Su Huang. With every step he took, a name would burst out of Cao Yanbing's mouth. With each name he said, his momentum grew more and more, as if he had really transformed into a legendary ancient emperor at this time looking down on the world. Ever since Tang San, Xiao and Ma Hongjun were looking at each other with horror. 5 tall and majestic generals like gods of war stepped out of the pillar of flames and stood behind him, exuding a suffocating sense of oppression. P.S. Today's first update, please add it to your collection, please recommend me, please vote for me, I'd like to thank you very much. Chapter 132 Ma Hongjun Immortal guides the way. Su Chu, Dian Wei, Xiao Dun, Xia Hao Iwan, Su Huang. With every step he took, a name would burst out of Cao Yanbing's mouth. With each name he said, his momentum grew more and more, as if he had really transformed into a legendary ancient emperor at this time looking down on the world. Ever since Tang San, Xiao and Ma Hongjun were looking at each other with horror. 5 tall and majestic generals like gods of war stepped out of the pillar of flames and stood behind him, exuding a suffocating sense of oppression. Like a god. Gudong. Ma Hongjun took a breath of cold air. The sound of his throat rolling as he swallowed saliva resounded in Tang San and Xiao Wu's ears, and his presence began to stiffen. Holy shit, what is this riding horse? Looking at the 5 menacing bodies in front of him, Ma Hongjun smoothed out his almost knotted tongue and murmured, Third brother, what is this? At this moment, even if Ma Hongjun's psychological quality has reached an extremely strong level, he cannot suppress the shock in his heart. Brother, these are all his martial spirits? Xiao Wu was also shocked. She widened her beautiful eyes and looked at Tang San beside her and asked with some difficulty. Tang San nodded stiffly with a trace of fear on his face. After receiving the answer, Xiao Wu swallowed and murmured, if these are martial spirits, then how could he have 5 martial spirits? Hearing Xiao Wu's words, Ma Hongjun turned his head stiffly and cast his gaze on Tang San. Obviously this had touched upon their knowledge blind spot. In this regard Tang San remained silent. The first time he saw Cao Yanbing and his twin mutated martial souls, he tended an olive branch to them but was ruthlessly rejected. Cao Yanbing said something at that time. There are 7 such guardian spirit. At first he thought Cao Yanbing was talking arrogantly, but when he learned about it from the Azure Bull Python, he gradually began to believe that Cao Yanbing had 4 martial spirit. But now he never expected that Cao Yanbing would be in such a terrifying situation and summon 5 martial arts spirits at once. In this case maybe he said he had 7. It's not nonsense when you think about it. As soon as the 5 generals appeared, they bowed their heads and clasped their fists, bowed to Cao Yan and shouted in unison, "Lord!" The deafening shouts roared throughout the space, causing the entire square to tremble slightly. Too horrible! Ma Hongzhen felt that all the hairs on his body suddenly stood up, his scalp was numb, his hands and feet were cold, and he was even a little unsteady. Recalling his clamoring appearance just now, he just wanted to slap himself twice. What does it mean to be guided by an immortal? This is the horse-riding tiger. Generals, let them see what a general of Wei is. Cao Yanbing sneered. As his order came down, the 5 tiger generals slowly raised their heads, revealing their ferocious faces. A fierce and murderous aura came overwhelmingly, making Xiao Wu and Ma Hongzhen's breathing quicken. Chu Ding is bound to do it. Dian Wei will definitely kill all the enemy generals. Xiahou Dun is willing to serve as a vanguard and take the enemy's heads as a sacrifice to the Lord. For a moment 5 tiger generals stepped out on the ground. Their momentum was no less than that of Cao Yan's soldiers, or even more powerful. They were like thousands of troops galloping forward, vast and unparalleled, sweeping through the 8 wastelands. You guys know how to scream. Su Chu held the red-blooded tiger hammer and strode towards Ma Hongzhen with his huge body like a mountain. Full of visual impact, his eyes were filled with strong murderous intent. No less than a titled Douluo. Feeling Su Chu's aura, Ma Hongzhen's pupils shrank suddenly. This guy actually has the strength of a titled Douluo. Just get rid of that bastard. Cao Yanbing glanced at Tang San in the distance and said with a cold snort, "As for those guys, leave them to me. I let him run away last time, but he was really a stain." As commanded, Dian Wei and others agreed and immediately locked their eyes on Ma Hongzhen. Their goal was very clear, which was to get rid of Ma Hongzhen. Moreover, these days they have been holding back their anger and want to vent it out. "There is nothing we can do. Xiao Wu, go and help Fatty. Those guys are all titled Douluo. Try to hold on. I have sent a message to Boss Dai. I think they will come quickly." After hearing the news, Tang San sighed, his eyebrows solemn. Since he had come to this step, he could only fight to the death. "I see." Xiao Wu gritted her teeth gently, and after giving Tang San a peck on the cheek, she leapt to land net to Ma Hongzhen. Tang San took a deep breath and stared at Cao Yanbing in front of him. He was already prepared for the worst. If the situation went wrong, he would directly use the Vasi universe cover to send Xiao Wu and Ma Hongzhen away. As for himself, he could only resign himself to fate. On the other side, the 5 tiger generals were already connected with Ma Hongzhen. Suddenly the sound of soul power explosions continued to reverberate, making people's eardrums hurt. The 10th hall of Yama in the form of a fire gun. "Ling Yi!" Cao Yanbing shouted low, and immediately a dark red armor covered his body, shining with a shining black light, majestic and eye-catching. The king of hell cannon. Without too much nonsense, he directly pointed the gun at Tang San and blasted out. Boom! A huge roar resounded, and the pillar of hellfire that distorted the space burst out, carrying terrifying explosion ripples and rushing toward Tang San. Along the way, the vegetation was destroyed and the earth and rocks collapsed. It was like the end of the world. The scene was terrifying. The blue-silver domain is open to all rivers. The 7th soul skill, martial soul, true form, martial spirit, true body. All blue-silver emperor's skills are increased by 100%, and any blue-silver emperor can become Tang San's own body. In other words, unless all the blue-silver emperors are wiped out, Tang San can make his body appear anywhere within the reach of the blue-silver emperor at any time to avoid attack. At the same time, the blue-silver domain was released with Tang San as the center, and a blue-gold ocean suddenly appeared around it. A little bit of blue light shone in the broken forest, which was hundreds of blue-silver grasses. Tang San's figure also began to become illusory at this moment until it disappeared. Boom! The pillar of fire penetrated Tang San's body and slammed into the blue-gold ocean. It immediately set off a huge wave of fire, rising like a huge mushroom cloud. A single blow failed. The net moment, a blue-silver grass beside Cao Yanbing suddenly glowed brightly, and immediately Tang San's body appeared instantly. Azure Nirvana thunder. Behind Tang San, a huge green dragon phantom appeared in his right arm, and the Poseidon trident in his hand turned into a green color at this moment. Accompanied by a sky-shaking dragon roar, a blue thunderbolt pierced the sky and struck directly at Cao Yanbing. The terrifying momentum seemed to be enough to destroy the sky and the earth, causing violent fluctuations in the space. P.S. The second update today, please collect it, recommend it and vote for me, I would be very grateful. Chapter 133 Shrek 7 Monsters Gather. Azure Nirvana thunder. Behind Tang San, a huge green dragon phantom appeared in his right arm, and the Poseidon trident in his hand turned into a green color at this moment. Accompanied by a sky-shaking dragon roar, a blue thunderbolt pierced the sky and struck directly at Cao Yanbing. The terrifying momentum seemed to be enough to destroy the sky and the earth, causing violent fluctuations in the space. A trivial skill. The corners of Cao Yanbing's mouth curved in a cold arc, and he flipped his palms, pointing them muzzle of the 10th Hall Yama's cannon downward. Then a pillar of fire spurted out and blasted into the ground. Boom! In an instant the earth suddenly began to crack, and then a pillar of fire suddenly erupted, shrouding his body in it. The moment the Azure Nirvana thunder struck at Cao Yan's soldiers, Tang San moved. The Poseidon trident in his hand once again erupted with a burst of golden light. The golden trident, the third move, was gone and never returned. Activate. Boom! The huge cyan thunder collided with the pillar of fire, instantly splashing out a dazzling brilliance, and the strong aftermath of the explosion spread, blasting a wide chasm in the ground dozens of meters below. After receiving this attack with the power of 10,000 hectares, Cao Yan raised his eyebrows. He raised his head slightly and his eyes fell into the air where Tang San's body was. It's this attack again. Sensing the familiar aura fluctuations, Cao Yanbing's face gradually turned gloomy and a cold light suddenly appeared in his eyes. Human spiritual skills. Formless fire emperor. A backhand shot into the sky. In an instant the temperature between heaven and earth rose sharply and the blazing high temperature quickly spread. A giant red fireball appeared in the sky. The flames jumped and the scorching temperature caused the space to distort. The fireball fell from the sky carrying an astonishing power and slamming down hard. Wherever it passed, even the space was burned, leaving a clearly visible scorch mark in the space. Boom! The golden Poseidon trident rose in the wind, and then it was like tearing apart the space and smashing into the fireball. In an instant the violent wind raged in all directions and circles of ripples spread around the two people. Wherever it passed, the trees burned to ashes one after another. The two of them stepped back almost at the same time. Cao Yanbing took 3 steps back while Tang San took dozens of steps back. You could tell who was stronger and weaker at a glance, but as soon as Cao Yanbing's toes touched the ground, he launched a new round of attack. The 10th Hall of Yama in the form of a giant hammer. Big flame cracking sky hammer. Cao Yanbing held a giant hammer burning with blazing flames and fell from the sky just like a meteorite falling. The terrifying high temperature caused the space to become extremely distorted. With his current top-level strength in the Great Jia, or before he even got close, the scorching heat caused all the surrounding vegetation to wither and wither. One can imagine what kind of power his attack contained. Tang San, who had just stabilized his body, suddenly changed his presence. He looked up at the sky, clenched his fist, and the blue-silver emperor all over his body shook wildly. Then he roared suddenly. The 4th soul skill, blue-silver cage. In an instant countless blue and silver vines burst out from the originally still forest. The vines quickly gathered together and formed a huge cage in the blink of an eye, wrapping him entirely in it. The 8th soul skill, the destruction of the blue-silver evil demon realm. The moment the cage condensed and took shape, Tang San's pupils suddenly shrank, and then one of the 8 soul skills, blue-silver evil demon mirror's destruction, was released. In an instant the entire space in front of Tang San began to emit blue light, and soon a bright mirror formed in front of him with blue light flowing on it as dazzling as crystal. At the same time the Poseidon trident in his hand once again swayed with blue and gold brilliance, aiming at Cao Yan's soldiers like a huge sword that lifted up the sky and slashed away. Boom! An explosion that shook the world suddenly sounded. The two terrifying attacks collided, creating a huge energy storm in an instant. This storm centered on the two people and spread out in a fan shape, blowing up layers of dust. The smoke and dust were billowing, blocking everyone's vision. After a long time the smoke dissipated. Cao Yanbing still stood proudly on the spot unscathed, but Tang San's figure had already appeared 100 meters away. Tang San knelt on one knee and spat out a mouthful of blood. He stiffly raised his head to Cao Yanbing, who was still standing in the distance, his heart filled with bitterness. Is the gap actually so big? The previous series of almost non-stop soul skill attacks caused him to consume almost 80% of the soul power in his body, but even so it still did not cause any substantial damage to Cao Yanbing. Moreover, he is very dissatisfied with sisterly. Under such a high-intensity battle his soul power was almost exhausted, but why did it feel like this guy still had endless soul power that he could squander? Is this the innate suppression brought about by the 5 martial spirit? Turning to look at another battlefield in the distance, Tang San's pupils suddenly tightened. He saw that a bottomless chasm appeared on the ground in the distance, and at the deepest part of the chasm there was an extremely deep chasm. The familiar figure is lying quietly in it, not knowing whether he is alive or dead. Tang San's heart suddenly twitched. That is his favorite Xiao Wu. As for Ma Hongjun, he was like a ball being hit back and forth by the 5 generals. Although he had fire defense to resist damage, he still looked miserable. Asshole! Tang San's eyes were about to burst. He roared to the sky, his voice full of grief, and then regardless of his own condition he tried to use all the remaining soul power in his body to charge towards Cao Yanbing. However, at this moment a clear sound suddenly came from the air behind him. The 9 treasures have a name, Qi said. The true body of the 9 treasures. 9 treasures have names, and the third is soul. Before Tang San could react. A brilliant light flashed suddenly and then a sudden warm current fell from the sky, nourishing his body and mind and at the same time restoring his soul power extremely quickly. This is the 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda. Tang San was stunned for a moment. A touch of excitement suddenly appeared on his face. Turning around, he saw 4 figures flapping their illusory wings behind them to join the battlefield. Astonishingly, they were the other 4 of the Shrek 7 devils. At this critical moment they finally arrived successfully on the battlefield, where Su Chu was. A figure instantly appeared like a ghost beside Ma Hongjun, who was flying in the air. He hugged him and stuffed a sausage into his mouth. The whole person soared up and landed on Tang Dynasty 3 side. It was Oscar who ate the sausage with Zhu Zuking's blood as the core. Xiao San, when you encountered such a strong enemy you didn't send a signal earlier. It was in vain that we waited for you over there for so long. Really are. Dai Mubai and Ning Rongrong descended from the sky. The former helped the pale Tang San with a complaining look on his face with a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. Tang San coughed lightly and then explained, Boss Dai, it's not that I didn't send a signal, it's that the enemy this time is too powerful and I don't want you to be in dire strait. Third brother, we are all our own people. You can't say whether you will be implicated or not. Zhu Zuking shook his head slightly and looked serious. You. Tang San's brows were soft and a warm current emerged in his heart. P.S. Today's first update, please add it to your collection. Please recommend me. Please vote for me. I'd like to thank you very much. Chapter 134. 5 generals fight 7 monsters. Third brother, we are all our own people. You can't say whether you will be implicated or not. Zhu Zuking shook his head slightly and looked serious. You. Tang San's brows were soft and a warmth surged in his heart, but the net moment his Zion became serious again. Everyone be careful. The enemy this time is not to be underestimated. In terms of overall strength he is even stronger than Bibi Dong. Is Bibi Dong stronger? After hearing this, Dai Mubai and others' nerves suddenly became tense. Their eyes glanced into the air as sharply as an eagle looking at Cao Yanbing warily. As he pecked, the aura is so strong. Dai Mubai was slightly frightened. Although his current strength had reached the 84th level of Soul, Douluo facing Cao Yanbing still made him feel extremely dangerous. I'm afraid it's at least level 95 or even beyond level 95. You must know that a few years ago when we first met in Shrek Academy his aura was only at the Soul Emperor level. In just a few years he has already reached the level of being on par with peerless Douluo like Bibi Dong. Third brother Fatty has all skin injuries. He has always been rough-skinned and thick-bodied and he can heal quickly. But Xiao Wu. Oscar on the side carried Xiao Wu and retreated to Tang San with a worried look on his face. Although Ma Hongjun was beaten a lot, they were only eternal injuries and did not damage the internal organ. What made Oscar a little worried was Xiao Wu. She had completely passed out and the soul power in her body was almost exhausted. After all, she had gone through a big battle. I see. Tang San nodded with a cold Zion stretched out his hands to pick Xiao Wu up by the waist and then turned to look at Ning Rongrong beside him, whose eyes were a little dull. Rongrong, hey, why do you want to drive them away? They are still so young and can't even take care of themselves. Following me is the worst decision. Everyone has his own destiny destined by God. Some people are born to be kings and some people become bandit. If the path under your feet is not your own choice, no one knows where the journey will end. Where you will go, who you will meet, no one knows. Uncertain. I believe they also understand. Staring at the familiar figure in a daze, Ning Rongrong's mind could not help but recall various events from long ago. That is, the scene when she first met him. Ah! Tang San shouted a few times before Ning Rongrong came back to his senses. Rongrong, what's wrong with you? Tang San asked with concern. Ning Rongrong opened her mouth to speak but stopped. Her beautiful eyes calmly turned towards Cao Yanbing, who was summoning the guardian spirits in the distance, and then looked at Tang San. What's wrong? Tang San was a little strange. Ning Rongrong lowered his head hesitantly, biting her lips, gently rubbing her teeth lightly, but in the end she shook her head slightly. Nothing. Rongrong didn't want to say more and Tang San didn't want to go into detail. He handed Xiao Wu in his arms to Ning Rongrong. Please take care of Xiao Wu. Taking Xiao Wu's hand, Ning Rongrong responded softly. His eyes looked at Cao Yanbing subconsciously. She knew that the man who once kept saying he wanted to be king has now been influenced by Wuhan Palace. Entrusting Xiao Wu to Rongrong, Tang San finally had no worries anymore. The coldness in his eyes became even colder and the surrounding temperature seemed to drop several degrees in an instant. Boss Dai, I will stop Cao Yanbing from the front. As for his great martial spirit, leave it to us. Dai Mubai patted Tang San on the shoulder and said with a sworn smile, don't worry, those big guys won't interfere in your battle. Third brother, here are the sausages for you. Oscar took out 2 sausages and handed them to Tang San with a cold Zion. You and Fatty, hurry up and recover your soul power. Damn it, you dare to seriously injure Xiao Wu without killing him. I can't take this last breath. Although he said this, Tang San saw a hint of jealousy in his eyes. Apparently he also noticed the way Ning Rongrong looked at Cao Yanbing again and again. Tang San silently took Oscar's sausage and ate it in 2 bites. His soul power also recovered quickly at this moment. Feeling the replenished soul power, Tang San breathed a long sigh of relief, raised his head and looked into the distance, his eyes gradually focusing. At this moment in the mid-air less than 500 meters away from them, Cao Yanbing stood proudly with his hands behind his back, using a fierce killing aura like an unsheathed sword. He looked down at the people below, his eyes indifferent and calm, because he still doesn't look down on an ant with this kind of strength. What? How many of you have finished reminiscing about old times? Cao Yanbing smiled contemptuously. Now that the reminiscing is over, it's time for you to get on your way. All tiger generals come forward. As commanded, explosive shouts sounded and the auras of the 5 Wei generals completely plotted without any reservation at this moment. 5 level 95 title fighter Sluo's sense of oppression surged instantly. Such a formation made everyone present couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. The 9 treasures have name. The first is strength, the second is speed, the third is soul, the fourth is defense, the fifth is attack, and the SITH is increase. At the rear of the battlefield, the 9 treasure glazed tower in Ning Rongrong's hand bloomed with brilliant golden light. The first SI soul rings lit up almost at the same time, and nearly 30 beams of light shot into the sky like meteors. The NET moment all the beams of light surged out, entered the bodies of Tang San and others. You must know that Ning Rongrong has now reached the control level and her attributes in all aspects have increased by 90%. In other words, the strength, speed, soul power, defense, attack and other attributes of Tang San and others have doubled to a certain E10. Moreover, her increase is not affected by her basic strength. No matter how different the strength of the target is from her, the increase is Phi-ed. Therefore, the current Shrek 7 monster's comprehensive strength has almost reached the level of titled Douluo, especially Tang San, whose own strength has almost reached level 99. Leave those big guys to us. With all attributes amplified, Dai Mubai roared and rushed towards Su Chu and others first. The 8 soul ring on his body suddenly flashed. His figure suddenly grew and golden fur protruded from his body. In the blink of an eye he turned into a giant tiger over 10 meters tall with hair all over his body standing on end like golden needles. I'm coming too. Following Dai Mubai's explosion, a loud fini sounded and a dazzling red light shot into the sky. Ma Hongjun's huge body jumped out. 9 fini heads roared in the air and the wings brought a surging heat wave. The entire huge body turned into a meteor and rushed towards Dian Wei. Zhu Zuking moved and she turned directly into a black stream of light, quietly following Dai Mubai's body in the illusion. The illusory figure could not be seen clearly at all and it felt like Dai Mubai's shadow. What started at the same time as her was Oscar. Oscar ate a copy of the mirror image sausage and his whole body swayed, turning into exactly the same as the martial soul turned Dai Mubai, and even his aura was not weak at all. The 5 Shrek monsters filled with fighting spirit rushed towards the 5 generals with an astonishing sense of oppression. They looked like 5 angry bees. Well done. Su Chu's eyes hidden in the helmet were filled with ferocious bloodlust and the red-blooded tiger hammer in his hand trembled slightly as if he was thirsty for blood. He glanced at Dai Mubai, who was rushing at the front, jumped up and trembled his wrist to fight forward. But the NET moment 2 figures suddenly stood in front of Su Chu. The one who came was Xiahou Dun and Xiahou Yuan. Tiger Chi, leave these 2 guys to us brothers. P.S. The second update today, please collect it, recommend it and vote for me, I would be very grateful. Chapter 135 Su Chu, shall I leave? Tiger Chi, leave these 2 guys to us brothers. Xiahou Dun held the Purgatory Ghost King spear and turned his head. His one eye stared at Su Chu with a hint of fire. Su Chu was silent for a moment, feeling a little regretful, but he still nodded, took back the red-blooded tiger and wolf hammer in his hand and then nodded, in that case I'll leave it to you. Although he still longed to fight Dai Mubai deep down in his heart, since Xiahou Dun had already spoken, Su Chu would naturally not refuse. After all, with the strength of the 2 Xiahou brothers, it was only a matter of seconds to deal with Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuking. Seeing Su Chu withdrawing his hand, Xiahou Dun grinned, glanced at the other generals and smiled wildly. Everyone may okay, and I will take action first. After the word fell, he turned to Xiahou Iwan and smiled, stamped his feet on the ground, and Xiahou Dun's figure suddenly turned into 2 black lights and shot out and rushed in front of Dai Mubai in an instant. Looking at the suddenly approaching enemy, Dai Mubai had a solemn expression on his face. He could clearly sense that the auras of the 2 martial spirits in front of him were extremely powerful. Roar! Dai Mubai paused as he lunged forward and a layer of light filled with crazy aura suddenly emerged from his right leg and instantly spread throughout his body, finally solidifying on his evil eyes, and his aura suddenly became crazy. His body, which was already 10 meters long, swelled again under the influence of the red light and all his muscles bulged aggregatedly. His body shape is comparable to that of Zhenhun. That red light was the bloodthirsty skill attached to the right leg of the bloodthirsty hurricane that Dai Mubai possessed, and its effect instantly increased his fighting power to the Ma-imam. Dai Mubai knew very well that only in this state could he barely compete with the two guys in front of him. Roar! There was a fierce shout and Dai Mubai directly raised his fist to hit Zhenhun. His speed was much slower than Zhenhun, so when facing his attack there was no way to avoid it and he could only fight head-on. Boom! Amid the violent impact, a terrifying wave of air spread in all directions. As if the land under your feet could not withstand the huge force, it trembled and collapsed and gravel flew all over the sky. One drop and a roar to kill. Just as Dai Mubai and Zhenhun were confronting each other, Zhenhun appeared behind Dai Mubai instantly like a black smoke. The Dark Knight Dragon King sword in his hand was covered with demonic energy, drawing a strange arc, and fiercely he slashed hard at Dai Mubai's neck. If this knife hits, you will definitely die. However, facing Zhenhun's attack there was no trace of panic on Dai Mubai's face. Chaos! He didn't even make any defensive move. The SITH soul skill Netherworld possession. The third soul skill Netherworld slash. The moment the blade was about to touch Dai Mubai's neck, a strong killing intent suddenly burst out from the shadow behind him. Along with this killing intent there were several dark purple edges. Dang! With the assistance of Ning Rongrong and the 30% penetration effect of Nether possession, Go Slash is only Zuzuking's third soul skill, but its attack power is one of the best among all her soul skills. I saw the pitch black blade colliding with the dark purple edge, sputtering out bursts of harsh sounds of gold and iron. Seeing the two Zhenhun brothers who were instantly engaged in a fierce battle, Su Chu sighed softly and glanced into the distance. The fifth soul skill Fini Meteor Shower. However, the moment he turned around, a dazzling fire suddenly appeared in the sky, and then there was a dense sound of breaking through the sky, and countless flaming meteorite came straight towards him with terrifying power. This move is the fifth soul skill performed by Ma Hongjun with all his strength. Although it is a group attack skill, its power is not inferior to ordinary single target attack. Well done! Su Hulang laughed. Raising one arm, he grasped the scarlet-blooded tiger hammer in his hand. In an instant a layer of blazing flames spread out from his hammer, making the color of the scarlet-blooded tiger hammer become darker. Earth fire! Just as Su Chu was about to counter-attack, a figure came directly towards him with a string of white fire tails. In an instant the temperature of the entire valley suddenly increased. White dragon roar! Su Huang shouted angrily. The white lotus flames surged from the spear in his hand, and a huge white dragon-shaped shadow condensed and formed on the tip of the white flame dragon. A dring! Su Huang raised his spear fiercely, and the white dragon phantom roared into the sky with a burning feeling that distorted the air. Wherever the white dragon passed, the space was distorted and the entire cliff trembled. Bang! During the roar of the giant dragon, it collided with the overwhelming fireball, and a blazing ripple spread out, setting off a strong wind. Boom boom boom! The energy explosion generated between the collision of the two attacks resounded endlessly in the valley like muffled thunder, and huge flame ripples spread and destroyed all the vegetation on both sides. Tiger Chi, this person is as good at playing with fire as I am. Why don't you just leave him to me? Su Huang carried the white dragon lotus shield with his left arm to resist the fire energy. He turned his head and smiled at Su Chu. Obviously he was not willing to give up this opportunity to take action. That's all. Su Chu snorted coldly, put away the hammer again, ignored Su Huang who was fighting with Ma Hongjun again, and turned to look around. The two Zhenhun brothers stopped Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuking. Dian Wei has already fought Oscar, who had eaten a sausage made of Dai Mubai's blood. Ma Hongjun was already fighting with Su Huang in full swing, and Tang San has been suppressed by Cao Yanbing. Now in the huge battlefield, only Su Chu had no opponent. Su Chu narrowed his eyes slightly and glanced across the battlefield. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly raised his giant hammer and charged towards Oscar. Although Oscar is only a food-type soul master, after eating the replica mirror sausage he also temporarily assumed the role of an attack-type battle soul master. Even though he was a fake, this guy unleashed all Dai Mubai's auxiliary skills without any courtesy. The White Tiger Vajra transformation, the White Tiger demonic transformation, the White Tiger protective shield, and the martial soul avatar were all used together. After all, he had the support of Ning Rongrong. Although he was a cloned version of White Tiger Douluo, the strength he displayed at this time was comparable to the original body. But even so, when facing Dian Wei, who became more bloodthirsty the more he was injured and became stronger the more he fought, he still did not gain the slightest benefit. On the contrary, it was himself. Under the frantic swing of the mad shark halberd in Dian Wei's hand, cracks had spread out in the originally solid defense. Bang! After forcibly using the second soul skill White Tiger's fierce light wave at close range, he finally found an opportunity. He shot backward and opened a certain safe distance from Dian Wei, who had scarlet eyes. Nima, what the hell is this? PS today's first latest update, please add it to your collection, please recommend me, please vote for me, I'd like to thank you very much. Chapter 136. Have you had enough of watching the show Zhonghe? Nima, what the hell is this? Looking at Dian Wei's blood-covered appearance, he couldn't help but feel heart palpitation. This guy's attack is simply fierce. It seems that no matter how strong the attack is, he does not take any defensive measures on himself. He was very confused, but he did not dare to slack off at all because this was a real battlefield and he was facing real enemies. He took out a few sausages of various sizes from the soul guide with his backhand and stuffed them into his mouth. Recovery, excitement and speed. After eating the fast-flying mushroom sausage, the faint lines behind Oscar slowly condensed, and in just a moment they condensed into the shape of a pair of wings. Flying. This is his most shameless skill, which allows him to fly in the air at the speed of a crested snake for a short period of time, and the distance can reach more than 2,000 meters. Luan Luo, if you can jump up and chop me. As his wings flashed, Oscar's figure was standing in mid-air, sticking out his tongue and making faces at Dian Wei, looking extremely. He deserved a beating, and he knew that this big guy couldn't reach him. How dare you play with me, you bastard! Listening to Oscar's mocking words, Dian Wei was also furious. His two halberds were heavily inserted into the ground, and then he suddenly pulled up and chased Oscar in the air. Whoosh! Oscar's wings vibrated and he quickly disappeared in place. Dian Wei's figure also followed closely, but he never touched Oscar. White Tiger Meteor Shower. Relying on his advantage in the sky, Oscar smiled evilly, and as he waved his fists, a series of tiger head-like fist shadows hit Dian Wei from the air like a meteor shower. You have the ability to come up and chop me down, he shouted arrogantly, looking quite pleased with his misfortune. You wanna die? Dian Wei was furious, but he had no choice but to watch helplessly as the shadows of fists in the sky fell on him. Bang! Just when Oscar was mocking Dian Wei, Su Chu gave a low shout, jumped up high, then suddenly stepped on the stone wall beside him with one foot, and his huge body jumped directly into the air like a cannonball. He leaned back slightly and immediately swung the giant hammer in his hand into a round shape. A huge hammer shadow cut through the sky and smashed down on Oscar's face. Not good. Noticing the sudden strong wind behind him, Oscar turned his head to look. Net time his E-press Zion suddenly changed. Get down! Su Chu shouted loudly, turned his wrist, and the hammer shadow instantly turned into an afterimage and hit Oscar hard. The terrifying force actually knocked Oscar to the ground from mid-air in an instant. Well done, Tiger Chi! Seeing that guy being knocked down by Su Chu, Dian Wei's eyes lit up. Immediately rushed forward, swung the halberd in his hand and slashed towards Oscar's neck. While you are sick, kill you! Ahem! Oscar stood up stiffly from the ground. The severe pain in his back made Oscar spit out several mouthfuls of blood, and the E-press Zion on his face was even more horrifying. This blow actually directly injured his internal organ. You must know that before the battle he used the White Tiger Protective Shield, the White Tiger Demon God Transformation, the White Tiger King Kong Transformation, the three major enhancement soul skills plus Ningrongrong's defense enhancement. How could he be so seriously injured? Oscar is very surprised now, but what he doesn't know is that the attack effect of all hammer weapons is to break defense. When Oscar, who had just climbed up, was still confused in his thoughts, Dian Wei had already rushed forward, his halberd coming towards him with the roar of the wind. Oscar subconsciously crossed his arms in front of his chest, but there was only a crisp sound, and the entire left arm suddenly twisted into a weird arc, and the whole person flew backwards to the side, smashing into the stone wall in the distant rumble. Broken stones flew everywhere and the sound was deafening. Xiao Xiao! Putting away his halberd, Dian Wei glanced disdainfully at the ruins in the distance and turned to Su Chu. The average cultivation level of the Shrek 7 monsters is only around level 85. Even if Ningrongrong can reach the title Douluo level with 90% of Ningrongrong's attributes, it is only equivalent to an ordinary level 90 title Douluo. It's just the level. But Su Chu and others are different. Although they use spiritual power from Blue Star instead of soul power because of the different concept, their cultivation is comparable to level 95 to 90 SI title Douluo. Even with the blessing of his own exclusive weapons, he is enough to compete with some 90 SI to 98th level title Douluo. You must know that after the soul power exceed level 95, there is a huge gap at each level. Between level 91 and 95, although the gap in soul power is not small, it can still be achieved by relying on the quality of the martial soul. The advantage may be made up by soul bones and soul skills, but if the strength exceed level 95, then the situation will change. The soul power of a 90 SITH level title Douluo is 20% stronger than that of a 90 SITH level title Douluo. The soul power of a 97th level title Douluo is even stronger than that of a 90 SITH level title Douluo, 20%, and so on. So even though the Shrek 7 Devil's strength increased rapidly with persistence under absolute suppression, they were just a mayfly shaking a tree. Ba! Spitting out a mouthful of bloody spit, the Poseidon trident in Tang San's right hand and his entire right arm were trembling slightly. He looked at Cao Yanbing in the distance, his face extremely solemn. In the brief battle with Cao Yanbing just now, although he barely managed to hold on and was not defeated so easily, that was all. Now Cao Yanbing didn't need to do anything at all. He just stood there with a gun, and Tang San was unable to resist with the pressure of his breath alone. This huge gap in strength made Tang San feel heavy in his heart. I'm so weak. Tang San sighed. The blue-silver domain is open to all rivers, the cloak hammer technique, all the soul skills attached to the two martial arts and the skills attached to the soul bone. He didn't understand that even though he had used the first 3 moves of Poseidon's self-created skill, the golden trident, he still couldn't cause much damage to Cao Yanbing. Secretly heaving a sigh of relief, what Tang San didn't know was that the current consumption of spiritual energy in Cao Yanbing's body was also extremely huge. I have to admit that although Tang San's strength is not very strong, his endless trump cards really annoy Cao Yanbing, especially the last few moves, which are even more dangerous. If you are not careful, Tang San will find a loophole to counterattack. What made him frown was the one in Tang San's hand, that weapon, the strange aura emanating from the weapon. This aura greatly improved Tang San's combat effectiveness and also made Cao Yanbing involuntarily feel a slight sense of crisis in his heart. He could clearly detect that the energy contained in the weapon was not soul power or spiritual power, and it seemed to be able to absorb the surrounding elements and convert them into the energy he needed. Precisely because of its distance, he was always unable to push Tang San to the extreme. He could also feel that the weapon seemed to be connected to Tang San. If he wanted to capture it, he could only kill it. It seems like we need to deal with this guy as soon as possible. Cao Yanbing had murderous intent in his eyes. I said, how long do you want to watch the show? Zhang He. PS the second update today. Please collect it, recommend it, and vote for me. I would be very grateful. As for a leave, it may take 1 day today. The night shift last night, got off work very late in the morning. Sorry. Try to make up for it later. Chapter 137. My General Zhang He. I said, how long do you want to watch the show? Zhang He. Cao Yanbing locked Tang San with his peripheral vision. His expression turned cold, but on the contrary a strange smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Oh, have you been discovered? At this moment a lazy voice suddenly came from the bottom of my heart. With the sound of this unfamiliar voice, a simple stone arch slowly emerged in the midair beside Cao Yanbing, and a simple atmosphere filled the world. Rumble. A black vort began to twist in the stone arch, and a figure similar in size to Cao Yanbing came out, wearing cloth and carrying a hoe. There is not much aura fluctuation on his body. In the eyes of ordinary people he looked like an ordinary person. The sudden change in the sky naturally attracted everyone's attention. Bang! Su Huang pierced Ma Hongjun's defense with a spear. The latter immediately groaned and shot backward. After staggering back a few steps, he stopped. He covered his shoulders and looked up at the figure in the sky, his pupils sudden contraction. Ma Hongjun never expected that the opponent he encountered this time was like a nightmare. Once the strange white flames touched the corner of his clothes, it would instantly lift him up to his body. Even if he was protected by the Fini body, he was completely helpless. In the past, no matter how powerful an opponent he encountered, he could defeat them with the power of his fire Fini spirit and his mutated flames, but this time it was different. This guy's white flames were simply a terrifying plague. As long as his flames are contaminated by his own Fini flames, they will be like a ball of venomous snakes devouring them crazily. Not only can they not be extinguished, but they will burn more and more intensely. The severe pain makes him miserable. This breath. Just when Su Huang was about to completely eliminate Ma Hongjun, he keenly caught a familiar aura fluctuation. That aura actually gave him a creepy feeling, as if he was facing some kind of natural enemy, and even his soul couldn't help but be afraid. Subconsciously he turned his head and looked in the direction of the aura fluctuations, and then his eyes suddenly shrank. That is, as expected, it was him who finally gave up. Xia Haoiwen defeated Dai Mubai with one blow, turned around and looked at the stone arch door in mid-air, or the figure at the door of the stone arch door, and raised the corner of his mouth. He must have been the one who saved the Lord last time. Xia Hadun also stared at the stone arch in the sky, his eyes flickering. Well, let's see what happens. Net. My lord has gained another general. Both Su Chudianwei and Su Chudianwei stared closely at the figure in the stone archway with a hint of excitement flashing in their eyes. As the guardian spirits of Cao Yanbing, they are naturally willing to see their lord become stronger and stronger. What this? Seeing the figure walking out of the stone arch, Tang San's face suddenly sank, and an inexplicable sense of crisis lingered in his heart. Although the opponent's aura fluctuated very weakly, he could faintly detect that the figure walking out of the stone archway seemed to be no less powerful than Cao Yanbing, and even seemed to be slightly better. If this person is an enemy, then their situation will be in danger. But if it's it's a partner, then he is the key to breaking the situation. What? After watching the show for so long you can finally give it up? Cao Yanbing looked at the figure in front of him and joked, isn't this boring? Zhang He shrugged his shoulders with a calm presence. In that case come and help me. I am not interested. Zhang He spread his hands and refused directly. I killed too many people on the battlefield during my lifetime. Now I just want to be a farmer quietly and cultivate the land slowly. You know, killing people is much more tiring than farming. I often dream. In my dreams I dream that the soldiers I killed are constantly chasing me. So why bother yourself? Isn't it a beautiful thing for a person to farm quietly? This is not what you really think. Cao Yanbing put the 10 palaces of Yama behind his back and looked at Zhang He with bright eyes. I want to conquer this world and I need your help. What? Do you want to insist on taking this path? Zhang He waved his hand and yawned lazily. In my last life I was vigorous but I still failed. I was born at the wrong time. Even to death he failed to realize his ideal. As for helping you, I'm sorry, I need a master who can let me do what I want instead of being arbitrary. Cao Mend is one of them, but it's a pity that he left too early. Boy, I helped you once but this time I don't intend to get involved in this muddy water, so I'm sorry. After saying that, Zhang He picked up the hoe again, turned around and walked towards the whirlpool inside the stone arch. Stop! Cao Yanbing's eyes narrowed slightly and a terrifying aura erupted from his body. The whole world seemed to freeze and an unimaginable pressure came down. What do you want? Cao Yanbing's words revealed a trace of impatience. Zhang He also paused for a moment, then continued walking towards the whirlpool. I don't want to do anything. You won't help? Cao Yanbing's eyes narrowed slightly. You said you were unwilling to help, but you still helped me, and now you show up proactively. As for the so-called farming, even dog don't believe it. While he was talking, Cao Yanbing had already tightened his grip on the 10th palace Yama in his hand and smashed it towards Zhang He's back. Boom! A huge roar suddenly plotted and the strong energy fluctuations made the surrounding mountain walls tremble. But Zhang He's figure stood motionless on the spot. After receiving a heavy blow, Zhang He did not react. He turned around and grinned at Cao Yanbing. You guessed it right. After the word fell, his figure had disappeared from everyone's sight so fast Cao Yanbing's pupils shrank. His speed was already extremely fast, but Zhang He's speed was far faster than him. It was obviously to another level, and the last words left by the other party made Cao Yanbing understand his attitude. This guy just wanted to test his own strength. Ghost Shadow Sword, Demonic Flame Spear come out. On one side of the body, Zhang He's figure suddenly appeared. At this time he no longer looked like the commoner before. On the contrary, he was now wearing a dark brown armor, holding a sword in his right hand and carrying a spear on his back, which turned into a black light and went straight to Cao Yanbing's throat. Hang! The collision of gold and iron resounded and a thick black mist appeared on Zhang He's body to block Cao Yanbing's attack. Your speed is slower but your strength is good, but it's still far from enough. With that move you just made, you couldn't hurt me at all. Zhang He directly pointed out the shortcomings of Cao Yanbing's attack. In the distance, although Tang San didn't know what the two talked about, looking at the current situation it was obvious that they had already fought. Good Chan, what he wants to see most is this situation. The Poseidon trident in his hand once again emitted golden light, stimulating the recovered soul power in his body, and the Poseidon's light reappeared on his body. With a movement of his body he directly attacked Cao Yan's soldiers in the battle circle. Senior, let's work together to kill him. PS today's first update. Please add it to your collection. Please recommend me. Please vote for me. I'd like to thank you very much. Chapter 138. Tang San's dignity is shattered. Senior, let's work together to kill him. Tang San held the Poseidon trident in his hand, stamped his feet on the ground, and his body covered in Poseidon's power suddenly plotted, heading straight towards Cao Yan's soldiers who were in the midst of a fierce battle. Hang! Cao Yanbing had just locked Zhang He's ghost sword, but before he could attack he saw Tang San charging towards him. Damn it, I really shame you. Cao Yanbing's face suddenly turned gloomy. He never expected that Tang San would dare to provoke him at this time. He was simply looking for death. The moment his body was knocked back, the Poseidon trident in Tang San's hand suddenly trembled with golden light, and the blue electric arc wrapped around it plotted, instantly turning into countless electric rays and splashing out. At the same time his eyes were condensed and there seemed to be a faint flash of thunder in his eyes. He suddenly waved the Poseidon trident in his hand and the air crackled as if leaving traces in the void, and he fiercely moved towards Cao Yan. The soldiers blasted away. The sky is green and the thunder is extinguished. Roll! Cao Yanbing roared angrily, holding the 10 palaces of hell in his hand, and thick hellfire emerged. The moment the flame condensed cannon body collided with the Poseidon trident, invisible ripples spread and the surrounding rocks were thrown away. Cao Yanbing was relatively strong. His body only swayed on the spot before regaining his balance. Tang San on the other hand took 7 or 8 steps back and almost almost fell into the air. Senior. Just when Tang San turned to look at Zhang he suddenly discovered that the latter was holding a ghost sword and slashed directly towards his waist. This sword seemed to cut off his Poseidon power, directly injuring his body severely. Tang San looked horrified, but before he could finish his words he vomited blood and fell from the high altitude into the forest. Third brother, mistress. The defeated Shrek 7 monsters and others all changed their colors suddenly and ran towards the direction where Tang San fell, fearing that if they were a step too late Tang San would fall on the spot. One of Zhang He's abilities is insight, which allows him to find the enemy general's weaknesses in a short period of time and accurately judge the target's energy intensity. Where did Yao Iao come from? He doesn't know whether to live or die. Glancing contemptuously at the place where Tang San fell, Zhang He looked coldly and sneered as if he had killed an insect casually. It seems that I really underestimated you. Tired of fighting, return to the countryside. I won't believe this nonsense. From the first time you helped me I know that what you desire is to fight. If he really retired to the countryside he would not have used his body to resist the attack when Cao Yanbing was about to be attacked, nor would he have reappeared in front of him. Ha 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 ha. Hearing these words Zhang He looked up to the sky and roared, and a fire of fighting spirit suddenly emerged in his eyes. Young boy from the Cao family, you really like me. Since you are so determined to conquer the world, I Zhang He want to take a look. Do you have this ability? Buzz. Zhang He looked up to the sky and roared, his body turning into a black mist at a speed visible to the naked eye. The violent killing momentum instantly swept the entire sky. He held the ghost shadow sword tightly in his right hand and the demon flame spear in his left hand and rushed straight into Cao Yanbing's body. Roar. Accompanied by a faint roar of a dragon, Cao Yanbing's spiritual clothes, which were condensed with spiritual power, suddenly plotted and his bronze body burned with black flame. What this? Noticing the change in his body, Cao Yanbing's eyebrows wrinkled. He clearly felt that his body seemed to have suddenly become much lighter and the aura coming from his body was actually a bit strange. Don't resist. My flame is a shadow. It can be directly transformed into armor and attached to every part of your body. It not only plays a protective role but also strengthens all your attribute. In the same way I will kill you now. It's also easy. Zhang He's voice sounded from inside his body. Oh, attribute enhancement? Interesting. I want to see to what level you can enhance my physical attribute. Cao Yanbing's eyes narrowed and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Buzz. A muffled thunder suddenly plotted in Cao Yanbing's mind and the wisps of black flames on his body seemed to penetrate directly into his body. He could clearly feel that his power was rising rapidly at an alarming speed. High black flames filled every corner of his body and even every cell, surface, skin and even bones were filled with a wonderful power. The flames were surging crazily and immediately condensed directly on his body, looking like a pair of black armor. The chest of the armor is engraved with a ferocious animal head and a stripe is engraved on the armor like a pattern. There is a huge spear on its back that exudes a cold luster and the ghost sword with a cold light in its hand seems to be ready at any time. Slit the enemy's throat. The appearance of this black armor is very consistent with Cao Yanbing's physique. It looks domineering. The pitch black scales glow with an icy sheen like a source of darkness. Cao Yanbing slowly raised his left arm and stretched out 5 fingers. Under the sunlight the 5 slender and thick claws glowed with a faint cold light. They were so sharp that it made people tremble. It actually turned into armor. Cao Yanbing's eyes lit up. His cultivation level had improved so much that he couldn't adapt to the previous spirit cloth. Now he finally had a suit of armor that suited him, which inevitably made him sighted. Feeling the power of a punch that could distort the space, Cao Yanbing's mouth turned into a bloodthirsty coldness. He looked at the Shrek 7 monsters supporting each other in the distance with a red light in his eyes. The strength of these guys is not weak. If they are let go easily they will definitely cause trouble for themselves in the future. It is better to kill them directly here to avoid future trouble. Cao Yanbing sneered and stepped into the air with the ghost sword in hand. Every step he took would leave an indelible black flame in the space. The ground was cracked inch by inch and endless killing intent erupted from Cao Yanbing's body. Spew out. His speed was not fast but he carried a very oppressive sense of threat which made the Shrek 7 devils suddenly choke and their hearts were beating fast as if they were about to burst out of their throats in the net second. Escape. Such an idea suddenly appeared in the minds of the Shrek 7 monsters, but strangely as soon as this idea appeared it was shattered. As Cao Yanbing approached everyone had a feeling of being unable to escape, as if there was an invisible barrier blocking them here. Can't you escape? A trace of despair flashed in the eyes of the Shrek 7 monsters. Although their strength was pretty good they had no chance of winning against Cao Yanbing, whose combat power had soared. While everyone was quietly waiting for death to come, Tang San suddenly knelt down on his knees, lowered his head, gritted his teeth and said, Cao Yanbing, let them go. I will let you do whatever you want. Tang San San was not afraid of death, but these friends were the Tang sect last hope. How could he bear to watch them die in front of him? Besides, if it hadn't been for him, Daimyo Bai and the others wouldn't have come to kill them. If he could have found out that Cao Yanbing was here earlier, he would have definitely gathered more men to encircle and suppress them together. In the end, it's all your own fault. Third brother, stand up. Third brother, what are you talking about? Xiao San, we are a team. We are the Shrek 7 Devils. Even if we die, we will die together. PS, the second update today. Please collect it, recommend it, and vote for me. I would be very grateful. Chapter 139, Tang San's Last Resort. Third brother, stand up. Third brother, what are you talking about? Xiao San, we are a team. We are the Shrek 7 Devils. Even if we die, we will die together. Seeing Tang San's move of kneeling down to beg for mercy, Daimyo Bai and others felt their hearts tremble and hurriedly shouted out. In the eyes of the Shrek 7 monsters, Tang San was a man who was perseverant and valued love and justice as a human being. He is also an extremely strong man with a strong sense of self-esteem. But now Tang San chose to sacrifice himself and abandon his own dignity to get a glimmer of hope for them. This friendship deeply made everyone feel heartbroken. After hearing everyone's words, Tang San's face twitched lightly and a tear flowed down his cheek. You are my brothers and the hope of the Tang sect in the future. You must not die here. As he spoke, Tang San slowly raised his head and looked at Cao Yanbing with determination in his eyes. Mistress, we must die together. Daimyo Bai clenched his fist and gritted his teeth and said, even if I die, I must die standing. Third brother, I would rather have broken jade than complete tiles. Brother, we will be together even if we die. Tang San's eyes turned red as his companions' voices kept ringing in his ears. He knew that if he hadn't underestimated Cao Yanbing's strength and insisted on letting them come to support them, the Shrek 7 monsters might not have ended up in such a miserable situation. Tang San took a deep breath, trying hard to calm down the turmoil in his heart, and said softly, you guys should leave quickly. Third brother, quickly leave. Tang San shouted angrily, don't forget you represent the Tang sect and the Tang sect must not be destroyed. Listening to Tang San's bold word, Daimyo Bai pursed his lips tightly and was about to say something when he was interrupted by a loud shout. I said, are you a little too self-righteous? Cao Yanbing was seen standing there without doing much, with a joking smile on his face, staring at the Shrek 7 Devils sarcastically. I haven't said I will let you go yet. Upon hearing this, Daimyo Bai and others' expressions changed and they all turned their attention to Cao Yanbing. Mistress, let's go. Daimyo Bai yelled, then suddenly waved his arms. His body turned into an after-image and rushed directly towards Cao Yan's soldiers. Haha, you don't overestimate your capabilities. Seeing Daimyo Bai rushing over, Cao Yanbing smiled faintly and he followed. He stretched out his right palm to meet Daimyo Bai's iron fist and easily caught Daimyo Bai's fist. The other palm suddenly shook with force and it actually knocked Daimyo Bai nearly 100 meters away before he could steady his steps, while Cao Yanbing remained motionless as if he didn't use any strength at all. Boss die. Seeing that Daimyo Bai and Cao Yanbing were defeated after just a moment of fighting, the 5 Shrek monsters around them were shocked. Boss die. Let go. Tang San stood up fiercely, his eyes red. He roared, his body suddenly accelerated and he rushed to Cao Yanbing's side in an instant. Bang! Tang San's fist hit Cao Yanbing's chest hard, but the force dissipated instantly like a stone cow entering the sea, and Cao Yanbing didn't even take a step back. He knew that he was basically unable to resist Cao Yanbing now, so the moment he rushed toward him, he had already activated the Vasi Universe Shield and activated his invisibility skills, but not for himself but for Daimyo Bai and others. The cover of the Vasi and the universe. A bright blue light shone, covering dozens of meters around it in an instant. Under the coverage of this blue light, the figures of Daimyo Bai and others quickly disappeared and they fled far away under Tang San's control. Go. Chapter 140, Confronting the God. Damn it! Tang San covered the wound and glanced at the arm stained by scarlet blood from the corner of his eye. His face suddenly turned pale and fine sweat broke out on his forehead. The shadow of the knife directly tore his arm and even the flesh had some traces of being corroded by the demonic energy. But what frightened him the most was that his soul bone skill spring breeze blows again could not be released at all and the injury was completely there is no cure. The sword dance was like covering the sky and the sun, wrapping Tang San in it. Tang San tried his best to avoid being cut by the sword dance, but unfortunately it was still to no avail. All he could do was struggle hard in the sword dance. The body, limbs, neck, chest and abdomen everywhere touched by the sword dance has dark purple scars containing demonic energy. A burst of severe pain spread from his chest accompanied by a spray of blood. Tang San's body trembled suddenly, his face was as pale as paper and a wisp of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. His consciousness gradually blurred at this moment. 3 seconds. In Tang San's consciousness, this should be the last 3 seconds of his life. He could clearly feel that his body and consciousness were about to reach the edge of collapse. He suddenly thought if he could be strong stronger the ending would be different. Scenes emerged in my mind. Having lived 20 more years, if there is anything I still can't bear to part with. His biggest regret is that he hasn't avenged his parents yet and hasn't seen the demise of Wuhan Palace yet. Under the pressure of death, intense blue light spread from the bones of the blue-silver emperor's right leg, densely covering every corner of Tang San's body, but it still did not help. He could only watch his body being swallowed up by the sword. Dang! Suddenly a scene that surprised Cao Yanbing appeared. Tang San's shattered body actually began to gradually recover. The dense knife marks were rippling like water ripples. In just one breath, Tang San's body returned to its original shape. Except for the clothes being a little damaged, there were a few more knife wounds on his body. Except for this, other parts of the body have recovered as before. This is Cao Yanbing's eyes hidden under his helmet narrowed slightly, feeling the shock coming from under the ghost knife. He withdrew the knife in his hand in surprise and keenly caught something strange about Tang San's body. Tang San's body, the watch, was actually covered by a blue three-dimensional triangle, and around his body there was a strong power of Poseidon which seemed to be protecting his body. The blue light in the sky suddenly became stronger and a blue light was ejected from the tip above the blue triangle. The blue light instantly magnified in the air, transforming into a huge shadow that was 100 meters high. The shadow was very blurry, but Cao Yanbing had seen it before. This was exactly the shadow that appeared behind Tang San when he used the so-called golden trident when he and Tang San first met in the Star Do forest. Oh, this thing again? Cao Yanbing could clearly feel the extreme sense of oppression coming from the shadow. Not only that, the sense of oppression was also increasing rapidly. No wonder you dare to come here. It turns out you relied on this thing. Cao Yanbing glanced at the shadow behind Tang San and said curiously, I want to see how the gods of the other world are like us. God, what's the difference? He shouted coldly, step hard, and struck out the ghost shadow slash in his hand again. This time he did not hold back at all, and all the soul power in his body was poured into the blade. Suddenly the color of the ghost shadow slash quickly changed from scarlet to black. A cold breath filled the air. Presumptuous! An old and majestic voice sounded from the sky, and then a majestic majesty swept down, fiercely suppressing Cao Yanbing. Rumble! Thunder is rolling in the sky. The terrifying momentum plunged the entire space into a state of depression. Faced with the terrifying aura and pressure, Cao Yanbing's eyes flashed with light and he roared, the monsters are dancing wildly. Wow! Evil energy surged out of his body again, condensing into dense black shadows like ghosts, and ghosts shuttling between the blade, glowing with black light. Boom! There was an explosion. The air shook and the collision between the two erupted into a huge shock wave. The strong wind caused Cao Yanbing's body to slide back several meters before stopping. Lord Su Chu and others on the side were surprised when they saw this. This was the first time they had seen Cao Yanbing actually suffer a slight disadvantage in a head-on confrontation. But compared to Su Chu and others, although the face of this Poseidon phantom was calm at the moment, his heart was. There was a huge wave. This phantom is the projection of his true body left in Poseidon's heart. He can only take action when Tang San encounters a fatal crisis. When he encountered the deep-sea demonic whale at sea, it had been forcibly triggered before. This time it was also a piece of insurance he left in Tang San's body. Although his strength was not as good as his own body, it was far superior to the 99th level titled Douluo, and it was his. Even with a full blow, Cao Yan's soldiers couldn't be defeated. Leave the small problem to me. Cao Yanbing waved his hand to stop everyone's action. He stared at the phantom of the Poseidon floating in the air, but his heart was full of fighting spirit. Is this the power of God? It's kind of interesting. Cao Yanbing took a deep breath and the black mist armor transformed by Zhang. He was tumbling. He knew that the enemy in front of him was very strong, and even if it was just a shadow, he could not easily compete with it. Yanbing, although this thing is very strong, it is just a shadow and cannot last for a long time, so just crush him to pieces. Cao Yanbing interrupted Zhang He's most prudent advice. After finally facing an instance of this level, he was too lazy to talk nonsense. Bikuku. Zhang He, come on. With a flick of his wrist, he directly put the pitch-black ghost sword into its sheath and immediately took out the 10 palaces of Yama. The surging spiritual power surged out of his body and instantly gathered on the weapon. Human spiritual skills, the ultimate formless fire emperor. In this move, Cao Yanbing did not use any other energy but purely relied on his own spiritual power to defeat the Poseidon. In an instant, all the fire attribute energy in the entire space converged on the 10 palaces of Yama as if to burn all obstacles in front of him. This kind of power. The Poseidon phantom frowned slightly. He clearly felt that the power released by Cao Yanbing was not the effect of soul power, but it was extremely familiar, as if it seemed very similar to someone in the god realm. How is this possible? Poseidon was extremely surprised. Could it be that this guy is also the inheritor of someone in the god realm? Thinking of this, his Zion suddenly changed lightly and he mobilized the power of the Poseidon in his body. Suddenly a phantom of a blue ocean appeared beside Poseidon. The vast sea was like another world. PS the second update today, please collect it, recommend it and vote for me, I would be very grateful. Chapter 141 Comparing God with a mortal body. How is this possible? Poseidon was extremely surprised. Could it be that this guy is also the inheritor of someone in the god realm? Thinking of this, his prescience suddenly changed lightly and he mobilized the power of the Poseidon in his body. Suddenly a phantom of a blue ocean appeared beside Poseidon. The vast sea was like another world. Go. Under the control of Cao Yanbing, a giant fireball that could cover the sky and the sun hit Poseidon from mid-air. The terrifying high temperature burned the air along the way and distorted it. Faced with Cao Yanbing's attack, even Poseidon didn't dare to stroke his beard, especially because of the weird spiritual thoughts involved in his attack. Drain. Following the Poseidon's low shout, the phantom of the sea suddenly rolled up and a wave of invisible ripples rippled out from within, instantly sweeping up the ball of fireball. Buzz. The moment the ripples touched the fireball, they surged wildly. The seawater in the phantom of the sea gradually condensed into a hand that was larger than the fireball. It held the fireball tightly and could not escape no matter how the flames burned and struggled. A faint smile appeared on Poseidon's face. No matter whose successor you are trying to challenge me, Poseidon is really asking for death. Poseidon snorted coldly and the giant hand that condensed suddenly squeezed. Lick. There was a crisp sound and the fireball was still safe and sound. On the contrary, the giant hand formed by the power of the ocean plotted in response, turning into a sky full of blue ocean energy and dissipating into the void. How can this be? Poseidon's prescience was a little stiff. Although the giant hand was not used at full strength, it was almost the same. How could it be shattered by a mortal? Moreover, the strange spiritual thought contained in the fireball actually made him feel inexplicable palpitations and even made him feel a faint threat. Implode. While Poseidon's mind was spinning wildly, Cao Yanbing's cold shout was clearly transmitted to Poseidon's ears. Boom. The fireball plotted suddenly and the fiery shock wave spread in all directions. The explosion's flames carried thick waves of fire that shot straight into the sky as if they were going to burn up the sky. In a hurry, Poseidon could only hold up a defensive shield to resist the shock wave, but the moment his pupils suddenly shrank and he suddenly found that the ocean shadow that had just condensed behind him had collapsed. This explosion actually broke his ocean domain. Damn it! Poseidon's body also began to disintegrate under this wave of fire. His face was as gloomy as ink and he said angrily, how can a humble mortal possess such strength? He is a high-ranking Poseidon. Even if he is just a shadow, how can he lose to a mortal? Suppress me! A cold light flashed in Poseidon's eyes and a blue gem suddenly appeared above his head. The gem seemed ordinary, but it emitted frighteningly powerful energy fluctuations. Just the fluctuations that escaped caused the entire earth to shake violently. An artifact? Looking at the same illusory gem suspended above his head, Cao Yanbing's eyes narrowed and then a sarcastic arc was drawn at the corner of his mouth. Yanbing, that thing is his energy source. Leer. As soon as the word fell, Cao Yanbing stepped forward and shot up into the air like an arrow from a string. He clenched the 10 palaces of Yama that turned into a hammer in his right fist and struck hard on the gem. Bang! A dull crashing sound suddenly sounded. At the same time, a circle of energy ripples visible to the naked eye centered on the two and quickly spread to the surroundings, setting off a violent gust of wind that broke and collapsed all nearby trees. The moment Poseidon's gem came into contact with Cao Yanbing, the surface of the azure blue gem suddenly lit up with a dazzling light and Cao Yanbing's 10 palaces of Yama actually dimmed a bit under the light. Cao Yanbing's speed was so fast that he couldn't react immediately when he was resisting the wave of fire. He could only watch as he bombarded his artifact. The artifact was severely damaged and Poseidon's body, which was not very noticeable at first, became more and more unreal. Asshole! Poseidon's face was extremely pale. He never dreamed that a little mortal could actually shake the artifact. He didn't know what method Cao Yanbing used, but he was sure that the weapon in Cao Yanbing's hand was by no means a simple weapon. Damn it! The power of Poseidon in his body was gradually becoming weaker. He did not expect that he would encounter such a difficult situation this time. Poseidon's thoughts changed rapidly. He must help Tang San get out of trouble in the shortest possible time, otherwise when he exhausted the power of Poseidon in his body, Tang San would not be able to escape in this situation. Get out of my way! Poseidon roared suddenly and waved his arms suddenly. In an instant the power of Poseidon in his body surged and large swaths of ocean power gathered around him, forming two huge and unparalleled ocean halberds. The ocean halberd was filled with the majestic and vast power of the ocean, and it was like a mountain bearing down on the top of a mountain, and it was killing Cao Yanbing. Come! Now Cao Yanbing was in high spirits of fighting. When he saw the two ocean halberd coming with destructive power, he suddenly jumped up and slashed out out with the 10th palace Yama in his hand again. The net moment the two ocean halberds with monstrous momentum were directly smashed into pieces by Cao Yanbing's giant hammer, turning into energy fluctuations and disappearing into the air. Cao Yanbing's body fell steadily in the air. His face was full of surprise. This attack from Poseidon. So that guy escaped. Zhang He's voice suddenly sounded. A warning sign arose in Cao Yanbing's heart, and he immediately looked up, and sure enough he saw that the Poseidon had taken Tang San away, reaching the sky in the blink of an eye. Smoke bomb. Cao Yanbing's eyes flashed with murderous intent. The net second, the aura on his body suddenly increased several times, and ferocious black and red veins suddenly appeared on the surface of the armor. The whole person seemed to be covered with a pair of ferocious armor, extremely ferocious. The 10 palaces of Yama turned into fire blunderbuss and raised it again, aiming at the back of Poseidon, that turned into a small dot, and the spiritual power of heaven and earth gathered crazily. King of Hell Cannon. Boom! A thunderous shout burst out from Cao Yanbing's mouth, followed by a terrifying black and white pillar of fire. Suddenly it was inspired by the firecracker. This pillar of fire was like a falling meteorite, dragging the bright firelight and hitting Poseidon's back directly. Rumble! The moment the pillar of fire fell, there seemed to be endless roars from the sky and the earth. The earth trembled and the entire island began to shake. In the pillar of fire the figure of Poseidon slowly appeared, and his already illusory body finally dissipated at this moment, but when he dissipated, Tang San was directly teleported further away. With the complete demise of Poseidon, where he originally stood, there was only a ball of blue energy water droplet floating in the air. PS Today's first update. Please add it to your collection. Please recommend me. Please vote for me. I'd like to thank you very much. Chapter 142 Poseidon and Shura God. What about God? Cao Yanbing withdrew his musket and looked at the blue water droplets with cold eyes. When you meet me, Demon King Cao, you don't have to wait to die. He stretched out his palm and grabbed the blue water droplet from the air. However, before his palm came close, the blue water droplet suddenly disappeared. The net moment the blue water droplet appeared again. Cao Yanbing raised his eyebrows slightly. Suddenly the blue water droplet suddenly burst into dazzling blue light, shot straight into the sky, and finally disappeared into the sky. Looking at the blue sky in the distance, Cao Yanbing frowned slightly. Although he didn't want to, he had to admit that with his current strength it was easy to deal with the shadow of this so-called god. If it was the real body, it would be a different matter. God. Cao Yanbing narrowed his eyes and murmured, according to Qian Daoliu, there seems to be a so-called divine realm, the god of the sea. Just wait, I will personally take your life. Cao Yanbing glanced at the lifeless Yueguan on the ground, and in a flash he came to his body. Papal decree. Cao Yanbing knelt down and picked up the token inlaid with blue gemstones and engraved with some strange pattern. After weighing it for a while, he pocketed the papal decree from the Holy See and then flew away, preparing to return to Wuhan City. Generals, go back. As commanded. As commanded. The bodies of the 5 generals trembled and turned into points of light that filled the sky and returned to Cao Yanbing's body. The net moment his body returned to normal amid a surge of black mist. In an instant an extreme sense of dizziness and weakness swept through his body, as if his spiritual power had been drained from his whole body. In just a moment Cao Yanbing lost his balance. Yanbing. Zhang He, who transformed into a human form, stretched out his hand to support the weak Cao Yanbing. Are you okay? I'm fine, my body is just a little overloaded. Cao Yanbing shook his head and looked at his palm. In the large-scale battle just now he had exhausted almost 80% of his spiritual power. If Zhang He hadn't been possessed and forcibly blessed him, he probably wouldn't have been able to take the Poseidon's blow so lightly. After all, Poseidon is a first-level god in the god realm. He can be regarded as a giant instance no matter where he is. He is second only to the powerful masters at the level of the Lord God. Even if it is just a ray of his shadow, his power cannot be underestimated. God realm. It seems that after the end of this continent there will be another place to fight. Zhang He glanced at the blue sky in the distance with a look of expectation on his face. After all, people's desires will roll up like falling rocks from a mountain. With Zhang He's help, the soul power in Cao Yanbing's body was gradually recovering. When the soul power circulated through the veins in his body, he was shocked to find that his strength had actually improved. And it's not that simple progress, it's a qualitative leap. Originally, after Cao Xianliang was resurrected, his strength had been stabilized at the top level of the Great Jiaor, but after this battle his hell realm was about to reach the point of quasi-infinite. You must know that Wujian and Dajiaor are an ultimate leap, just like Dajiaor and Jiaor. It is an essential transformation. If the top-level Dajiaori can contend with title Douluo above the 95th level, then he with Zhen Wujian can head-on defeat all title Douluo below the god level, including Qiandao Lu Bibi Dong. It seems that we have to go to the battlefield to collect the souls of the dead again. Cao Yanbing thought to himself himself. After all, he has the Rakshasa street domain and can directly absorb the dead souls and convert them into his own spiritual power, and this is also the source of his sudden increase in strength. Let's go, it's time to go back. Here, it is a place unlike any other. In the distance, magnificent halls are suspended in the clouds. Surrounding the main hall are ancient buildings with long corridors leading to all directions. Each building reveals a trace of vicissitude and simplicity, showing their once glorious history. This is the world of God, the kingdom of God. Above a cloud on the left side of the God realm, a blue palace is standing quietly, and at the top of the hall there are several large characters carved with flying dragons and Phoenix Poseidon Temple. Within the Poseidon Hall there are 30 huge pillars on each side supporting the roof of the hall. A 300-meter wide passage in the center leads to the far left. At the end of the passage is a huge chair with a giant sitting on that chair. The giant looks no different from human. He wears a white robe with gold edges and wears a three-pronged ring on his head with an aqua blue gem in the center. His figure looked very familiar. If Cao Yanbing and Tang San were here at this moment, they would definitely find that this giant was transformed into the form of Poseidon's divine thoughts released by Poseidon's heart. However, what he saw at that time was just an illusory figure, but what he saw now was a real instant. Net to Poseidon there is a figure who is also wrapped in dark red magic pattern. The dark red light surrounds his body, making it difficult to see his appearance. You can only vaguely see that he is wearing a dark cloth armor with red magic pattern. The air in the entire Poseidon temple seemed to solidify due to the presence of these two gods. Poseidon, how could you be so miserable in a small world like Douluo continent? The voice of the man in magic pattern armor was as sonorous as gold and iron, and the air seemed to become a little colder with every word he spat out. Will I be defeated? What a joke! Poseidon's voice sounded a little angry. His tone suddenly increased several times and his voice resounded like thunder throughout the Poseidon temple. I'm just too lazy to argue with him. If I really take action, who can do anything to me? How could I, the majestic god of the ocean Poseidon, not even be able to defeat a mortal? Ha 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 ha, Poseidon, you should keep pretending. The man in the dark red magic pattern armor laughed and said in a sarcastic tone, don't you and I know whether he is immortal? Don't say that he is just a human being. Even if you are immortal, you can't even say you can defeat him. What's more, do you see those giants behind him? They haven't taken action yet. Upon hearing his word, Poseidon's tone instantly fell silent. It is true that those giants have not taken action yet and even just watched quietly when the battle began, but judging from the aura emanating from these giants, their strength is no less than that of ordinary 95 level titled Douluo. Shura, what do you think of him? Poseidon suddenly asked. Shura Yuya said, there is an energy wave in this guy's body that is very familiar but makes my heart palpitate. He must be the inheritor chosen by someone in the god realm. If he is allowed to develop like this, I am afraid that one after another will appear in the god realm. Super God. PS, the second update today, please collect it, recommend it and vote for me, I would be very grateful. Chapter 143, The Two God Petty Ideas. Shura, what do you think of him? Poseidon suddenly asked. Shura Yuya said, there is an energy wave in this guy's body that is very familiar but makes my heart palpitate. He must be the inheritor chosen by someone in the god realm. If he is allowed to develop like this, I am afraid that one after another will appear in the god realm. Super God. Oh, a power fluctuation that can make your heart palpitate? Poseidon looked at the Shura god beside him in surprise. God Shura is between the god of light and the god of darkness. He is an instance of both good and evil, and he is also the god of killing. He is in charge of killing's trials and laws, but he is upright by nature, making the god realm clear. As a law enforcer in the god realm, he will never violate the rules or break the law. The instance that can make him feel palpitations in this god realm, except for those instances of the main god level, I am afraid there is no one else. Yes, Shura nodded, but there was some confusion on his face. I don't know what kind of energy it is, but the fluctuation seems to represent killing and death. This is something I rarely encounter in the god realm. Killing and death? Poseidon frowned. He turned to Shura and slowly said, could it be some inheritor you secretly found in Douluo continent? Shura, damn it, if this is my successor, I will go directly to let him ascend to the divine realm. Why are you here beeping? God Shura couldn't help but cursed in a low voice. Although the energy fluctuations emanating from that guy are very similar to my inherited power, if it is really my inherited power, will I still stay here? I will directly break through to the godhead. Let's become the Lord God. Is this really true? Are you hiding any information? Poseidon hesitated. Fart. Shura's face suddenly turned red and he said angrily, as a law enforcer in the god realm, I have always been impartial. Do you think I can do this kind of private search for the inheritor? That's true. Poseidon was stunned for a moment, and after thinking about it carefully, it was indeed the case. God Shura is the main god and he is also an extremely impartial instant. If he really look for a successor, he will never leak his inheritance power or even directly block the inheritance power. But who is the inheritor of this Cao Yanbing? By the way, have you eaten it? As if he suddenly remembered something, Poseidon looked at him for a moment, then spoke silently, trying to get rid of the conversation. Poseidon, have you forgotten something? Shura did not listen to him and sneered, Poseidon, Poseidon, you have come to the mortal world again and again to quote scriptures for the inheritors, which has violated the laws of the god. Rules and regulations should be obliterated. When Poseidon heard this, his expression suddenly changed and his voice also became cold. Shura, don't think that because you are a law enforcer in the god realm you can slander me wantonly. Is that so? Then who just directed his divine power to go down to earth to save that guy named Tang San? No, 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 it couldn't be you, Poseidon, it couldn't really be you. God, Shura, suddenly he smiled obscenely, his eyes full of disdain. Shura, please stop slandering me. Poseidon suddenly became furious. With a wave of his hands, countless water pillars rose into the sky instantly. Humph, slandering you? I didn't. I was just stating a fact. Have you ever done something that you don't know how to do? God, Shura smiled scornfully. Right, with a wave of his hand, countless evil spirit condensed on his palm to form a giant sword that was tens of feet long. Shura sword. Shua. Poseidon's water ball attack was torn apart instantly. Shura, don't forget this is our Poseidon temple. Although Poseidon shouted angrily, judging from his somewhat evasive eyes, it was obvious that he was feeling guilty. Haha, of course I know this is your Poseidon temple, but I am the law enforcer of the god realm, so don't force me to take action. God, Shura looked at him with a sneer. Poseidon's eyes were hard for a while, but he finally softened. He sighed helplessly and said, I said, can you change your lines? You always say that you are the law enforcer of the god realm, but how often do you not rely on your identity? Bully me? I didn't bully you. Seeing Poseidon's defeat, Shura suddenly laughed heartily. Ha 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 ha, Poseidon, you the sea god of the generation are here today. Humph, just wait, I will get this debt back sooner or later. Poseidon glared at Shura in anger. Okay, 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 you are awesome, you are awesome. Shura shrugged his shoulders and put away the Shura sword in his hand. As the Shura sword was put away, the pressure that originally filled the entire hall gradually dissipated, and it was as if nothing happened between the two. Forget it, I won't argue with you. We need to pay more attention to the matter of Cao Yanbing. After all, we still don't know whether this guy is the inheritor of the god. He has this kind of killing and death aura. I also want to see who this mysterious god is. After Shura pondered for a moment, he spoke again. However, I suggest you not to interfere with Tang San at will recently, so as not to break the rules of the god realm. Yeah, I know. Poseidon nodded. Anyway, don't break the rules and say goodbye. After saying this, Shura smiled slightly, took a step forward and disappeared into the Poseidon temple. After Shura left, Poseidon's face immediately darkened. He looked at the place where Shura disappeared and murmured to himself, bah, this guy, if it weren't for the fear that you are one of the top 3 gods on par with the other 2 god kings, one of the law enforcement officers, I've already pushed you to the ground and rubbed you. After a few angry outbursts, his eyes fell on a crystal mirror in the distance. Inside there was the unconscious Tang San surrounded by the other Si Shrek monsters. If you can't grow up, all my hard work will be in vain. At the same time, Shura temple. Shura sat on the throne looking slightly tired. In fact, he also secretly helped Tang San, but he was still given the upper hand by Poseidon. When Tang San faced the deep-sea demonic whale before, it was he who secretly mutated the god of death domain in Tang San's body, allowing him to successfully channel his murderous aura to suppress the deep-sea demonic whale. After all, he also had thoughts about Tang San, but now the sudden appearance of Cao Yanbing made his nerve tense. Poseidon was right. The aura of killing and death in Cao Yanbing's body was somewhat similar to Cao Yanbing's, but he didn't remember that he had such an inheritor. Moreover, the murderous aura in Cao Yanbing's body was even scarier than that of himself, the god of slaughter. This was the main reason that made him feel surprised and puzzled. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes. When he opened them again, he had regained his composure. It seems that we have to find a way to get in touch with this Cao Yanbing. The secrets in this guy's body are much more interesting than Tang San. If he is really allowed to accept his inheritance, I'm afraid there will be another major god in the god realm. With a faint smile on his face, Shura seemed to have imagined the situation in which Cao Yanbing would become a god. P.S. Today's first update. Please add it to your collection. Please recommend me. Please vote for me. I'd like to thank you very much. Chapter 144. Escape back to Tiandu. At the supply junction, Dai Mubai and others emerged from the Vasi universe cover. Asshole. When he remembered the scene where Tang San knelt down to Cao Yanbing to protect them, his blood surged up and he punched the ground heavily. Click. The area where the fist hit was immediately punched out with a deep hole. Smoke and dust were everywhere and blood oozed from his fist, but Dai Mubai seemed not to notice, still immersed in anger. Damn Cao Yanbing, how can Xiaosan resist if she stays there alone? Tang San is Dai Mubai's best brother and an indispensable member of the Shrek 7 devils. But now in order to save them Tang San even gave up his own dignity and even his life. This friendship is enough to make Tang San. Their hearts ached. I'm going to save brother. Xiao Wu's eyes were red and tears rolled down her cheek. Don't be impulsive Xiao Wu. Zhu Zuqing stopped her with red eyes. The third brother gave us the hope of life with his dignity and life. He doesn't want us to go there and die. Then let's just watch. Xiao Wu's voice trembled. Otherwise, what else can we do? Everyone has seen Cao Yanbing's strength. Third brother's strength has far surpassed that of Sword Douluo and the others. Even he can't resist their opponent. Do we have hope? Oscar, he clenched his fist tightly. His eyes were bloodshot and he gritted his teeth and said, if it really comes to a last resort, I would rather die with the third brother. You know we are the Shrek 7 devils. After hearing what Oscar said, everyone fell silent. What he said is indeed correct. The Shrek 7 devils are a team and will never be allowed to. If anyone dies, even if it means paying the price with his life, then let me die like this. Xiao Wu's eyes turned red. I can't do it. Dai Mubai closed his eyes. His mind was in a mess. They are a group of young people who usually smile and laugh, but they still have passion and pride flowing in their bone. They have lived together since childhood, practiced together, experienced many hardships, shared joys and sorrows, and trusted each other. This kind of trust is even stronger than that of relatives and be close. But now their partner has died trying to save them, which is a huge blow to them. Let go. After a long while, Dai Mubai finally opened his eyes. His Zion became determined and his tone was decisive. Let's go back first and discuss countermeasures with them. The chance to survive that Xiaosan risked his life to fight for us cannot be lost like this. Hearing this, except for Xiao Wu, the others finally compromised after half a minute of ideological struggle. Xiao Wu, let's go back first. Don't worry, the third brother's strength cannot be underestimated. He will be fine. Ma Hongjun comforted her, but his Zion of lack of confidence was not convincing. But Xiao Wu's eyes were slightly red and her heart was full of sorrow. Let's tell them the news first and then find a way to rescue them. After all, this matter cannot be delayed for too long, Zhu Zuqing suggested. But however, just as everyone was about to turn around and return, suddenly the entire plane seemed to shake. Then there was a sound of breaking through the air in their ears, like something plodding in the air. This sudden shock caused everyone who was already upset to stop and look in the direction of the sound. Soon a blue light spot appeared in their sight. What? Dai Mubai raised his eyebrows, slightly raised his head and stared at the light spot approaching quickly. Wah! The net moment, the blue light suddenly accelerated and flew over in an instant. In the blink of an eye it crossed a distance of several hundred meters and crashed onto the soil of the plane. In an instant the earth and rocks were churning and splashing and mud was flying as if a violent earthquake had occurred. And as the mud gradually dissipated, the appearance of the light gradually appeared in everyone's sight. It was a blue barrier. It was not big in size, but it was covered with dense rune pattern. It shone with a faint light. Indistinctly there was a strange and powerful wave escaping from the barrier. Come through the light blue barrier, you can vaguely see a figure lying in the blue barrier, seemingly unconscious. This is Dai Mubai's pupils shrank sharply. Mistress. Although the figure in the blue barrier was disheveled, his hair was unkempt and his body was dripping with blood. Judging from his broken clothes, it was Tang San. Mistress, what's wrong with you? Dai Mubai rushed to the blue barrier and stretched out his hand to touch, but was blocked by the blue barrier. Hearing the exclamation, everyone gathered around him, only to find that although Tang San's body was dripping with blood and looked bruised, his life was obviously not in danger. This made everyone sigh in relief. However, when everyone saw the wound on Tang San's chest, they couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. They discovered that the wound penetrated from Tang San's back, penetrated from the left side of the rib and penetrated the entire left half of the body. The blood was gurgling and the soil under him was dyed red. With a slight trembling sound, the azure blue surrounding Tang San's body gradually became transparent until finally dissipating completely. Elder brother. Xiao Wu's lips wriggled and tears couldn't stop pouring out of her eyes. After a moment she finally couldn't hold herself any longer and pulled Tang San into her arms, crying loudly. Dai Mubai and others had complicated expressions on their faces. They didn't know how to describe their feelings at this time. They felt guilty, angry and worried. Everyone was in a low mood. Tang San was in extremely bad condition. Big drops of blood spilled from the corners of his mouth. His breath was weak and he looked like he was dying. This was the first time they had seen Tang San so weak since they had known him for so long. Feeling the two soft masses pressing on his face, Tang San moved his fingers slightly and opened his eyes with difficulty, wanting to say something to a few people. However, as soon as he opened his mouth, he spat out a large mouthful of blood and his breath became even weaker. Elder brother. Xiao Wu immediately grabbed his hand, tears rolling down her cheeks. Xiao Wu, can you get up for a moment? I won't be able to breathe. Tang San forced a smile. Elder brother. Seeing that Tang San was still thinking about joking at this moment, Xiao Wu burst into laughter and hugged him harder. By the way, boss Dai, leave quickly, don't stay here anymore. Tang San shouted hastily, his eyes full of anxiety. Good. Daimyo Bai looked at Tang San deeply, then stood up and carried him on his back. Let go. Everyone nodded. They also noticed that Tang San's aura was getting weaker and weaker, and if he didn't receive treatment he might not be able to survive much longer. PS: the second update today. Please collect it, recommend it and vote for me. I would be very grateful. Chapter 145. A mortal dares to kill a god. Mistress, have we ever said a word? On the way, after completely withdrawing into the Tiandu Empire's sphere of influence, Daimyo Bai and others finally slowed down their speed, and he changed his usual joking attitude and became extremely serious. What, boss Dai? Tang San, who had barely recovered some strength, was slightly stunned. He heard a coldness in Daimyo Bai's tone. Do you still remember what we said before when we were on Poseidon Island? Daimyo Bai stopped and turned around, staring at Tang San with his heterochromatic eyes, his eyes flashing with an inexplicable light. And Chen Shen said the voice. What did you say? Hearing this, Tang San immediately fell into memories. He vaguely remembered that when he was training on Poseidon Island, the SITH test he encountered was a battle with Poseidon Douluo Bosai. At that time he deceived his teammates and discussed countermeasures with them on the surface, but in fact he had taken everything on himself and fought against Bosai alone. At that time Daimyo Bai said something. Zayasan, you must remember that we brothers are one, and any danger you encounter is not your fault alone. If you really sacrifice yourself in exchange for our safety, then we brothers will have nothing to do. Do you understand? Daimyo Bai's words still rang in his ears, but Tang San had already forgotten the existence of these words, so that when they faced Cao Yanbing he chose this again. Boss Dai, listen to my quibble. Tang San tried to explain something, but unfortunately Daimyo Bai didn't want to listen. Xiao San, don't you think of us as brothers? Daimyo Bai shouted. If you really thought of us as brothers you wouldn't lie to us again and again. Daimyo Bai's words left Tang San speechless, but he did not dare to refute. He knew that what Daimyo Bai said was true. Third brother, you have already distrusted your teammates twice. I don't hope there will be a third time. Ma Hongjun also looked extremely ugly. I'm sorry everyone. In that situation I had no choice but to do this, so I'm sorry. Seeing the blame from his teammates, Tang San reluctantly apologized. Well, seeing this, Daimyo Bai breathed a sigh of relief, then sighed again and said with a bitter smile, Zayasan, it's like this every time. When in danger, get us away first. We are comrades in arms and brothers. I just hope promise me not to be stupid again net time. Tang San nodded lightly. I was wrong. Daimyo Bai shook his head, slowed down, glanced around and finally couldn't hold back the curiosity in his heart and asked, Xiao San, how did you escape? Tang San hesitated to speak. His face became a little strange, but in the end he gritted his teeth and told Daimyo Bai and others what happened after they parted ways. Daimyo Bai listened quietly to Tang San's story. When he heard that Poseidon's shadow once again took action to save Tang San, the big stone in his heart suddenly dropped. You must know that when facing the deep-sea demonic whale a long time ago, Poseidon took the initiative to use the phantom to save Tang San from the deep-sea demonic whale's mouth. They don't know much about this so-called Poseidon, but his god-level strength is obvious to everyone. Since Poseidon took action personally, it was inevitable that Tang San would survive successfully, and they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Not only that, listening to Tang San's description of Poseidon, their eyes were also filled with awe and surprise. As the inheritor of Poseidon's throne, Poseidon has repeatedly rescued you from dire strait. It seems that he favors you very much. With your god-level strength, can you ask him to stop Cao Yanbing? Daimyo Bai said. His eyes were shining and even his tone was a little more fanatical. Tang San couldn't stop Cao Yanbing, but he was the successor of Poseidon after all. If you ask the Poseidon for help, even if it means sacrificing a shadow, then even Cao Yanbing may not be able to get any benefit. Poseidon, stop Cao Yanbing. Tang San, stop Bibi Dong, and the rest should be killed casually, right? Tang San's mouth twitched when he heard this. Boss Dai, you don't think Lord Poseidon will stand by me and help us, do you? Well, wouldn't it be possible? Daimyo Bai touched his nose awkwardly. Please, Boss Dai, it is precisely because I am the inheritor of Poseidon that he will make exceptions to save me again and again. Besides, even if Poseidon is really willing to help, he cannot stop Cao Yanbing. Tang, a look of helplessness and a touch of fear appeared on San's weak face. Why? Daimyo Bai was stunned. The first half of Tang San's sentence was quite easy to understand, but the second half was a bit difficult for him to react to. What do you mean, even if Poseidon is willing to help, he can't stop Cao Yanbing? Is Cao Yanbing stronger than Poseidon? How could it be possible? Poseidon is a real god. Daimyo Bai couldn't help but frown. Tang San took a deep breath, tried his best to calm down his state of mind, and said slowly, because even the Poseidon was killed by Cao Yan's soldiers. What? Daimyo Bai's Zion froze. His head plotted with a buzzing sound and his whole body froze. He seemed to have turned into a stone statue, completely unresponsive unresponsive as if he had been subjected to a body-holding spell. The other 5 people also widened their eyes and looked at Tang San in disbelief. Cao Yanbing killed the Poseidon? How can this be? This is simply appalling. How dare a mortal kill a god? Tang San smiled bitterly. He also knew that this thing was too shocking, but he knew that this thing really happened. Mistress, are you kidding me? Seconds later, Dai Mubai regained some consciousness. Boss Dai, do you think I still have the heart to joke about this kind of thing now? Tang San smiled bitterly and said, this thing is true. Poseidon's shadow is indeed defeated by Cao Yan's soldiers. If Poseidon hadn't forced him to, if I send you away, I'm afraid I won't be able to come out alive. What Tang San said was true. If Poseidon hadn't used all his strength to send him away at the last moment, I'm afraid it wouldn't have been Poseidon who disappeared but Tang San. Everyone was silent and the fear of Cao Yanbing in their hearts grew even more. Let's go back and discuss countermeasures with everyone first. I'm worried Cao Yan's soldiers may pursue him at any time, Dai Mubai said seriously. Hearing this, several people nodded tacitly. Although these people were quite powerful, they still had no chance of winning against Cao Yanbing, who a gust of wind blew by and Tang San and others quickly moved away, flying towards the rear of the Tiandu Empire's army. The war is about to break out. In the past few days, the Tiandu Empire's army has been showing signs of standing still. The posture seems to be waiting for something. In fact, there is also a fierce dispute going on within the Tiandu Empire Legion, naturally regarding the seriously injured Tang San and the Shrek 7 monsters, especially at this critical moment. Chapter 146. Do you think I dare not kill you? Martial Spirit Empire. Your Majesty, what should we do now? Can we just wait for them to come over? Yes, if this continues, sooner or later you will suffer losses. I suggest sending a group of high-end military forces immediately to destroy their morale. I don't think it's right. If we win this battle, we can restore the morale of the army. If we lose, I'm afraid it will cause public resentment. The arguments of several elders sounded in her ears, and Bibi Dong couldn't help but rub her temples. As a highly respected elder of the Spirit Empire, do you still take me, the Queen of the Empire, seriously? The argument stopped abruptly. Several elders all smiled and did not dare to touch the bad luck. Has there been any news from the surprise attack team sent out? Bibi Dong said calmly, turning her head. Not yet. Then wait. If they come as soon as they have news, report it to me immediately. Yes, report. At this moment, a soul master who was responsible for conveying orders quickly ran up to the city. Is there any news from the surprise attack team? Bibi Dong glanced at the scout. Their mission was to find out the news about the Tiandu Empire. Return to your Majesty. Not yet. Oh, Bibi Dong raised her eyebrows slightly and a coldness flashed through her eyes when she looked at the scout. Apparently she was a little dissatisfied with the fact that he did not bring news about the surprise attack team. But my subordinates have found out some other information. The scout hesitated for a moment and said hesitantly, plain. It is said that all the Shrek 7 devils in the Tiandu Empire were seriously injured, and the man named Tang San was even more seriously injured. Bang! As the scout's word fell, Bibi Dong was shocked and an indescribable pressure fell instantly. Immediately she grabbed it with her right hand and an invisible soul force immediately grabbed the scout. A pair of beautiful eyes stared at him and a strange color flashed in her eyes. What did you just say? Repeat it again. Your Majesty, according to reports from internal spies, the Shrek 7 monsters were all seriously injured and Tang San himself was seriously injured. Feeling this shocking sense of oppression, the scout replied tremblingly, the Shrek 7 monsters were severely damaged. Tang San was seriously injured? How so? Bibi Dong murmured, her eyes full of doubts and confusion. She knew the strength of the Shrek 7 monsters, especially Tang San. Even if she was in the latter's hands, she wouldn't get much benefit, and now the enemy who threatened her the most was actually seriously injured. God bless the Spirit Empire. Report. Another scout hurriedly ran up, knelt on the city wall and shouted, Your Majesty, there is news about our surprise attack team. Oh, Bibi Dong's eyes flashed. How? Your Majesty. The scout's voice trembled a little and he seemed to be hesitating whether to continue speaking. Say. Bibi Dong's eyes were full of power and she shouted loudly, causing the scout, who came later, to collapse to the ground. Yes, of the 10 surprise attack teams, less than 30 people survived. It is said that the rest have already. How's it going? Bibi Dong felt something bad in her heart. All of them have died for their country. What? Bibi Dong's expression changed. Then have they successfully burned down the Tiandu Empire's logistic supply line? Back to your Majesty, they didn't even see the supply line. They were attacked, and the people who ambush our army are extremely powerful. Each of them is close to the strength of a titled Douluo. Bibi Dong's breath was obviously uneven and she let go of the messenger, her eyes flashing with light. An older titled Douluo behind her whispered, Your Majesty, where did the Heaven Do Empire get so many powerful men? The 10 teams we sent out were all high-level soul masters above level 60 soul emperors, and even one of them is led by Elder Ju Douluo Yuegwen. There must be something fishy about it. Bibi Dong could still keep calm at this time, which showed her magnanimity as an emperor. If there is chaos at this time, the fighting will of the generals from various kingdoms and principalities will inevitably be even lower. Phew. Just when everyone was about to lower their head and accept Bibi Dong's anger, a rapid sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded. The sound of breaking through the air was very fast, and by the time Bibi Dong could react, the object that broke through the air had already arrived at her side. With a thought in her mind, Bibi Dong stretched out her hand and gently flicked it, and the object was absorbed into her palm. Elder Yueguan's papal decree. Who? How dare you be so presumptuous? The prescience of the elders on the side also changed drastically, and they shouted harshly. Sun Yan's murderous aura filled the air, and the surrounding space seemed to be frozen as if they were facing a formidable enemy. His Majesty the Pope, you are well. A clear voice slowly floated out from the depths of the city wall stairs, and a slender figure stepped in. Bibi Dong raised his head to look at the person coming, but his pupils shrank slightly and his prescience was a little solemn. Cao Yanbing, where is Elder Yueguan? There was no response, and he walked straight toward Bibi Dong, then turned his eyes to the elders, and a hint of curvature appeared at the corner of his mouth. Elder Yueguan has died for his country. After hearing Cao Yanbing's words, the faces of the elders, who were still a little angry and confused, suddenly changed. No, impossible. Elder Yueguan is a titled Douluo. How could he? The corners of Cao Yanbing's mouth widened, and he smiled faintly. That thing was given to me by Elder Yueguan before he died. If you don't believe it, go down and find him yourself. Bibi Dong, who had been silent all this time, narrowed her eyes, leaned forward slightly, and a ray of cold light flashed from her dark eyes. Everyone can see your strength. Relying on the 4 mutated martial spirits under your hands, you are the only one. It is equivalent to 5 titled Douluo plus Elder Yueguan. There are SI titled Douluo in total. With your help, not only did the mission not be completed, but Elder Yueguan lost his life. What makes me wonder is Cao Yanbing, why your breath doesn't even fluctuate at all. Hearing this, Cao Yanbing did not speak but looked at Bibi Dong quietly. After a long time he showed an arrogant smile. Your Majesty, you see there are 7 Shrek 7 monsters in total. We only have SI of them. Wait for me. After I escaped, I saw that Elder Yueguan had died in the battle. I wanted to save him, but my strength didn't allow it. Cao Yanbing's arrogant tone made Bibi Dong's face look even more ugly. A kind of nameless fire suddenly rose up. Her face was gloomy. She suddenly stood up, looked directly at Cao Yanbing with cold eyes, and said coldly, Cao Yan, soldier, now that the war is about to begin, I don't want moth to cause trouble inside. You should understand what I mean. I don't quite understand. Cao Yanbing pretended to be helpless and spread his hands, then turned around and left. Cao Yanbing, do you really think I dare not kill you? Chapter 147. The war ends. Cao Yanbing, now that the war is about to begin, I don't want moths to cause trouble inside. You should understand what I mean. I don't quite understand. Cao Yanbing pretended to be helpless and spread his hands, then turned around and left. Cao Yanbing, do you really think I dare not kill you? After speaking, Bibi Dong erupted with terrifying power, shaking the entire city wall. She raised her foot and stepped on the ground. The hard bluestone bricks immediately shattered into powder, and an invisible impact ponded outward, including all the soldiers, including the elders of the Spirit Empire, were forced back a few meters. Bibi Dong's whole body was emitting a bone-chilling aura, and her eyes were like a 1,000-year-old cold pool, revealing a bone-chilling coldness that made all the elders tremble in their heart. Bibi Dong, do you think you can kill me? Cao Yanbing did not look back. His voice was calm. To tell you the truth, I, Cao Yanbing, don't pay attention to you now. If you don't want to lose this war before it even starts, you can give it a try. Cao Yanbing, you are so arrogant. As the ruling elder of the Spirit Empire, you have not fulfilled your responsibilities at all. The elders on the side finally couldn't hold it any longer. They were all elders of the Wuhan Empire. They were loyal to Bibi Dong. How could they tolerate Cao Yanbing humiliating Bibi Dong like this? Is there no king's law in your eye? Cao Yanbing sneered, you losers, apart from using chicken feathers as arrows and showing off your power as an elder of the Spirit Empire, have you ever done anything else? Responsibility? I have basically eliminated all the Shrek 7 devils. What did you elders do? As for this so-called royal law, sorry, labor and capital are royal laws. You. All the elders suddenly blushed and stared. If they hadn't known that their strength was not as good as Cao Yanbing's, they would have rushed up to teach him a lesson. That's enough. Bibi Dong shouted coldly, shut up. Although you have solved the Shrek 7 devils, we will investigate how Elder Yueguan fell. You'd better pray that this incident has nothing to do with you, otherwise Bibi Dong snorted coldly. With a sound, he immediately turned around and climbed onto the city wall again. Cao Yanbing glanced at the group of angry elders with a sarcastic smile on his lips. What a bunch of extremely stupid people. As soon as he finished speaking, the space behind Cao Yanbing squirmed, and the net moment his tall and straight body suddenly disappeared. themselves whole. After watching Cao Yan's soldiers leave, a group of elders dared to open their mouth and cursed angrily, which seemed to mean that they were fighting against others' power. This matter is definitely not simple. An older titled Douluo suddenly mused. Elder Yuegwen is a veteran titled Douluo. How could he be killed so casually? This Cao Yanbing, there is definitely a problem. Have you forgotten how Ghost Douluo died? Another titled Douluo pondered for a moment and then slowly said, you and I have seen with our own eyes that Tang San does have the strength to kill titled Douluo. This sentence immediately made the older titled Douluo speechless. Indeed, Ghost Douluo's death was caused by Tang San. There were a lot of comments behind her, but Bibi Dong ignored them and looked at the dark Tiandu defense line in the distance. There was a trace of worry in her eyes and she didn't know why. She always had an ominous premonition that perhaps this war would be the most difficult battle for the Spirit Empire since its establishment. A few days later, the two armies are still in a state of standing still. Firstly, because the Shrek 7 monsters, the main force of the Soul Masters on Tiandu's side, were injured, which made it impossible to deploy the army of Soul Masters, and on the other hand it was also because both sides knew each other's details. Although no conflict broke out between the soldiers of both sides, but it is by no means a peaceful coexistence. In the eyes of both parties, they have long regarded the other party as a mortal enemy. Finally, on a sunny morning with a clear blue sky, the Tiandu Empire's army finally began to move. Boom, boom, boom. Along with the fierce sound of war drums, hundreds of thousands of heavy cavalry from the Tiandu Empire formed Falan Es of 10,000 people. Behind them were 4,000 Soul Masters protected by more than 12,000 Tang family troops. Little monster, your injuries are no longer a problem. Behind Tiandu's army, Dugabo looked at Tang San beside him with a faint smile, a hint of concern in his tone. It's okay, let's give the Spirit Empire a serious blow this time. Tang San's eyes were full of determination, but only the Shrek 7 devils could see the intense look in his eyes. Fear. Hearing Tang San's answer, Dugabo nodded slightly. Okay, that's exactly what I meant. Ha 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 ha. Tang San turned to the master and said, teacher, I leave this to you and Marshal Ge Long. The defense of the Spirit Masters at the front of the opponent is too strong, which will affect the performance of the Zudge Divine Crossbow. Let us break through their frontal attack. Defense, let go. King Lan Hao. Marshal Ge Long was about to stop him, but Tang San was already flying up with the Poseidon trident in hand. Behind him, the rest of the Shrek 7 devils did not need Tang San to greet them at all. They jumped into the air at the same time. Zhu Zuking led Ning Rongrong, Dai Mubai led Oscar, and the 7 of them plus Yang Wudi, the master of the medicine hall, rushed out directly. Our own camp rushed towards the Spirit Empire. King Lan Hao is so arrogant, don't let anything slip on the battlefield. Marshal Ge Long snorted coldly when he saw their figures flying out with hundreds of thousands of troops. Marshal Ge Long, there is no need to panic. Ziosin and the others are just breaking through the defense of the opposite Soul Master army from the front so as to minimize the damage of the Zudge Divine Crossbow. I think it is not a bad idea. Yu Xiao Gang was not so panicked. On the contrary, I feel that my disciple is both wise and brave, and his decision at this moment is also extremely correct. Have you forgotten that King Lan Hao and the others returned from serious injuries not long ago? Marshal Ge Long frowned and said calmly. This Ge Long's words made the master feel embarrassed. Surprisingly, he didn't say anything else. Tang San and others had already blasted into the Spirit Empire's Spirit Master army from the front. The soul power was as high as level 89. Hu Yanzhen, a defensive soul fighting spirit who was about to hit the titled Douluo, was instantly killed, and the Holy Dragon Sex titled Douluo was instantly killed. After killing 2 Spirit Empire generals in succession, the morale of the Tiandu Empire had reached its highest point. At this moment, Bibi Dong also led several elders from the Spirit Empire to the battlefield. As the war drums beat, the Tiandu Empire soldiers with greatly increased morale rushed directly into the Spirit Empire's defense formation as if they were on drug. In an instant, a total of 200,000 to 300,000 troops from both sides directly bombarded each other from the front, sword dancing wildly and soul power plotting. At the same time, Bibi Dong also led 8 titled Douluo to the battlefield. Chapter 148. Is there a Tang sect in this world? On the battlefield, as soon as Bibi Dong appeared, she directly displayed her martial spirit avatar, and her body transformed into a black meteor flying directly in Tang San's direction. Mistress, be careful. Black poisonous stingers flew all over the sky, pouring down like a torrential rain. Those poisonous stingers were also accompanied by violently corrosive black mist. If they were hit, they would be instantly corroded by the venom. Snort. Faced with this attack, Tang San was not too surprised. The handle of the Poseidon trident hit the ground hard, causing all the protruding thorns to turn into powder. Tang San also took advantage of this to fly into the air. The blue-silver emperor disappeared in an instant, and the clear sky hammer with 3 red and black souls soul rings suddenly appeared in his left hand. Without any pause, the clear sky hammer was raised. A huge shockwave met with black and white light went straight to Bibi Dong's body in mid-air, which had transformed into the Death Spider King. Bastard Tang San! Bibi Dong was really angry at this time. The carapace on her chest condensed and her clawed hands cut out at the same time. Countless purple-black blade formed a strange shield in front of him, blocking Tang San forcefully's attack. At the moment when the main forces of the two armies met both sides, the hundreds of thousands of troops who poured out of Bayern burst into roars, and for a while the shouts of killing shook the sky. But this was just the beginning. When the top combat powers of the two sides collided, waves of extremely powerful momentum came from the distance. Almost at the same moment, the Shrek 7 devils who were fighting fiercely were instantly struck by extremely powerful ones. The figure blocked him. Although the main force of the Tiandu Empire only dispatched 8 people, Ning Rongrong was the strongest auxiliary soul master. With her assistance, several of her partners can exert their strength as titled Douluo. There is no doubt that from a practical comparison, the strong men of Wuhan Palace completely suppressed the Tiandu Empire. This does not take into account the fact that among the Shrek 7 monsters, except for Tang San, none of the other titled Douluo level cultivations can last. 7 titled Douluo from the Wuhan Empire approached Daimyo by Oscar Ma Hongjun, Xiao Wu Zhu, Zuking Yang Wudi and Dugabo respectively, and the Etra one went straight to Ning Rongrong. Naturally, they could see that Ning Rongrong played a key role in this battle. As long as she was killed, the Tiandu Empire would be completely defeated in an instant. Brother, aren't you going to start this battle? On the other side of the Wuhan Empire city wall, Cao Xianliang stood beside Cao Yanbing, looking at the fierce battle in the distance and asked softly, "This is basically a one-sided situation for the Wuhan Empire. It's not time for me to take action yet." Cao Yanbing raised the corner of his mouth and said, "It's rare to have such a good show to watch. It wouldn't be a pity to miss it." The overall strength of the Wuhan Empire was already far superior to that of the Tiandu Empire, and the Wuhan Empire was also prepared, so in his opinion this battle was simply a crushing victory. However, the Tiandu Empire does not seem to be in a hurry, but rather seems to be waiting for something. Cao Xianliang narrowed his eyes. The scale of the Tiandu Empire's army this time is not small, with nearly 200,000 troops. According to common sense, under the soul power attack of the Holy Dragon Legion and the more than 10,000 soul masters of the Wuhan Empire has collapsed long ago, but in fact the Tiandu Empire has not retreated but seems to be waiting for something which is obviously abnormal. "What are you waiting for?" Cao Yanbing raised his eyebrows. A wise light flashed in his eyes. After a moment he smiled lightly and said, "This Tiandu Empire is not as good as it seems on the surface. The Wuhan Empire's army has been completely overwhelmed, but until now the Tiandu Empire's nearly 1 million troops are still showing a tendency to stand still. There must be an ambush." Cao Xianliang narrowed his eyes slightly and continued, "Oh." After hearing this, Cao Yanbing finally turned to look at Cao Xianliang with a look of surprise on his face. When the Wuhan Empire's army of soul masters is close to the Tiandu Empire's million-strong army, only a few kilometers away, the change finally began. "Uncle Jian!" Suddenly a shout filled with killing and decisiveness rang out from the Tiandu Empire's army, and then a tyrannical aura rose up, and a huge 7 treasures exquisite tower slowly rose in the center of the Tiandu Empire's army. Dring! With a powerful roar, sword Douluo Chen soared into the sky, and the light of his 7 killing sword suddenly bloomed in the air and swelled in the wind. At the same time, auxiliary rays of light shot out from the 7 treasures glazed tower in Ning Fengzi's hand at the same time and injected into the sword Douluo. In an instant the 7 killing sword had already brought out a 100-meter long beam in just one room. A huge sword shadow 30 meters wide swept down. Boom! When the Spirit Empire army paused in shock due to this attack, some dense black dots suddenly appeared in the distant sky. Crossbow arrows. Densely packed crossbow arrows. These crossbow arrows came overwhelmingly like bees and butterflies. Defend quick! For a moment the Spirit Empire's army was in chaos. A large number of Spirit Masters released their protective skills, and layers of protective shields enveloped the Spirit Empire soldiers. The speed of the crossbow arrow was extremely fast, and a large area of fire was directly pierced through the head or shot directly through the heart or directly hit the throat before the defensive soul skill was used. In short, once the crossbow arrow was aimed, there was almost no chance of survival. When the Zuj divine crossbows from the Tiandu Empire all showed their power, the Wuhan Empire suffered a heavy setback. After a round of crossbow bolts, the Wuhan Empire lost a terrifying number of 3,000 soldiers. A large number of Wuhan Empire soldiers fell down like wheat. "Oh, this weapon!" Cao Xuanliang's eyes suddenly lit up as he was observing the situation. He recognized the weapons used by the Tang family's army in the Tiandu Empire. "This is a crossbow." How come the Tiandu Empire has crossbows? And from the looks of it seems that the Tiandu Empire has mastered the technology to make this kind of weapon. But why does this kind of hidden weapon appear in this world? Can you recognize the weapons in their hands? Seeing his brother's sudden loss of composure, Cao Yanbing raised his hand in the air, grabbed the Wuhandian soldiers stationed on the city wall and asked, reporting to the elder, we have never seen this kind of weapon with our own eyes, but according to rumors it was invented by the Tang sect. This hidden weapon is extremely efficient and extremely destructive. The soldier replied respectfully, Tangman, hidden weapon. Hearing these two extremely familiar words in this different world, Cao Suanliang's pupils suddenly shrank and he subconsciously looked at Cao Yanbing aside, his eyes changing uncertainly. This news is too shocking. The Tang sect still is in this world. Chapter 149 Cao Yanbing's ambition. Tangman, hidden weapon. Hearing these two extremely familiar words in this different world, Cao Suanliang's pupils suddenly shrank and he subconsciously looked at Cao Yanbing aside, his eyes changing uncertainly. This news is too. How shocking is it that the Tang sect still is in this world? In an instant Cao Suanliang's mind began to work rapidly. The Tang sect has left an indelible mark on the history of Blue Star Zhenhun Street, and even those in the spiritual realm at that time were quite afraid of it. All his hidden weapons, including the 8-armed mantis Tang Liuyu and their mother Tang Xiao Iao, all came from the Tang sect. Now that he encountered one like this again in this different world, how could he not be horrified? Tangman, hidden weapon. Cao Xianliang muttered these two words. Suddenly his head seemed to implode. Since Cao Yanbing came to this so-called Douluo continent by accident, is there a possibility that there are also surviving members of the Tang sect who encountered some kind of adventure, or did he also come to this continent by some kind of accident? If he and Cao Yanbing can be regarded as time travelers in this world, does that mean that there are also time travelers from the Blue Star Tang sect in the Tiandu Empire? Thinking of this, Cao Suanliang's heart suddenly felt hot. If he is really the descendant of the Blue Star Tang sect and has the Tang sect's secret knowledge that has been passed down for a long time and has a profound heritage, if he can obtain it, then it will be a dream opportunity for Cao Xianliang, who loves hidden weapon. Do you know who this so-called head of the Tang sect is? Cao Xianliang couldn't help but walk up to the garrisoned soldiers, suppressing the excitement in his heart, and asked, Sect Master, I'm not sure about that. Those Tang sect disciples appeared without any warning, and it seems that Tang sect is also a new type of sect that only appeared in recent years. The soldier shook his head in confusion. Although the Tang sect hidden weapons have become famous, they are still in the secretive stage after all. Even people in the Wuhan Empire have only heard about them a little bit, and they don't know who the sect leader is. Alright. Hearing this, Cao Suanliang's eyes dimmed a bit. It seemed that it was impossible to get words from these ordinary soldiers. It seems we have to wait until this battle is over. Cao Xianliang sighed silently. If he could really get some of the secrets of the Tang sect skills, it would be a qualitative change for him. But now in this fiery battlefield he could only delve into it after they had finished the battle. The Spirit Empire seems to have suffered serious losses this time. Cao Yanbing looked coldly at the Spirit Empire soldiers, who gradually began to retreat, and the corner of his mouth curled up. Follow Cao Yanbing's gaze. Bibi Dong's body was instantly shattered by the terrifying power of the Poseidon Trident, turning into countless fragments and flying toward Jialing Pass in the air. At the same time, the Trident rushed into the Spirit Empire army thousands of meters away like a golden meteor. Wherever the golden light passed, all obstacles turned into nothingness, 10 meters wide and tending all the way to the front of Jialing Pass city. All the heavily armored soldiers of the Spirit Empire standing there disappeared out of thin air. With a loud bang, a big hole was opened in the 100-meter thick city wall. It was then that the Poseidon Trident fell under the city wall, creating a deep pit on the ground in front of the city. Just when Bibi Dong was hesitant, the second launch of the Zudge Divine Crossbow has been completed. A large cloud of blood mist rose across the sky again. This time the number of Holy Dragon Army Soul Masters who died under the spray of Zudge Divine Crossbow was even greater than in the first round. All Agility Attack System Soul Masters below level 70 were wiped out. With this huge advantage, the Tiandu Empire's million-strong army finally roared towards Jialing Pass. At this moment, the Holy Dragon Legion, which the Spirit Empire was proud of, had lost almost half of it at this moment. Similarly, the hundreds of thousands of heavy armored legions on the Spirit Empire's side also fell apart after persisting for a few minutes. Today's battle was basically a one-sided massacre. Although the Wuhan Empire had the upper hand, the Tiandu Empire was fully prepared and had a sufficient number of Zudge Divine Crossbows to suppress it. The Wuhan Empire did not have any with the slightest resistance, except for a few stronger Spirit Empire soldiers who escaped. All the rest fell. Along with the retreat of the Spirit Masters and troops of the Wuhan Empire, the nearly nearly 1 million troops of the Tiandu Empire also retreated 5 kilometers to the rear under the command of Grandmaster and Marshal Ge Long. This preliminary battle ended with the defeat of the Wuhan Empire. Bibi Dong's injuries are not minor this time, and the army on the Spirit Empire's side seems to have been severely damaged. A smile appeared on Cao Xuanliang's face. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned his head to look at Cao Yanbing and said with a smile, "Brother, now that the Wuhan Empire army and Pope Bibi Dong have been hit hard, aren't you going to take action? As you can see, this is just a preliminary battle between the two imperial armies. My purpose is over there." A fierce look flashed in Cao Yanbing's eyes. "Do you want to swallow up the million-strong army of the Tiandu Empire?" Following Cao Yanbing's gaze, Cao Xuanliang's eyes flashed. "Yes, if we can incorporate the Tiandu Empire's millions of troops into the undead army, our strength will definitely increase several times. It seems you can't wait any longer." Cao Xuanliang was startled for a moment and then smiled lightly. He, the eldest brother, was quite ambitious, but he seemed to be the same. 7 days later, the battlefield in front of Jialing Pass, which had been silent for many days, became lively again. This time almost all of the Tiandu Empire's millions of troops were mobilized. The fastest light cavalry, solid heavy cavalry, heavy infantry and a large number of infantry were all arrayed and slowly advancing forward. Although the number of troops there are many, but they are slowly pressing forward in an orderly manner. At the top of Jialiguan city, the person standing in the main position instead of Bibi Dong was none other than Hu Lina. She could be regarded as being sent here in critical condition. After the battle that day, Bibi Dongza was in a coma for 7 days before she woke up. After waking up, she immediately ordered Hu Lina, who was responsible for all the supplies for the Spirit Empire army, to take over her position and defend with all her strength. At this time, Hu Lina stood on the top of the city leading 5 titled Douluo. Her face was solemn as she watched the million-strong army approaching Jialing Pass. Her brows furrowed. "That's an army of millions. Although the battle has not yet begun, the invisible pressure generated by the millions of troops has already given people a feeling of difficulty breathing. What should I do?" Beside him, a titled Douluo level elder suddenly murmured hesitantly, "Elder, don't worry. Since your majesty dares to send us here, he has already thought carefully about it." Hu Lina turned around and said, "Your majesty has made arrangement. We only need to resist the enemy for a while and then reinforcements will arrive." "Reinforcement?" The titled Douluo breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, but he still looked quite uneasy. "Elder, please believe that there will be more reinforcements than one way." Hu Lina's Zion looked extremely solemn, although she said these words just to comfort the soldiers' morale to a certain extent. However, just when everyone was frightened by the invisible pressure of a million-strong army, 2 figures came slowly from behind the defensive army on the city wall. "It seems you are in trouble." Chapter 151 Person Fight 00000. "It seems you are in trouble." Cao Yanbing looked at Hu Lina on the city wall with a joking smile on his face, and there was even strong mockery in his eyes. What are you doing here?" When she saw the other party's appearance, Hu Lina immediately scolded him angrily. "Me? Of course I'm here to help you." Cao Yanbing shrugged his shoulders as if it was a matter of course. Seeing his still extremely arrogant look, Hu Lina suddenly became furious and shouted angrily, "I don't need your help. Get away. Please pay attention to your words. If it weren't for the fact that you are a woman, you would have been killed on the spot." Cao Yanbing snorted coldly, and a strong sense of depression emanated from his body, which immediately made Hu Lina, he and the 5 titled Douluo level elders around him couldn't help but take half a step back. "Get out of the way, it's my turn to take the lead in this battle." Cao Yanbing led Cao Xuanliang beside him and headed towards the outside of the Jialing Pass city wall, ignoring the elders' troops and saying, "You." Hu Lina clenched her fist angrily, but she did not stop them. She knew how terrifying Cao Yanbing's strength was. "Xiao Liang, wait for me here." At the moment when he was about to jump off the city wall, Cao Jianbin froze, turned his head and said to Cao Xuanliang, who was behind him with a serious face, that's okay." Cao Xuanliang, who was full of confidence and looking forward to the battlefield, suddenly stopped after hearing this. Although he was puzzled, he could only nod helplessly. He knows his brother's character very well and he will never change his decisions. The end will be here." Cao Xuanliang looked at Cao Yanbing, who fell from the city wall at high speed with a smile on his face, and said with burning eyes, "You shouldn't be left behind in this good show. Follow your orders." Yu Jin respectfully agreed and immediately stepped on the ground with his toes. With the help of the force of the shock, his whole body instantly soared into the air, flying across the sky like a meteor. This guy. As soon as he hit the ground, he noticed Yu Jin appearing net to him. Cao Yanbing patted the dust on his body, shook his head gently and couldn't help but chuckle. What on earth does he want to do? At the same time, the 5 elders standing on the tower of Jialing Pass looked at the 2 men who were walking directly towards the millions of of Tiandu troops dozens of kilometers away, and they all looked a little solemn. Have no idea. The eldest elder among them frowned and said thoughtfully, does he want to fight against the million-strong army of the Tiandu Empire on his own? Isn't this just going to die? The second elder snorted coldly, his tone full of disdain. Perhaps this is his plan, the third elder suddenly said. Hearing his words, the fourth elder narrowed his eyes and said, this kid is full of tricks. Since he dares to kill him single-handedly, he must be confident. But no matter what confidence he has, there are millions of heroes on the opposite side. There are also many soul masters and powerful men comparable to the queen of the empire. Even if the worshippers of the Elder Hall come in person, they may not be able to withstand it, let alone how can he be so powerful? If you are not pure, you will die. The second elder's tone was indifferent. Obviously he did not agree with the third elder's point of view. Enough. Just when everyone was arguing, Hulina suddenly scolded, then turned her eyes to the slightly lonely and thin figure outside the city gate and said slowly, let him go. Even if he dies, he can slow down the war. It will also give me some extra time for the teacher to leave the country and for reinforcements to arrive. The Tiandu Empire's army advanced until they were 20 miles away from Jialing Pass before stopping. This time, the formation has undergone great changes. Millions of troops are ready, whether cavalry, light cavalry or heavy cavalry, soldiers or infantry. Siege troops are all distributed in an extremely strict pattern. The Shrek 7 monsters headed by Tang San, Grandmaster Flanders, Lu Erlong Sword, Douluo Bone, Douluo Ning Fengzi Poison, Douluo and Tang Sek Power Hall leader Tai Tan all stood at the front of the entire army, not with his own Soul Master army. The position of the Soul Master army is led by Xuebeng, the Emperor of the Tiandu Empire, and Marshal Ji Long, the Commander-in-Chief of the entire army. Tang San undoubtedly stood in the center of these people. His arrival undoubtedly caused the momentum of the Tiandu Empire army to rise rapidly. Every soldier who looked at Tang San had a fanatical light in his eyes. It seemed that as long as Tang San was around with 3 instances, it is impossible to fail in this battle. We will win the battle with heaven. Tang San shouted loudly. His voice directly spread throughout the millions of troops in the Heavenly Empire. Heaven will fight and win. Heaven will fight and win. Boom, boom, boom. Every time a word is shouted, the Tiandu Empire's army will take a step forward. The soldiers kept repeating the same shouts and the army moved again. It seemed that with every word they shouted, their momentum would increase a little. The terrifying sound formed a huge pressure that was like a substance and rushed towards Jialing Pass. Bang! Net moment. In the astonished eyes of the millions of troops in the Tiandu Empire, the tsunami-like surging air waves seemed to hit a wall of fire like a stone cow entering the sea. What is that? Look, there's someone in front of you. It looked familiar. I seem to have seen it somewhere before. I recognize him. He is the fire general of the Spirit Empire. Why can he withstand the air waves of a million-strong army by himself? The millions of troops in the Tiandu Empire were all frightened by the scene before them, and even Tang San and others were no exception. It's this madman again. Tang San's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and he murmured to himself. He did not expect that Cao Yanbing would choose this moment to charge at the front alone and actually block the advance of the Tiandu Empire's army. It's hard to imagine that millions of troops would seem a little nervous when facing just one person. 1 million troops, it's really a frightening number. Cao Yanbing, holding the 10 palaces of Yama, stood in the center of the Tiandu Empire's millions of troops and the Jialing Pass city wall. He looked at the army quietly with a hint of joking in his tone. Although his voice was not loud, wrapped in spiritual power, it was clearly transmitted to the ears of the Tiandu army and everyone in Jialing Pass. This time it's a real war, General. Boom! As his word fell, the bodies of both the Spirit Empire troops in Jialing Pass and the millions of Tiandu Empire soldiers on the plain below all trembled. In their shocked eyes, a sea of fire suddenly appeared behind Cao Yanbing like a purgatory. Huge figures walked out of the sea of fire with an astonishing sense of oppression. Every step they took made the entire sky tremble violently, as if they could not withstand this terrible pressure. Fully huge bodies burning with blazing red flames stand between heaven and earth. Chapter 151. One person's battlefield. This time it's a real war, General. Boom! As his word fell, the bodies of both the Spirit Empire troops in Jialing Pass and the millions of Tiandu Empire soldiers on the plain below all trembled. In their shocked eyes, a sea of fire suddenly appeared behind Cao Yanbing like a purgatory. Huge figures walked out of the sea of fire with an astonishing sense of oppression. Every step they took made the entire sky tremble violently, as if they could not withstand this terrible pressure. Fully 7 huge bodies burning with blazing red flames stand between heaven and earth. This, what on earth is this? Are these things all martial art? How is it possible? How is it possible for someone to possess martial arts spirits at the same time? Mutated martial spirit. He is a mutated martial spirit. At the moment when these figures appeared, the hearts of all the soldiers of the Tiandu Empire felt as if they had been hit by a heavy hammer. Their eyes eyes widened and they almost lost their breath. Not only them but also the hundreds of thousands of soldiers of the Wuhan Empire were waiting with their eyes widened at this moment. Most of them had only heard of the existence of Cao Yanbing and his physique with multiple martial spirits, but they had never seen a real mutated martial spirit with their own eyes. At this moment they suddenly saw SI mutated martial art. The appearance of the soul will naturally cause great shock. While everyone on the battlefield was shocked, the SI generals behind Cao Yanbing stood firmly beside Cao Yanbing. Tiger generals, this time is a bigger battlefield than before. Let them see the Wei dynasty can use one general as 100,000 generals. Cao Yanbing smiled faintly and his voice clearly reached the ears of everyone present. If that's the case, then I, the tiger idiot, will do my part. A loud voice sounded and then everyone noticed an extremely burly figure suddenly raised the red-blooded tiger hammer in his hand and charged towards the enemy formation with heavy steps. Su Chu Yu Gai. At the same time another rough voice resounded throughout the audience and the net moment two black halberds rolled up the terrifying Orm moved towards Tiandu's army and killed them head on. For a second, we can't lose face to our lord. A hearty voice sounded and Xiahadun drew out the Purgatory Ghost King spear and swept across the void, charging straight towards the enemy formation with a monstrous evil spirit. Ha ha ha, I can't bear the loneliness for a long time, but today I can finally have a good fight. A heroic voice sounded and Xiahao Iwan, who was covered in demonic aura, shouted angrily while holding the Dark Knight Dragon King sword and followed closely. Gongming Wenzi, aren't you going to join in the fun? Zhang He asked, looking at the two people who were about to make a move. Haha, Gongming thinks so, but there can't be someone to protect the lord. Su Huang smiled softly and did not press his position. Well, General Su is right. My lord is a man of great value and there is no room for failure. Yu Jin nodded without refuting. I'm not a loser, do I need protection? Cao Yanbing laughed jokingly. Zhang He, Su Huang, Yu Jin, you can go too. We will definitely eat these million troops. Follow your orders. Follow your orders. Su Huang and Yu Jin looked lightly happy and they both accepted the promise, turned around, took out their weapons and charged towards Tiandu's army. What? Aren't you going to have fun with this unprecedented battle? Cao Yanbing's eyes finally rested on the lazy Zhang He net to him. What does the Great War have to do with me? They are just minions and have little appeal to me. I am most happy to take the enemy's heads in a chaotic battle. Zhang He curled his lips. Oh, Cao Yanbing glanced at him contemptuously. Do you really want to continue your so-called pastoral life, completely aloof from the world and not collaborating with the world? Ha 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 ha, you are joking. Since I have followed you, I will naturally give up the so-called farming life. And you? I said I just want to follow you and go straight to the enemy's leader. Zhang He smiled. This time he did not hide his thought. For him, he is most happy to combine with Cao Yan's soldiers in the form of armor and then behead the enemy generals with tens of thousands of troops. As for the millions of minions, he should leave them to bloodthirsty generals like Hu Qi. Go ahead. The leader of the enemy army? Just what I want. Hearing Zhang He's words, Cao Yanbing's mouth suddenly curved in pleasure. Zhang He, come on, follow your orders. The moment the word fell, Zhang He's huge body suddenly turned into a black mist with demonic energy covering the ejected body of Cao Yanbing with the force of a meteor. The two blurry black shadows disappeared from everyone's field of vision in an instant, and the net moment Cao Yanbing's figure appeared in the center of the battlefield. His speed was ridiculously fast. He crossed a kilometer distance in almost the blink of an eye and appeared among the millions of Tiandu troops. Big Yan Lai Kong hammer. Cao Yanbing's face was wild and his hands holding the handle of the hammer were raised high. The 10 palaces of hell seemed to suddenly turn into a scorching fireball. The surrounding temperature increased sharply. The soldiers of the Tiandu Empire didn't even have time to scream. It turned into a pile of ashes. Bang! The fiery red hammer shadow pierced the sky and with destructive flame waves it fiercely bombarded the heavy cavalry legion of the Tiandu army, instantly tearing a ferocious gash into the Tiandu Empire's army. This scene completely panicked the Tiandu army watching from behind. They never expected to encounter such a terrifying enemy. Damn it, the thing happened so suddenly that even the powerful people from the Tiandu Empire didn't react. By the time Tang San reacted, tens of thousands of heavy cavalry had already died on the spot. Uncle Gu, boss Dai and Uncle Ning, please bring your army to stop those big guys. Uncle Jian, come and stop Cao Yanbing with me. Teacher Yu and Marshal Ji Long will lead the army to suppress it with firepower. The heavy cavalry, light cavalry, shield soldiers are in front. The crossbowmen, the army of soul masters and the Tang family's army are behind to harass them with firepower. Tang San's eyes were focused and he knew that the strength of ordinary soldiers alone would definitely not be able to stop those big guys. If they were to fight head on, they would definitely be dead ends. Are we going to use millions of troops to deal with him alone? Marshal Ji Long frowned. Although he was a little dissatisfied and confused. He also understood that the situation was urgent and could not allow him to hesitate at all, so he could only nodded stiffly. All soldiers listen to the order and kill me. Marshal Ge Long roared and took the lead in killing Tiandu's army. Chapter 152 Single Brushing Tang Sanchen In. All soldiers listen to the order and kill me. Marshal Ge Long roared and took the lead in killing Tiandu's army. Uncle Jian, please come and deal with Cao Yanbing with me. Be careful, his overall strength is even much stronger than Bibi Dong. Tang San looked seriously at the one-armed man holding the 7 kills sword. Net to him, elder. Don't worry, I also want to know this top combat power. Chen Xin slowly walked out, looking up and staring at Cao Yanbing not far away, his eyes flashing with strong fighting spirit, holding the 7 kills sword tightly in his palm as if he was looking forward to the decisive battle with Cao Yanbing. Boss Gu Boss Dai, you should also be careful. Those guys are not mortals, so you must be more careful. Let's do our best. Dai Mubai smiled bitterly. He was a little embarrassed by being directly and unilaterally killed before, but now he can't act as recklessly as before and can only choose to be more cautious. It's just a bunch of rabble. Gu Rong snorted disdainfully, thinking that back then he just casually Su Chu and Dian Wei were suppressed and unable to move, so what if there were more people now? Yes. Tang San nodded and looked at Ning Rong. It will be up to you and Uncle Ning to increase the power for everyone later. No problem. Ning Rong nodded. In that case, let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, Tang San's martial spirit had been released. 9 soul rings composed of black and red were neatly arranged on his body. Behind his back, 5 amplifying lights of strength, agility, soul power, attack and attributes came from the 9 treasure glazed pagoda in Ning Rong's hand. The electricity shot out, all acted on Tang San. Uncle Jian, follow me. Tang San let out a loud shout and tapped the toe of his left foot. A strong wave of air erupted from his left foot, spinning around in an instant with the toe as the center. The right arm holding the Poseidon trident was fully extended, stretching the muscles and veins to the limit. The whole person was like a bow that opened as wide as the full moon. The net moment golden light flashed and the Poseidon trident was projected like a javelin. Go out and target Cao Yanbing, who is shooting towards you. Well done, Zhang, he shouted wildly. He liked this. When he saw the Poseidon trident coming, he did not flinch at all. He supported Cao Yan's soldiers with all his strength and charged towards the Poseidon trident. Dang! 2 giant weapons, a hammer and a halberd, collided, causing an explosion loud enough to make the space tremble. Then a dazzling light plotted instantly and a terrifying shock wave erupted from the point where the 2 weapons came into contact, shaking the ground with gravel flying, and a raging energy swept all around crazily. Tens of thousands of Tiandu soldiers around were blown away 100 meters in this terrifying wave of energy. The 8 soul skill 10,000 swords returned to the sect. The monstrous sword energy surged in the sky and countless sharp sword energy fell from the sky, hitting Cao Yan's soldiers like dense raindrops. The power of each sword energy was comparable to a full blow of contra. Rumble. Earth-shattering roars continued to explode and the overwhelming sword rain covered the entire land. Even Hulina and others who were watching from a distance could not help but take a breath of cold air. What a domineering attack! With Ning Rong's nearly 100% 5 buffs, the attack power of Chen In's soul skills has more than doubled. Even when facing Cao Yanbing, his attacks still have the upper hand. However, he obviously underestimated Cao Yanbing's strength. What a little trick! Cao Yanbing snorted indifferently, force on the solace of his feet and immediately waved his arms, and the Poseidon trident, which weighed 180,000 kilograms, was directly shaken and flew out. With a fierce punch, the majestic dark red spiritual power instantly condensed on his fist, and a fist wind with the talent of an overlord's unloading of mountains was fiercely swung towards the sky, full of sword energy. Boom boom boom. Wherever the shadow of the fist passes, the dense sword energy was as fragile as if it were made of paper, disintegrating and dissipating one after another. It's really amazing. Chen Xion's presence suddenly changed. This Cao Yanbing was indeed a super strong man that even Tang San was afraid of. He was actually able to challenge his own soul skills with his bare hands. You must know that a few years ago he could withstand even Gu Rong's pressure. Can't lie. Uncle Jian, be careful. Tang San shouted loudly and stepped hard on the ground. His whole body shot out like a stream of blue light, instantly appearing in front of Chen Xin, his whole body bursting with dazzling blue-purple brilliance, blocking the trident in his right hand in front of him. Boom! Frontal bombardment. A dull impact sounded and the powerful force immediately knocked Tang San back several steps. The blood in his body surged and a wisp of blood spilled out from the corner of his mouth. Tang San, are you okay? Chen Xin asked hurriedly. Don't worry, it's okay. Tang San shook his head and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He had to admit that Cao Yanbing's strength had indeed reached a peak. It's still a bit of a fight. Cao Yanbing snorted coldly, step forward and step forward again. Tang San took a deep breath. He knew that his cultivation level was not comparable to that of Cao Yanbing, so he could only use his trump card to delay, hoping to find an opportunity to turn defeat into victory. Uncle Jian. Tang San's legs were slightly bent and he suddenly exerted force and his whole body flew towards Cao Yan's soldiers like a cannonball. The Poseidon trident was raised above his head, drawing a beautiful arc in the void and then smashing down hard. He was no match for Cao Yanbing in single combat before, but this time it was completely different. Behind him was the 97th level titled Douluo Chen In. It has a super weapon spirit comparable to the Clear Sky Hammer. Clear. While Tang San was resisting Cao Yan's soldiers head-on, Chen Xin's eyes burst out with piercing brilliance. Chen Xin let out a low shout and took out the 7 kills sword in his hand. The 9th black light star on it shined brightly. The 7 kills sword surged in the wind and instantly turned into a giant sword. It flew down across the sky and slashed directly at Cao Yan. Soldier. Boom. The first blow of the 7 killing sword was struck. Before the blade touched the ground, the terrifying sword energy cut a huge ravine on the ground almost instantly. Chen Xin's movements were not over yet. As he waved his right arm, sword shadows flashed in mid-air and a total of 13 sword energy poured down like a long silver river. Wherever the sword energy passed, the space was violently distorted. This scene seemed like the sky was falling. The terrifying destructive power made Tang San feel a little palpitated. Step aside. Hearing the shout, the Poseidon trident in Tang San's hand suddenly swiped and his body was shot backwards with the help of the repulsive force. At the same time, Chen Xin's attack had arrived and the extremely powerful attack collided with Cao Yan's soldiers and a naked eye visible ripples met with thick fog spread out from the collision point. The battlefield here has been quiet. Tang San and Chen Xin looked at each other in confusion. Their mental power continued to sweep through the thick fog, but the astonishing aura was completely undetectable. He turned his head and looked into the distance. Their magma was raging, flames were surging, and giant dragons eluding monstrous demonic aura were writhing wantonly among the army. Blackened corpses climbed out of the ground one after another, roaring towards the army with astonishing malevolence. The huge bodies were like the arrival of the ancient god of war. No one could defeat him wherever he went. Even those as powerful as titled Douluo did not dare to approach easily. The battlefield turned into purgatory in an instant. Chapter 153, New Raksasa Street Realm. The huge bodies were like the arrival of the ancient god of war. No one could defeat him wherever he went. Even those as powerful as titled Douluo did not dare to approach easily. Dianwei, you are old and you have become so slow in killing enemies. In seconds, if it weren't for your Bozara, could you have been ahead of me? I haven't been this reckless in thousands of years. After 1,000 years the generals are still so brave. The generals raised their head and laughed. In front of them the overwhelming attacks from the tens of thousands of soul masters were as painless as scratching an itch even for soul Douluo and titled Douluo level souls under the blessing of hundreds of 7 treasures glazed pagodas. Even strong men can hardly stop their charge. Their bodies were burning with blazing flame. They swooped into the army. The armors made of steel were like paper in front of them. They could tear or smash them at will. No matter how they tried to dodge, they could not escape their ferocious force of minions. No, run away. Run quickly. Help. Even the Shrek 7 devils can't stop them. Did you see it? Bone Douluo was actually knocked away by a move. Poison Douluo too. The attack was completely ineffective. Millions of troops were in chaos. Their various carefully designed formations were not worth mentioning in the face of absolute power. These generals were simply machines born specifically for killing. Corpses fell one after another and soldiers screamed and died. In just a few breaths, tens of thousands of troops were killed and injured. The number of casualties increased rapidly and the generals did not stop at all. Instead they rushed towards the crossbowmen and the Tang army, who were carefully protected by the legion. Damn it, even 1,000,000 troops can't stop them. Seeing Dugabo being directly shot away by Su Huang, Tang San's Pres Zion suddenly changed. Uncle Jian, go support them. The strength of those big guys is no less than a 95 level titled Douluo. We must stop them. What about here? It's okay. The main purpose is to protect the Tiandu Emperor's army, the Tang family's army, and tens of thousands of soul masters. This battle has not started yet. In the final analysis it is already out of control. It is difficult to predict who will win and who will lose. No matter what, we must not let something happen to the Tang family's army. Tang San said seriously. Well, you do care about them, so I'll leave first and you can take care of yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, the shadow of the sword under Chen Xin's feet flickered and the whole person disappeared. Watching Chen Xin leave, Tang San took a deep breath and his vast spiritual thoughts rushed into the smoke like wave. He knew that although the combined attack of the two just now was very powerful, it was still far from being able to defeat Cao Yan's soldiers' situation. Sure enough in Tang San's perception, deep in the smoke that seemed to never dissipate, there was suddenly an energy fluctuation that made Tang San feel horrified in his heart. Tang San frowned, and with a wave of his hand a raging storm swept over the area. The smoke cleared, revealing the figure of Cao Yanbing among them. This guy. Tang San frowned slightly and his face became serious. He found that the aura on Cao Yanbing's body was actually a bit stronger than before. Boom! Terrifying thunder came from high in the sky. The originally sunny sky was now covered with dark clouds. Electric snakes were dancing wildly. The rolling thunder seemed to destroy the world, and an infinite pressure rolled down from the sky. What happened? At this moment, not only Tang San but also the Tiandu Empire's millions of troops and even the shocked Hulina, the elders of the Spirit Empire, and others on Jialing Pass couldn't help but change their prescience at this moment. Well, it's almost absorbed. A scarlet eye that was 100 meters long slowly opened from the dark and deep thunder cloud. Under the gaze of this scarlet eye, with Cao Yanbing as the center, the whole area within a radius of 5 kilometers was covered by a layer of the rich blood. Light shrouded the place, and a large group of ferocious buildings gradually emerged in the bloody color. It is surprisingly the upgraded version of the Rakshasa Street realm, where Cao Yanbing's hell realm has reached a quasi-infinite level. The corner of Cao Yanbing's mouth traced an evil arc. With the awakening of those scarlet eyes, the thunder in the sky suddenly stopped, strangely trembling as if afraid of something. Afterwards, everyone witnessed an unforgettable scene. Countless cracks appeared out of thin air on the ground, shrouded by the shadows of the building. The bright red aura in the cracks was churning, and it became more and more intense, as if it had turned into an endless river of blood. It looks particularly dazzling in this world. Just when everyone turned their attention to the scarlet field, a tragic scream suddenly came from the Tiandu army. No! Run away quickly! What on earth is that? Panic sounds filled the entire army, and the originally orderly military formation suddenly became chaotic. Countless people fled in all directions, and even some timid people knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Looking towards the army, I don't know when evil spirits covered in black energy emerged from the ground, a crazy army of killers. These evil spirits have no intelligence and are only driven by the most basic instincts. For a time, the entire war situation completely collapsed. At this moment, everyone was stunned. Even the veterans who had experienced endless life and death showed extremely solemn prescience. What kind of power is that? The momentum alone made them tremble all over as if they were in hell. This is the power that belongs to God. The Wuhandian soldiers guarding the city defense at Jialing Pass were completely stunned at this moment. They had never encountered such a situation. Roar! Countless evil spirits scrambled to crawl out of the ground, gnawing at the surrounding flesh and blood crazily. The inhospitable army undoubtedly became their best nutrition. In just a few breaths, the originally uniform army collapsed under the charge of the evil vanguard army. Large areas of the ground began to be dyed red with blood. Broken limbs and broken arms were scattered in all directions, filling the entire battlefield. The strong smell of blood permeated everyone's noses, making people want to vomit. The whole army forms an array. The remaining heavily armored legions push forward. Tang Jiajin and the Soul Masters will mainly attack those monsters. Fortunately, the generals in the Tiandu Empire's army were not idlers. After a brief panic, they began to reorganize their troops and launch a strong counterattack. All the strong men above Contra stop those big guys. The Imperial Army and the Soul Masters will protect the Tang family army and clean up the monsters. The Master played his role at this moment, stabilizing the morale of the army and commanding the deployment. Under the Master's arrangement, all the Imperial troops, the Tang family army, and the remaining Soul Master armies began to assemble and organize a defense line. Chapter 154. Seriously injured Tiandu. All the strong men above Contra stop those big guys. The Imperial Army and the Soul Masters will protect the Tang army and clean up the monsters. The Master played his role at this moment, stabilizing the morale of the army and commanding the deployment. Under the Grand Master's arrangement, all the Imperial armies, the Tang army, and the remaining Soul Master armies began to assemble and organize a defense line. Well, not bad, not bad. Cao Yanbing, who was in the Rakshasa Street realm, looked at the nearly 50,000 evil spirit army rushing into the Tiandu camp to fight wantonly, with a hint of satisfaction on his lips. However, this made Tang San a little puzzled, as his attention was focused on him. Now that the camp was overwhelmed, it was a good opportunity for him to kill everyone. But what he didn't expect was that Cao Yanbing was just standing there. There was no sign of wanting to take action. Even when the 50,000 evil spirit army began to shrink in an extremely terrifying way under the powerful firepower bombardment of the Tiandu Empire, he did not make any other moves. It's as if the traitor is not him. But Tang San didn't know that the reason why Cao Yanbing didn't take action was just because people killed by evil spirits would have a greater chance of turning into undead, that's all. The evil spirit is completely mindless. In addition to relying on killing instinct, it also relies on devouring the flesh and blood of the enemy. Therefore Cao Yanbing does not need to expend any effort at all. For him changing an army of 50,000 evil spirits that do not obey any orders for an army of 50,000 undead that completely obey orders is quite profitable. Is this his trump card for daring to go to the battlefield alone? The elders of the Spirit Empire on the city wall were completely stunned at this moment. With just one area opened, 1/5 of Tiandu's army was destroyed in an instant. Does this guy really have the resources to defeat 1,000,000 people with one person? Your Majesty the Holy Maiden, does he really have the strength of the God Palace? The prescience on the face of the great elder of Wuhan Palace was extremely exciting at this moment. He never thought that this young man who had always been unruly, arrogant and domineering could actually possessing such terrifying strength. Years ago it was 1 against 100, now it is 1 against 1,000,000. This person, the angel legions who climbed onto the city wall with the elders of Wuhan Palace, were now silent as they looked at Cao Yanbing in the distance, who was blocking an army of millions by themselves. I don't know either, Hu Lina said with a complicated prescience. Although she was a member of the golden generation of Wuhan Palace and claimed to be extremely talented compared with that man, she was simply the difference between a firefly and a bright moon. As pected, those 50,000 evil spirits only survived for half an hour under the attack of countless soul weapons from the Tiandu army and were completely wiped out. Tiger Generals, please come back first. After the 50,000 evil spirits were eliminated, Cao Yanbing used the unique sound transmission between the ghost spirit and the guardian spirit to call Su Chu and others who had already become red-eyed. This I obey. Su Chu, who was red-eyed in killing, was gradually regaining his clarity at this moment. He seemed to be a little hesitant. After all, there had never been such a fight in the past thousands of years. Unfortunately, after hearing the Lord call, he still stopped attacking and turned to his head, flew towards Cao Yanbing. When the other generals saw this, they could only stop with regret and followed Su Chu away one after another. These guys, what kind of monsters are they? Marshal Ji Long looked at Su Chu and others in the distance with surprise. His eyes were full of fear. He personally watched them massacre all the way, which lasted only more than 10 years. Tens of thousands of soldiers were killed in minutes. Those soul skills, crossbows and even hidden weapons, poisons and the like may be effective against ordinary soldiers, but in front of these guys they are completely useless. There were originally millions of troops before the war started, but now there are only more than 400,000 left. Nearly 100,000 of them were torn apart by the 50,000 evil spirits in the brawl just now. The remaining 4 to 5 million were directly killed by Su Chu and others. You know, the war has just started. Marshal Ji Long felt a little chill in his heart. Looking at the departing figure, he became more and more frightened. Even though he had been fighting for many years, he couldn't help but feel cramps in his calves when he saw this scene. The entire battlefield no longer lived up to the previous rigorous preparations, but instead turned into a chaotic and bloody scene. Those soldiers have no ability to resist after encountering evil spirit. Under normal circumstances they can only choose to escape, but in front of evil spirit they cannot escape at all. Under such circumstances the only thing they could do was to kill with all their might. Unfortunately, in the face of the absolute gap, doing so was simply in vain. The entire land was devastated and everywhere visible to the naked eye was filled with corpses. The smell of blood was so strong that it couldn't be resolved. The pungent smell of blood made people's stomachs churn after smelling it. Corpses fell to the ground one after another and the blood flowed and gathered into a river. The stream formed by the blood flowing down slowly spread and spread, staining the earth red. All this is like the end of the world is coming, which makes people feel a little creepy when they see it. This war lasted less than an hour from beginning to end, but within this hour Tiandu continent lost more than 60% of its soldiers. Among them were several thousand soul masters, which made the Tiandu Empire even worse for its small number of soul masters. Lord, why don't you let us continue the attack? Su Chu asked with a look of reluctance. They were killing fiercely, but Cao Yanbing suddenly asked them to return, which made Su Chu a little confused. Enter the realm and restore your spiritual power first. But our spiritual energy consumption is not that big. Su Chu subconsciously looked at the people around him. In this battle, except for a few slightly stronger guys who could stop them, the rest of the ordinary soldiers were killed like ants at will. So in terms of spiritual power consumption, several people only used nearly half of their spiritual power. Hearing this, Cao Yanbing turned his eyes to the demoralized Tiandu army and sneered. Su Chu, net our enemies are not just those Tiandu guys. My lord, what you mean is... Su Chu suddenly understood and the doubts in his eyes finally dissipated completely. Then he calmly read and restored the spiritual power in his body, allowing it to reach a peak. Tiandu. Marshal Zhelong, have the casualties been counted? In the marching camp, the master sat on a chair with a pale face. His face face lightly painful. On his chest a ferocious scratch scratched diagonally from his left shoulder. Although it had been bandaged, the injury could still be seen. Not light. Master, according to incomplete statistics we have lost 538,400. The number of soul masters in the empire has only been less than 10,000. Due to the good protection of the Tang family's army, the casualties are minimal, but even so there are less than 10,000 people. This Chapter 155 Changes in the Heaven Dome. Martial Spirit Master, according to incomplete statistics we have lost 538,400. The number of soul masters in the empire has only been less than 10,000. Due to the good protection of the Tang family's army, the casualties are minimal, but even so there are less than 10,000 people. This Hearing Marshal Ge Long's slightly trembling words, the pale color on the master's face became more obvious. Although he had already had a premonition, when he really confirmed it his heart was trembling. Of the army of more than 1 million there were only more than 400,000 left before they even entered Jialing Pass. Such a loss is simply unbearable. Marshal Zhelong, let's retreat. Staying will only increase more sacrifices. We have already lost and the defeat is certain. This battle is simply unwinnable. Marshal Ge Long said. Then what on earth is Cao Yanbing? He blocked our offensive with his own strength. That is an army of million. King Lan Hao is the #1 pope in the world today. Bibi Dong can stop him, but why can't he? This news will soon reach His Majesty. What will we do? At this moment Marshal Ge Long was also a little panicked. Although he had experienced hundreds of battles, he had never felt so embarrassed and completely defeated. Marshal Zhelong. Tang San, who had just arrived, happened to hear what he said and his face darkened. Marshal Ge Long, I can stop Bibi Dong, but Cao Yanbing's strength is already infinitely close to the god level and he has even touched it. Do you think I can stop such an opponent by myself? What? As soon as these words came out, Marshal Ge Long was stunned for an instant. Touched the divine level? Mistress, are you serious about this? The master was also stunned. He knew what the concept of the divine level was. Tang San took a deep breath and said solemnly, I don't dare to deceive you. I personally feel that his strength is probably infinitely close to that of a god. Marshal Ge Long fell into silence and after a long time he slowly uttered a sentence. Then what should we do? Can we just wait for him to lead the Spirit Empire to defeat our Heaven Do Emperor country? Tang San sighed. This is the worst case scenario. I think you have also seen that even if I try my best I can't resist Cao Yanbing. If I wait until Bibi Dong recovers, I'm afraid that by then the entire Tiandu Empire will be defeated. Disaster. Then what should we do now? Marshal Ge Long asked hurriedly. I suggest giving up the attack on Jialing Pass for the time being, gathering all the troops and horses and preparing for the final battle. Tang San looked solemn. Pull it together. But even so it can't stop Cao Yan's soldiers. The master put forward his own point of view. Tang San said, don't worry teacher, my Poseidon inheritance has been completed 90%. I'm just one step away from inheriting the Poseidon position. By then maybe I can stop him. As soon as Tang San said these words, Marshal Ge Long and master both widened their eyes in surprise. Naturally they knew what the position of Poseidon and the single word God meant. If Tang San really inherited the Poseidon inheritance, then there might still be hope for victory in this battle. Okay, I will gather everyone right away and shrink the defense. Marshal Zhelong did not hesitate and made his decision immediately. At the same time, on the other side at the top of Jialigwan City, Hu Lina was discussing the NET action with the elders. Some people feel that this is the period when the Tiandu Empire is at its weakest. Taking advantage of this opportunity, they should immediately send troops to pursue the victory and capture the Tiandu Empire. Others believe that the formation should be stabilized and recuperated first. After all, they had experienced a fierce battle before and the casualties of the soldiers were too tragic, so they must rest for a while first. In short, Bibi Dong was injured and recovering and the two factions disagreed. No one could convince anyone and the situation remained deadlocked. In the end, the elders weighed the pros and cons and agreed that they should take advantage of his illness to kill him and take advantage of the Tiandu Empire's vitality to be severely weakened to overthrow it in one fell swoop. Then the NET step is our Wuhan Empire's counterattack. Now that Tiandu's army of 1 million troops is running out, we must pursue the victory and destroy the Tiandu Empire as soon as possible and its territory. If we can turn all the land of the Tiandu Empire into the territory of our Spirit Empire, then the overall strength of our Spirit Empire will skyrocket and the threat from the Star Luo Empire will no longer exist. Agree. Seconded. Since everyone has no objections, let's wait for Cao Yanbing to take action. Hu Lina's eyes flashed coldly, but when her gaze fell on the tall and straight body in the distance, the coldness in her eyes was slightly reduced. Before, Cao Yanbing said with disdain that he was here to help. She originally thought he was arrogant, but when she saw Cao Yanbing's strength with her own eyes, she realized that this man man was indeed qualified to say this. If it weren't for his appearance, Jialing Pass would have been destroyed by Tiandu's army by now. After taking a deep breath, Hu Lina said, everyone be prepared and ready to fight at any time. We will use the blood of the Tiandu Empire's army to wash away the previous shame. Yes, kill all the troops in the Tiandu Empire. Suddenly a group of people raised their arms and shouted. At this moment the entire military camp was filled with excited shout. All the soldiers were excited and wanted to jump into the fight immediately. Seeing that the momentum of her own army had finally reached its highest limit, Hu Lina secretly sighed. She must have known that when she saw Tang San leading a million-strong army to attack Jialing Pass, the momentum of the Spirit Empire soldiers suddenly became sluggish and their morale was low to the extreme. But now, under the influence of Cao Yanbing's unstoppable momentum, these soldiers actually burst out with unprecedented fighting spirit and confidence, and their morale was magnificent. This feeling was like a sharp sword penetrating their hearts, which was shocking. He subconsciously looked at Bibi Dong, who was at the rear of the army, and saw that instead of joy on her face there was more of a deep worry. Teacher, what are you worried about? Hu Lina asked softly. Bibi Dong frowned and pondered for a long time before speaking. I always feel an inexplicable feeling in my heart. Nana, you must pay attention to Cao Yanbing. I always feel that he has other plans. Hu Lina asked doubtfully. Pay attention to Cao Yanbing? Bibi Dong nodded. Well, although I don't know what Cao Yanbing wants to do, I have a vague feeling that he seems to have a conspiracy. Hu Lina pondered for a moment, then shook her head and said, no matter what he wants to do, we have no choice. Bibi Dong sighed and didn't say much. She just shook her head gently and continued to restore her soul power. Chapter 156. 00000 Troops changed their surname to Cao. The entire land was devastated, and everywhere visible to the naked eye was filled with corpses. The smell of blood was so strong that it could not be resolved. The pungent smell of blood made people's stomachs churn after smelling it. Corpses fell to the ground one after another, and the blood flowed and gathered into a river. The stream formed by the blood flowing down slowly spread and spread, staining the earth red. In the earth there are also countless broken limbs and broken arms, and pieces of rags are scattered everywhere, as if telling what kind of tragic wars happened in this land before. The sky was grey and dull, and the dark cloud seemed to be oppressing the top of the head. The depressing atmosphere made people breathless. On one side there is the Wuhan Empire's city wall that stretches for dozens or hundreds of kilometers, towering into the cloud. Within the city wall is the Wuhan Empire's vast city wall, a large army. On the other side is a Tiandu army that stretches for dozens of miles. They are wearing armor and holding weapons in their hands. The fear on their faces seems to have completely dissipated. At this moment they are looking solemn and ready to face the enemy's attack. The two armies were only 100 miles apart, but no one dared to act rashly, not for any other reason than because there were a few figures standing proudly between the two armies. They stood quietly like that, stepping on the scarlet Rakshasa street domain that covered hundreds of miles. Their bodies were majestic, standing like mountains between heaven and earth. Even standing net to them they could clearly feel their powerful strength momentum. Everyone, how are your spiritual powers recovering? Cao Yanbing looked around. A faint voice came from his mouth and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Our spiritual power has been fully restored. Okay, in that case. Cao Yanbing took a deep breath, and the sneer at the corner of his mouth gradually widened and then turned into a wild laugh. Then he suddenly raised his right hand. His eyes suddenly opened and a majestic pressure instantly fell on the entire Rakshasa street area. At the same time his loud shout resounded throughout the battlefield. Let everyone see what an army is. With his violent roar, the huge vertical pupil above the Rakshasa street area suddenly opened, and the already strong blood evil energy became even more violent at this moment. Just when everyone was surprised as to what was happening, the scarlet giant eye suddenly shot out 1,000 feet of red light, covering the entire Rakshasa street area in an instant, and its area was 10 times larger than the Rakshasa street area. The net moment a horrifying scene happened. Under everyone's shocked gaze, semi-illusory bodies appeared out of thin air, one after another, densely packed with nearly 10,000 people. Their numbers are still accelerating. The dense red light covered the area as if the entire battlefield was dyed scarlet. It was like the end of the world, giving everyone an extreme psychological impact. What are these? What's going on? What is that? It seems an army. Is it the same monster as before? No way could it be that army. On the battlefield the faces of the soldiers of the Tiandu Empire showed signs of shock and even a hint of panic. However, some very attentive soldiers discovered that among the ever-increasing army of undead there were actually quite a few familiar faces. Those were clearly the soldiers who had followed Tang San and the others on the battlefield among the millions of troops in the Tiandu Empire. What exactly is going on? What happened? Aren't those soldiers already dead? Shouldn't they have died in that one-sided massacre? Countless doubts lingered in their minds, but they could not find the answer at all. all. They could only watch the undead army appearing in an endless stream. Everyone including Hu Lina and Tang San was stunned when they saw the army appear. He held his breath the whole time until the undead army reached a certain level and finally stopped. It can be vaguely seen that the number of the undead army is more than 500,000. Moreover, their aura is not comparable to that of ordinary army soldiers. While countless undead soldiers were neatly arranged into square formations and one after another burly bodies slowly walked out of the square formation. They were the generals of each square formation. Their steps were solid and steady and their whole bodies exuded a suffocating aura which made people feel uncomfortable. People are intimidated. Although the temperament and attire of most of the remaining soldiers were completely different, the weapons they held were exactly the same as those seen in the Tiandu army before. Spears, shields, scimitars, knight swords, short swords, even big swords and giant AES. There is no doubt that the core soldiers of this undead army are composed of millions of soldiers who have participated in the Tiandu army. These soldiers who had fought bloody battles with the Tiandu Empire now appeared on the battlefield again. Their appearance made all the soldiers of the Tiandu Empire couldn't help but tremble in their heart. Yes, that should be the Empress Xian. Seeing the astonishment and shock on the faces of the soldiers, Cao Yanbing's mouth curved lightly. Su Chu Dian Wei Zioha Dun Xia Hao Iwan Su Huang Zhang He Yu Jin listens to the order. The general will obey your orders. Following Cao Yanbing's words, the 7 commanders stepped forward at the same time and knelt on one knee. The generals will lead their generals and soldiers to destroy the enemy's defense line. Cao Yanbing stared at the battlefield below, his eyes becoming fiery again as if he had returned to the demeanor he had when he first came to this continent. It's time for the world to change its surname. Follow your orders. The 7 commanders responded at the same time, their eyes bursting with excitement. They had been waiting for this day for too long. Commanders, obey the order and attack. Rumble. A series of deep roars suddenly resounded through the sky, and then the Tiandu Spirit Empire saw those 7 tall figures leading more than 500,000 undead soldiers rushing towards the enemy. In an instant a brutal fight began. Uncle Jianyu and Uncle Bone, the old monster boss, Dai and those contra-level strongmen stopped them. Marshal Ji Long, you lead the Tang army to stop those undead as much as possible and organize the remaining troops to retreat quickly. Tang San's solemn and majestic voice sounded over the battlefield, and he knew that this battle had been lost. The strength of Cao Yan's army, his power far exceeded the expectations of everyone present. None of the Tiandu martial spirits, including Tang San and Bibi Dong, expected that he could actually stop the Tiandu Empire's million-strong army by himself. Nowadays Cao Yanbing's power has reached a level that makes both sides fear him. Yu Jin's strength is only at the Soul Douluo level, but Su Chu and others have steadily reached the level of titled Douluo. Counting Cao Yanbing, they already have 7 titled Douluo here and now. The appearance of the undead army of more than 500,000 people is even more powerful. If there is a real confrontation with such a lineup, the Tiandu Empire will definitely lose. So the safest way now is to retreat quickly and stick to Tiandu. When he returns as a god, he may still be able to fight. Chapter 157. The army first shows its power. Yu Jin's strength is only at the level of Contra, but the strength of Su Chu and others has steadily reached the level of titled Douluo. Counting Cao Yanbing, they already have 7 titled Douluo here. Now the appearance of this army of more than 500,000 undead is even more powerful. If there is a real confrontation with such a lineup, the Tiandu Empire will definitely lose. So the safest way now is to retreat quickly and stick to Tiandu. When he returns as a god, he may still be able to fight. Tang San thought very comprehensively and knew very well that only by becoming a god would he be powerful enough to protect his friends and loved ones around him. So this time he would never allow failure, never allow it. Everyone obeys the order. Looking at the overwhelming undead army in the distance, Tang San took a deep breath. Prepare to meet the enemy. As just said, the rest will return to the city immediately. Enter. Follow your orders. As Tang San's voice fell, beams of soul power shot up into the sky, and then hundreds of black figures rose from the sky, rushing towards the undead army like locusts passing by. Although they also know that this time they may escape death. The 9 treasures turn out to have glass, which is called strength, which is called speed, which is called soul, which is called defense, which is called attack, which is called increase. The 7 treasures turn out to be glass, which is called strength, which is called speed, which is called soul, which is called defense, which is called attack, which is called increase. Hill. Amid the deafening shouts of killing, the fighting between the 2 armies finally broke out. The undead army was not afraid of death, but the people of the Tang sect were equally brave. As soon as the 2 sides came into contact, brilliant sparks shot out. Tang San held the trident in his hand, his whole body flashing with bright blue stars, and rushed towards Cao Yan's soldiers like the wind and lightning. He was extremely fast, covering thousands of meters in the blink of an eye, and arrived in an instant, stabbing Cao Yanbing's throat with the trident in his hand. Seeking death, Cao Yanbing's eyes flashed coldly, and with a wave of his hand the surrounding temperature suddenly became a bit hotter. Immediately afterwards a violent hell flame quickly covered Cao Yanbing's right fist and spread. In the blink of an eye his entire arm was covered in flames and met Tang San's trident. So hot! Tang San's e-pression changed lightly and he wanted to pull out the trident, but it was already too late. The trident, which weighed 108,000 kilograms, was violently smashed away by Cao Yanbing, while Cao Yanbing's left fist continued to carry a blazing force. The flames of hell blasted over. Tang San was horrified and hurriedly moved his body sideways. Bang! A dull sound spread in all directions and a dazzling red light flashed through. Tang San felt a sharp pain in his left arm as if he had been hit hard by a heavy hammer. His steps staggered and his figure flew out. What an awesome guy! Tang San held back the severe pain and managed to stand firm, but at this moment blood was oozing from the corner of his mouth and his entire left arm had been completely dissipated by the calcining of hellfire. Even if the spring breeze blew and revived, he could not recover immediately. Come over. The soul bone of the Titan ape's left arm was also directly burned and the super powerful attack skill of Titan Skybreak was completely unusable. On the other hand, look at the Spirit Empire. Seeing the battle start again, Hulina's eyes showed excitement. Her eyes glowed with light gold and a majestic and beautiful foe appeared behind her. She stretched out her long white arms and shouted, "Commanders of the Wuhan Empire, listen to the order. The Heavy Cavalry Legion and the Heavy Armored Legion are out of the gate assisting the Heavy Armor Legion to intercept the Tiandu army. The Light Cavalry Legion and the 5 elders are out of the city to behead the enemy generals. We must deal with the Tiandu Empire in a short time." Rumble. The 4 gates on the front of Jialing Pass opened almost at the same time. 4 huge suspension bridges set up a 50-meter wide moat amid the rattling of nooses. Amid the clanging sound of armor, a large number of heavily armored soldiers quickly poured out of Jialing Pass. However, judging from the lineup, also a heavily armored legion. These heavily armored soldiers coming out of Jialing Pass are not as strict as the armored knights of the Tiandu Empire. Holy Dragon Legion. On the other side, the 8 legions of the Wuhan Empire lined up directly in front of the pass, and then an army of 10,000 people galloped out of the pass. They didn't have any horses, they were all running, but their speed was no less than that of a galloping horse. 10,000 people lined up in front of Jialing Pass, all dressed in fancy attire decorated with gold threads on their back. A large flag fluttered in the wind with 2 large golden characters on it. Holy Dragon, Angel Legion. Nearly 1,000 people walked out of Jialing Pass again. They were wearing uniforms with a golden sun embroidered on their chest. Among them were 70 SI flying soul masters who had reached the soul saint level. With the appearance of each legion, the number of people in Jialing Pass is getting smaller and smaller, but a chilling atmosphere can still be faintly detected from the dense team, which makes people's hearts tremble. This is it, the strength of the 3 main legions, the Holy Dragon Legion, the Angel Legion and the Heavy Armor Corps. They are all the elites of the Wuhan Empire and the core force of the Wuhan Empire. Set off. Hulina gave the order and immediately an army of nearly 10,000 people rushed out like a savage beast, rushing straight towards the 2 armies that were fighting fiercely in the distance. This is a large-scale battle. Once it breaks out, casualties are inevitable. But in this case, who dares to fight? Who dares to escape? Only fight to the death. A big melee began. Tang San, you have escaped so many times, but this time I want to see how you can escape. Cao Yanbing sneered. His eyes suddenly lit up with 2 flashes of red light and he appeared net to Tang San in a flash. His body was surrounded by blazing hellfire and his whole person seemed to be an emperor of flame. The 10 palaces of hell in his hand transformed into a hammer and smashed towards Tang San's head. Tang San picked up the Poseidon trident with his backhand to block it. The tiger's mouth on his right hand was directly cracked, dripping with blood, and his knees had almost completely sunk into the ground under this huge collision, but he gritted his teeth and resisted. Sucker punch! Cao Yanbing laughed ferociously, raised his right leg high and kicked Tang San hard in the abdomen, sending him flying out. The man named Tang Hao should be your father. You are indeed not a bit stronger than your father. I think he was not as stubborn as you when he died at my hands. Cao Yanbing laughed loudly, his eyes full of sarcasm and ridicule. He slowly approached with a giant hammer and said in a rather joking tone, "It's a pity, although you are very strong, but you met me. Why not become my subordinate? In the future there will be your place." Father. Tang San gritted his teeth. A trace of determination flashed in his eyes. He slowly climbed up from the ground, took a deep breath and suppressed the severe pain. He firmly grasped the Poseidon trident in his right hand and stared at Cao Yanbing with burning eyes. "You are really stubborn." Cao Yanbing shook his head. The e-pression on his face became more arrogant. "Don't worry, you will accompany him soon." Before he finished speaking, Cao Yanbing suddenly jumped up and the 10 palaces of hell in his hand was once again wrapped in hellfire. fire curling up in an arc in the air. His power was so terrifying that even a titled Douluo in his heyday would not dare to confront him head-on, let alone Tang San, who was seriously injured. When the 10th Palace Yama was about to smash Tang San's head to death, he was suddenly resisted by a strange energy. Feeling the strange power coming from under the 10th Palace Yama, Cao Yanbing raised his eyebrows suddenly. This energy seems a bit familiar. Could it be? Coward, take Tang San away. Chapter 158 Killbone Douluo. Coward, take Tang San away. Hearing this familiar shout, Tang San subconsciously followed it, but when he saw the person clearly, he immediately shouted hurriedly, Uncle Bone, Uncle Sword, let's go quickly. The person standing in front of him was Gurong, who had used his 9th soul skill to bone the dragon, and on its back was sword Douluo Chen In. Colorful rays of light shot out from the army behind them, and all of Ning Fengzi's increase fell on them. They had only one goal: to save Tang San. Tang San was right. Only if he survives and successfully inherits the throne of Poseidon can he have a chance to win this war. Old Bones, hold on, I'll take him away first. Chen Xin shouted low, and a shadow of an ancient sword seemed to appear under his feet. It appeared in front of Tang San in an instant, with his remaining hand grabbing Tang San's shoulder. A soft wave of soul power spread out the violent soul power in his body that he suppressed. Give it to me. Gurong's martial spirit is the Bone Dragon. With the blessing of the 9th soul skill Bone's divine dragon, his body is dozens of feet long. Like a mountain, he stands in front of Tang San and Chen Xin, forcefully using his own bone defense to resist Cao Yanbing's attack. Chen Xin took advantage of this opportunity, grabbed Tang San's arm, stepped on the void, and instantly moved 100 meters away, heading towards the retreating Tiandu army in the distance. Old guy, do you think you can stop me just by yourself? Cao Yanbing looked at Gurong's face full of teasing and didn't take him seriously at all. Arrogant. Gurong snorted coldly, and the huge bone tail behind him swept out and struck Cao Yanbing fiercely. Wherever the bone tail passed, the space even distorted and deformed, and the power was terrifying. Old man, I still remember the insults from the past. Cao Yanbing sneered, directly picked up the 10th Palace Yama and swung it heavily, rushing straight towards the sweeping bone tail. Bang! A deafening sound rang out, and the powerful attack that could shatter a titled Douluo of the same level was directly blocked by Cao Yanbing. What? Gurong's eyes widened. Even an ordinary 95 level titled Douluo would never be able to block his attack so easily, but now Cao Yanbing blocked it so easily. What realm is this guy in? How could his strength improve so much? What a bullshit soul skill, it's just rubbish. Cao Yanbing sneered, and the hot hellfire burned on his body again. He raised the 10 palaces of Yama again and smashed it down hard. Click. Violent shocks swept all around in an instant, and a shattering sound that was violent enough to make the space tremble suddenly sounded. The net moment the bone armor on the tail of the ancient banyan tree that had transformed into a bone dragon was shattered. It was cracked and plotted with a bang. The completely broken bones quickly evaporated in less than a moment, turning into curls of white smoke and disappearing into the air. The entire tail was directly blasted to pieces. Gurong spurted out a large mouthful of green blood. His whole body trembled violently and his huge body kept staggering. Old guy, continue to be arrogant. Cao Yanbing looked up to the sky and smiled, his red eyes staring at Gurong, who was having difficulty standing without his tail. His right fist was clenched and terrifying flames jumped on the edge of the fist. There are some things for which you should have thought of the consequences. After the word fell, Cao Yanbing's eyes sharpened suddenly and the stagnant fist trembled suddenly. Immediately, in the countless horrified eyes with almost all the power in his body, he struck hard on the ancient banyan dragon's spine. Bang! The moment the fist came into contact with the dragon's spine, a deep muffled sound resounded throughout the battlefield, causing countless people's hearts to beat violently. The fist was in Gurong's fearful eyes. Put it on his back, and immediately a powerful force with a destructive charm surged out like a tide. Click. There was a deep sound, and there was a sound of bones breaking. Gurong's bone dragon skeleton, which was tens of feet high, collapsed in an instant, posing the bone marrow inside. Along with the terrifying power, his huge body also directly it was smashed into the ground, making a loud noise that made the sky tremble. Who? Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Gurong raised the huge dragon head with difficulty and looked at Cao Yanbing, who was looking down at him from a high position in the sky with cracked eyes. He wanted to try to stand up, but the collision just now had completely destroyed his spine and he might never be able to stand up again. How is it possible? Cao Yanbing glanced at him indifferently and the corner of his mouth curved. I said sooner or later I will settle things with you. Cao Yanbing slowly walked towards Gurong's body, sunk into the ground. His eyes were contemptuous and his body was filled with an indescribable domineering aura, as if he was looking down on everything. Now in Gurong's eyes he is like a god, arrogant in the sky and alone in his position. Feeling her gradually losing consciousness in her limbs and gradually losing losing consciousness. Gu Rong suddenly felt regretful about why she provoked him. Cao Yanbing stepped out slowly, and every step he stepped on the ground was like stepping on his heart. His heart beat violently, almost popping out of his throat. He is not willing to give in. How could a 95th level titled Douluo lose to a 20-year-old boy? He is not convinced, but he couldn't change anything, and the haze of death enveloped his heart. He wanted to use up his last bit of strength to tear the young man in front of him into pieces. Unfortunately, he can no longer do it. Bang! Cao Yanbing stomped down Gu Rong's head, crushing it to pieces. A ball of soul floated out, only to be burned away by the hellfire. The ancient banyan's huge body finally collapsed into the soil, leaving a huge hole in the center of its head, and the bone marrow gurgled out, dyeing the ground white. This battle ended very quickly from start to finish in just 10 minutes. However, in these short 10 minutes, this all-powerful bone Douluo finally fell. What a waste! The hellfire evaporated the white bone marrow on the soles of his feet. Cao Yanbing curled his lips in disdain, looking at this titled Douluo as if he were looking at garbage. At the same time, in the distance, Sword Douluo, who had just put Tang San down, felt his heart suddenly jump, and a chill crept into his heart. He turned around hastily and saw Cao Yanbing's gaze looking over him as if penetrating the battlefield. Moving his eyes lightly, he also saw the huge bone dragon body embedded in the soil like a fossil, with the breath of life completely dissipated. At this moment, Chen Xin suddenly felt that his heartbeat seemed to have slowed down a beat, and his Adam's apple rolled, but he could only make a whining sound and could not even say a complete sentence. He stared blankly at the huge corpse. He couldn't believe that his lifelong partner and lifelong opponent was killed just like that. Old Bones is dead. Chen Xin stared blankly at the huge corpse, tears dripping from his eyes uncontrollably, and there was pain and anger intertwined on his face. Chapter 159 Kill Sword Douluo. Old Bones is dead. Chen Xin stared blankly at the huge corpse, tears dripping from his eyes uncontrollably, and there was pain and anger intertwined on his face. He clenched his fist tightly, trembling all over, and there was nothing but murderous intent in his eyes. Cao Yanbing, his chest seemed to be burning with fire that had been suppressed for decades. Endless hatred and sadness filled his heart, making him almost crazy. Kill! He looked up to the sky and roared, his voice resounding through the sky and deafening the boulders around him. He plotted one after another, and countless birds flapped their wings high in the sky, flying away from here as if they encountered something extremely terrifying. An invisible aura emitted from his body, covering an entire area of 100 meters in radius. This aura was as powerful as Tang San's back then. Because of hatred, Chen Xin has almost lost his mind now. His eyes are red, and the ferocious bloodshot eyes are spreading, and all that is left in his mind is thoughts of killing. He suddenly waved the 7 kills sword in his right hand, and a sharp sword light shot out of the air directly towards Cao Yanbing. Boom! As the sword light passed by, the mountains collapsed and the ground cracked. A ravine more than 20 feet wide spanned an area of 100 meters in radius with a depth of almost tens of meters. Wherever the sword light wave passed, even the ground nearby has also become riddled with holes, which looks shocking. Uncle Jian, calm down. Seeing Chen Xin losing his mind due to hatred, Tang San rushed over. He stopped in front of Chen Xin and shouted uneasily. However, at this time Chen Xin had already fallen into a killing state and could not listen to any of his words. He didn't even bother to look at Tang San, and the 7 kills sword in his hand fell straight towards Cao Yanbing. Not good. Tang San cursed secretly in his heart, but he didn't give up the resistance. Instead, he used all his soul power to move toward Chen in cover. But as soon as he got close, he was thrust out by an extremely sharp edge and hit hard on the boulder beside him. Tang San couldn't help spitting out a mouthful of blood, his mouth full of fishy sweetness. He covered his chest and stood up, looking at Chen Xion's back. His eyes were split, but there was nothing he could do about Chen Xion. Uncle Jian, calm down. Tang San murmured. The human sword merges into one, and the body becomes the sword. Chen Xion let out a loud shout and rushed towards Cao Yanbing. A dazzling blue sword light bloomed on his body. Then a huge phantom of the 7 kills sword appeared on his body. His not so tall body looked particularly small under this illusory giant sword, but it still seemed to stand tall on the sky and the earth. An infinite power spread out from his body. The 5th soul skill is powerful in all directions. Buzz! Along with his violent shouting, the illusory 7 killing sword suddenly burst out with thousands of rays of light illuminating 100 meters radius like daylight, and the dazzling brilliance enveloped the entire battlefield. In an instant, the sword light shot out in all directions with overwhelming power. The sword energy visible to the naked eye spread out and swept in all directions. The undead within a radius of 100 meters were torn apart by the sword energy in an instant, and even the ground was plowed out. Deep chasm. Seeking death. Cao Yanbing's presence remained unchanged. He raised his right hand slightly, and the 10 palaces of Yama in his hand turned into a spear. The spear glowed with a destructive aura and struck Chen Xin with one blow. Snore! Chen Xin's eyes were cold, and with a flick of his right hand the 7 kills sword suddenly accelerated with violent sword energy and arrived at Cao Yanbing's side in an instant. Hang! The guns and swords collided and the metal and iron clanged. The monstrous sword energy swept through the entire area like a tornado, but the sharp sword energy, which was enough to make the Soul Saint City stand in front of it, only made Cao Yanbing's clothes rustle. Chen Xin in the state of unity of man and sword. This is the true peak of his combat power, especially with the comprehensive increase of the 9 treasure glazed pagoda and the 7 treasures glazed pagoda. Even though it was only the 5th soul skill, this attack made Tang San feel a little threatened. But this is not enough. Boom! The soil beneath the 2 men's feet cracked open, gravel splashed out, and a huge shock wave suddenly spread, overturning nearby boulders and pieces of the undead army. Sword and spears. There was a strange stalemate at this moment. Whether it was Chen Xin's 7 killing sword or Cao Yanbing's 10 palaces of Yama, they both contained shocking power, but they were still unable to make even an inch of progress. This is enough to show the strength of Chen Xin at this moment. Just when Tang San thought Chen Xin could withstand Cao Yanbing's attack, Cao Yanbing's spear strangely burst out with a trace of white flame. Once the flame appeared, it turned into a white spear light and covered the spear, directly tearing apart Chen Xin's sword energy covering. Block! Can you block it? Cao Yanbing sneered. The gun light was as fast as thunder, and the sword energy tore through the sword in the blink of an eye before reaching Chen Xin's chest. This speed has exceeded Chen Xin's reaction speed. His pupils shrank and he could only watch the gun light getting closer and closer to his chest. Die! Cao Yanbing's eyes flashed with strong murderous intent. He exerted light force on his wrist, and the sword energy that had been torn apart by the gun light suddenly plotted and turned into white flames that filled the sky. Break the defense. Once this white flame touches the enemy, it will instantly completely destroy its defense. Bang! Yun defended himself, and Cao Yanbing's spear stabbed Chen Xin's chest heavily. The strong penetrating power instantly penetrated his body and pinned him to the tip of the spear. Uncle Jian! Tang San's eyes widened in the distance with a look of horror in his eyes. With his eyesight he could naturally see that the vitality of Chen Xin was quickly disappearing. The body was pierced by a spear, and gurgling blood slowly flowed down the tip of the spear, dyeing the white robe on his body red. Chen Xin's face was as pale as paper, and the scarlet in his eyes gradually became dim. His brows were lightly furrowed, showing his pain, but he did not make any groan. The only remaining arm was tightly holding the 7 kills sword in his hand, but with the loss of life and the collapse of consciousness, the 7 kills sword, which had been with him for decades, finally came out helplessly and inserted into the ground. The corners of Chen Xin's mouth raised lightly, revealing a miserable and sad smile. Are you going to die? Chen Xin lowered his head with difficulty, looked at the spear that penetrated his chest, and murmured, I didn't expect this day to come so quickly. Old bones, I'm really sorry. I'm afraid I can't help you. Revenge. Down. For a moment there was only a pop sound, and the spear that penetrated his heart violently twitched several times, causing a stream of warm blood to spurt out, dyeing Chen Xin's chest red. Boom! His body fell straight down. Chen Xin used up his last strength and turned his gaze to the 7 killing sword stuck on the ground. His lips wriggled as if he wanted to say something, but he seemed to have no strength to say it anymore, and in the end it could only turn into a sigh. His eyes have become increasingly blurry, and the scenes in his sight have become increasingly blurry. Even those originally clear images have become blurry, as if they were isolated in another space. Old boy! Chen Xin laughed. Suddenly a smile of relief appeared on his face. The last trace of clarity in his pupils finally disappeared and finally darkened completely. Bang! The 7 killing sword, which was stuck straight into the ground, finally broke into 2 pieces with a mournful cry. Finally this sword, Douluo, who had dominated the world for decades, left this world forever and disappeared into the long river of history without leaving any trace. Chapter 160. Cao Yanbing's true ambition. Uncle Jian! Tang San stood in the distance staring blankly at Chen Xin's body, tears falling from his eyes for some unknown reason. His body swayed, his steps staggered twice, and finally he fell into a pool of blood on the ground, staring blankly in the direction of Chen Xin's body. Bone Douluo, ancient banyan tree. Sword Douluo, Chen Xin. These 2 top powerhouses who were famous throughout the continent and frightened the world died on the battlefield like this. His father, Titan Giant Ape Azure Bull Python Bone Douluo, Sword Douluo, his friends, mentors and relatives all fell into the hands of Cao Yanbing. Their deaths made Tang San's heart feel as if it was torn apart. Scenes of past events emerged in his mind, recalling the various cares he had received from his father, Titan Giant Ape Azure Bull Python Bone Douluo and Sword Douluo. The continent gradually transformed into a place for strong people to rely on, but now they have all fallen. They all died for themselves. Tang San clenched his fist tightly and looked looked at Cao Yanbing with gritted teeth, his eyes filled with hatred. Tang San's teeth gritted hard, his fists clenched loudly, and drops of bright red blood slowly flowed down his fingers. He raised his head, his deep black eyes flashing with strong hatred. He looked up to the sky and roared, and the tears in his eyes couldn't help but burst out. Very good. Witnessing the death of the all-powerful sword Douluo and bone Douluo at the hands of Cao Yanbing, Lina could not help but exclaim, and soon her beautiful face showed a look of ecstasy. The more powerful people in the Tiandu Empire die in battle, the greater the damage to the strength of the Tiandu Empire will be, and the more beneficial it will be to the Spirit Empire. Cao Yanbing, we are here to help you. In one go we will completely destroy the Tiandu Empire. Elder San Yui, who came with the support of the army, shouted excitedly. The strength of the Tiandu Empire has been completely reduced at this time, which has dealt a huge blow to their morale. At this moment they must take advantage of the victory to pursue and take down the Tiandu Empire in one go. When the time comes, you will be the greatest contributor to the entire Spirit Empire. Hearing the shouts from behind, Cao Yanbing raised an extremely cold smile. Hearing the roaring footsteps of hundreds of thousands of troops behind him, he said without looking back, "Hey, let me tell you, who do you think you are, and how dare you give me orders?" Cao Yanbing's tone was bone-chilling. Elder San Yui and several other elders who came to support suddenly choked and stopped, and an extremely bad idea emerged in everyone's mind. "What did you say?" Elder San Yui asked in disbelief. "I said, who do you think you are? How qualified are you to give orders to me?" Cao Yanbing did not turn around, but there was a touch of heartfelt sarcasm in his cold eyes. Upon hearing this, the blood-stained elder and others stood on end, and their bodies instantly froze in place. It took them a while to react. "Asshole, what do you want to do?" Elder San Yui was furious. "What are you doing?" Cao Yanbing laughed. "Of course I want to win this world." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around suddenly, and with a move of his right hand, the top of the broken 7 kills sword suddenly flew out, turning into a stream of light and shooting towards the blood-piercing elder. "Asshole!" Elder San Yui's reaction speed was also extremely fast. He instantly displayed all the defensive soul skills he possessed, and his entire body became as huge as a puffer fish. However, even with his reaction speed, it was still too late. Bang! There was an explosion, and the 7-kill sword actually cut through the void without any hindrance, breaking through all the blood-striking elder's defenses and struck directly on his head. Just for a moment, the blood-piercing elder's head was completely chopped off and blood spurted out from his neck. His body was directly shattered, leaving only a ray of residual soul floating out, and finally destroyed in the void. Stabbing blood, one of the elders of Wuhan Palace, a 9-ring titled Douluo level expert, was actually killed instantly like this. Everyone in the Wuhan Empire who came to support was horrified. No one expected that Cao Yanbing would suddenly launch an offensive and kill a 9-ring titled Douluo without any hesitation. Everyone on the battlefield was stunned. Everyone's mouths were open and their eyes almost popped out. They couldn't believe it. What exactly is going on? Isn't Cao Yanbing an elder of the Wuhan Empire? Why did he suddenly become so cruel to his own army? You must know that he is a powerful person at the level of titled Douluo. He was actually instantly killed in a single encounter. Damn, this traitor! He actually betrayed us. A series of roars of shock and anger were transmitted from all directions in the Spirit Empire army. You are not convinced? The corners of Cao Yanbing's lips curled up slightly, outlining a hint of teasing. What a pity you are not worthy. Zhang He Su Huang Yu Jin Chi. Zhang He pulled out the ghost knife that had been stabbed into Oscar's chest. Blood was dripping on the blade and scarlet stained the lines of the ghost knife. Is it finally starting? Without even glancing at Oscar, who was lying on the ground with no idea of his life or death, Zhang He grinned and swept out. In the blink of an eye, he covered a distance of several hundred meters and appeared directly net to Cao Yanbing. My lord is finally ready to take action. Su Huang casually patted away the flames. Ed with Fini blood on his shoulders held the white dragon lotus shield and white flame dragon a spear in his hand, laughed loudly and rushed straight towards Cao Yanbing. Behind him, the entire battlefield has been completely burned into darkness, and in the center of the battlefield there is a huge pit completely eroded by flame. In the center of the pit, a slightly fat body is burned by the white lotus flame. He was twitching slightly when he was burning. With a long sigh, Yujin put away the long knife in his hand. In front of him was an old man with jet black hair but dark green eyes. His face was expressionless, or the expression on his face was completely stiff. His cheeks were sunken, and behind him there was a huge jade phosphorus snake king. Dugabo, the title is poison. Yujin's strength is not as strong as Su Chudianwei and others, and is even more than a star and a half weaker than them. He is only over 80 levels of cultivation, but he is facing someone who has already reached over 90 levels. If Poison Douluo hadn't relied on his powerful fighting skills, he might have been defeated long ago based on his strength. Hearing Cao Yanbing's call, Yujin put away his long sword forward and took a deep look at the old man in front of him. "You are strong." After speaking, he didn't stop at all, turned around and rushed in the direction of Cao Yanbing. Even as Yu Jin left poison, Douluo still showed no intention of stopping him. His face remained calm, and it seemed that he didn't take Yu Jin seriously at all. But he was behind him, and the slightly trembling right hand hidden in his sleeve proved that his heart was not peaceful either. Chapter 161 Recruitment. The Spirit Empire. Even as Yu Jin left poison, Douluo still showed no intention of stopping him. His face remained calm, and it seemed that he didn't take Yu Jin seriously at all. But he was behind him, and the slightly trembling right hand hidden in his sleeve proved that his heart was not peaceful either. Although Yu Jin's strength is only at the contra level, each of his moves is enough to show that he has experienced hundreds of battles. Under the sword skills that are like running water, even he dare not drag him down in the slightest. On the wall of Jialiguan in the distance, Bibi Dong and Hu Lina, who were watching the battle, were also shocked, staring at the center of the battlefield in disbelief. "Elder Thornblood is actually dead," Hu Lina murmured, and the joy that had not yet gone away instantly solidified on her face. Her eyes were dull and full of disbelief. "No, how is that possible?" Her eyes were filled with disbelief. She simply could not understand why Cao Yanbing suddenly rebelled and killed the blood-staining elder directly in front of everyone. "Did the situation I was most worried about actually happen?" Bibi Dong's delicate body trembled lightly, and a touch of paleness appeared on her cheek. She knew Cao Yanbing's ambitions and was always wary of him, but she still didn't expect that Cao Yanbing had grown to this point. From the beginning of the battle, when he summoned the SI figures, Bibi Dong already knew that sooner or later Cao Yanbing would instigate rebellion, but he didn't expect that this day would come so quickly. "That's right. Where's his brother?" Bibi Dong suddenly thought of something and turned around hurriedly and asked. I don't know. Just now." Hu Lina's voice was trembling. "Damn it!" The vast spirit instantly filled Jialing Pass, but the strange aura did not appear when she detected it, which made Bibi Dong a little angry. She originally thought of using Cao Xianliang to threaten Cao Yanbing and put some pressure on him, but now her final plan has come to nothing. "Teacher, what should we do now?" Hu Lina's lips trembled and her face turned pale. She now had no idea of her own at all. The only thing she could do was to surrender her hope to Bibi Dong. "Retreat." Bibi Dong clenched her teeth, a cold light flashing in her beautiful eyes. She knew that at this time she could no longer hesitate and must retreat immediately. Bibi Dong's cold voice, "Me-ed with soul power," resounded throughout Jialing Pass. "Retreat." As her voice sounded, the soldiers who had left Jialing Pass, including the generals of the Angel Legion and the Holy Dragon Legion, all showed signs of unwillingness and resentment. They were unwilling to give in, but they knew that the only way to continue to resist now was to dead cost. Boom! A thunder plotted in the sky. Dark clouds rolled in the sky. Lightning was raging as if a giant dragon was roaring. The scene was terrifying, and the entire sky was reflected in scarlet. Countless soldiers looked frightened and looked up into the distance. They saw three murderous figures rushing towards the martial soul soldiers with an army of hundreds of thousands of undead behind them, as if a flood had burst its embankment. So unstoppable. "These people are Su Huang and others." Seeing the hundreds of thousands of undead troops coming toward her, Bibi Dong shouted again, a gloomy look on his face and a trace of anger in his tone. "Retreat." Although she had already taken precautions, the situation was now completely out of control. Now she had no choice but to retreat, otherwise she would be completely wiped out. "Withdraw." With an angry roar, the four elders looked at each other and saw the determination in each other's eyes. Although they have many dissatisfaction with Wuhan Empire at this moment, but they are also members of the Spirit Empire. Naturally, they also want to see the rise of the Spirit Empire and do not want to see a collapse. Bang! Watching several large legions quickly retreat toward Jialing Pass, the four elders also breathed a sigh of relief at this moment. Turning back, looking at the three figures who looked like gods of war in the distance, they looked at each other and then smiled without any fear. They actually wanted to sacrifice themselves to stop the three guardian spirits and the huge army in order to buy them time to escape. It's not that they are not afraid, but they have no other choice. They can only use this method to leave the last hope for the Spirit Empire. Ha ha! They laughed wildly with extremely ferocious expressions on their faces, as if they had accepted their fate. Looking at the actions of these people from a distance, compel expressions appeared on the faces of Su Huang, Zhang He and others in the distance. These people actually gave up their lives for the survival of the Wuhan Empire. This courage is truly worthy of admiration. But so what? These people are also enemies after all. Even Cao Yanbing, who was controlling the battle situation, couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He saw in these people something different from those in the Tiandu Empire. "Leave them alive," Cao Yanbing said indifferently. "Ordinary soldiers would just kill them, but these powerful men who had reached the level of titled Douluo were considered to be the top combat power, and it would be useful to keep them to lead the continent in the future." After hearing this, Su Huang nodded in agreement moment and then said to Cao Yanbing, since the Lord has an order, my subordinates should obey it. Kindness. Cao Yanbing nodded lightly, then waved his hand for them to continue the attack while he walked towards the Jialuguan gate unhurriedly, and behind his body a petite body wearing armor also quickly followed up. This is naturally his younger brother Cao Xianliang. Just now in the chaos of the Wuhan Empire he followed the 3 legions and infiltrated among the many soldiers behind him and successfully returned to Cao Yanbing's side. Brother, I don't think it's necessary to kill those soldiers from the Spirit Empire. Cao Yanbing was a little surprised by Cao Xianliang's words, and his footsteps as he walked leisurely toward Jialing Pass also stopped. Tell me about it. Cao Yanbing became interested. After all, although his younger brother is not very strong, his mind is more flexible than his elder brother. Cao Yanbing also wants to hear his opinion. Look, the Tiandu Empire, which poses the greatest threat to us now, has been almost severely damaged. Not to mention all of the million-strong army, 70 to 80% have been completely converted into an undead army. Compared to the million-strong army before the war, apart from the less than 100,000 troops who fled in panic, only a few commanders still exist in Tiandu now. And brother, I am afraid that the number of undead under your command has also reached an astonishing amount, right? Well, a rough estimate is that there are nearly 700,000. Regarding this younger brother, Cao Yanbing did not choose to hide anything and said truthfully after thinking for a moment. Chapter 162. One move to break the wall. Well, a rough estimate puts the number at around to 7 million. Regarding this younger brother, Cao Yanbing did not choose to hide anything. He thought about it for a moment and spoke truthfully. To 700,000 troops? So terrifying. Hearing his brother's answer, Cao Xianliang was shocked but then showed an excited expression. Now the number of the undead army has reached a very high standard. With the addition of your guardian spirits, it is basically just a matter of time before the Spirit Empire and Tiandu Empire are completely slaughtered. Xiao Liang, what do you want to say? Upon hearing this, Cao Yanbing frowned and looked at his brother with some confusion. Brother, what I mean is that your undead army has become extremely powerful. There is no need to cause unnecessary killings. After you unify the continent, the order of the entire continent will still be in operation. You will always. It is impossible to effect the undead army to replace the indigenous people of the entire continent. Wouldn't it directly become a dead zone? Cao Xianliang's voice gradually became quieter as he spoke. He knew that his brother didn't like others to interfere in his decision-making. Hearing this, Cao Yanbing fell silent. Cao Xianliang was right. What he wanted now was not power, and there was no need to burn the entire continent into bloody chaos. If he could, he would not move a single soldier. Recruitment completed. So do you have any good suggestions? After a long time, Cao Yanbing raised his head, looked at his brother and asked, Admirals versus generals, kings versus king. The current leader of the Wuhan Empire is Bibi Dong. If I can defeat her, then the Wuhan Empire will completely become my vassal. Cao Xianliang said with a smile on his face. Oh, hearing his brother's suggestion, Cao Yanbing raised his eyebrows slightly. Apparently he also thought Xiao Liang's method was quite good. Rumble. While they were discussing the NET countermeasures, Su Chu and others dragged their tired bodies to his side. Lord, we have wiped out most of the remaining troops of the Tiandu Empire, and only a handful of nearly 100,000 people have escaped back to the Tiandu Empire. Su Chu knelt down on one knee and reported. Ah, very good. Cao Yanbing didn't care much about the nearly 100,000 Tiandu troops who fled. After all, the million-strong army had been almost completely wiped out and converted, and they had no use value. It's just. Su Chu hesitated for a moment and continued to report. It's just that Tang San, who the Lord was a little concerned about, took advantage of the chaos and ran away. Tang San escaped again? Upon hearing the news, Cao Yanbing couldn't help but frown. He really didn't like Tang San very much. If the other party wasn't so powerful, he wouldn't even bother to pay attention to him. It was also the unknown secret technique he used in the end to protect the half-dead Shrek and others, as well as the remaining Tiandu army, and escape. Su Chu said, this Tang San's strength really shouldn't be underestimated. Even with only one arm left, I felt a lot of pressure against him just now. Dian Wei also nodded and said, it's a small problem, just run away. Once the Wuhan Empire is recruited and Tiandu Zingluo is destroyed, what big trouble will Tang San make? Cao Yanbing waved his hand, not caring at all, but it was precisely because of his indifference that Tang San finally became the second god to appear in Douluo continent. Let's go, this battle is about to end. Cao Yanbing waved his hand, looked at the Spirit Empire waiting in the distance, chuckled and walked over. Lord. When passing by Su Huang, the latter waved his hand, and the 4 figures who were in a state of embarrassment and covered with scars were thrown to the ground. Their auras were extremely weak, and the soul power in their bodies had long been drained drained and they lay limp on the ground like a walking corpse. His eyes were full of despair and fear and his lips were black. They are the 4 Wuhan Palace elders who just voluntarily cut off their rear. Now these 4 elders have lost the ability to resist. Even if they want to say something they can't. Well, it's a pity to kill them all. After leaving them alive maybe there will be some use for them. Cao Yanbing glanced at them, shook his head and walked forward without even looking at them. No idea at all. On the city wall of Jialiguan, countless soldiers, generals and commanders of the Spirit Empire couldn't help but swallow when they looked down at the black and translucent army below. The plot reversed too quickly. The last moment the Tiandu Empire's million-strong army was approaching the city and the Wuhan Empire was about to face a heavy blow. In the end, Cao Yanbing stopped the million-strong army by himself. The net moment this legendary powerhouse descended from the sky with hundreds of thousands of undead soldiers forcing them from a hostile angle. The shield that protected them from millions of troops turned into spears that pierced them. This huge contrast made countless people dumbfounded. This sudden and huge reversal caught them off guard and made them suspicious. Could it be that this battle was a dream from beginning to end? If it wasn't a dream, then why was this battle so dramatic? Many people even began to doubt everything in front of them and were unwilling to believe that this was true. Lord, leave it to me. Facing this giant city wall that was 100 meters thick, Zhang Helang strode forward with a laugh and immediately drew out the ghost shadow sword from his waist. His legs were slightly bent and his burly and muscular body suddenly eponded. A majestic black spiritual power burst out of his body instantly and a circle of ripples visible to the naked eye spread out rapidly. Found it. His eyes wandered on the front wall of Jialing Pass for a moment. Zhang He. It seemed that he suddenly discovered some loophole and the corner of his mouth raised. In full view of everyone he twitched his wrist and swung the ghost sword with concentrated spiritual power twice. Dang! The ghost sword cut through the space and struck the city wall with a tearing sound. In an instant a clear sword mark appeared on the city wall. With the appearance of this sword mark, deep cracks appeared in the unusually strong city wall that made one's heart tremble. Dang! The second sword energy came in an instant, more powerful than the previous sword and more powerful than the previous sword. This sword seemed to cut a slender gap in the air. Click! A crisp sound came out and this long, narrow and deep gap spread to the entire city wall at an extremely fast speed. Seeing this scene, both the soldiers of the Spirit Empire and the high-ranking red-clothed leader and others couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. It would not be an exaggeration to say that this attack surpasses magical skill. The huge energy contained in that daunting gap shocked them even more. Chapter 163. The stubbornly resisting Spirit Empire. Seeing this scene, both the soldiers of the Spirit Empire and the high-ranking red-clothed leader and others couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. It would not be an exaggeration to say that this attack surpasses magical skill. The huge energy contained in that daunting gap shocked them even more. Boom! Rumble! With several deafening explosions, this narrow gap spread at lightning speed on the city wall for a full 5 seconds before finally stopping. Rumble! The net moment the city wall that had protected Wuhan Palace for nearly 100 years finally collapsed, revealing a huge gap. The huge crack even spread directly to the remaining 2 walls of Jialing Pass. This is impossible. Seeing this scene, countless people showed shocked presence. The defense of Jialing Pass was so strong that even Bibi Dong couldn't break through the wall with one move, but it was destroyed by a single attack. Most of the entire city's defense force was instantly destroyed. Looking at the 100-meter gap in the city wall, all the Spirit Empire soldiers felt a sense of despair. They all knew that the city gate of Jialing Pass was completely destroyed and the Spirit Empire was about to face a disaster. But this is not the worst. The worst thing is that they are still surrounded and there is no way to escape. The city gate has collapsed. I am afraid that the undead army outside the city is now preparing for a large-scale attack. Right now their only option is to wait for death and wait for the troops outside the city to enter the city. By then I'm afraid they will really die without a burial place. Damn it! At this moment Bibi Dong's face was extremely embarrassed. She never thought that the first large-scale battle in her life would end like this and she would lose so completely. His Majesty the Pope, what should we do now? At this moment a Cardinal Archbishop walked up to Bibi Dong and asked, Teacher, who Lena also looked over. At this moment Bibi Dong's eyes were fixed on the dark and deep crack above the city tower. She knew that this failure would definitely affect the future fate of the Spirit Empire. Although she was unwilling to give in, she knew clearly that the current Wuhan Empire and her were simply not enough to resist Cao Yanbing. If before the war started relying on the 8 titled Douluo, one might be able to fight with one of them, but now except for her who was injured there were almost no titled Douluo on the city wall. Starting a war under such circumstances will only make the Spirit Empire pay a heavier price. Thinking about it, she looked at the towering building in the distance where the Spirit Empire's Elder Hall was located. When the Elder Hall insisted on taking Cao Cao Yanbing under a command. She tried to stop it but failed due to Qian Daoliu's interference. I'm afraid the Elder Hall didn't expect that their previous misunderstanding would actually turn into the current problem of raising tigers. But suddenly, several long whistles came from the direction Bibi Dong looked at. The whistles were distant and desolate as if they were rolling and breathtaking. As soon as these whistles came out, they were met with the turbulent weather, and the rolling sound waves resounded in the air like thunder one after another. Hearing this sound, a strange look suddenly appeared on Cao Yanbing's face. He naturally knew who was coming. Elder Hall Golden Crocodile. Bibi Dong's eyes revealed a look of determination. Everyone, the Wuhan Empire is about to fall. We must try our best to defend this land. Bibi Dong tilted her head and said solemnly, everyone heard the roar just now, so this is us. Several major titled Douluo in the Elder Hall. We must persist until they volunteer. Swear allegiance to the Pope to the death. Swear allegiance to the Spirit Empire to the death. Swear allegiance to the Pope to the death. Be loyal to the Spirit Empire to the death. As Bibi Dong finished speaking, everyone's faces were filled with tragic expressions, as if this time would be the last conquest of the Spirit Empire. Bibi Dong's cold voice echoed in everyone's minds again, and immediately she flew straight towards Cao Yanbing, leaving behind a sonorous and powerful word. Long live the Spirit Empire! Everyone's blood boiled with enthusiasm, and a majestic fighting spirit rose up. Even if they knew that there was a dead end ahead, they would fight their way out. Their faith, their beliefs all converged into this shout of long live kill. As Bibi Dong took the lead in charging, all the soldiers of the Spirit Empire also shouted and launched a counter-attack against the enemy. All the Spirit Masters and ordinary soldiers in Jialing Pass rushed out. Stubborn, seeing that they still chose to resist, Cao Yanbing could only sigh softly with a cold light shining in his eyes. With a wave of Cao Yanbing's hand, all the undead soldiers were immediately ready to go. Superior! The generals of the undead army raised their sword, and with a low roar, countless undead cavalry took the lead. They stepped on the ground and sprinted madly, leaving no grass growing wherever they went. Ah, kill, kill, kill! The Spirit Empire soldiers in Jialing Pass roared hysterically. They all knew that they had no way out, and they could only hope to survive by fighting bloody battles. In the endless sound of fighting, the two sides finally collided, accompanied by bursts of shrill sounds. The sound of wailing sounded, and on the city wall of Jialing Pass, countless soldiers started fighting crazily, with blood splattering and broken limbs flying all over the sky. It was a shocking scene of doomsday. On the contrary, Su Chu and others stood quietly, put down their weapons, and did not pay much attention to the chaos on the city wall. In Jialing Pass today, there is only one strong person named Bibi Dong, and the rest are just ordinary troops and soul masters. They know that they do not need to participate in the war. Today's Wuhan Empire is just Yinghuo shaking the moon. Su Chu looked at the fierce battle in the distance and couldn't help but shook his head with regret in his eyes. If we talk about the Spirit Empire in its heyday, with dozens of titled Douluo, tens of thousands of spirit masters, and hundreds of thousands of troops, it can definitely be called a very huge force. Even they can be considered a powerful force. A tough battle. But now the huge strength of the Wuhan Empire has been weakened too much. With the previous comprehensive suppression of the Tiandu Empire, the current Wuhan Empire no longer poses a threat. I wonder if Yanbing can kill Bibi Dong. If he does, then the Spirit Empire can be renamed directly. Zhang He glanced at the fierce battle in the distance, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 164. The aura that has the same origin as the Rakshasa Street realm. I wonder if Yanbing can kill Bibi Dong. If he kills him, then the Spirit Empire can just change its name. Zhang He glanced at the fierce battle in the distance, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Beheading? That's impossible. Xiahedun inserted the spear in his hand into the ground, raised his eyebrows and curled his lips. Oh, how can I say this? Is the so-called Bibi Dong stronger than Yanbing? Judging from the aura alone, the woman's strength seems not to be as strong as Yanbing. Zhang He was a little confused. General Zhang, you didn't know this. This contemporary pope has a different kind of feeling for his brother. Cao Xianliang, who had been silent all this time, smiled slyly and looked at Bibi Dong, who was fighting with Cao Yanbing. A smile appeared. A different kind of emotion? What do you mean? Zhang He scratched his head, a little confused as to what Cao Xianliang was talking about. General Zhang doesn't know that when I joined the Wuhan Empire, this woman caused a lot of trouble for me. If the Xiahou brothers hadn't recognized me, I might have died at her hands. Cao Xianliang smiled and did not answer directly. Then why? Ha 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 ha. Bibi Dong has a very inexplicable feeling for me. Besides, there is also a vague relationship between her and my sweetheart. Cao Xianliang smiled with a look in his eyes that he understood, shining with a strange light. Well, on this battlefield, how can we talk about the love between children? Zhang He's face darkened, but he was actually a little embarrassed. Haha, General Zhang, I'm not talking about the love between children, but the personal relationship between men and women. Cao Suanliang's gossip gossip heart seemed to be activated all of a sudden and his eyes began to become fiery. Su Chu and others on the side couldn't help but look a little weird when they heard the whispers between the two gossip men, one big and one small. Ahem, young master, stop messing around over there. Xia Haowen on the side coughed lightly, interrupting the conversation between the two. But do we really not need to intervene? What? You still don't believe my lord? Su Huang asked, raising his eyebrows. Maki, you are worrying too much. Now Bibi Dong is the only top fighting force left in the Wuhan Empire and she is also injured. She is not a threat at all. Su Chu shook his head and said disapprovingly, there are only a few soldiers in the city now and they are not attractive to us. Besides, now that the king is fighting against the king, the lord doesn't want us to interfere in his battle at will, so we just have to watch from here. After hearing Su Chu's words, Xia Haowen thought for a moment and could only nod his head. He didn't say anything more, but his eyes were still a little disappointed. Then we can only watch here? This is a battlefield. If we don't kill the enemy, there will be no happiness at all. Dian Wei frowned on the side, but he was very impatient in his heart. It's fun to participate in the battle and kill the enemy in person, but if you can't win, it's really no fun at all. Su Chu smiled faintly. We just need to wait and see what happens here and we will be very satisfied. Well, when everyone heard this, they were a little disappointed. Both of them were generals who had killed tens of millions of enemies, but they didn't expect to end up watching from a distance, which made them feel quite unhappy. But since the coach gave the order, they could only do it. Ha 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 ha, but who said we don't have fun anymore? Su Chu suddenly smiled, turned around and walked to the edge of the city wall, looked at the distant sky with his eyes narrowed and said with a smile, look, isn't this coming? Everyone followed Su Chu's gaze and were stunned. At this time on the horizon in the distance there were several black spots flying at an extremely fast speed, rushing towards the north gate. It seemed their reinforcements are coming soon. Dian Wei grinned, the fire of fighting in his eyes burning again. Ha 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 ha, I wish I could have wished for it. Feeling the powerful aura fluctuations coming from there, Su Huang shook the spear in his hand with a smile on his face. On the other side of the city wall, Bibi Dong's originally majestic gaze was a little dazed at the moment. She was looking at Cao Yanbing with a hint of complicity in her eyes. A trace of regret has appeared in her mind. If he could forcibly kill him under the restraint of Qian Daoliu, there might not be so many changes. However, it was too late for her to regret it now. Although she couldn't bear it, she couldn't change the situation. She knew that in her current state it was basically impossible to stop Cao Yanbing. Those who follow me will prosper and those who go against me will perish. Give up the struggle. The Tiandu Empire has been defeated, and now that your mental strength is seriously injured, you can't stop me at all. Surrender obediently and I can consider letting you go. Cao Yanbing's eyes were fixed on Bibi Dong and his tone was calm, as if he was describing something that had nothing to do with him. When Bibi Dong heard this, a cold light flashed in her eyes and she coldly snorted, don't even think about it, stubborn. Cao Yanbing shook his head with some disappointment. He swung the halberd in his hand suddenly and an extremely violent aura erupted, flashing hard at Bibi Dong. The arrival of the attack made Bibi Dong's body tremble a little. After all, she was not an ordinary person. She leaned back slightly, swung her body and released the 8-soul skill in the Death Spider King state. Wuhan's body and clones dodged to both sides at the same time, just in time to avoid Cao Yanbing's attack. At the same time, her death domain instantly opened, covering not only Cao Yanbing but also the head of Jialing Pass. In an instant the temperature of the entire city dropped suddenly and the air was filled with a strong smell of blood. This environmental impact caused the surrounding undead army to fall into a strange stillness. Can the breath of death affect these undead? Cao Yanbing's face looked a little unhappy. He didn't expect that Bibi Dong's aura could actually affect his undead army. Although it was only within the scope of the domain, it still had a certain degree of influence on them. There is something wrong with her breath, or maybe there is something wrong with the aura contained in her death realm. A strange feeling appeared in Cao Yanbing's heart, as if there was something certain. Not sure if it was an illusion, Cao Yanbing suddenly discovered that the strong sense of killing and blood mead in her domain had a similar feeling to his Raxhasa Street domain. It's like same origin. As soon as this thought arose, Cao Yanbing threw it away. After all, this is absolutely impossible. How can two people from completely different worlds be similar? However, whether he wants to admit it or not, the aura on Bibi Dong's body is indeed similar to his. It's not very strong, but it's not very weak either. Chapter 165, Facing Bibi Dong. It's like same origin. As soon as this thought arose, Cao Yanbing threw it away. After all, this is absolutely impossible. How can two people from completely different worlds be similar? However, whether he wants to admit it or not, the aura on Bibi Dong's body is indeed similar to his. It's not very strong, but it's not very weak either. Unlike Cao Yanbing, Bibi Dong has no time to think so much at this time. What she needs to do now is to stop Cao Yanbing as much as possible, and and wait until the support from the Elder Palace arrived. She knew that in her current state, let alone defeat, if she really tried her best to stop him, she could still delay him for a while. She believed that when Qian Douluo arrived with support, the 299 level peerless Douluo and the old guys from the Elder Hall would be enough to kill Cao Yanbing. Whoops! Having made up her mind, Bibi Dong no longer hesitated. With a thought, a sound broke through the air and her Spider King clone instantly flew through the air and flew towards Cao Yanbing. At the same time, jet black threads emerged from Bibi Dong's ankles, quickly wrapping around her body and finally condensed into a pair of jet black armor covering her body. Boom! A huge explosion sounded and Bibi Dong's Spider King clone had already rushed in front of Cao Yanbing. The iron-hard spider legs carried one vicious attack after another and fell towards Cao Yanbing. These moves may seem simple and ordinary, but they contain extremely powerful attack power. Each attack will cause the void to tremble and countless air waves to roll and scatter, seeking death. Cao Yanbing snorted coldly, his eyes flashed with bloodthirsty light, and with a flick of his arm, 10th Palace Yama directly knocked away Bibi Dong's Spider King clone and then launched another fierce offensive. The half-human half-spider Bibi Dong together with the Spider King clones and Cao Yan's soldiers kept colliding and intersecting in the high air. The powerful wind blew all around and wisps of red and purple energy surged out from the collision, forming there were violent ripples visible to the naked eye, spreading rapidly towards the distant. Bang bang bang! The muffled sound of violent collision continued to resound. Although Bibi Dong tried her best to resist, she was still forced to take a few steps back. Every step in the void would trigger a burst of thunder like explosion. Obviously Cao Yanbing's attack was too fierce and domineering, and Bibi Dong could not resist it forcefully, so he could only choose to avoid the edge temporarily. Bibi Dong, who was away from the battlefield, led the Spider King clone to fight Cao Yanbing head-on, but she kept dodging in mid-air and attacking with long-range attack. The third soul skill, Death Spider Web Binding. Lines of dark purple spider webs were bursting out with dense purple poisonous gas. Pieces of spider webs ponded rapidly in the air, met with a strong aura of death and wrapped around Cao Yanbing. The number of cobwebs spewed by this skill is determined by the caster. The stronger the skill, the more and larger the cobweb spewed. Based on Bibi Dong's current actual situation with such power, even huge soul beasts like the Azure Bull Python or the Titan Giant Ape are enough to entangle them. She believes that if this move completely controls Cao Yanbing, she will definitely have a chance to fight back. While fighting back the Spider King's clone and dodging the spider webs in the sky, Cao Yanbing was also surprised by Bibi Dong's powerful actual combat ability. This woman seems to be a little stronger than she was a few years ago, but she is just a little stronger. Catching a gap in the attack, Cao Yanbing raised his left hand and swung his fist forward. In an instant, the terrifying wind suddenly plotted, blasting into the non-existent space in the distant. The net moment the punch was firmly stamped on Bibi Dong's body, and with a muffled sound, her body flew out directly. After taking dozens of steps back in space, Bibi Dong barely stopped her body. Blood spilled from the corner of Bibi Dong's mouth. Her cheeks were flushed with a sickly flush and her chest was rising and falling slightly. That sudden punch just now actually caused Bibi Dong to suffer serious injuries, and there was a faint feeling of pain in the internal organs in her body. Damn it! Bibi Dong gritted his teeth and cursed. The situation this time was completely different from the last time. She originally thought she could suppress Cao Yanbing with her combat experience and skills, but who would have thought that his combat level had improved so much compared to last time. After just a few moves, she suffered a loss. Looking up at the Spider King clones in the sky who were constantly attacking, she knew very well that her Spider King clones had exactly the same strength as hers. In other words, under the joint attack of these two 99th level peerless Douluo, she still managed to survive. There was nothing he could do about Cao Yanbing. This situation is extremely bad news for Bibi Dong. If Cao Yanbing continues to maintain this state, then her chances of winning may drop to freezing point. Thinking of this, she suddenly looked back and glanced at the distant skyline, which was the direction of many offerings and support in the Elder Hall. Those old guys from the Elder's Hall should be here soon, right? A wry smile appeared on Bibi Dong's lips. If those old guys could have come earlier, maybe she wouldn't end up in this situation. Bang! At this moment, a sharp whistle suddenly came from the sky. Bibi Dong looked back only to find that in the brief second when she was stunned, Cao Yanbing's hand was as close as Xiaohe Yuan's Dark Knight Dragon King sword. The 10th Palace Yama with a very similar sword shape has actually slashed into the body of Spider King's clone. Buzz! Along with the dull collision sound, circles of lavender ripples visible to the naked eye spread out in all directions with the knife edge as the center. Layer after layer of lavender ripples continued to ripple, and the entire sky seemed to be silent at this moment. After a while, everything became strangely quiet. Fine spacecraft cracks were torn apart in the nearby space as if the entire space had become distorted. Although the space was restored again in just an instant, this attack shocked everyone who looked at it. Crack-click-click. A series of tiny sounds of broken bones sounded and cracks appeared on the neck of the Spider King's clone and spread to her body. The net moment the entire body of the spider clone suddenly collapsed, turning into a ball of smoke and disappearing into the air. In the middle only Bibi Dong was left floating in the air with her clothes torn, her hair slightly messy and a trace of blood hanging from the corner of her mouth. Whoosh whoosh. Bibi Dong was breathing heavily, her beautiful eyes fixed on the man hovering in the air not far away, but her heart sank to the bottom. She knew that although her Spider King clone was powerful, there was a huge gap in strength between the two sides. After only a brief entanglement, it was directly shattered by Cao Yanbing. Now her Spider King clone can no longer be used in a short period of time, and as the clone is directly killed, her mental power has also been counterattacked at this moment, and her original strength has also been greatly reduced. The Second Martial Spirit. Chapter 166. Crush. The Second Martial Spirit. There was a flash of light and shadow. The purple on Bibi Dong's body instantly switched to green, which was her unique skill of switching between the second soul and martial soul avatar. In the martial soul avatar state, dark green spider web lines appeared on his forehead. A layer of crystal dark green light spread from his body. 3 pairs of dark green spider legs appeared behind him. His arms turned into similar dark green spears, and his lower body was completely covered by layers of dark green light. Not only did the shape of her whole body change, the color changed from purple black to miserable green, but the aura on her body also suddenly reached a peak at this moment. The SITH soul skill eternal creation. An emerald-like halo spread all over her body, and a green light curtain suddenly appeared in front of Bibi Dong. 2 emerald-like giant scythes were raised at the same time, and they cut out a huge green fork-shaped ripple in a diagonal stagger. The creation of eternity. One of Bibi Dong's most domineering single-target attack abilities. Physical defense is ineffective and energy defense is reduced by 50%. Once hit, the trauma will spread endlessly. She can only rely on soul power to resist until the soul power is exhausted and died. Wherever the fork-shaped emerald light passed, the space seemed to be split, revealing a dark crack in the void. Although it was quickly restored by the power of the plane, the power of her move was extremely terrifying. Cao Yanbing's pupils also shrank suddenly, and a dangerous omen hit his heart, but he did not hesitate at all, and the 10th Palace Yama in his right hand swept out. In an instant, a fiery red sword light like a crescent moon came towards the fork-shaped emerald light. Boom! A thunderous explosion suddenly sounded, and circles of shock waves spread wildly around the place where the two collided. The surrounding space collapsed and overlapped and then collapsed again and again, over and over again. Thump thump. Cao Yanbing stepped on the void and kept retreating. After retreating for dozens of meters, he stabilized his body. He raised his head and stared at Bibi Dong, whose body flew backward for nearly 100 meters with a look of surprise on his face. Although he had a clear advantage in this confrontation, he felt that Bibi Dong's offensive had not weakened but was getting stronger with each passing fight, probably because of the replacement of his martial spirit. This woman is indeed not weak. Cao Yanbing narrowed his eyes and focused on Bibi Dong. This woman seemed to be much stronger than Tang San, but there was a vaguely similar power between the two auras. Not surprisingly, this power fluctuation should be the so-called divine power. What made Cao Yanbing a little strange was that Tang San's divine power was obviously more powerful and profound than Bibi Dong's, but he didn't feel any strange fluctuations in the latter's body. On the contrary, it is Bibi Dong. Although her divine power is not very strong, it somehow vaguely affects the spiritual power in his body. This feeling is very strange. It seems to be from the same origin but also somewhat hostile. That's interesting. A strange color flashed in Cao Yanbing's eyes. It seemed that he had some secret that even he himself didn't quite understand. Bibi Dong also fell back to the ground. She gently wiped away the blood that overflowed from the corner of her mouth, and finally there was a trace of fluctuation in her cold eyes. The soul power consumed by the move just now had exceeded her original expectations, and she could clearly feel that her body could no longer bear the load for too long. Silently turning her gaze behind her, she could feel that Jin Crocodile and his group were getting closer and closer to Jialing Pass, and now was the most critical moment to delay time. The first soul skill, Half Moon. The SI spider spears behind Bibi Dong and her spider spear-shaped arms gathered in front of her at the same time. The 8 spear tips pointed on the ground, and strong dark green light suddenly rose up along with her first soul ring. The spears rose simultaneously. Half-moon-shaped dark green rays of light were slashed in the face. Swish, swish. 8 green crescent-shaped light blade flew out from the emerald light curtain, aiming directly at Cao Yanbing. What is strange is that when the 8 crescent light blades were only 10 meters away from Cao Yan's soldiers, they suddenly began to fly away to both sides. Swish! Except for the 3 moonlight blades on the front, the other 5 light blades all cut into the air, leaving after images in the air. The speed was extremely fast and they actually cut the air into white streak. The angle of their attack was extremely tricky, directly blocking all retreat route for Cao Yan's soldiers from all directions. Facing this round of strange attacks, Cao Yanbing's eyes did not waver at all. Instead, he calmly stretched out his left fist and swung a simple straight punch towards the 5 light blade. Boom! The white lotus flame burst out of the body attached to the fist and turned into a hot white flame dragon shadow, hitting several emerald green light blades at the rear right. The light blade suddenly stagnated and plotted, turning into countless tiny emerald light spots flying everywhere. Cao Yanbing's figure did not stop at all. With a movement he appeared directly net to the light blade. The white lotus flame on his left fist bloomed with scorching brilliance. Bang! Bang! 2 consecutive punches, each hitting the emerald green light blade, accurately hitting it hard, causing the light blade to crack inch by inch. Whether intentionally or not, a piece of emerald green light was still floating quietly in front of Cao Yanbing's body, but compared to the previous ones, the one in front of me is somewhat different in appearance from the previous one. At least outside the emerald green brilliance there is a faint black silk thread constantly winding above it. That is the materialization of demonic energy. After punching out 2 consecutive punches, Cao Yanbing shook his left hand. The white lotus flames on it dispersed, but the surface of the emerald green light blade that struck from the front was already covered with a layer of tiny crack. Then it collapsed suddenly and turned into ashes for the light flakes floating down from the sky. Just when Bibi Dong was surprised, Cao Yanbing's eyes suddenly fell on her. Not good. Bibi Dong's heart was shaken and a creepy feeling spread throughout her body. She almost subconsciously made an avoidance reaction, but she forgot that her soul power was almost exhausted and there was no place to hide in this area. Where could she hide? Cao Yanbing took 1 step forward and appeared in front of Bibi Dong across a distance of 100 meters. He held a claw in his right hand and grabbed Bibi Dong's throat with a cold aura. At the same time, with a move of his left hand, the last piece of emerald green light shook the space and fell into his hand. Buzz! Under Bibi Dong's control and Cao Yanbing's control, this emerald green brilliance immediately started to tremble as soon as it was taken. Cao Yanbing's heart trembled slightly and immediately the killing intent surged in his eyes. Since you are unwilling to surrender and admit defeat, I don't have to be merciful. If you die, the Spirit Empire will have no choice but to change its dynasty. As he said that, Cao Yanbing gave a low drink and cut across with his left hand holding the emerald green light. Then it went straight towards Bibi Dong's throat. Don't want. Just when Cao Yanbing was about to give Bibi Dong a heavy blow, Hulina stood in front of her, opened her arms and prepared to use her body to resist Cao Yanbing's attack hit. But Cao Yanbing's hand stopped and the brilliance stopped just 3 centimeters away from Hulina's head. Nana! Bibi Dong was suddenly startled and pulled Hulina over, folding his arms to protect her in his arms. Chapter 167 Fight 6 Great Offering. Don't want. Just when Cao Yanbing was about to give Bibi Dong a heavy blow, Hulina stood in front of her, opened her arms and prepared to use her body to resist Cao Yanbing's attack. But Cao Yanbing's hand stopped and the brilliance stopped just 3 centimeters away from Hulina's head. Nana! Bibi Dong was suddenly startled and pulled Hulina over, folding his arms to protect her in his arms. Get out of the way. Cao Yanbing looked at the stubborn Hulina with cold eyes. You can't stop me. Cao Yanbing, you can't kill Nana. Nana is innocent. Bibi Dong's eyes were slightly panicked and she hugged Hulina's arms with a little force. Cao Yanbing's calm eyes did not waver much and the emerald green light in his hand fell down without any pause. The sound of the blade rubbing against the air was horrifying. Hulina's eyes widened in horror. She knew that with her weak strength she would never be able to escape. Cao Yanbing moved so fast that even Bibi Dong couldn't react. Her pupils shrank suddenly and she subconsciously leaned out to block Cao Yanbing's attack with her body. Ding! A clear and melodious collision sounded. Bibi Dong and Hulina opened their eyes wide in astonishment. They saw that the blade stopped advancing just when the tip of the knife was about to touch Hulina's chest. Dang! Suddenly there was another collision sound and then sparks shot out and a long black stick was intercepted in mid-air, blocking the emerald green brilliance. Do you want to stop me too? Cao Yanbing shouted coldly and waved his right hand violently. The long stick spun and danced as if it was rolled up by a blower and was thrown fiercely into the air on the other side. Boom! The long stick tore through the space like a missile and burst out. Along with a loud noise, a burly figure on the horizon was pierced by the long stick and crashed to the ground before he had time to react. A critical moment. The several figures who came with him all had solemn prescience and quickly gathered around him. 2 of them guarded him to prevent others from sneak attack, while the other 3 stood at the front watching the surroundings vigilantly. The person who was pierced by the long stick was surprisingly a 90 SITH level peak Douluo. He was also the SITH enshrinement of the Elder Hall of the Wuhan Empire Qianjun Douluo Wuhan and coiling dragon stick asshole. At this moment beside Qianjun Douluo a figure roared angrily. He is Qianjun Douluo's friend demon conquering Douluo. He is also one of the 7 great worshippers, a 90 SITH level peak Douluo, a martial soul and a dragon stick. Damn it, the critical moment is already. Demon conquering Douluo gritted his teeth, clenched his fist and veins bulged all over his head. Cao Yanbing, you bastard. Demon conquering Douluo's words made everyone present feel slightly depressed. Although Qianjun Douluo was not the strongest among the major worshippers, he was still a veteran 90 SITH level peak Douluo. To be killed with just one move shocked everyone. Qianjun Douluo's body was lying on the ground. On his chest there was a blood hole as wide as a fist. Blood was flowing, dyeing his robes red. Thin red lines tended from the blood hole to all sides like a spider web, generally spread all over his body. Just now it was he who took action in time and used his Wuhan dragon coiling stick to save Hu Lina, but he never expected that his timely saving blow would become the key to his death. Bibi Dong stared at this scene blankly, her heart filled with shock. Kill the 90 SITH level peak Douluo instantly with one move. Bibi Dong asked herself, even if it was an unprepared Qianjun Douluo, she would not be able to kill him instantly, and it would even be difficult to kill him. Cao Yanbing's blow just now had exceeded the limit of level 99. Even the space crossed by the flying dragon stick still has a white scratch until now. Hu Lina stared blankly at the fallen corpse in the distance. She simply couldn't believe what was happening in front of her. At that moment she really thought that she was going to die, and she was even ready to wait for death. However, at that critical moment Qianjun Douluo suddenly took action to save her. You must know that the SITH priest took good care of Hu Lina when she was a child. Uncle Qianjun. Demon conquering Douluo's eyes were red, veins popped out in the palm of his hand holding the coiling dragon staff. He stared at Cao Yanbing in the distance and roared, golden crocodile, look at the good deeds you and Qiandao have done. Qianjun Douluo occupies a very special position in the heart of demon conquering Douluo. They have fought side by side and traveled around the world for many years, and they have already been deeply in love with each other. At this moment Qianjun Douluo died tragically in front of him. How could demon conquering Douluo endure this? He raised his hand and punched the ground, and the aura in his body soared crazily. Jian Mo, calm down. Jin Crocodile frowned. He could understand the grief in demon conquering Douluo's heart at this time, but Qianjun Douluo was already dead and people cannot be resurrected after death. Calm down? How do you want me to calm down? Demon conquering Douluo roared angrily. Tell me, how do I calm down? Golden Crocodile sighed and patted demon conquering Douluo's back gently. The matter has come to this, no matter how sad it is, it won't change anything. I know. The killing intent in demon conquering Douluo has reached a critical point, as if it will burst out at any time. Even if you Golden Crocodile stops me today, I will still kill you then. Cao Yan's soldiers killed him. Jin Crocodile shook his head and sighed. Demon conquering Douluo was indeed very powerful, but his temper was extremely impulsive. If he tried his best to burst out, I would probably have to spend some effort to stop him. And I didn't say I would stop you. Qian couldn't help but look in the direction of Cao Yanbing. Now the latter's strength made him a little afraid. How could he stop him from subduing the demon and killing Cao Yanbing? Or we should stop Cao Yan's soldiers from killing and subduing the demon. Without much hesitation, demon conquering Douluo flew straight towards Cao Yanbing, and the coiling dragon stick in his hand also emitted a dazzling light. At this moment, bang! A violent roar came from the space. Su Chu stepped forward. His huge body flew up, eluding a strong murderous aura, and struck down with a hammer at the demon conquering Douluo. Realizing that he was suddenly locked by the aura, demon conquering Douluo's heart trembled and he hid to the left. The net moment, a huge flame hammer that was as big as his entire body swept past the place where he was standing just now, and the terrifying flames filled the space. All a little twisted. Get away! Demon conquering Douluo's furious roar resounded through the sky, and a majestic power spread out from his body. The coiling dragon stick in his hand flashed with hot blue-purple thunder and lightning. His face was ferocious, and the coiling dragon stick in his hand was carrying the destructive aura. Hit Su Chu hard. Boom! Terrifying pressure filled the air, and a blazing temperature spread in the air. The stick fell with unparalleled power like thunder. This is the battle I long for. Chapter 168. Get out of seclusion. Angel God. Boom! Terrifying pressure filled the air, and a blazing temperature spread in the air. The stick fell with unparalleled power like thunder. This is the battle I long for. Su Chu raised his head and let out a long roar, his eyes sparkling with dazzling light. The red-blooded tiger hammer in his hand turned into a flash of shock, and he hit the demon conquering Douluo's coiling dragon staff hard. Clang! Spark flew everywhere. Flames and thunder and lightning intertwined and collided, and the agitated energy raged around. A wave of ripples visible to the naked sky suddenly spread to the surroundings and the powerful wind blew around. Wisps of yellow and purple energy fluctuations surged out from the collision, forming violent ripples visible to the naked eye, moving towards the distant Pondaying rapidly. I'm coming too. Demon Bear Douluo laughed and his skin glowed with a faint black light. He suddenly opened his arms and a surging earth attribute energy surged out, turning into thick and tough rock armor to cover his whole body, and on his hands where he was holding a huge thick and suddenly rushed towards conquering the demon. Your opponent is me. At this moment another deep drink sounded. Rumble. The ground trembled violently. Xiahao Iwan suddenly drew his sword and struck at him. A world-dominating aura swept across all directions. The sharp edge caused the air to violently churn and there was a faint sharp sound of splitting the air. Boom. The sword and AES intersected and violent and boundless energy swept out. The surrounding space seemed to be unable to withstand this energy fluctuation and cracks appeared. The original large pit was also ponded several times by the aftermath of this energy. The surrounding trees shattered and rock flew out. It's a pity that Hu Qi and Mieke took the lead. Zhenhun looked at the two people who had already started fighting on the battlefield with a hint of regret in his eyes. There are still a few people. Why are you in Ia? Su Huang glanced at Zhenhun net to him and said calmly. But as soon as he finished speaking he saw Zhenhun shooting forward and directly stopping Ghost Leopard Douluo. Gongming, if you don't do it I'm afraid you won't have any opponent. Zhang He turned into a black shadow and pierced into the air. His words rang in his ears, making Su Huang stunned for a moment. Then he reacted, gritted his teeth and rushed forward as well. Damn it! Seeing the SI great offerings being blocked by Cao Yanbing's SI guardian spirits, Bibi Dong gritted his teeth and seemed to be thinking about something. She had forgotten that Cao Yanbing also had SI mutated martial spirit. Each of these guys was a titled Douluo comparable to level 95 or even above. With their obstruction I am afraid that those in the Elder Hall with the old guy won't be able to get out for a while. Now Qian Daoliu has not yet arrived on the battlefield. What is this great priest of Wuhan Palace, one of the top combat powers in the mainland, brewing? Even if Qian Daoliu comes to the battlefield with the strength Cao Yanbing has shown now, can they stop him? Moreover, who can guarantee that he does not have any other trump card? Bibi Dong's inheritance of the Rakshasa god is about to be completed and Qian Ren Yui's inheritance of the angel has also reached the final moment. Tang San the great cripple has escaped. When the time comes he will definitely try his best to inherit the Poseidon. I am afraid that in the near future a battle will be more serious than this one. A fierce battle is about to begin. Looking calmly at Bibi Dong, whose pressions were constantly changing, and Hu Lina, whose eyes were filled with tears, Cao Yanbing did not take any action at this moment. He just waited for a few minutes, then slowly turned around and looked at the towering tower in the distant cloud architecture. There is the Elder Hall. Boom! A sound that could shake the world suddenly came from a distance, followed by a violent vibration from the Elder Hall. The ground shook violently and the entire Jialing Pass seemed to collapse at this moment. His eyes fell on the seraph statue in the center of the Elder Hall, which looked like it was made of gold. The angel statue that was originally more than 10 meters high was actually trembling in an extremely aggregated manner at this moment. Streams of fine golden light began to emerge from the angel sculpture, spreading over the statue. Circles of bright golden halo spread around the statue. Click. The entire angel statue plotted and turned into countless light spots filling the air. Among the ruins a figure wearing bright golden armor with SI angel wings behind him stood quietly. On the angel sword held high above his head, the surging golden flame turned into a golden beam of light and soared into the sky, instantly breaking through the shackles at the top of the hall, and a series of huge energy fluctuations erupted that made the sun eclipse it. This is the worshippers of the Spirit Empire who were fighting with the guardian spirits couldn't help but tremble. They stopped fighting one after another and looked at the horizon in the distance. There they felt an indescribable fear. This fear came from the deepest throbbing in their heart. They knew that it must be the fear from the martial soul. Yanbing, be careful, this aura is very strong. Although I don't know what level he is at, but he gives me the feeling that he has broken through the shackles of this world. This person extremely strong. Zhang He shook his opponent away, turned his head to look at Cao Yanbing with some solemnity and said directly, "Okay, I know." Cao Yanbing nodded slightly. A flash of fluctuation flashed in his eyes. He felt a wave that was so powerful that it was difficult to describe in words. Under the cover of this wave it seemed that even his soul was trembling, but he wasn't worried at all, just because he felt that very familiar aura fluctuation on that person's body. At this moment, whether it was the battle of the undead army or the battle of the generals, they all stopped at this moment. Everyone looked up blankly at the bright golden light rising into the sky in the distance, or in the golden light that figure walking through the air. The angel's shadow was suspended in mid-air and streaks of holy white light bloomed from its body, illuminating the sky. A vast and simple majesty filled everyone's minds. A vast and boundless majesty burst out from the figure. This terrifying aura simply made everyone present feel a sense of awe deep in their heart. Behind this figure's golden wings flapped gently as if they could control everything. She moved her feet slightly and her figure instantly appeared hundreds of miles away. In just 2 blinks she appeared directly above the battlefield. Beautiful. When everyone saw her appearance, their hearts shrank involuntarily. She is like the only focus in this world. Even the noble and gorgeous angel armor cannot hide her beauty, especially her arrogant posture, which is like a god who does not eat the fireworks of the world, making people awe. But her Zion was cold and indifferent, contemptuous of all living beings. After appearing, her eyes were directly locked on Cao Yanbing, and the sense of oppression made the temperature around her suddenly drop a lot. Suddenly a strange feeling filled Cao Yanbing's heart. This feeling was absurd. If I had to describe it, it would be from the divine contempt and judgment. Chapter 169. That is, the second worshipper looked at Qian Ren Yui, who was stepping on the void, and his mood instantly became excited. Even at his 100-year-old age he couldn't help shouting loudly out of excitement at this moment. That's Miss. It's Miss. She succeeded. Look at the angel costume. Isn't that the angel costume of our Wuhan palace? The angel costume that symbolizes the god of angels. Miss, she is really at work. Haha, that's great. The intense golden light gradually brightened the entire sky. The SI wings were stretched out. Qian Ren Yui's face was cold and the angelic costume on her body was blooming with dazzling brilliance. At this time she was like a god who came down from myth and legends to the mortal world, extremely holy. She is. After seeing the figure clearly, Bibi Dong's Zion finally changed. Her body trembled uncontrollably, her fists were clenched, and she didn't even notice that her nails were piercing her palms and blood was flowing down her fingertips. No, this is impossible. She is just the guardian of the angel god. How can she become a god? Why does she have this aura? Why? After saying these words, Bibi Dong fell into Hu Lina's arms as if she had lost all strength. It seemed that she had exhausted all her strength in saying these words. Teacher, are you okay? Hu Lina asked with concern. Bibi Dong shook her head with difficulty. Her eyes fixed on Qian Ren Yui in the distance, her eyes full of shock and somewhat complicated emotion. This is absolutely impossible, she murmured to herself, but she still couldn't hide the violent emotions deep in her heart. Teacher, who is she? Hu Lina asked uneasily. With Hu Lina's strength that was only over level 80 when she faced Qian Ren Yui, who had become a god at level 100, all she could feel was endless pressure and the feeling of being unable to help but worship her. Bibi Dong slowly raised her head, looked at Hu Lina and suddenly smiled. Nana, she is Qian Ren Yui. Hearing this, Hu Lina's delicate body suddenly trembled and she suddenly showed a burning Zion. Her tone was full of disbelief. She is Qian Ren Yui? Hu Lina couldn't believe what she heard. If she hadn't heard the teacher say it with her own ears, she would never have thought that such a thing was true. Turning her head to look at the sky, she only saw a golden figure. The back figure seemed to be condensed with light, exuding a holy and pure light. Qian Ren Yui? Hu Lina repeated softly, her Zion slightly dull, but the strange look in her eyes revealed that her heart was not as calm as she showed. God, she really couldn't connect the legendary god of angels to the girl in front of her. You know, she is only a little older than Qian Ren Yui. The sea surface on the back of a huge martial spirit great white shark Tang San endured the pain of his broken arm and reluctantly opened his eyes to look at the sea level in the distance, vaguely seeing a small black dot. There is Poseidon Island. After the Tiandu Empire was defeated, he rushed toward Poseidon Island without stopping, taking the Shrek monsters who were also seriously injured. There are only the last 2 tasks of Poseidon's inheritance. Only when he successfully completes the tasks, passes the 9 tests of Poseidon and obtains Poseidon's inheritance, will he have a chance to fight Cao Yanbing. Tang San thought very well. When he succeeds in inheriting the throne of Poseidon, what will happen even if Cao Yanbing is a demigod? Until then, when he thought of this, Tang San's eyes burst out with strong fighting and killing intent. The death of a loved one, the death of his friend, the death of his teacher, and the pain of a broken arm. Although the broken arm can grow back after inheriting the divine throne, his father, friend and teacher will never be able to return to Douluo continent. This is his eternal regret. Therefore this hatred must be avenged. Poseidon Island, he is bound to do it. Boom. As soon as Tang San closed his eyes and prepared to recuperate, suddenly a violent explosion resounded through the sky. The earth-shattering sound made him suddenly open his eyes, and the Shrek monsters who were traveling with him were also awakened. This kind of terrifying atmosphere. Is it Cao Yanbing? Tang San clenched his fist, his eyes flickered a little, and when he turned around he found that the other Shrek monsters had the same eyesight as him. Obviously they also felt this heart-stopping power. Cao Yanbing, wait. Above Jialing Pass, Qian Ren Swibing's indifferent gaze stayed on Cao Yanbing's face, and her brows furrowed slightly from time to time as if there was no one else in the world except them. Lord Be careful. Sensing that the atmosphere was gradually becoming strange, Su Chu and others left the battlefield and flew to Cao Yanbing's side, forming a semicircle and blocking in front of him. They watched Qian Ren Yui seriously and vigilantly, guarding against her sudden attack at any time. Even though Su Chu and the others understood that the person in front of them was the woman of their lord, but seeing her cold gaze, Su Chu did not dare to rely. After all, in their perception, the current strength of the woman in front of them had completely surpassed Cao Yanbing and even Bibi Dong. Su Chu, put down your weapon. Cao Yanbing shook his head and said calmly, don't worry. But I said put down your weapon. Su Chu was stunned for a moment, glanced at Cao Yanbing's eyes that had not left Qian Ren Yui during the whole process, hesitated for a moment and slowly put away the giant hammer in his hand. He did not dare to disobey Cao Yanbing's orders. Moreover, with so many years of experience, the Lord's judgment should not be wrong. Since he said there is no need to worry, then it must be fine. Taking a deep breath, Cao Yanbing walked slowly towards Qian Ren Yui. The void under his feet seemed to be an invisible staircase. He moved his legs step by step and walked towards the beautiful figure standing in the sky. Qian Ren Yui looked down at him from a high position with a hint of indifference in her eyes, but for some reason she had no intention of taking action, as if this was a very common thing. As the distance between the two got closer and closer, a sense of familiarity emerged in her heart, as if she had seen him before. That's right, Jialing Pass, Golden Crocodile, Bibi Dong, Martial Spirit Empire, Tiandu Empire, Star Luo Empire. She remembered all of this very clearly, but what puzzled her was the strange man in front of her gave her a sense of security that even Qian Daoliu had never given her. It's like he is the most worthy man to entrust to him for the rest of his life. Shwetter. While Qian Ren Yui was immersed in that strange feeling, an extremely gentle voice sounded in her ears, interrupting her reverie. P.S. I'm a little tired from work recently, so the update will be late, please don't mind. Chapter 170. The End of the War, the Beginning of. Shwetter. While Qian Ren Yui was immersed in that strange feeling, an extremely gentle voice sounded in her ears, interrupting her reverie. She looked up, and what caught her eye was Cao Yanbing's handsome face. Looking at the face in front of him at close range that made the whole world eclipse, Cao Yanbing had a faint smile on his lips. You're back. These words were like a key, instantly opening a seal in Qian Ren Yui's mind. Memories began to surge in her mind. She seemed to have known this man before. At that time he suddenly broke into her heart and spent a wonderful and sweet time with her. The coldness in Qian Ren Yui's eyes began to dissipate, and the strange feeling for Cao Yanbing gradually disappeared. With a chuckle he stretched out his hand, passed through the green hair on her temples and lightly touched hair on top of that fragile and charming face. His gentle words seemed to have a kind of magic power which made Qian Ren Yui involuntarily let go of her heart and let his palms roam around her face. This scene in the eyes of everyone below immediately caused an uproar. What's happening here? Draw your sword and chop him. Asshole, how dare this guy molest my young lady? Everyone's face was full of confusion and even a lot of anger. After all, in the eyes of many soldiers of the Wuhan Empire, this dog man dared to touch Qian Ren Yui, who they thought was perfect, and it was an unforgivable crime. Somehow at this moment Qian Ren Yui couldn't help but have a thin blush on her face. She lowered her head and bit her red lips with her teeth. Her heartbeat couldn't help but accelerate, but in just a moment a huge sourness suddenly surged into her heart. She looked up at the sky blankly, her heart hurting as if someone had torn it apart. At this moment the angel god suddenly wanted to cry. Tears slowly overflowed from her eyes, rolled down her delicate jade cheek and hit the ground with tick. Shwetter, doesn't cry, I'm here. His heart seemed to be tugged. At this moment Cao Yanbing knew that Qian Ren Yui, who belonged to him alone, was back. Amid the uproar everywhere, Cao Yanbing hugged her into his arms, feeling the soft and delicate body trembling slightly in his arms. He caressed her back and comforted her gently. At this moment he seemed to have transformed into Qian Ren Yui's harbor, filling her heart with a sense of security that she had never felt before. Shwetter, don't cry. Cao Yanbing gently wiped the tears from the corners of Qian Ren Yui's eyes. This familiar and gentle voice awakened her memories. Yanbing, feeling the familiar breath and hearing his gentle voice, Qian Ren Yui pursed her red lips and her voice trembled. She tried hard to control her emotions, but even so she still couldn't hold back the sob. You bastard! She stopped mid-sentence. She was afraid that she would really burst into tears once she spoke, so she could only hold back the tears from coming out. Inherited. It's easy to say. She had been hiding in the royal family of the Tiandu Empire since she was a child, holding back all her grievances and unwillingness to reveal herself. During the short period of time after returning to the empire she met him. The beautiful memories of that time were slowly healing all her injuries, but this beauty did not last long. Just 1 year later she stepped into the inheritance of that god. During the years of inheritance she has endured all kinds of hardships. In his eyes his grandfather, his only relative on this continent, also also lost his life because of inheritance. All the grievances and sadness fell into his warm embrace. Finally it surged out like water bursting from a dam. Cao Yanbing sighed softly, then hugged the soft and boneless body in his arms, tightly lowered his head and wiped away the teardrop on her face. I'm here. At this moment the indestructible armor covering their bodies seemed to have turned into ordinary clothes, and each could feel the heartbeat of the other. Qian Ren Yui leaned against his chest, smelling his scent between her nostrils. The original grievances and sadness all turned into strong attachment at this moment. The two stared at each other for a long time. Qian Ren Yui suddenly stood up on her tiptoes and kissed Cao Yanbing's lips. Her pretty face was shy and there was a trace of panic in her eyes. This holy and proud angel god in the eyes of countless people actually showed such a little womanly posture at this moment. This scene was so shocking that countless people's jaws dropped. Looking into Qian Ren Yui's golden eyes, Cao Yanbing felt a surge of excitement in his heart. He lowered his head and responded with a deep passionate kiss. When the two lips met, a numbing current suddenly passed out. This what's going on? Seeing that this god who had rarely been seen in thousands of years actually took the initiative to embrace Cao Yanbing, the elders of the golden crocodile who were ecstatic just now at this moment, their prescience completely froze. With the same prescience there were hundreds of thousands of Spirit Empire army generals and soldiers below. Many people turned their heads stiffly and looked at the golden crocodile with equally horrified eyes, as if asking questions with their dull eyes. Is this what you said you can do to turn the tide of the battle around when the god of angels comes out of seclusion? If Cao Yanbing hadn't killed Qinjun Douluo first, they might have begun to suspect that Elder Hall and Cao Yanbing were people wearing the same pair of pants. The two were sweet for about half an hour, and Qian Ren Yui finally broke away from Cao Yanbing's arms with the previous throbbing still remaining in her heart. Buzz! The strange red light in Cao Yanbing's eyes reappeared, and the scarlet eyes that were 100 meters long slowly closed. The blood-red light that shrouded within 100 meters and the large group of ferocious buildings inside gradually became illusory until finally it was completely dissipate. Along with the disappearance of the Rakshasa street realm, the hundreds of thousands of undead videos also disappeared with it. At this moment, Tiger generals go back. As commanded, as commanded, as commanded. The SI generals bowed their heads and handed over their hands. After looking at each other one after another, their bodies turned into the sky and returned to Cao Yanbing's body again. Broken city walls, messy ground, collapsed buildings, countless corpses dressed in Spirit Empire costumes lay scattered on the city walls, and the blood had already stained the entire Jialing Pass red. In the sky, the black thunder clouds that blocked the sky quietly faded away at this moment, and everything returned to calm. This war ended with the defeat of the two empires Tiandu and Wuhan. Many soldiers present also reacted. They looked at the bright sky again, and the long-lost sunshine lazily shone on their faces, scattering all the injuries and despair all over their bodies. At this moment they just felt like they were in a dream, a nightmare. Did it end like this? Chapter 171. The nightmare ends. In the sky, the black thunder clouds that blocked the sky quietly faded away at this moment, and everything returned to calm. This war ended with the defeat of the two empires Tiandu and Wuhan. Many of the soldiers present also reacted one after another. They looked at the bright sky again, and the sunshine that had not been seen for a long time lazily shone on their faces, dispersing the injuries and despair all over their bodies. At this moment they just felt like they were in a dream, a nightmare. Did it end like this? Are you still alive? Institution. When this restored world came into view, Cao Yanbing's dark eyes reopened. Looking across the dilapidated battlefield below, Cao Yanbing chuckled and said, now that Tiandu has completely lost the ability to fight again and the Wuhan Empire is now under your control, Shweta, think about it. On this continent the only one left who poses a threat to us is the Douluo Empire. Qian Ren Yui nodded slightly. Although the Douluo Empire is stronger than the Tiandu Empire, it is limited to a large number of military capabilities. In terms of one-round strongmen, the Douluo Empire does not even have as many as the Tiandu Empire, so there is nothing to fear. Yeah. Cao Yanbing slowly turned around. His eyes fell on the distant horizon and murmured, now that the Spirit Empire has been calmed down. Net. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from Cao Yanbing's body. This feeling was as if the heaven and earth were falling apart, making people tremble. Then his eyes fell on Bibi Dong below, and there was a hint of killing intent in his eyes. Sensing the killing intent, Bibi Dong suddenly raised her head. Her pupils instantly shrank and she stared at Cao Yanbing. Now that Bibi Dong has been defeated and Qian Ren Yui has returned as a god, the control of the Spirit Empire has naturally fallen to the latter. Coupled with the relationship between Qian Ren Yui and Cao Yanbing, it is not a bad idea to say that the current Wuhan Empire has completely fallen into the hands of Cao Yanbing. The winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. The corner of Cao Yanbing's mouth curved and his cold voice echoed scattered throughout the battlefield. In this case leaving you will not be of much use. After hearing this, Qian Renyui's calm expression changed slightly. She knew what Cao Yanbing was going to do. The golden pupils looked at Bibi Dong subconsciously. At this time there was not much surprise on the latter's face, as if he had already guessed everything. After all, Bibi Dong was and is still standing at the top of the world. Even though she is defeated now, she still has her pride and backbone. I lost. After a few seconds of silence, Bibi Dong slowly uttered a few words. She lowered her head slightly, looked at Hulina in her arms, and her tone became gentler. It's up to you whether you want to kill or behead me. However, Cao Yanbing, can you agree to one condition? Oh, tell me. Listening to what she said while putting down her arrogance, Cao Yanbing suddenly became interested in the conditions she mentioned. Even though I am guilty, Nana is innocent. I hope you can let Nana go. After all, she is my student. I just hope she can live. Bibi Dong took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. Teacher, Hulina shouted hurriedly. She didn't expect that her teacher would actually say these words, and she couldn't help but blush. Cao Yanbing looked at the woman in front of him in surprise. He didn't know what crimes Bibi Dong had committed before, but there was no doubt that she was an extremely decisive and ruthless person. But such a person would actually be willing to sacrifice his own life in exchange for her safety. This was something Cao Yanbing did not expect. Okay, I can promise you. After pondering for a moment, Cao Yanbing nodded in agreement. Anyway, for him, no matter how strong Hulina is, she is far from being able to influence him to become king. Bibi Dong breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately he turned his attention to Hulina. In his arms, stretched out his right hand and touched her head, and his gentle voice echoed across the battlefield. Nana, you don't make any noise, listen to me. Bibi Dong looked at Hulina with some reproach, her tone no longer as arrogant as the Empress of the Empire before, as if she was like a teacher who usually blamed her student. Teacher, Hulina burst into tears and her body trembled slightly. Nana. Bibi Dong wiped away the tears on Hulina's cheek and said softly, remember, you must live well. Hulina shook her head desperately and cried, Teacher, I don't want to leave you. Her eyes dimmed, and as if she had exhausted all her strength, Bibi Dong tilted her head and looked at the figure standing in the void. Qian Renyui. She is my daughter, my biological daughter. Bibi Dong watched Qian Renyui's lips tremble slightly as if she wanted to say something, but in the end nothing came out. Qian Renyui also looked at Bibi Dong quietly, waiting for her word. To this mother she also wanted to make up for something. After a while, Bibi Dong finally gave up. She took a deep breath and looked at Cao Yanbing without saying anything else, but the death intention in her eyes became stronger. Snapped. A palm hit Hulina's smooth neck. The latter groaned and fainted. Bibi Dong slowly closed her eyes. When Qian Renyui saw this, there was a trace of fluctuation in her eyes. But Cao Yanbing waved his hand, and Hulina in Bibi Dong's arms floated into the air and finally fell into the hands of several cardinals below. And he also took out the 10th palace Yama that had transformed into a broadsword and placed it in front of him. The sword pointed at Bibi Dong slantingly and said indifferently, I know you must have a lot of resentment in your heart, but you brought it on yourself. Yes, it's no wonder others are successful. The weak and the strong eat the strong. This is the rule. Only those with ability can win in this world. Obviously you are not enough. Bibi Dong sighed lightly without any other fluctuations in her eyes. I'll do it myself. As the Empress of the Empire, Bibi Dong never accepts fate or defeat, but she also knows how to assess the situation. Now this is a certain death situation. Instead of being tortured to death or imprisoned for a lifetime, it is better to solve it on your own quickly. The soul power that had been recovering silently burst out at this moment, and the dark green soul power gradually condensed into a brilliance that was no wider than a wrist. Sacrificing all her soul power to condense into brilliance, Bibi Dong's body began to tremble slightly. She slowly stretched out her hand and held the brilliance with a pale face. She naturally understood that where this brilliance penetrated her would be fatal. As soon as her palm touched the brilliance, blood spurted out and Bibi Dong's arm was directly cut open by the sharp soul power. Even so, Bibi Dong's expression did not change at all, and she still slowly held on to Guanghua. Shweta, I'm sorry, she murmured softly. Chapter 172. Change the country's name to Wei. Shweta, I'm sorry, she murmured softly. The net moment her eyes flickered, her wrist flipped and the sharp knife pierced her heart fiercely. She wanted to end her life in this way. Teacher. Seeing this, Hulina immediately exclaimed. Her eyes were red and tears were rolling down, but she couldn't stop it at all. Dang! A clear sound. At this critical moment, Qian Renyui suddenly stood in front of Bibi Dong, her palms emitting golden light, firmly grasping Guanghua. The brilliance collided with Qian Renyui's palm, and the explosive soul power shock swept through the surroundings instantly, but it was easily resolved by her. Click. The halo that condensed all of Bibi Dong's soul power only buzzed in Qian Renyui's hands for a moment before being crushed directly. Cao Yanbing was not surprised by Qian Renyui's sudden move. He even breathed a sigh of relief secretly, because even if Qian Ren Yui failed to make a move he would stop her. After all, her relationship with her was too complicated. Shwetter you. Bibi Dong looked at Qian Ren Yui blankly, a word stuck in her throat and she couldn't say it for a long time. Qian Ren Yui's eyes flashed with coldness, but she didn't say much. She just glanced at Bibi Dong coldly and the golden light on her palms trembled. A strange rune slowly emerged in his hand and a faint strange aura filled the rune. This feeling made even Cao Yanbing feel palpitations. After doing this, Qian Ren Yui ignored Bibi Dong and turned around to fly in the direction of the Elder Hall. Bibi Dong felt a sharp pain in her chest. A trace of scarlet overflowed from the corner of her mouth and then she fell softly to the ground. She looked at Qian Ren Yui's retreating back. A trace of sadness flashed in her eyes. She opened her mouth but finally did not say anything because she knew that at this time there was no need to say anything more. Just take care of yourself. Cao Yanbing glanced at him and didn't pay much attention to him. He turned around and followed Qian Ren Yui, who was walking away. The golden rune just now is a seal which directly blocks all of Bibi Dong's soul power. Now Bibi Dong, apart from being physically stronger than ordinary people, her soul power is not as good as that of Hulina Net to her. At this point this war finally came to an end. After dozens of days of repairs, the entire Wuhan Empire was finally completely taken over by Cao Yanbing, including some small kingdoms and principalities as well as those weaker cities which Cao Yanbing brought under his rule. With the defeat of the Tiandu Empire's army, the Tiandu Empire at this time had almost completely turned into a piece of scattered sand. Coupled with the fall of the Tiandu Empire's royal family, the people of the Tiandu Empire fell into panic and fled in all directions. Most of the cities and territories of the Tiandu Empire were suppressed by Cao Yan's soldiers, but there was still some sporadic resistance. However, Cao Yan's soldiers had destroyed all their cities and counties, causing them to completely lose their resistance. In this war, the Tiandu Empire has become a veritable king of subjugation. When poisoned Douluo Dugubo was killed by Cao Yanbing with one blow, everyone understood that the Tiandu Empire, which was once one of the two super empires in the Douluo continent, was completely over. Under the counterattack, the Tiandu Empire could not hold on for even a day before the birds and bees scattered. Anyone from the royal family, the Kaibao Glay sect and the Tang sect who dared to resist were killed on the spot without any chance of survival. Under such tough tactic, almost 80% of the people in the Tiandu Empire chose to surrender. In the past, those small principalities that had been pretending to be the royal family of the Tiandu Empire suddenly changed their appearance. Now, after seeing Tiandu's fleeing soldiers, not only did they not help, but they also beat the drowned dog, desperately hoping to show their hatred towards Tiandu. As for those smaller principalities with weaker strength, Cao Yanbing sent troops to guard them and did not allow them to leave. Moreover, Cao Yanbing would never show mercy to this kind of people. He would kill those who deserved to be killed and punish those who deserve punishment. Although the strength of these small principalities is low, their territory is vast and rich in resources. If they can be gathered under their command, they will be of great help to Cao Yanbing. Moreover, these small principalities are still vassals of the Tiandu Empire, so it is natural for them to submit to Cao Yanbing. This series of actions by Cao Yanbing also attracted Xing Luo's attention, but the other party did not show any other action. After all, they couldn't stop them even if they wanted to. It is worth mentioning that there are only two empires left in the entire Douluo continent. One is the Xingluo Empire headed by Dai, and the other is the Wuhan Empire that has An-ed Tiandu. However, one day the Wuhan Empire suddenly announced that it would change its country's name. Therefore, under the glare of countless people, especially the elders of the Wuhan Empire, the Wuhan Empire officially changed its country's name to Wei. Martial Spirit Empire changed to the Wei Empire. Changing the country's name means that the Wuhan Empire has completely surrendered, no longer daring to resist, and completely surrendered to Cao Yanbing's command. When the situation on the entire continent began to be turbulent, the two people who were the instigators turned a deaf ear to what was going on outside the window. They just sat quietly in the small house on the mountain behind the Elder Hall, telling their thoughts about each other. Witnessing the night sky, it's night again. The earth at night is exceptionally flat and peaceful, completely silent except for the chirping of insect and the singing of birds. Sitting on a protruding stone cliff, the two figures leaned against each other like a beautiful picture. Qian Ren Yui leaned on Cao Yanbing's arms and looked up at the sky. Her beautiful eyes showed deep tenderness and her face was full of sweetness. Cao Yanbing also raised his head, staring at the moon in the sky. His deep eyes were full of tenderness, his lips were pressed tightly and he said nothing. For a long time his mouth opened slightly as if he wanted to speak, but when the words reached his mouth he stopped again. His eyes flickered and after hesitating for a moment he finally asked, "Shwetter, your grandfather?" Qian Ren Yui's eyes moved from the sky to his face. face she shook her head and sighed. Grandpa has already sacrificed. When she said this, Qian Ranyue had a touch of sadness and regret on her face. After all, Qian Douluo was her most respected grandfather. If she knew that carrying out the inheritance would cause her grandfather to lose his life and even his soul to dissipate, she would rather give up this opportunity than not use this inheritance. Unfortunately, it was already too late, and Qian Ranyue's eyes were full of regret. After hearing Qian Ranyue's words, Cao Yanbing reached out and gently stroked Qian Ranyue's hair with deep love and affection in his eyes. Grandpa died. I feel really sad, Qian Ranyue said. Her eyes suddenly turned red. I know, Cao Yanbing said softly. Qian Ranyue didn't say anything else. She turned her head and looked at Cao Yanbing. Suddenly she gently rested her head on his shoulder, wrapped her arms around his waist, closed her eyes lightly, her face covered with tears. With a smile on her face, she enjoyed the brief tranquility and warmth. Chapter 173. Another kind of god-killing. Grandpa died. I feel really sad, Qian Ranyue said. Her eyes suddenly turned red. For her grandfather Qian Douluo is almost her only relative. Now that her grandfather has lost his life because of his inheritance, her only relative has also disappeared. How can she not feel sad about this feeling? I know, Cao Yanbing sighed and said softly. He held Qian Ranyue in his arms, patted her back and comforted her gently. He naturally knows the importance of Qian Douluo to Qian Ranyue. This old man is very powerful. Although Cao Yanbing didn't know much about him, judging from his attitude when he first came to Wuhan Hall, it was obvious that he was not bad. Cao Yanbing couldn't help complaining about the sudden death of someone he hadn't even met for a few times. Did he have to sacrifice his own life to make another person a god? Qian Ranyue didn't say anything else. She turned her head and looked at Cao Yanbing. Suddenly she gently rested her head on his shoulder, wrapped her arms around his waist, closed her eyes lightly and looked at her face full of tears. With a smile on her face, she enjoyed the brief tranquility and warmth. Noticing his lover's little movements, Cao Yanbing lowered his head slightly and looked at the girl in his arms. The girl at this moment is not the noble god of angels in the legend. She is now like a helpless kitten, hugging her support tightly and seeking shelter. Her weak body seems to be ready to collapse at any time. Down. Cao Yanbing reached out and touched her hair. He felt distressed, but he did not dare to say anything to break the tranquility. After a long time passed, Qian Ranyue slowly opened her eyes and looked at the man in front of her. Her heart gradually became calmer and she raised a smile at the corner of her mouth and asked, why don't you speak? I'm out of seclusion. Why don't you? Are you happy? How could I be unhappy? Cao Yanbing smiled bitterly. I just want to indulge in this moment with you. As for other things, I don't want to think too much. When Qian Ranyue heard his words, there was a warm current in my heart, and happiness that I had never experienced before filled my chest. Yes, Grandpa is gone, but he is still there who loves me, so why should I feel sad anymore? She raised her hand, wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, took a deep breath, stood up straight and said to him seriously, thank you. How do you want to thank me? Cao Yanbing was stunned for a moment and then asked with some ill intention. A peach blossom appeared in Qian Ranyue's eyes and she smiled sweetly. She leaned close to Cao Yanbing's ear and whispered softly at a volume that only two people could hear, how do you want me to thank you? When Cao Yanbing heard this, the blood in his body suddenly boiled. He came forward with a smirk, whispered into Qian Ranyue's ear and smirked, what do you think? Cao Yanbing lowered his head and looked at the small cherry mouth that seemed to be rejecting but also welcoming. The endless temptation was gently hailed with a little bit of hot breath. Smiling slightly, he lowered his head sharply and kissed the slightly opened mouth directly with his big mouth. Feeling Cao Yanbing's move, Qian Ranyue's body stiffened suddenly and she subconsciously wanted to reach out her hand to push him away, but no matter how hard she used, Cao Yanbing remained motionless. For some reason her 100-level godlike strength seemed completely useless at this moment, unable to push an ordinary adult. You must know that the strength of gods is far beyond what a 99th level titled Douluo can match. If a 99th level titled Douluo can shatter a mountain range with one punch, then a god can directly dominate the entire land. Qian Ranyue's face turned red, and as soon as her shy screams rang out, they were all blocked back by Cao Yan's soldiers. She only felt a wave of dizziness, as if she was in a cloud, disoriented and unable to control her body. Gradually she even forgot to struggle. You must know that he is a god who is once seen in 100 years, and he is actually bound by a man at this moment. But just when she was about to rela and choose to accept it, slowly the mischievous tongue suddenly left. What's wrong with you? That strange feeling suddenly disappeared. As Cao Yanbing's malicious voice sounded, Qian Ranyue's eyes instantly returned to clarity. She immediately woke up and pushed him away. Bad guy. Qian Ranyue stared at Cao Yanbing in shame. Although she was separated by her clothes, she could still clearly feel that the feeling he had mastered bastard made her a little fanciful. Hey hey! The corner of Cao Yanbing's mouth raised a dangerous arc. Looking at the shy Qian Ren Yui, he couldn't help but stretched out his hand, gently lifted her chin, stared at her beautiful face and smiled. He's just a bad guy, what's wrong? Qian Ren Yui looked angrily at the shameless man in front of her. She didn't know what to say, but she felt unusually sweet in her heart. Well, Qian Ren Yui wanted to say something more, but her mouth was once again kissed domineeringly by Cao Yanbing. She was unable to resist the powerful attack. She pressed her hands against his chest, trying to push him away, but her hands were completely powerless. Qian Ren Yui's heartbeat quickened and she closed her eyes gently. She subconsciously hugged Cao Yanbing gently and responded to his kiss. Cao Yanbing knew that at this moment the angel god had completely relayed his body and mind. Xiao Yui. Cao Yanbing lowered his head and gently kissed Qian Ren Yui's earlobe. Qian Ren Yui closed her eyes, slightly nodded slightly, and a vague voice came from her mouth. Feeling the love, Cao Yanbing's eyes lit up and the fire in his eyes became more intense. With a wave of his hand, the momentum surged within his body and the huge spiritual power instantly formed an extremely regular ball around them, tightly covering Cao Yanbing and Qian Ren Yui. This is an isolated area completely constructed by spiritual power. From the inside you can clearly see the scene outside, but from the outside you cannot see the appearance of such a sphere at all, and you cannot even see it with spiritual power, unless there is someone with the same level of cultivation as Cao Yanbing, or someone with a higher level of cultivation than him who has spiritual power. Even a demigod level expert will not be able to pry into it. Although this small self-contained space cannot withstand any violent attacks, it is more than enough for Cao Yanbing to do bad things. P.S. This chapter has been published 4 times and has not been reviewed. It may be too outrageous. There are some very abrupt parts in the current chapter. I hope everyone will not pay attention to it because these are all forced additions. As for the original chapter, I have already posted it in the group. Friends who want to watch carefully can join the group directly. There are no other restrictions on my group. Just apply for the platform directly. Chapter 174. So SESE can become a god. Xiao Yui. Cao Yanbing lowered his head and gently kissed Qian Ren Yui's earlobe. Qian Ren Yui closed her eyes, slightly nodded slightly, and a vague voice came from her mouth. Feeling the love, Cao Yanbing's eyes lit up and the fire in his eyes became more intense. With a wave of his hand, the momentum surged within his body and the huge spiritual power instantly formed an extremely regular ball around them, tightly covering Cao Yanbing and Qian Ren Yui. This is an isolated area completely constructed by spiritual power. From the inside you can clearly see the scene outside, but from the outside you cannot see the appearance of such a sphere at all, and you cannot even see it with spiritual power, unless there is someone with the same level of cultivation as Cao Yanbing, or someone with a higher level of cultivation than him and has spiritual power. Even a demigod level expert, no one can pry into it. Although this small self-contained space cannot withstand any violent attacks, it is more than enough for Cao Yanbing to do bad things. Feeling Qian Ren Yui's warm little hand slowly moving down, Cao Yanbing felt that the blood all over his body was boiling. He tried hard to restrain the most primitive desire and threw out the 10th palace Yama, who was lying quietly aside. You guys also go out. This I obey. Cao Yanbing's body suddenly appeared with a burst of red light, and then streaks of red mist visible to the naked eye left his body and returned to the space of the 10 halls of Yama. In this exciting situation, Su Chu's people couldn't say much. In order not to bring trouble to Cao Yanbing, they could only obey the arrangement and return to their own space. After all the things that were in the way were resolved, Cao Yanbing turned his body and directly pressed on Qian Ren Yui's delicate body, hugging her whole body tightly into his arms. At the same time his palm went down Qian Ren Yui's skin again, and in the end he did not look back. Qian Ren Yui's body trembled and the unfamiliar excitement caused a numbness to spread throughout her body instantly, and her consciousness became a little blurry. A sweet cry escaped from Qian Ren Yui's small cherry mouth. Her little hands tightly grasped Cao Yanbing's shoulders, her delicate body trembling violently as if she was enduring some pain. The tearing pain made her cry out. Her teeth bit her lips tightly and a tear flowed from her eyes. Although it hurt a little, she felt an unparalleled sense of happiness in her heart. A touch of bright red slid down and she felt the long-lost fullness, the beauty, the unprecedented happiness, and a trace of the taste of happiness. Spring is surging and hundreds of birds are paying homage to the Fini. On the cliff, the beautiful scenery in the distance and the bright moon in the sky all indicate that something good will happen today, except for the generals who were thrown out of the body. The dawn sun shines from the sky, leaving a brilliant golden color on this continent. It shines on the earth and sets off the green trees, making them appear more beautiful, more graceful and more hazy. It adds a dreamy flavor. Shwetter, does it still hurt? Cao Yanbing sat up, held the almost limp Qian Ren Yui in his arms and gently wiped the remaining tears on her cheeks with his hands. Qian Ren Yui's pretty face was flushed and her eyes were filled with a touch of spring. She looked at Cao Yanbing, who was close at hand, and felt his body temperature. She was suddenly in a trance, as if in a dream. It doesn't hurt anymore. She shook her head gently and buried her head deeply in Cao Yanbing's arms, extremely shy. Feeling the shy yet sweet gesture of the woman in his arms, Cao Yanbing's heart trembled. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. That sweetness and happiness seemed to be able to break through the shackles of his heart, dispel the haze of the entire world, and fill his whole heart with sunshine. Full of hope, bursts of golden holy light suddenly appeared on Cao Yanbing's strong body. His whole body seemed to be wrapped in the golden holy light, making him look like a god descending. This Qian Ren Yui was no stranger to the light that emerged from Cao Yanbing's body. If nothing else, it was almost exactly the same as the aura of the angel god in her body. Seeing the golden light surging on the man net to her, Qian Ren Yui had a surprised expression on her face. Is this my divine power? Your divine power? Qian Ren Yui was slightly stunned. She couldn't believe it. Her divine attribute is light, while Cao Yanbing's attribute is fire. The two attributes are too different. Logically speaking, there should be no relationship between the two, but for some reason Cao Yanbing's aura at this time was exactly the same as hers, as if he was also the god of angels at this time. My strength. Before Cao Yanbing could figure out the golden light that penetrated his body, he suddenly discovered that a golden holy light also surged out of his body. He could feel that this holy light was purer and more majestic than Qian Ren Yui's, and it was still feeding back to his body in a strange way. Driven by this strange method, his strength, which had not seen growth for a long time, was actually growing at a relatively slow rate at this moment. Is the Hell Realm about to break through again? Is Quan Wujian going to be upgraded to Wujian? Thinking of this, his heart suddenly beat violently and the expression on his face became a little excited. Could it be that? Is it because of Qian Ren Yui? Cao Yanbing subconsciously looked at the radiant Qian Ren Yui beside him. His eyes fell on the remaining golden liquid adhering to her leg, and a bold idea emerged in his heart. Could it be said? Could it be said? Cao Yanbing thought of the lingering and charming moment last night, and he had a strong premonition in his heart. Could it be that the love between the two of them gave him the opportunity to become a god? If that's the case, wouldn't he be able to use this opportunity to successfully break through to God? You know, he also has a lot of thoughts about the so-called God realm. Breathing a little quickly, Cao Yanbing had a strong impulse. He wanted to seize this opportunity. Shweta, I may have to retreat for a period of time. During this period you will be solely responsible for various events in the Wei Empire. Cao Yanbing several times he said almost impatiently. I know. Qian Ren Yui nodded gently, a blush appearing on her face. She knew what Cao Yanbing was thinking, and at the same time she was looking forward to it. If Cao Yanbing succeeded in becoming a god, then they would also have a place in the so-called god world. Seeing this scene, Cao Yanbing's heart was filled with excitement again. He gently held up Qian Ren Yui's pretty face, brushed her delicate red lips with his fingers, and lowered his head to kiss her. This kiss made the sweet atmosphere between the two rise again. Chapter 174. Can you become a god? Xiao Yui. Cao Yanbing lowered his head and gently kissed Qian Ren Yui's earlobe. Qian Ren Yui closed her eyes, slightly nodded slightly, and a vague voice came from her mouth. Feeling the love, Cao Yanbing's eyes lit up and the fire in his eyes became more intense. With a wave of his hand, the momentum surged within his body, and the huge spiritual power instantly formed an extremely regular ball around them, tightly covering Cao Yanbing and Qian Ren Yui. This is an isolated area built entirely with spiritual power. From the inside you can clearly see the scene outside, but from the outside you cannot see the appearance of such a sphere at all, and you cannot even see it with spiritual power, unless there is someone with the same level of cultivation as Cao Yanbing, or someone with a higher level of cultivation than him and has spiritual power. Even a demigod level expert will not be able to pry into it. Although this small self-contained space cannot withstand any violent attacks, it is more than enough for Cao Yanbing to do bad things. Feeling Qian Ren Yui's warm little hand slowly moving down, Cao Yanbing felt that the blood all over his body was boiling. He tried hard to restrain the most primitive desire and threw out the 10th palace Yama, who was lying quietly aside. You guys also go out. This. I obey. Initial domain name M. Cao Yanbing's body suddenly appeared with a burst of red light, and then streaks of red mist visible to the naked eye left his body and returned to the space of the 10 halls of Yama. In this exciting situation, Su Chu's people couldn't say much. In order not to bring trouble to Cao Yanbing, they could only obey the arrangement and return to their own space. After all the things that were in the way were resolved, Cao Yanbing turned his body and directly pressed on Qian Ren Yui's delicate body, hugging her whole body tightly into his arms. Qian Ren Yui's body trembled and the unfamiliar excitement caused a numbness to spread throughout her body instantly, and her consciousness became a little blurry. A sweet cry escaped from Qian Ren Yui's small cherry mouth. Her little hands tightly grasped Cao Yanbing's shoulders, her delicate body trembling violently as if she was enduring some pain. Her white teeth bit her cherry lips tightly and a tear flowed from her eye. Although it hurt a little, she felt an unparalleled sense of happiness in her heart, felt the beauty, felt the unprecedented joy, and also felt a hint of happiness. Spring is surging and hundreds of birds are paying homage to the Fini. On the cliff, the beautiful scenery in the distance and the bright moon in the sky all indicate that something good will happen today, except for the generals who were thrown out of the body. The dawn sun shines from the sky, leaving a brilliant golden color on this continent. It shines on the earth and sets off the green trees, making them appear more beautiful, more graceful and more hazy. It adds a dreamy flavor. Shweta, does it still hurt? Cao Yanbing sat up, held the almost limp Qian Ren Yui in his arms and gently wiped the remaining tears on her cheeks with his hands. Qian Ren Yui's pretty face was flushed and her eyes were filled with a touch of spring. She looked at Cao Yanbing, who was close at hand, and felt his body temperature. She was suddenly in a trance, as if in a dream. It doesn't hurt anymore. She shook her head gently and buried her head deeply in Cao Yanbing's arms, extremely shy. Feeling the shy yet sweet gesture of the woman in his arms, Cao Yanbing's heart trembled. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. That sweetness, that happiness seemed to be able to break through the shackles of his heart, dispel the haze of the entire world, and make his whole heart full of sunshine and hope. Bursts of golden holy light suddenly appeared on Cao Yanbing's strong body. His whole body seemed to be wrapped in the golden holy light, making him look like a god descending. This Qian Ren Yui was no stranger to the light that emerged from Cao Yanbing's body. If nothing else, it was almost exactly the same as the aura of the angel god in her body. Seeing the golden light surging on the man net to her, Qian Ren Yui had a surprised expression on her face. Is this my divine power? Your divine power? Qian Ren Yui was slightly stunned. She couldn't believe it. Her divine power attribute is light, while Cao Yanbing's attribute is fire. The two attributes are too different. Logically speaking, the two should not have any relationship at all. But for some reason, Cao Yanbing's aura at this time was exactly the same as hers, as if he was also the god of angels at this time. My strength? Before Cao Yanbing could figure out the golden light that penetrated his body, he suddenly discovered that a golden holy light also surged out of his body. He could feel that this holy light was purer and more majestic than Qian Ren Yui's, and it was still feeding back to his body in a strange way. Driven by this strange method, his strength, which had not seen growth for a long time, was actually growing at a relatively slow rate at this moment. Is the Hell Realm about to break through again? Is Quan Wujian going to be upgraded to Wujian? Thinking of this, his heart suddenly beat violently and the expression on his face became a little excited. Could it be that? Is it because of Qian Ren Yui? Cao Yanbing subconsciously looked at the radiant Qian Ren Yui beside him. His eyes fell on the remaining golden liquid adhering to her leg, and a bold idea emerged in his heart. Can it be said that? Can it be said that? Cao Yanbing thought of the lingering and charming moment last night, and he had a strong premonition in his heart. Could it be that the love between the two of them gave him the opportunity to become a god? If that's the case, wouldn't he be able to use this opportunity to successfully break through to God? You know, he also has a lot of thoughts about the so-called God realm. Breathing a little quickly, Cao Yanbing had a strong impulse. He wanted to seize this opportunity. Shweta, I may have to retreat for a period of time. During this period you will be solely responsible for various events in the Wei Empire, Cao Yanbing said almost impatiently. I know. Qian Ren Yui nodded gently, a blush appearing on her face. She knew what Cao Yanbing was thinking, and at the same time she was looking forward to it. If Cao Yanbing succeeded in becoming a god, then they would also have a place in the so-called god world. Seeing this scene, Cao Yanbing's heart was filled with excitement again. He gently held up Qian Ren Yui's pretty face, brushed her delicate red lips with his fingers, and lowered his head to kiss her. This kiss made the sweet atmosphere between the two rise again. High-speed TET hand typing. BQ Library. Douluo becoming king from Zhenhun Street. Chapter list. Chapter 175. Rax Hasa God. A few months later, outside Jialing Pass, there is a ruined wall that looks like an ancient ruin, but in this ruin-like place there is an exquisite wooden house standing quietly. Hizzy! A clear cry came. The stunning girl turned around and looked at the ferret behind her with a smile on her face. Ahu, why did you sneak back again? Ahu is a pure black FO, but he looks like a puppy, and he is also very smart. After Ahu saw the beautiful girl, he ran over, fluttered a pair of furry little paws, and rubbed the corner of the beautiful girl's gold-trimmed skirt. The beautiful girl smiled lightly and said, okay, let's go eat. Hizzy. Initial domain name M. After hearing the beautiful girl's words, Ahu jumped from her body to the ground and then quickly got into the house, feasting feasting on a large bowl of bone. Watching Ahu enjoying the food, the beautiful girl's eyes narrowed slightly and a smile appeared on her cheek. After Ahu swallowed the last bite of meat, he couldn't wait to run back to the beautiful girl, stretched out his tongue and licked the upper of the beautiful girl's shoes. Well, don't make trouble, Buzz. While one man and one beast were fighting, suddenly the whole space seemed to tremble, and then the originally clear and cloudless sky suddenly turned gloomy. The sky was densely covered with purple clouds with lightning and thunder, a scene of doomsday. What's happening here? The girl looked up at the sky and asked with dull eyes. Ahu on the side stopped playing around. Raising his head, he seemed to notice something. Suddenly a sense of fear surged through his body. Ahu jumped suddenly and hid in the girl's arms in horror. Her cultivation level is also quite strong. She has almost reached the peak of Contra and is only a little short of being a titled Douluo. At this moment she also noticed a strange aura. Rumble. The purple thunder and lightning in the sky was still falling crazily, but the girl's heart tightened inexplicably, and vaguely an indescribable dangerous atmosphere was spreading in her heart. At the same time, the bottom of the broken altar. Here there is an extremely obscure cave. The inside of the cave is not very big and can even be said to be quite narrow. In the center of the cave there is also a more exquisite altar, but it is filled with all kinds of bone. There was an extremely rich purple atmosphere surrounding the altar, and a trace of cold and murderous aura spread out from it, as if this aura could not be touched by mortals. On the altar in the center a graceful figure sat quietly cross-legged. This figure was surrounded by a layer of purple mist, making it difficult to see clearly. All you could see was the slightly pale and pretty face. She seemed to have come out of an illusion full of mystery. Click. Suddenly a purple lightning as thick as a dragon fell from the sky without any warning and hit the altar on the ground hard. But the moment the purple thunder seemed to be unimpeded and blasted directly into the ground. Boom! Amid the loud noise the underground altar swayed violently, and the graceful figure sitting cross-legged in the center of the altar also shook slightly as if it might fall to the ground at any time. Along with this huge sound, people around the altar, the space began to distort and the bones turned into powder and floated in the air under the huge shock wave. At the same time the beautiful figure sitting cross-legged on the ground finally slowly opened her eyes, revealing a pair of dark purple pupils, and a cold light flashed away. This breath, how could it be? Bibi Dong murmured, looked around and finally focused on a certain place in the cave with a look of doubt on his face. Her eyes seemed to penetrate the soil and walls, falling directly on that point where she felt the breath of another very weak but truly god. It's just, but it's not Qian Ren Yui. Rather, Bibi Dong couldn't describe this feeling. It was like it was a kind of divine power that was one with the god of angels, Qian Ren Yui. She is still one step away from obtaining the inheritance of the Rakshasa gods, so she also knows a lot about some secret. All divine thrones can only have one inheritor. The previous inheritor can pass on the successor to the divine throne to the net inheritor, thus passing on his divine throne. But the last person who held the throne no longer has this unique divine power, so generally speaking it is impossible for one god to have two inheritors. But now, Bibi Dong looked into the distance with complicated eyes. She was not sure whether what she had just sensed was an illusion. After all, something like divine power is too ethereal and too rare. Now that she has not obtained all the inheritance of the Rakshasa god, she naturally cannot determine whether it is true or false. I hope it's just my imagination, Bibi Dong murmured, then closed her eyes again. Now her Rakshasa god inheritance has reached the final step. When she successfully break through to this step, she will also be able to obtain the status of god. Maybe we can get a win back then. Rumble. The purple clouds in the sky became thicker and thicker, and the powerful pressure made the entire cave tremble violently as if it was about to collapse in the net second. Boom. The purple-black energy that permeated the entire cave climbed up like a python when the net purple thunder came. Buzz. In Bibi Dong's hopeful eyes, the purple-black lightning and purple-black mist that issued the destructive aura turned out to be a strange and real way at this moment, slowly condensing together and finally formed a pair of amethyst-like object. A purple-black door. The door slowly opened, and the moment it was opened the entire space became dark, and a cold and evil aura instantly filled the air as if it was trapped in eternal sin. Rakshasa inheritance. Yes, that amethyst-like door above the altar is the key to Bibi Dong successfully inheriting the Rakshasa god and becoming a god in one step. Buzz. Bibi Dong's foot was about to step into the light door, but at the net moment the light door trembled violently and a layer of pale golden light flashed past. The god of angels. Bibi Dong was stunned for a moment. Sure enough, another angel god is about to be born, right? Good. Very good. Wait for me, I will definitely come back. As she spoke, she took her own steps firmly. The purple-black light, the door seemed to swallow up all the light. The net moment the purple-black figure disappeared together with the light door in this black dark room full of eerie atmosphere. High-speed TET hand typing. Biku Library. Douluo becoming king from Zhenhun Street. Chapter list. Chapter 107. 1076 Poseidon Island. On the blue and waveless sea, the sparkling water waves shimmer with golden luster under the sunlight, as bright as diamonds scattered on a mirror. In the distance, visible to the naked eye, ripples appeared. As the ripples grew larger and larger, they eventually turned into a stormy sea, setting off huge waves and rolling away into the distant boom. After a loud noise, the entire sea area calmed down. In the Poseidon temple, figures stood quietly. In front of them there was a mirror-like door. Inside the door, Tang San was inheriting the throne of Poseidon. Poseidon Douluo Bosai sacrificed his life to open the door to the inheritance for Tang San. All of this was also seen in the eyes of the Shrek Si monsters. Their bodies were swallowed up by the golden light, and they could clearly feel the rich energy constantly pouring out of the door, infiltrating their bodies through the platform they were on. At the same time, the spiritual power of the Si of them was also integrated, connected with the burning light of the red gold flame, becoming the guarantee for the light door to continue to open. So since Tang San began to carry out the inheritance, they have been watching from the perspective of bystanders. Tang San's Poseidon inheritance is coming to an end, but strangely he still hasn't left the place of inheritance, because at this moment in front of Tang San there is a giant figure nearly 100 meters high sitting quietly. Poseidon. Tang San, you have completed all the trials for the inheritance of the Poseidon position. At this point you can already be called the new generation of Poseidon. Poseidon's voice was still full of majesty and solemnity, but at this moment, listening to this familiar voice, Tang San didn't show much excitement. In his heart there was a trace of sadness hidden. Once upon a time he had imagined what it would be like when he became Poseidon in the future. What kind of scenery will it be? But reality gave him a heavy blow. Great-grandfather rode he to the west. Poseidon Douluo Bosai, who had been taking care of them, also lost his life because of this bullshit Poseidon inheritance. At this moment Tang San suddenly realized that he was actually so lonely. He closed his eyes silently, letting Poseidon's voice ring in his ears, but remained unmoved. Tang San. Just as Poseidon, the god of the sea, was about to say something more, another figure wearing dark red magic pattern armor and as tall as the god of Poseidon appeared on the other side of his huge figure. God Shura. As one of the law enforcers of the god realm, he had no right or qualification to intrude on the inheritance land of other gods, so when he appeared, the Poseidon became angry. Shura, what are you going to do? At this moment Poseidon didn't care about anything. His e-pression darkened. I don't mean anything else. God Shura glanced at Poseidon and Tang San and said with a gloomy e-pression, the turbulence of time and space is coming. What did you say? As Shura God's word fell, Poseidon's e-pression suddenly changed drastically, and he suddenly turned his head and stared at Shura God. As one of the first level gods, he naturally understands the meaning of turbulence in time and space. Once turbulence occurs, their divine world will face a huge disaster. Seeing the unattractive looks on both god faces, Tang San slowly raised his head and looked at God Shura with some confusion. Turbulence in time and space? What is that? Tang San murmured. He had never heard of the turbulence of time and space, and there was no similar vocabulary even in this world. God Shura raised his eyebrows, glanced at Tang San and snorted. What does it have to do with you? You just need to know that once the time and space turbulence comes, it will bring irreversible disaster to the world. Hearing this, Tang San frowned. Although he didn't understand what was going on with the turbulence in time and space, he could clearly feel the anger contained in God Shura's words. Shura, how confident are you about the news about the turbulence of time and space? Poseidon took a deep breath and asked. Although they are one of the most powerful gods in the god realm, they are also very aware of the horror of time and space turbulence, because many years ago the emergence of a time and space turbulence almost destroyed half of the god realm, about 70 to 80%. Shura Shen shook his head and said calmly, 70 to 80%? Bosai, I was stunned. He stared at God Shura with wide eyes, obviously doubting that he was joking. After all, this is a major matter related to the survival of the entire world. The turbulence of time and space is a regular change in the universe. Its birth is very accidental, but every time it will cause fatal damage to this time. Even first-level gods like us, once caught in the turbulence of time and space, there is no way we can do it withstand. Moreover, the scale of the space-time turbulence this time is extremely vast, and I estimate that there are more than one space-time turbulence. However, its appearance caught all of us off guard. Neither good nor evil were predicted in advance, and when we investigated, we found that this time the turbulence of time and space seemed to be extremely targeted. It seemed that it was due to some unknown incident that led to the chaos, the emergence of flow. Targeted space-time turbulence caused by accident. Poseidon looked at God Shura with some confusion. God Shura nodded. Poseidon pondered for a long time before speaking again. Since the turbulence of time and space is targeted, we don't need to worry too much. God Shura said calmly, yes, after all, the turbulence of time and space will rush toward Douluo continent. No one expected this. Douluo continent. Tang San and Poseidon were shocked at the same time. Poseidon's pupils suddenly tightened, but the net moment he realized, he looked at Shura God with an unusual light shining in his eyes. You mean the source of this catastrophe is Douluo continent? It should be. God Shura nodded. After hearing this, the latter's nearly 200-meter long body soon realized. You guy, I thought you were talking about the God realm. It turns out that the target of the turbulent flow of time and space is the Douluo continent. I was shocked. Shura said, you don't really think that Douluo continent can withstand the destruction of time and space turbulence, do you? You have to know that even gods cannot withstand the turbulence of time and space. It's okay, Douluo continent has a substantial origin and the turbulence of time and space cannot pose any threat to the continent. Poseidon waved his hand and said with an indifferent prescience this. Tang San on the other hand looked at Poseidon and Shura God with some confusion. What kind of riddles were these two trying to solve? Okay, the inheritance is over, you can go back. Poseidon waved his hand and Tang San, whose inheritance had ended, disappeared and the huge Poseidon temple returned to normal at this moment. It's just in this Douluo continent there is another Poseidon named Tang San. Chapter 177 Turbulence of Time and Space. Beyond the horizon of Douluo continent, the stars are bright, the light and shadow are colorful, and the vast universe seems endless. Looking around, small planets are scattered in the vast space like stars, and they are also extremely faint galaxies. Just like the stars in human life, although they look dimmer, they actually still exist, emitting a soft light shining on the Milky Way. But at this moment, among the thousands of stars, there is a small gray vort moving in a relatively slow manner, moving towards a distant planet at a slow speed. It was a huge and deep space-time turbulence, hundreds of meters long, like a big mouth devouring everything around it. The space around the vort was strongly distorted, showing a very strange fluctuation. Suddenly a low humming sound came from the center of the vort, and then a gap opened on the surface of the huge vort. The gap became wider and wider, and a terrifying suction force was suddenly released. The inexplicable pulling force directly pulled the planet, and it slowly moved forward like positioning and navigation. The way empire time flows into the water, spring passes and autumn comes. The green mountains are also added with a touch of burnt yellow. Half a year passed quickly and unknowingly, but Cao Yanbing had not yet woken up. In a city that occupies almost 2/3 of the entire continent, at the core of the empire there is a majestic giant building. The building is 100 feet high, with its top rising straight into the sky like a blazing gun thrust into the clouds with faint traces of light inside. It exudes golden light and fiery red. At the top of the strange building a small palace stood majestically. Above the palace gate 3 large gilded characters stood out. Fire Palace. In the central area of the Fire Palace there is a circular stone platform. It is dark, simple and thick, and full of vicissitudes of life. There are circles of patterns around the stone platform which seem to contain some special rules. On the stone platform a tall man with long brown hair and brown eyes sat quietly on it. He closed his eyes as if he was in meditation, and around his body he was shrouded in a bright and sacred starlight, and a suffocating aura of majesty quietly filled the air. This is the sacred realm that Qian Ren Yui arranged for him. In this realm, whether it is the understanding of heaven and earth or the cultivation of soul power and spiritual power, it will produce excellent result. However, at the door of the main hall at this moment a woman wearing a golden palace robe was standing quietly. Her eyes were always full of contempt and indifference, but when this kind of gaze fell on Cao Yanbing her eyes suddenly melted. For a touch of tenderness. Idiot, half a year has passed and you are still not recovered. Qian Ren Yui muttered quietly. After becoming a god she had no right to interfere in various affairs on the mainland. According to the rules she should also ascend to the divine realm. However, for Cao Yanbing she repeatedly severed her ties with the divine realm. The current Qian Ren Yui has long since faded away from the youthfulness of the past, replaced by a kind of grace and elegance. You know, girls who have just had their penises posed are very sensitive to everything, especially women like Qian Ren Yui who have just had everything they have handed over to them. After all, she was not an ordinary woman. She also knew her priorities clearly and did not disturb Cao Yanbing. She just waited by his side, silently staring at that handsome and resolute face with deep love in her heart. Buzz! There was a strange sound between heaven and earth that came from nowhere. Suddenly she seemed to feel something. She raised her head, her beautiful eyes suddenly became sharp and her figure flashed and disappeared in an instant. The net moment Qian Ren Yui's figure appeared directly at the top of the Pope's palace. She looked at the small grey dot in the sky that was only the size of a grain of rice. A trace of fear flashed across his eyes for no reason. Her current cultivation has reached the god level, but at this moment, looking at the little grey dot in the sky, she feels an irresistible oppression, as if a god who at least surpasses the realm of the main god has descended upon her into the human world. This breath, Qian Ren Yui murmured to herself with a look of surprise and uncertainty on her face. On this continent it can be said that there is no distance that can truly threaten her. However, the aura in front of her gave her a great shock. Is it a human? However, just when he was about to go alone to find out, a purple mist suddenly erupted in a forest in the distance that shocked the world. The purple mist was billowing, sweeping towards the surroundings, and bursts of tooth-grinding sounds were heard. As the mist surged, a figure wearing battle armor and a ferocious but bumpy face walked out of the forest. Come out. A giant dark purple scythe was carried on the shoulders of the person. There were 4 dark purple scythes protruding from the back on each side of her armor. At her feet several corpses were lying in a mess, and the ground was dyed with blood. It became a scarlet color, and her aura has also reached the legendary level. God, the figure in the purple mist frowned, stopped, suddenly glanced in Qian Ren Yui's direction, and then withdrew her gaze and turned to midair. She also felt the unwarranted pressure. What is that? Zikai murmured in her mouth. Her body gradually became illusory and merged into the surrounding purple mist in the blink of an eye, and the soil where she originally stood collapsed inch by inch. Her figure disappeared instantly, and when she appeared again she had reached the top of the mountain thousands of miles away. Bibi Dong, you have indeed succeeded in inheriting the divine throne, but the guy you inherited seems a bit evil. Qian Ren Yui stared at the figure disappearing in the purple mist with cold eyes and murmured lightly. As a god, she naturally noticed where this aura came from, but what made her a little disgusted was that Bibi Dong's current aura made her feel extremely uncomfortable. You must know that the angel god who belongs to the realm of light and the Rakshasa god who belongs to the realm of killing are originally enemies. The status gap between these two gods among the 18 first-level gods is not too big, and there is almost no distinction in strength. However, due to their positions, the relationship between the two gods is extremely bad. If it were not, Qian Ren Yui suppressed her murderous intention, fearing that the two gods had already started fighting. This guy, how did he become like this? Qian Ren Yui frowned slightly. She could feel that although Bibi Dong was still conscious at this moment, her physical condition was extremely poor. On the surface she had reached the god level, but in fact her body had been completely destroyed by that evil, corroded by the energy of the bone marrow. Chapter 178 Angel vs Rakshasa. This guy, how did he become like this? Qian Ren Yui frowned slightly. She could feel that although Bibi Dong was still conscious at this moment, her physical condition was extremely poor. On the surface she had reached the god level, but in fact her body had been completely destroyed by that evil, corroded by the energy of the bone marrow. If he had not relied on that divine power to maintain his godhood, he would have perished long ago. Did she sell her soul to Rakshasa? Qian Ren Yui suddenly felt a headache. The Rakshasa god was originally the god of extreme evil and killing. Now that Bibi Dong has inherited her, it will be a disaster, and it may even affect the entire continent, but she can't change it. The inheritance has ended. This is Bibi Dong's choice and she has no right to interfere. Qian Ren Yui shook her head, solemnly raised her head and glanced at the small grey dot on the horizon that seemed to be motionless, and in the end could only regard it as her own illusion, and withdrew her gaze. After all, now the biggest enemy has appeared. Rakshasa god. The two gods descended on Jialing Path. The SI wings behind Qian Ren Yui flapped violently, and her entire body instantly turned into a golden stream of light and rushed towards the sky at extremely fast speed. At the same time as Qian Ren Yui floated up, a dazzling golden light suddenly burst out from her body. With the expansion of her spiritual mind, it almost covered half of the sky in an instant, with SI dazzling golden wings suddenly stretched out from behind. Everyone, whether they are soldiers or civilians, bathed in this bright starry sky has a strong feeling of divine brilliance. At the same time, in another direction, an extremely rich purple figure also rushed into the sky. Bibi Dong's figure emerged, and the dark purple killing energy in her body was rolling and surging crazily. Under the influence of her Rakshasa divine will, the entire sky seemed to be shaking, and the infinite dark purple light was released surgingly from her body. The entire world seemed to be divided into two colors. One side was dark purple filled with the aura of death and destruction, and the other side was pure and sacred golden red. The two figures in the sky echo each other. One is like a demon and the other is like a god. They seem to resonate with each other, and they seem to be the only ones at this moment. Boom! Two completely different divine powers collided fiercely at this moment. In an instant the sky and the earth changed color, winds and clouds surged, and endless waves of divine power raged as if the whole world was shaking violently. The haze that originally shrouded the sky was shattered in an instant, revealing a dazzling sunlight. Wisps of warm sunshine penetrated the dark cloud and fell on the earth, illuminating all living things and the entire world. At this moment all the beings in the entire world raised their head and stared blankly at the changes in the sky. The magnificent momentum seemed to represent the will of the entire world. This is the control of the god of angels. Angel costume. As the soft drink fell, the bright golden light that could illuminate the entire continent suddenly solidified. The golden light gradually gathered and finally turned into a set of extreme extremely bright armor that covered Qian Ren Yui's delicate body. A divine armor that fit her delicate body perfectly wrapped her exquisite curves and perfectly outlined her hot and sey body. Coupled with that beautiful face Qian Ren, at this moment the snow looks particularly dazzling. Angel Holy Sword. The Angel Holy Sword came out of his hand and floated in front of Qian Ren Yui. Her lightning-like hands popped out and each of them tapped 3 times in front of her. Golden light spots burst out with strong golden light in the air. At the same time each piece of Qian Ren Yui's piece angel outfit emits a little golden light and blends into it. A golden pointed star just merged behind the Angel Holy Sword. But suddenly with Qian Ren Yui as the center everything around her became empty. The Angel Holy Sword was divided into long sword that were intertwined then rotated in an instant condensing into a cone-shaped golden energy. Rakshasa divine costume. As both first level god Bibidong naturally understood the strength of the other party, so she summoned her own Rakshasa costume without hesitation and covered her body. In an instant her aura suddenly increased several times and 2 groups of purple light suddenly flashed in her eyes. Unlike Qian Ren Yui's holy and bright angel costume, Bibidong's Rakshasa costume is imbued with such an extremely murderous and evil meaning that one can't help but feel a shudder at the first glance. The aura of the 2 people continued to rise at this moment, and that kind of aura made the world tremble. The whole world seemed to be shrouded in gold and purple as if it had fallen into an extreme chaos. In this chaos under the circumstances the 2 figures in the sky also moved at the same time. They each turned into 2 after images and rushed towards each other. In the blink of an eye they had reached several hundred meters away. The battle between the 2 broke out almost instantly. In the battle between the 2 gods the sky collapsed and the earth was destroyed. Neither of them had any reservations at this moment. They directly raised their respective strengths to their peak state and used their magical powers to the limit. The 2 figures attacked and defended, making the world pale. In this battle Bibidong was at a disadvantage. Although the Rakshasa armor on her body continued to absorb the killing intent during the attack, it was of no use in this situation. After all, Qian Ren Yui's angelic power restrained her, so at least for a short period of time her advantage was quickly compressed and even completely disappeared in the end. This can't go on like this. Bibidong knew that she would never be able to hold on like this for long. After all, even if the true form of Rakshasa god came, she would probably be suppressed to a certain extent when faced with Qian Ren Yui, who held the Angel Holy Sword and the Angel God armor. Therefore we must find a way to find a breakthrough. But after looking at it for a long time she found that she had no geographical location at all in this battlefield space. This battlefield is completely controlled by Qian Ren Yui. The battlefield of the God of Angels was originally in the sky and is still in her own domain. Therefore it is almost impossible for Bibidong to find a breakthrough. Since we can't break through, we can only go down. Bibidong looked at the clouds below, gritted her teeth and glared at Qian Ren Yui fiercely with a very complicated emotion spreading deep in her eyes. Finally she found an opportunity. When Qian Ren Yui slashed down with his sword, Bibidong finally adjusted her position. Just when she was about to have a head-on collision with the Angel's Holy Sword, the sickle in her hand reverberated out and her body quickly moved forward with the help of inertia and eternal force. The ground swept away. Chapter 179 Return of Poseidon. Ziosan, what does the turbulence of time and space mean? On the boundless sea, Tang San, who had become the god of the sea, and Shrek, who had truly become a titled Douluo, were rushing towards the Tiandu Empire. Finally, after looking at the coastline from a distance, Daimubai finally asked the question in his heart. Yes, third brother, they said that time and space turbulence is coming to Douluo continent and there are some disasters and so on. What do they mean? Xiao San, please stop hiding me at this time. It may be related to the crisis of the entire Douluo continent. Third brother, even you have frowned, which means that this so-called time and space transfer should be a very scary thing. Third brother, you should answer quickly. Listening to the chatter around him, Tang San smiled bitterly and shook his head, his expression becoming serious. I'm afraid none of you can get involved in this matter. Even I am now. Do I have the qualifications to solve this matter? Thing. What? Tang San's words caused everyone's expressions to change drastically. Seeing Tang San's serious expression, everyone fell silent. Everyone knows that if there is anyone in this world whose cultivation can surpass the sea god in front of him, it is the god of angels who has broken through the barrier. Even if they say they are not qualified to solve the problem, then there may really be nothing they can do. After a while, Daimubai sighed softly with a hint of sadness in the corners of his eyes. What the hell is this turbulence of time and space? Even Ziosan, you said there is no way to solve it. Tang San sighed heavily, recalling in his mind the words that Shura God and Poseidon said when he finally asked them. Time and space turbulence is the special energy generated by the overlap of time and space when various space planes in the universe rub and collide with each other, or even happen when parallel spaces collide with each other. Generally speaking, these energies will dissipate directly into the universe. However, under some special circumstances they may merge, and after millions of years of continuous absorption of eternal time and space forces they will form a terrifying space-time turbulence. The turbulence of time and space has extremely powerful destructive power. Whether it is the human world or the world of gods, the turbulence of time and space is an extremely terrifying instant, and the space-time turbulence will also be affected by the time and space of the planet and deviate from the orbit and fly in other directions. But I also said that this time the space-time turbulence is extremely targeted. Its appearance seems to be just to go to Douluo continent. It seems that it must be destroyed. Our god realm itself has no physical instant. It is a special space formed by the power of thoughts from various planes. We have no pure concept of time and space here, and it is far from as stable as the planet. It seems that it should be an instance that is above the planet, but in fact when we face the turbulence of time and space we can only rely on the power of the divine realm to resist head-on. Therefore when Poseidon hears the turbulence of time and space, it's not like you will breathe a sigh of relief when you are heading towards the god realm. But you don't have to worry if this kind of space-time turbulence is close to the planet where humans live, then because the planet is physical and has its own laws of time and space, although it will be subject to strong interference most planets, but you can avoid being harmed by the turbulence of time and space. Whether you can withstand this level later depends on your luck. Of Shura God, the words lingered in Tang San's mind like a lingering sound. After thinking for a while he passed the original words to the Shrek Si monsters. Don't worry, didn't God Shura say that this kind of space-time turbulence will not cause any substantial damage to the actual planet? It may be just some interference at best. Seeing the suddenly frozen presence of several people, Tang San smiled and comforted. That's right, don't worry everyone. After hearing this, Dai Mubai still frowned, but he still cheered up. After all, he is the boss of the 7 Shrek monsters. If Tang San is the soul of the 7 Shrek monsters, then Dai Mubai is the backbone of the 7 Shrek monsters. If even he can't be calm and collected, then who should lead the entire Shrek Academy? After hearing the words of the 2 backbones Tang San and Dai Mubai, everyone's emotions gradually stabilized. Let's go quickly, we are almost reaching the mainland. Just when Tang San was about to take a step, he suddenly stopped, raised his head, and his eyes fell on the extremely distant sky. This is following Tang San's gaze, everyone discovered that the far end of the sky seemed to be shrouded in 2 kinds of haziness, and that haziness was spreading rapidly, faintly revealing a chilling pressure and momentum. Unlike Dai Mubai and others, what they could see was just a hazy scene in the distance, and they couldn't see the specific shape in the haze at all. But Tang San was different. He had now successfully inherited the position of Poseidon and had a new breakthrough in his own strength. Even if he was just standing on the ground, he could still easily discern the 2 auras in the 10,000 meter cloud layer, Qian Ren Yui and Cao Yanbing or Bibi Dong. Tang San narrowed his eyes, doubts rising in his heart. He was able to confirm that one of the 2 breaths was Qian Ren Yui, but the other one left him a little confused. In terms of the bloody killing intention alone, it is almost exactly the same as Cao Yanbing's killing god, but in a certain sense it seems to be slightly different. Is it Bibi Dong? Tang San secretly guessed. He was certain that the other breath was somewhat similar to Cao Yanbing's murderous smell, and even the intention of killing was slightly similar. Are we going to fight? That fine, just let me be a fisherman for one. The corner of Tang San's mouth raised an indifferent arc. In his plan, if he encounters any of Qian Ren Yui, Bibi Dong or Cao Yanbing, he will definitely go all out and try to deal with them as quickly as possible. But now the 2 guys he was afraid of actually started fighting in advance, so there was no need for him to rush over and join in the fight. It should be Qian Ren Yui who has become a god and another god, but I just don't know who he is fighting against. Forget it, let's go back to the Tiandu Empire first. Now that I have returned as a god, the Tiandu Empire should prepare for the final war. Tang San whispered to Shrek and then took the lead in taking steps. Before leaving, he couldn't help but look back at the direction where the 2 auras were fighting on the horizon. The collision of those 2 auras has exceeded the current understanding of the highest limit in the continent. Even if Tang San possesses the strength of a sea god, he still has a slight palpitation in his heart. I hope those 2 guys won't end it too early. It's best to fight to the point where both sides are hurt. That way I won't have to waste time. Tang San murmured and then led everyone to quickly fly towards the southwest. There is Hanhai City. Chapter 180. This is Tiandu. There is Hanhai City, the city closest to the ocean on the mainland. On a certain street in Hanhai City, Tang San and the Shrek 7 monsters had just arrived, and they immediately attracted the attention of passers-by. Strangeness. Ignoring the strange looks from the people around him, Tang San looked around, his brows slowly tightening. Why do you feel like this place has changed so much? Tiandu City is still still a long way from Hanhai City. According to usual habits, Hanhai City should still be peaceful at this time, but now, looking around, the whole street is bustling with pedestrians and the signboards of many shops have been changed to red and black colors, which looks particularly weird. Third brother, look, Ning Rong Rong claimed. She pointed to the top of a building at the end of the street where an eye-catching flag hung. Wei, the prescience on several people's faces turned a little ugly for a moment. Ma Hongjun said, Wei, isn't this within the sphere of influence of the Tiandu Empire? What does the word Wei mean now? Dai Mubai frowned and he instantly thought of the worst outcome. Is it? Hanhai City has been captured by Wuhan Palace. As soon as I arrived at Hanhai City, I felt something was wrong. Now that I think about it, there should be something wrong with this city. That's right, Ning Rong Rong said solemnly. Hanhai City is no longer the Hanhai City we were familiar with. What the hell is this? Oscar's eyes suddenly widened. Could it be that the Wuhan Empire's forces in the Tiandu Empire have penetrated here? This is a seaside city. I'm afraid there's more. Xiao Wu shook her head lightly. When I just came here, I discovered that even the trade team protection soldiers sent by the city NET door were wearing the same clothes as the soldiers in Hanhai City. I'm afraid the cities here are all wearing the same clothes. Already fallen. If even Tiandu City wouldn't, where are you leaving your hometown? Oscar's face turned a little pale. Xiao Ao, what are you talking about? Dai Mubai's face darkened and he scolded Oscar. You must know that this was the first time in so many years that he had been cruel to his brother. Oscar shrank his neck and realized that he had made a mistake. He quickly kept silent, but the worry in his eyes continued to spread. Fear is contagious. With Oscar taking the lead, several people looked at each other with a look of panic in their eyes. On the contrary, Tang San calmed down. He sighed and patted Dai Oscar on the shoulder. A faint but real energy wave came from his mouth. Don't be nervous. There are hundreds of thousands of troops and more than 10,000 soul masters in the Tiandu Empire, and there are also the 7 treasures Glaze sect, the royal family, and the Tang sect. It will take a lot of time to break through the Wuhan Empire. Don't worry. Tang San's comfort me Ed with Poseidon's power was very effective, but everyone still couldn't help but feel worried. Let go. At our speed it only takes half a day to reach Tiandu City using the flying mushroom sausage. While Tang San was talking, Oscar took out the flying mushroom sausage and distributed it to everyone. Then everyone ate the mushroom sausage and followed Tang San galloping towards Tiandu City. Tiandu City was not far from Hanhai City, so Tang San and others did not delay. After half a day they finally arrived near Tiandu Cheng's sphere of influence. However, as the distance went deeper, everyone's prescience became more cold and angry because everything along the way was completely different from when they left. The original prosperity and bustle were gone. At this time the small towns outside Tiandu City were almost empty, with ruins and corpses everywhere. Those who died miserably include ordinary people with flat heads wearing ordinary clothes. There are also corpses of Tiandu soldiers wearing uniforms and iconic emblem. They were all soldiers belonging to the Tiandu City garrison, but now they were all lying on the roadside with their bloody torsos and mutilated limbs scattered on the ground, which was shocking. But this was not the reason for their anger. What really shocked them was that along the way almost all large, medium and small towns would have a black and red flag with the word Wei written on it with a flying dragon and Fini on it. What does this mean? This means that now almost half of the territory of the Tiandu Empire has been occupied by the Wuhan Empire, and it is even possible even Tiandu City is no exception. Along the way, except for a few areas, the rest of the places have fallen. Even Hanhai City has become an outpost for the Spirit Empire to occupy Tiandu City. Although they have already arrived here, everyone still holds on to the last bit of hope in their hearts and continues to rush towards Tiandu City, and the speed is faster than when they came. Finally, after nearly half an hour of high-speed movement, they finally arrived at the familiar Tiandu City. How can it be? Seeing the flag symbolizing the majesty of the Tiandu Empire in the majestic town building turn into a big Wei character, Ning Rong Rong gritted her teeth. Her eyes were reddish and tears almost came out of her eyes. Looking around, everything within sight was covered in blood. The pungent smell of blood filled everyone's mouth and noses, making it difficult for them to breathe. Why is this happening? Looking at the scene in front of them, everyone was stunned and couldn't believe what they saw. This scene is almost like a nightmare scene. Dad, by the way, I'm going to find Dad. Ning Rong Rong suddenly remembered something and hurriedly turned around and ran towards the royal family in the center of Tiandu City. Rong Rong, third brother boss Dai, I will accompany Rong Rong. Seeing Ning Rong Rong running out in tears, Oscar's heart ached. He said something to Tang San and the others and hurried after him. Looking at the direction Ning Rong Rong and the others were leaving, Dai Mubai pursed his lips tightly as if he wanted to do something, but in the end he slumped and hugged Zuzuking, whose body couldn't help shaking, and lowered his head. Boss Dai, Ma Hongjun shouted in a low voice. Dai Mubai raised his head and glanced at him, his eyes flashing with anger and sadness. Fat man, it's okay. Damn Wuhan palace. Ma Hongzhen clenched his fist and spit out 5 words through gritted teeth. This news came so suddenly that it was simply unacceptable. After all, this is where they grew up and they also have their own parents and relatives here. But now this land has become a colony of the Wuhan Empire. In Tiandu City and in the entire Tiandu Empire it has become a battlefield of war. Oscar and Ning Rongrong quickly rushed into the Tiandu Imperial Palace, but to their despair there were no living residents in the Tiandu Imperial Palace, replaced by corpses. The deeper she went into the royal family, the more frightened Ning Rongrong became. She was afraid that she would see her father somewhere. She had already suffered an emotional breakdown when her 2 grandfathers died. If her father died again, I'm afraid Ning Rongrong would collapse completely. Suddenly at a corner her steps suddenly stopped, and Oscar, who was following closely behind her, was also stunned at this moment. No, impossible. Chapter 181, the last one in Tiandu. No, impossible. Ning Rongrong collapsed on the ground, tears flowing down her cheek and moistening her face. At hurling quietly in front of her was her father, the leader of Kaibao Glai sect, Ning Fengzi. Dad. Ning Rongrong threw herself on Ning Fengzi's body and cried in pain. Oscar on the other side also knelt beside her. His eyes were red and his lips were trembling slightly. Ning Fengzi, this almost perfect man, was so energetic, but now he has turned into a cold corpse. Oscar held Ning Fengzi's cold and stiff arms tightly and murmured, Uncle Ning, you can go in peace. Don't worry, I will take good care of Rongrong for the rest of my life and won't let anyone bully her. Hearing Oscar's voice, Ning Rongrong cried louder and tears fell on Ning Fengzi's cold body. This way, Tang San strode towards Shrek Academy. Behind him, Dai Mu Bai Zhu, Zuking Xiao Wu and Ma Hongzhen followed closely, and a group of people rushed towards Shrek Academy in a mighty manner. Not for anything else, just because Tang San felt a familiar aura in Shrek Academy. This was the only aura still alive in the entire Tiandu city. Teacher, it must be you, right? Tang San was shouting in his heart, but he knew that this limb hope was actually completely meaningless. But no matter what, he had to go and seek verification in person. He was getting closer and closer to Shrek Academy. In the distance he saw a huge building standing there. It was Shrek Academy. The statue in Shrek Academy was still towering into the cloud and majestic, but now in Tang San's eyes it looked so lonely, so sad. Stepping into the school gate, you can see everything in sight. This school, which has stood tall in the Tiandu Empire for decades, has seen its former glory smoothed away by the years, and all that is left is devastation and ruin. The beautiful scenery of the past no longer is, and today's Shrek Academy has long turned into a desolate and dilapidated dead city. Tang San's heart twitched violently. Although he had expected the result when it actually happened, it was still a little hard for him to accept. Dai Mu Bai Zhu, Zuking and others stood silently. They were also stunned by the scene in front of them. Tang San took a deep breath and walked toward the center of Shrek Academy. Along the way there were collapsed houses and mutilated corpses everywhere. In the center of the ruins, Tang San saw a huge building ruins, and the last breath of life he felt was under these ruins. Teacher, teacher, teacher. Tang San forced down his excitement, thinking silently in his heart, and then he violently pressed his hands on the ruin. Rumble. There was a deafening explosion, and under everyone's gaze the huge building ruins instantly shattered into pieces, and then a dying man with scars all over his body appeared in Tang San's field of vision. This should be an extremely handsome man, but at this time he was covered in blood. His hair was disheveled, his face was pale, his clothes were stained with mottled blood, and even the corners of his mouth were stained with blood, as if he had stepped into the gate of hell. This person is obviously not Yu Xiaogang. Isn't it a teacher? Seeing that it was not his teacher in the ruins, Tang San's mood suddenly fell to the bottom. He clenched his fist hard. His expression changed unpredictably and finally turned into a wry smile. Haha, as expected, did the teacher still encounter misfortune? In his mind, except for his teacher and his companions, there is nothing that Tiando deserves to miss. Now that he knows that his teacher has met with misfortune, why are he still here? With this thought, Tang San slowly retracted his palms, turned around and prepared to leave. Ahem. A slight cough suddenly sounded, and Tang San immediately stopped leaving, turned around and looked at the man behind him. The man's face was covered with dust and a trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. He raised his head with difficulty as if he wanted to see the surrounding environment clearly. Where is this? The man murmured. In his memory he seemed to be fighting a very terrifying undead, and then he was suddenly knocked unconscious by a terrifying shock wave. He tried hard to recall the scene before he fell into coma. Gradually a look of pain appeared on his face. How, what's going on? You are Yu Feng Xiaotian? On the side, Dai Mubai couldn't help but screamed after seeing the man's appearance clearly. Hearing Dai Mubai's words, Tang San was stunned for a moment, and a memory appeared in his mind. Feng Xiaotian, the leader and captain of Shenfeng Academy. When Tang San participated in the national elite competition, Feng Xiaotian could be regarded as one of the biggest obstacles on his way to to winning the championship. At that time Tang San narrowly defeated Feng Xiaotian in the national finals, but it was almost undeniable that Feng Xiaoshan's performance was extremely eye-catching and could even be said to be one of the brightest spots in the audience. If it weren't for Tang San, the national competition would definitely be a different situation. But is such a favorite to win the championship actually reduced to this embarrassing and miserable appearance? Feng Xiaotian, what happened? For this former opponent, who was also a good friend, Tang San strode over and helped him up, constantly injecting the power of the sea god into his body to try to save his life. But now Feng Xiaotian is like a wooden barrel full of holes. Generally, no matter how much power is injected into it, it cannot fill it up. Tang San, and you guys, it seems like you succeeded. Ahem. Sensing the unusual aura fluctuations in his body, Feng Xiaotian reluctantly opened his eyes and looked around, laughing, but then he coughed violently. More and more blood spilled from the corners of his mouth, but his eyes brighter and brighter. Seeing his look like he was reflecting back on the light, everyone's pressions were condensed. They could see that Feng Xiaotian was in a dying state at this time. His breath was getting weaker and weaker and his vitality was gradually passing away. Tang San couldn't help but feel nervous. Feng Xiaotian, what happened? Why did the Tiandu Empire become like this in just a few months? Ahem. Feng Xiaotian coughed twice and his voice became weaker at this moment. Not long after you left, the Tiandu Empire and the Wuhan Empire were all defeated. Japan then fought from the border to Tiandu City. The Tiandu Empire's military strength had already reached its lowest point during the Battle of Jialing Pass. During this large-scale counterattack, endless undead armies surged in. When the Kaibao Glai sect, the imperial family Haoshan sect and Tang sect, the strongest forces in the four directions, were defeated in an instant, the entire Tiandu Empire was completely captured in just a few days. Chapter 182, Death of Yu Xiaogang. Feng Xiaotian, what happened? Why did the Tiandu Empire become like this in just a few months? Ahem. Feng Xiaotian coughed twice and his voice became weaker at this moment. Not long after you left, the Tiandu Empire and the Wuhan Empire were all defeated. Japan then fought from the border to Tiandu City. The Tiandu Empire's military strength had already reached its lowest point during the Battle of Jialing Pass. During this large-scale counterattack, endless undead armies surged in. When the Kaibao Glai sect, the imperial family Haoshan sect and Tang sect, the strongest forces in the four directions, were defeated in an instant, the entire Tiandu Empire was completely captured in just a few days. Feng Xiaotian gasped a few times and continued, I originally escorted the students to escape with the teachers of the college, but unfortunately I was not strong enough and was seriously injured and fell into a coma in the ruin. This catastrophe not only caused countless casualties to ordinary soldiers, but also many the strong men were all perished in this disaster, including Xiaotian Douluo sect master Ning Poison Douluo, the 5 great elders of the Haoshan sect and the heads of the 4 major clans of the Tang sect also died. Even though Dai Mubai and others had already prepared some preparations for this news, but now that they heard Feng Xiaotian say it himself, they couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. Hearing these familiar names coming out of his mouth, everyone felt as if they were in another world. Those people were all powerful men in the Tiandu Empire, but now they have fallen into this catastrophe. This is undoubtedly a huge blow to them. Tang San was silent for a long time, then asked, do you know any clues about my teacher? Teacher Yu Xiaogang? Feng Xiaotian smiled miserably but did not answer. He just shook his head gently, turned his head stiffly and cast his gaze at the broken body directly under the statue in the distance. No humanoid corpse could be seen. Where is he? When he saw Feng Xiaotian shaking his head, Tang San felt something bad. After hearing these words, Tang San felt his heart twitch violently, followed by a stab of pain. Bang! An extremely terrifying aura erupted from Tang San's body. His eyes were as red as blood and he gritted his teeth. Anger and grief were intertwined and a monstrous murderous intent was released from his body. Tang San's body trembled violently. He gritted his teeth and almost didn't dare to turn his gaze to where Feng Xiaotian was looking. Yu Xiaogang is his teacher, his mentor. In Tang San's impression, Yu Xiaogang was a gentle and elegant middle-aged man who always treated every student with kindness. Although he was sometimes a little harsh to his students and his personality was a bit old-fashioned, in Tang San's impression Yu Xiaogang was still the best teacher. Tang San knew that the teacher was indeed very strict in teaching him, but he was also really kind to him. With his help he was able to have this kind of strength. It can be said that without Yu Xiaogang there would be no Poseidon today. Tang San always thought that he owed Yu Xiaogang so much that even if he used his life to repay it, it would not be enough to repay him. But now, elder brother. Sensing Tang San's mood swings, Xiao Wu turned pale and hurriedly held Tang San's shoulders, comforting him softly. But her eyes gradually became moist and the crystal tears hung on her pretty cheeks, making her look charming. Mistress, calm down, calm down. Affected by Tang San's powerful momentum, Dai Mubai couldn't help help but clenched his fists, trying hard to suppress the restless soul power in his body. He looked at Tang San worriedly, fearing that Tang San would make some impulsive move. After all, they all understood that Yu Xiaogang was Tang San's teacher. In this situation, if Tang San becomes impulsive, they can't stop him at all, and he can only rely on himself to overcome the psychological barrier. The other two people, Ma Hongjun and Zhu Zuking, were also pale and trembling at the moment, obviously intimidated by the aura exuded by Tang San. At this moment they seemed to be in an ice cellar covered in ice. Dai Mubai took a deep breath and reluctantly calmed down his turbulent emotions, patted Tang San on the shoulder and said slowly, "I believe that the master never wants to see you like this." "I see." Tang San took a deep breath and tried his best to calm down. Dai Mubai was right. Yu Xiaogang really didn't want to see his favorite student become like this. Containing his violent emotions, he took a deep breath, calmed down, and then walked towards the direction Feng Xiaotian pointed, or the remain. "Teacher." Standing net to the remains, Tang San knelt down directly. He stretched out his palm and slowly stroked Yu Xiaogang's body. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly with a hint of bitterness. Yu Xiaogang was Tang San's most respected and admired teacher, and also the enlightenment teacher for the cultivation path he pursued all the way. It can be said without hesitation that Yu Xiaogang led him to the top and even became the leader of this world, the top instance among them. And today Yu Xiaogang died. "Teacher, I'm sorry for you." Tang San murmured, his tone full of guilt. "If I could, I would rather bear all that for you, but unfortunately I can't do it anymore. At the end of the sentence, Tang San choked up. This contemporary Poseidon who inherited the first level god couldn't hold it back, and his eyes became wet. Dai Mubai and others stood behind Tang San, all with complicated prescience. None of them expected that Tang San, who had always been as strong as iron, would actually look like this. You must know that Tang San did not do this to Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo, who died to save him. This made them feel shocked, a little pity, and more importantly deep sadness. "Mistress." Dai Mubai patted Tang San on the shoulder. "Xiao San, calm down, don't be too sad, the deceased is gone." After a long time Tang San nodded, slightly wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes, and then put his body into the soul guide. "Teacher, I will take your body back to Tangmen and find a beautiful place for you to bury in peace." As he spoke, he raised his head, stared at Dai Mubai and said, "I must avenge the teacher even if it cost my life. We are together, the Shrek Seven Devils are never alone." Dai Mubai said firmly. "Ahem." Feng Xiaotian coughed violently. He clutched his chest, his face full of pain. "Feng Xiaotian, are you okay?" Dai Mubai frowned and quickly stepped forward to support him. "Today the people who have escaped from the Tiandu Empire are no less than 10,000 people. Tang San, you may be the last fighting force. Cao Yanbing has completely defeated the Tiandu Empire and the Wuhan Empire. Take control. You must be careful, the Wei Empire. The time for returning to the light has almost ended." At this time Feng Xiaotian is like a powerful crossbow. His face is full of death and his originally bright eyes are dim at this moment. As he spoke, Feng Xiaoshan's arms suddenly reeled and he fell into Dai Mubai's arms, motionless again. Feng Xiaotian. Tang San stood blankly beside Feng Xiaoshan's remains, staring blankly at Feng Xiaoshan's face, unable to react for a long time. Dai Mubai and others also fell silent for a long time and no one spoke again. Chapter 183. The Tang Clan's Tragedy. Today the people who have escaped from the Tiandu Empire are no less than 10,000 people. Tang San, you may be the last fighting force. Cao Yanbing has completely defeated the Tiandu Empire and the Wuhan Empire. Take control. You must be careful, the Wei Empire. The time for returning to the light has almost ended. At this time Feng Xiaotian is like a powerful crossbow. His face is full of death and his originally bright eyes are dim at this moment. As he spoke, Feng Xiaoshan's arms suddenly reeled and he fell into Dai Mubai's arms, motionless again. Feng Xiaotian. Tang San stood blankly beside Feng Xiaoshan's remains, staring blankly at Feng Xiaoshan's face, unable to react for a long time. Dai Mubai and others also fell silent for a long time and no one spoke again. After a long time Dai Mubai sighed softly and patted Tang San on the shoulder. "Let's go, let's get out of here first." Tang San took a deep breath and nodded. Immediately everyone walked outside. Only Feng Xiaoshan's body was left lying there quietly. "Third brother, father." As soon as he arrived at Shrek's door, Tang San saw Ning Rongrong walking over with tears streaming down her face, and behind her was Oscar with a sad look on his face. "Third brother, dad, and the others are also dead." Listening to Ning Rongrong's words, Tang San didn't feel much surprise, but he just felt a little complicated. Oscar, who was standing aside, couldn't help but his eyes turned red. He grabbed Ning Rongrong and held her tightly in his arms. "Rongrong, don't worry, there's me and everyone else, don't worry, we will all protect you." Oscar's words made everyone smile, but the heaviness in their hearts became even stronger. Although everyone has tried their best to prepare for the worst, the reality is always cruel. all. Everyone, the situation is now very clear. Now we must gather everyone's strength to fight against Wuhan the Wei Empire. Tang San looked at the crowd solemnly, his tone low and slow. Today there are only two major empires left in the mainland. One is the Wei Empire and the other is the Douluo Empire. If this momentum continues, the Douluo Empire will probably be an end soon. Hearing this, everyone frowned, looking worried, and Tang San did not hesitate, turning to Dai Mubai and said, "Boss Dai, the Douluo Empire has a lot of connections with you, so I hope you can take the rest of us Shrek 7 monsters to the Douluo Empire to help the Douluo royal family stabilize their power and resist the invasion of Wei." Hearing Tang San's word, Dai Mubai didn't say much but replied without hesitation, "Okay, in that case I will leave for the Douluo Empire immediately." They knew that Tang San had successfully inherited the position of Poseidon and was a veritable god. Only he could resist Qian Ren Yui, who was also a god. Although their current strength has reached the level of titled Douluo, they also know in their hearts that compared with the real gods they are still small instances. Unlike Dai Mubai and others, Xiao Wu had an pression on his face as if he had already expected what Tang San would say. She looked at Tang San and said seriously, "Honey, I will go wherever you go. Wherever you go, I will go." Hearing this, waves of warmth surged in Tang San's heart. He smiled and reached out to stroke Xiao Wu's soft and smooth long hair and said softly, "Fool, you are my most cherished treasure. How can you take risks?" Xiao Wu shook her head and stared at Tang San firmly. "No, brother, we are husband and wife. No matter what happens, I am willing to be by your side forever." Hearing these words, Tang San could no longer control his emotions and suddenly hugged Xiao Wu into his arms, folding his arms to hold her delicate body between his chest. Feeling the strong heartbeat coming from in front of her, Xiao Wu showed a happy smile. On the side, Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuqing looked at each other with warm light shining in each other's eyes. This feeling of being loved is so good. Time wait for no one. After being immersed for a while, Dai Mubai turned to look at Ma Hongjun and others and said loudly, "Since the mistress has made arrangements, let's not waste time. Get ready and leave immediately to go to the Douluo Empire. We must do our best to help the Douluo Empire and strive to protect the entire empire's territory so that the enemy cannot set foot." "Yes," everyone agreed in unison. "Then let's set off now." Dai Mubai waved his hand and took the lead to walk towards the outside of Tiandu city. When everyone saw this, they hurriedly followed. Watching several people leave, Tang San and Xiao Wu stood there not moving for a long time. Xiao Wu turned around, looked at Tang San and asked, "Brother, when will we set off?" After seeing a few people leaving, Tang San's pression darkened slightly. He shook his head. "I still want to go to Tangmen." Judging from this situation, his Tang sect should be in dire strait. Although he was not sure, he still wanted to go to Tangmen to have a look. Maybe someone could escape, or maybe he was still alive. "I'll accompany you." Xiao Wu nodded obediently. Tangmen. Just as Tang San expected, everyone in the Tang sect was already dead. The huge Tang sect has turned into ruin. Tangmen. Tang San muttered these two words. He raised his head and looked at the once glorious ancient building in front of him with mad feelings in his heart. This is the foundation of the Tang sect. If the Tang sect collapses, then he will lose everything. Only if the Tang sect is immortal can he have the possibility of making a comeback. After stepping over the corpses everywhere, Tang San didn't feel too sad. He went straight to the Tang sect's main hall. Looking at the familiar plaque, a trace of sadness appeared in his eyes. He took a deep breath, suppressed his grief, and slowly opened the door of the Tangmen hall. This hall was once very luxuriously decorated, but now it is in dilapidated condition and not even a single brick can be found. The prosperous scenes of the past kept popping up in Tang San's mind, but now everything was different. An inexplicable emotion rose in his heart. He took a deep breath, calmed down his agitated mood, took steps and walked in slowly. There was no one in the main hall, but the surrounding walls were covered with blood stain. Obviously there had been a fierce battle here. Tang San looked around and finally pushed open a hidden door. Inside was the entire Tang sect hidden weapon shelter. Buddha is angry with Tang Lian. Guanyin has tears. Seeing dozens of rare Tang clan hidden weapons lying flat in front of him, Tang San's eyes trembled slightly. He remembered that these hidden weapons were entrusted to the Tang clan to be refined before he left. He didn't expect that they would actually succeed. Moreover, these machines were not damaged at all and even the patterns carved on them were intact. Chapter 184. The Road to Becoming a God. Buddha is angry with Tang Lian. Guanyin has tears. Seeing dozens of rare Tang clan hidden weapons lying flat in front of him, Tang San's eyes trembled slightly. He remembered that these hidden weapons were entrusted to the Tang clan to be refined before he left. He didn't expect that they would actually succeed. Moreover, these machines were not damaged at all and even the patterns carved on them were intact. Brother, these hidden weapons. Xiao Wu looked at the machines in front of her in shock. She didn't know much about concealed weapons, so she couldn't see the materials and subtle techniques of these machines. Well, all the information about the Tang sect. Tang San took a deep breath. He feeling a little uncomfortable, he slowly closed his eyes and temporarily put his emotions behind him. Then he stretched out his hand and took away all the hidden weapons. After doing this, he took Xiao Wu to the statue in the center of Tiandu City. From here he could almost overlook the entire Tiandu City. Buzz! The blue-silver field is released. With Tang San as the center, a circle of light blue ripples suddenly spread, covering the entire Tiandu City in an instant. Then strips of crystal clear blue-silver grass spread out from almost everywhere in the domain. The roots of these blue-silver grasses grew rapidly, and in the blink of an eye they climbed to every corner of Tiandu City, completely covering this huge city. The moment Tang San used the blue-silver domain, his aura had disappeared without a trace, as if he had completely merged into the world and could no longer feel the slightest trace. However, if you observe carefully, you can see that an illusory figure quietly condensed out of where Tang San originally was. With the overwhelming blue light emerging, layers of crystal blue-silver grass emerged from the ground like ripples, and blue stars were dotted in this huge ocean of blue-silver grass, making the city that was originally full of blood smell, full of rich breath of life. In this strange atmosphere, the smell of blood in the entire city was greatly purified, and all the remains and blood were degraded and purified in an instant. Under the influence of the blue-silver field, all grievances and unwillingness will be washed away. The figure emerged, and when Tang San took back his domain, the blue-silver grass in the entire city gradually dissipated, leaving only the statue still standing in place, shining brightly as if it had is here forever. Tang San stood silently in front of the statue for a long time. Finally he slowly lowered his head and bowed respectfully to the lifelike statue. Since then, Tiandu City, once one of the top 3 large cities on the mainland, has finally changed from a dead city to an empty city at this moment. From now on, Tiandu City will become history. Tang San slowly turned around and walked outside with Xiao Wu. He did not look back because he knew that from now on everything here would have nothing to do with him. The Wei Empire. In the core city of the empire there is a majestic giant building. The building is 100 feet high, with its top reaching straight into the sky like a firecracker thrust into the clouds, with a faint golden light and fiery red intertwining with each other. At the top of the strange building a small palace stood majestically. Above the palace gate 3 large gilded characters stood out: Fire Palace. In the central area of the Fire Palace there is a circular stone platform. It is dark, simple and thick, and full of vicissitudes of life. There are circles of patterns around the stone platform which seem to contain some special rules. On the stone platform a tall man with long brown hair and brown eyes sat quietly on it. He closed his eyes as if he was in meditation, and around his body he was shrouded in a bright and sacred starlight, and a suffocating aura of majesty quietly filled the air. At this moment it seemed that he was aware of the aura of the outside god, and the man's fingers that had not moved for nearly half a year trembled lightly. Buzz! Why can't I reach that step? Why do I always feel like there is an obstacle? The man did not open his eyes, but his voice was hoarse and tired, as if he had exhausted all his energy. Could it be that this world cannot allow outsiders to become god? Or am I not qualified to become a god at all? Perhaps this world never allows me to become a god. The man's lips moved, he sighed softly, and his eyelids drooped slightly. He didn't know if he woke up, he was just immersed in his own world and let time pass by. Suddenly a very strange voice suddenly sounded. Although the voice sounded a bit ethereal, it seemed to have penetrated thousands of distances and passed into the man's ears very clearly. Who? Cao Yanbing suddenly raised his head, his eyes flashing with fierce light. The surrounding environment had changed at some point. The entire space had turned pure white, and he himself was sitting cross-legged in the white. There is no one else here except him. Boy, you are very decadent. Suddenly that strange voice sounded in his ears again, making his whole body creepy. Only then did he notice that a strange weapon was floating in front of him. This weapon is no stranger to him. The 10 palaces of Yama. Is this my inner world again? Cao Yanbing lowered his head and didn't pay too much attention to anything. Boy, you think too much. This is not your inner world but my territory. Oh. Cao Yanbing didn't raise his head and just said softly, then why did you let me in? Your mother's blood and your blood seeped into the 10 palaces of Yama and became the key to open this place. It may be a coincidence. Even I didn't expect that you would suddenly come to this place. Oh. Cao Yanbing still didn't raise his head. He still lowered his head and said, in that case then you can kick me out. I'm very tired. Don't disturb me. Young man, why are you so decadent? Isn't it just that one's path to becoming a god has been cut off? If you think about it a bit, things might not be that bad after all. At the moment when this strange sound fell, here in the pure white space a staircase to the sky suddenly appeared. At the top of the stairs there seemed to be 2 figures vaguely appearing. Cao Yanbing. When he suddenly remembered this familiar voice, Cao Yanbing felt his head pounding and his mind went blank. This voice was too familiar to him. It represented not only the voice of his father Cao Yanbing but also the voice of his family, the man he has admired since he was a child. child is also the only man he recognizes in his life. He is the father who is truly worthy of his trust and following. Father? Cao Yanbing suddenly raised his head, stared blankly at the two blurry figures and murmured Yu. Chapter 185 Cao Yanbing Tang Xiao Iao. Cao Yanbing. When he suddenly remembered this familiar voice, Cao Yanbing felt his head pounding and his mind went blank. This voice was too familiar to him. It represented not only the voice of his father Cao Yanbing but also the voice of his family. The man he has admired since he was a child is also the only man he recognizes in his life. He is the father who is truly worthy of his trust and following. Father? Cao Yanbing suddenly raised his head, stared blankly at the two blurry figures and murmured Yu. At the moment when this strange sound fell in this pure white space, a staircase to the sky suddenly appeared. At the top of the stairs there seemed to be two figures vaguely appearing. Cao Yanbing. When he suddenly remembered this familiar voice, Cao Yanbing felt his head pounding and his mind went blank. This voice was too familiar to him. It represented not only the voice of his father Cao Yanbing but also the voice of his family. The man he has admired since he was a child is also the only man he recognizes in his life. He is the father who is truly worthy of his trust and following. Father? Cao Yanbing suddenly raised his head, stared blankly at the two blurry figures and murmured Yu. At this time the two figures standing on the stairs became clearer and clearer. Cao Yanbing finally saw the appearance of one of them clearly. It was his father Cao Yanbing. Although another figure was still more than 10 meters away from Cao Yanbing also recognized it. It turned out to be his mother Tang Xiao Iao. Dad. Mom. Cao Yanbing, who had always been strong, actually had slightly red eyes at this moment. He never imagined that his parents, whom he had only seen when he was a child, would actually appear alive in front of him. He strode forward and walked towards the stairs. Cao Yanbing tried his best to open his eyes wide and stared at his father on the stairs as if he was afraid of missing any detail. This kind of surprise of regaining something was really too great. Ha 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 ha, do you want a hug, son? Two grown men don't do this. The couple were also a little excited to see Cao Yanbing. Taking 3 steps at a time he came to the two of them. Seeing his parents who seemed to be real, Cao Yanbing suppressed the joy in his heart and asked Mom and Dad, what on earth is going on? This is a bit of a long story. Cao Yanbing smiled and scratched his head and explained, this matter can be said to be simple or complex, but according to common sense it is quite simple, but from a normal perspective it is quite complicated. In short, 4. Can you shut up? Listening to Cao Yanbing's nonsense, Tang Xiao Iao reached out and pinched his ears, pulled him aside, then settled down and continued talking. We thought we would disappear into this world, but in the end we found that when we woke up again we had appeared in the space of the 10 palaces of Yama. It was like a small universe isolated from the world, absorbing many the souls of people related to the Cao family. For generations our souls have also been protected by the space of the 10 palaces of Yama for so many years. No, to be precise, they have been protected by Yu Yanbing. This time you can come from another perspective. This place is also being led by us silently, Tang Xiao Iao said softly. This, why is this? Cao Yanbing was a little confused. Actually, as you epected as an outsider on this planet, you are obviously incompatible with the aboriginal people in terms of strength and physique. Cao Yanbing explained with a sigh. Hearing these words, Cao Yanbing's expression changed a little and he asked, could it be that I can only succumb to this Douluo continent, unable to become a god and reach the legendary divine realm? Cao Yanbing shook his head and said, if you look at it from the perspective of cultivation alone, unless you convert all the spiritual power in your body into the soul power that this world can accommodate, once converted you will become a god level or above. The present, your mother and I have vivid memories of all your experiences. We can also see that this world is a relatively inferior instant. If one soul power is compared to 1, then one spiritual power is equivalent to 2 or 3. Converted in this way, your level 100 spiritual power is equivalent to level 200 to level 300. Even if such a being is called above the gods, it is not an exaggeration. After listening to Cao Yanbing's word quietly, the depression on Cao Yanbing's face gradually turned into joy. He knew that what Cao Yanbing said was right. His strength should be strong enough to be called the best among all living beings. In this case, how can we convert all the spiritual power in the body into what about soul power? Cao Yanbing asked, the biggest doubt now. This. Cao Yanbing touched the bridge of his nose in embarrassment. In fact, he didn't understand the answer to this question, but when he saw the look of disgust on the faces of his wife and son, he quickly came to his senses and hurriedly started to quibble. Actually it's not completely impossible. You need to understand it yourself. At least under the rules of this world, this is the fastest way forward. Seeing how he was speaking righteously even though he clearly didn't know, Cao Yanbing suddenly felt a row of black lines slipping from his forehead. But if you think about it carefully, carefully. It seems that Dad's answer is reasonable. After all, he has never had any information in this regard for so long, so it is normal for him not to know. Only, why does Mao feel like he is being deceived by his father? Okay, you're already a grown man and you're still fooling your son here. Tang Xiaoiao snorted and turned to Cao Yanbing. Yanbing, there is only one person who can help you with the opportunity to become a god, but even we don't know what plans this person has. What? Hearing this, Cao Yanbing's face showed a look of astonishment. Mom and Dad, you don't even know? Well, I don't know. Cao Yanbing nodded with a serious look on his face. We have no right to review his thought. Who is he? We can't say this. Cao Yanbing looked at his parents but found that they also looked like they were hesitant to speak. Cao Yanbing could only choose to remain silent. After a long time he slowly uttered a sentence. Well, if you have any reasons you can't tell me, I won't force you. After hearing their son's words, Cao Yanbing and Tang Xiaoiao looked at each other and they both saw relief in each other's eyes. This child is sensible. Son, come with me first. After Cao Yanbing finished speaking, he took the lead and walked forward. Tang Xiaoiao followed after patting Cao Yanbing's shoulder. After passing through a long corridor, they reached the end of the stairs. The place was still pure white, but in front of them stood neatly 10 arches similar to door frames. Cao Yanbing stopped and turned around, looked at Cao Yanbing and said, we don't know whether he has accepted you now, so basically no one can predict what will happen. Net you. I know. Cao Yanbing raised his hand to stop him. I have made my decision. No matter what I encounter on the road ahead, I am willing to give it a try. Oh well. Cao Yanbing took a few deep breaths, then spread his right palm and a golden bead appeared in the palm of his hand. This bead has an oval shape with a faint golden light emitting from the whole body. A majestic energy wave escapes from it, causing the surrounding space to slightly distort. Go. As the words rang out, the bead flew straight forward, hitting the first door, but they did not pass through, just like water droplets splashing on the surface of the water, creating a circle of ripples. Yanbing, go. Looking at the rippling door, Tang Xiaoiao turned her head and smiled softly at her son, who was now able to take charge of his own business. After Cao Yanbing's eyes lingered on his parents for a while, he gritted his teeth and stepped into the door resolutely. Chapter 186 Divine War. You are very strong. Thousands of feet high in the sky, Qian Ren Yui looked at Bibi Dong, who was still relatively uninjured despite being a bit tragic in the distance. Her mood was a bit complicated and difficult to distinguish. The auras of the two gods were far less powerful than before the battle, and there was even a trace of fatigue on their bodies. It was obvious that both sides had paid a great price in the previous confrontation, but it was still unknown who would win and who would lose. The green-faced and fanged Bibi Dong chuckled, seemingly not intending to answer the question. Qian Ren Yui narrowed her eyes slightly. If I guess correctly, your soul power should be running low. You also know that it is difficult to determine the winner in a battle between two gods. Bibi Dong snorted coldly and did not deny the meaning of her words. Aren't you the same? Stop talking nonsense and do it. Haven't you always wanted to kill me? When Qian Ren Yui heard this, the corner of her mouth curled up. Yes, to a certain extent I have always wanted to kill you, but now I have changed my mind. Bibi Dong frowned, and the Rakshasa aura that was not very strong at first became a little weaker at this moment. What's the meaning? Qian Ren Yui did not answer but raised her head and looked at the small grey dot high in the sky that seemed to have pondered a bit. That thing seems to be coming soon. Hearing her words, Bibi Dong's expression suddenly changed drastically. At this time the originally dull eyes also showed a look of astonishment, and the whole person's aura suddenly increased several times. What on earth is that thing? Qian Ren Yui smiled and shrugged. It's nothing, maybe it's just a small time and space turbulence. Bibi Dong's pupils shrank even more and an inexplicable chill rose up from her spine, making her whole body feel cold. As early as when she first became a god, she noticed this inexplicable aura, but at that time her attention was all on Qian Ren Yui and she didn't care about other things. But as time went by, the aura got closer and closer, and she finally realized that thing 11 is definitely targeting them, or Douluo continent. Turbulence in time and space. Although I have never seen it, according to various ancient documents, once the turbulence of time and space comes to a certain planet, it will face a disaster. In summary, coupled with the waves of godlike oppression emanating from the turbulence of time and space, even Bibi Dong felt a little palpitated when facing this situation. Bibi Dong's breathing became faster and a look of horror appeared in her eyes. No, we must not let it come here. As she spoke, she suddenly raised her head to look at Qian Ren Yui and stamped her right foot hard on the ground. A roaring sound echoed through the sky and the entire sky seemed to tremble. Judging from her actions, she actually wanted to use her own power to shake the turbulence of time and space and prevent the turbulence of time and space from coming to Douluo continent. This crazy move shocked even Qian Ren Yui. Facing the turbulence of time and space head on, this move will undoubtedly cost him his life, but compared to death, Bibi Dong would rather do everything to prevent the turbulence of time and space from coming to Douluo continent. After all, if the time and space turbulence really comes to Douluo continent, then the first to suffer will be those low-level cultivators, and as the commander Qian Ranyue will definitely bear the brunt. To be honest, Bibi Dong didn't want to see her daughter sacrifice herself for this disaster. When she and Qian Ranyue fought before, she actually had a trick up her sleeve. Although the bright aura of the god of angels did great harm to her, it did not mean total suppression. They are both first-level god, plus Bibi Dong's perception of battle and understanding of the realm of death over the years. To put it bluntly, even Tang San has to be defeated in this aspect. Although Qian Ranyue is extremely talented, but it was limited to chance encounters, and his understanding of the field and combat were far inferior to Bibi Dong. As for why she did this, the reason was the same, just because Qian Ranyue was her daughter. Bibi Dong's body shot straight into the sky like a dark purple meteor. Looking at her posture, she actually wanted to form a formation to cover the entire continent with a shield. Will anyone be able to fulfill her wish? A dazzling blue light broke through the sky, and a blue figure with 8 wings suddenly flew into the air. Each of the 8 wings spread out, and with full force flapping his body shot straight into the sky like a shooting star. His target is none other than Bibi Dong. Tang San. The moment she saw his appearance clearly, Bibi Dong's presence changed drastically, but her speed did not slow down at all. She knew very well that since Tang San dared to appear here, he must have enough confidence. As expected, she must have successfully inherited the Poseidon now. Bibi Dong. Tang San roared angrily, and the Poseidon trident in his hand seemed to turn into a roaring golden blue dragon and bite towards Bibi Dong. Want to block me? Looking at Tang San rushing toward her, Bibi Dong's eyes flashed with cold light. She stretched out her right hand, and the surrounding space suddenly solidified, followed by countless dark purple chains wrapping around her body like poisonous snake. Bibi Dong swung out one arm, and the dark purple chain suddenly flew out like a poisonous snake directly facing Tang San's Poseidon trident. Bang! A dull crackling sound spread all around. The attacks of the two collided midway, and a terrifying shock wave instantly swept through the entire space, causing the space to become faintly distorted. Poseidon? Bibi Dong's eyes were deep, and after a brief pause she turned her palm, and a dark purple and extremely ferocious giant scythe quietly appeared in her hand. She swayed and went straight to Tang San to chop it down. Clang, 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 clang. A series of sounds of gold and iron clashing continuously resounded. Bibi Dong moved extremely fast and was fighting with Tang San in the blink of an eye. The two fought fiercely in the air. Every time they fought, terrifying winds were set off, and it seemed that even the space began to ripple slightly. The two people's moves were very fierce and fierce. They hit the air all the way, causing a series of explosions, and even the space was shattered. It has to be said that this scene is simply like the war of the century. Even the millions of residents standing below can feel this amazing power. Is this a battle between gods? A soldier couldn't help but murmured, although he couldn't see the two figures clearly. Looking up at the ripples of explosions caused by the constant collision of purple and blue in the sky, as well as the scene of space constantly collapsing and annihilating, he felt a strong feeling envious. The battle continues. The distance between Bibi Dong and Tang San was getting closer and closer. Tang San had obviously discovered that Bibi Dong's aura was depleting at an extremely aggravated speed, and his attacks became more and more fierce, forcing Bibi Dong to retreat steadily. Damn it! Bibi Dong cursed secretly. If she continues like this, she will exhaust her strength before long. She understands that she must find an opportunity to escape from the battle circle, otherwise once her power is exhausted, even she doesn't know what kind of situation she will fall into. However, just as she was thinking about countermeasures, Tang San's loud shout suddenly sounded thousands of feet high in the sky. Unpredictable storm. Chapter 187. The Snipe and the Clam Fight. Damn it! Bibi Dong cursed secretly. If she continues like this, she will exhaust her strength before long. She understood that she had to find a chance to take off her leaving the battle circle, otherwise once her power is exhausted, even she doesn't know what kind of situation she will fall into. However, just as she was thinking about countermeasures, Tang San's loud shout suddenly sounded thousands of feet high in the sky. Unpredictable storm. A bright golden halo appeared on the trident. As Tang San stabbed out, suddenly the golden halo suddenly expanded, covering Bibi Dong in the blink of an eye. For a moment Bibi Dong felt as if time had stopped and everything had fallen into a state of stillness. Put all one's eggs in one basket. Taking advantage of the 8 seconds of control of the uncertain storm, Tang San suddenly threw the trident in his hand, packed with majestic power, and shot toward Bibi Dong's chest with lightning speed. Bibi Dong's eyes suddenly shrank. Under the constraints of the uncertain storm, she had no time to react. She could only pour the little remaining divine power into her body to try to resist the blow. Bibi Dong spurted blood and flew backwards, directly shot down from the sky thousands of feet high, and hit the ground heavily. Run! rumble. The earth trembled. At that moment Bibi Dong felt as if she was hit by a mountain. The huge force almost squeezed out all her internal organs. Cough. A trace of bright red flowed down the corner of her mouth and the severe pain made her tremble all over. But at this moment Bibi Dong didn't care about her physical injuries and her eyes were fixed on the figure slowly drifting towards the horizon in the distant. Damn, if she were in her prime how could she be afraid of a mere Tang San? But the problem is that now her soul power has been exhausted and she has only the last bit of divine power left to protect her heart. Let alone continue to fight, she may not be able to even stand upright. Tang San ignored Bibi Dong, who fell into the pit, but turned to look at Qian Ren Yui beside him. What? Are you surprised to see me become a god? Qian Ren Yui narrowed her eyes slightly, shook her head lightly and said, I had already guessed that you would become a god. There is nothing surprising about this. Is that so? Tang San laughed loudly with a trace of sadness in his eyes. Your spirit empire massacred my Tiandu city, killed my teacher and destroyed my home. How are we going to settle this debt? Qian Ren Yui said indifferently, the winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. The weak will eat the strong. Bullshit, the winner is the king and the loser is the enemy. The weak is the weakest. Tang San gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, my teacher's hatred, Tiandu city's hatred and the lives of my relative. What are you going to do with these hatred? Qian Ren Yui raised her eyebrows as if she had heard some joke. Tang San, you are not a child. Let me ask you, this is a battlefield. How can war be child play? If it were you, Tang San, who was leading the continent today, what would you do to the spirit empire? Against these stubborn resistance of the spirit empire, what do people do? Tang San took a deep breath and growled, don't tell me these bullshit truths. Since your spirit empire dares to be the first grader, don't blame me for being the 15th grader. His voice was full of anger and resentment, as if he wanted to reveal all the unwillingness and grievances he had felt over the years. I will completely overthrow the empire of this continent. As soon as he finished speaking, Tang San's body suddenly erupted with monstrous murderous intent and the aura of Poseidon directly rippled through the world. Qian Ren Yui was shocked. Even though she was also a god with his current reserve of soul power facing Tang San, the feeling of oppression in her heart did not weaken at all. Seeing Tang San launching an attack towards her, the angelic holy sword in her hand quickly stood up. The intense golden light bloomed like the sun and turned into a golden ball of light facing Tang San's attack. Boom! In an instant the whole world seemed to be shaken. The collision of two completely opposite energies immediately set off a huge wave. The surrounding trees within a few thousand meters broke and collapsed, and even the 100-meter thick city wall cracked and collapsed. It was shattered with countless fine cracks all over it. Once gone, never to return. Boom! I saw the divine armor on his body plotted with a bang, and the dazzling blue light closed instantly. The armor on his body and the Poseidon trident instantly merged into one and turned into the huge Poseidon trident. The intense blue light swept up directly, knocking away the angel holy sword in Qian Ren Yui's hand. Damn! After taking off her weapon, Qian Ren Yui's face looked a little ugly. At the same time, under Tang San's tyrannical pressure, she actually felt that her body had become much stiffer, making it difficult to move at all. Tang San's attacks became more and more fierce, almost breaking through the defense several times. This guy. Qian Ren Yui's eyes became gloomy. She originally thought that Tang San was just an ordinary god, but now she didn't expect that he was so powerful. Not only is his soul skill powerful, but more importantly, he is always able to seize the right opportunity and avoid his own attacks just right. And the trajectory of his attack is simply weird and unpredictable. This situation is a bit tricky even for Qian Ren Yui. The seraph pattern in the center of the forehead lit up, and the angel sword that had been permanently planted on the ground by Tang San's bandits returned to Qian Ren Yui's hands at this moment. The moment she received the weapon, she didn't think too much and hit the opponent's vital points with every move. Buzz! In a flash of light, a golden figure emerged from the golden trident. It was Tang San. It's just that now his whole body of Poseidon god's costume has completely turned into gold instead of the original blue. He holds the golden trident in his hand and picks it up in a circle. A perfect circle appeared in mid-air, blocking Qian Ren Yui's attack with the force of an uncertain storm. The two artifacts collided and a burst of fierce space debris raged everywhere. Golden light and blue energy raged in the sky. The frequency of their attacks was extremely fast. They had each changed dozens of moves in the blink of an eye, and no one had the slightest advantage. Just when countless eyes thought that the two Shinkai would end in a draw, suddenly something strange happened again. Qian Ren Yui's body trembled violently. A mouthful of golden blood spurted out from her mouth, and then her body fell from the sky like a bird with broken wings. The soul power in her body was already consumed too much. Like Bibi Dong, she was no different from the end of a strong crossbow. You are defeated after all. Looking at Qian Ren Yui's falling body, Tang San looked up to the sky and roared. His figure suddenly accelerated, holding the Poseidon trident and rushing downward. A dazzling blue light tail directed pointed at Qian Ren Yui with a destructive and domineering attitude. No stabbing away. Don't want. The familiar voice made Tang San's palms tremble and he couldn't help but look down only to see Bibi Dong's pale and pretty face full of pleading. Time in the entire sky seems to have frozen with the moment. From this 10,000 feet high in the sky, both the Spirit Empire and the Star Luo Empire can see this scene. Chapter 188 The Fisherman Prophet. Don't want. The familiar voice made Tang San's palms tremble and he couldn't help but look down only to see Bibi Dong's pale and pretty face full of pleading. Time in the entire sky seems to have frozen with the moment. From this 10,000 feet high in the sky, both the Spirit Empire and the Star Luo Empire can see this scene. They stared intently at the blue figure shooting down from the sky. His actions would affect the pattern of the entire continent. Behead. A great victory. The entire continent including the Wei Empire will be completely controlled by the Xingluo Empire. Show mercy. Then a big defeat. Once Bibi Dong recovers, the entire battlefield pattern will be reversed again. Someone must repay Tiandu's blood debt. Tang San's cold voice sounded in the sky, and the harsh and sharp friction sound caused by the friction between the Poseidon trident and space pierced the sky. His figure suddenly accelerated and the golden trident in his hand also drew a dazzling arc with his movement. If this blow hit successfully, even with Qian Ren Yui god-level strength, he may be seriously injured or even die. Bang, bang, bang. A sonic boom that shook the space suddenly sounded, but now Tang San had no time to care about anything else. In his eyes there was only the figure of Qian Ren Yui. However, just when the tip of the Poseidon trident was about to penetrate Qian Ren Yui's delicate body, a fiery red figure suddenly appeared net to her. Boom! A violent collision plotted in the air, and the terrifying aftermath caused the surrounding space to shatter and collapse in an instant. Caught off guard, Tang San's body was directly knocked away. Damn Cao Yanbing! He raised his head, gritted his teeth, and suddenly saw the same burning flames in Cao Yanbing's dark eyes. Then he stepped forward and a strong murderous intention suddenly filled the air. However, when Tang San noticed the spiritual power flowing in Cao Yanbing's body, even with his knowledge, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Ha 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 ha! Cao Yanbing, I thought you had also stepped into the god level, but I didn't expect that you are still a level 99 peerless Douluo. It's really disappointing. Tang San stood firm in the void with a mocking smile on his face. He said, what? Do you still want to compete with the gods with your title Douluo strength? Although the 99 level peerless Douluo had reached the pinnacle level in this world and was even one step away from becoming a god in the eyes of Tang San, who had become a god, he was still as insignificant as an ant. If compared by realm, 1099 level peerless Douluo would not be able to pose much of a threat to a first level god, not to mention that he only had one Cao Yanbing. When Cao Yanbing appeared, Tang San was still a little frightened, but after confirming that he was only level 99, his worries were completely relieved. Tang San's voice, me-ed with divine power and soul power, resounded throughout the sky, allowing all onlookers to clearly hear the meaning of his words. It immediately caused an uproar. Everyone in the Star Luo Empire looked overjoyed as the sense of oppression caused by Cao Yanbing's appearance was gone. On the contrary, in the Wei dynasty many people's faces turned pale. Cao Yanbing did not reach the god level, which obviously showed one thing, that is, they have already lost. Putting Qian Ren Yui gently on the ground, Cao Yanbing's eyes narrowed. He did not choose to take action immediately but waited for something. Yanbing, don't be brave. Qian Ren Yui wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. Her face turned pale, but she still insisted, I will send you away. Qian Ren Yui knew that Cao Yanbing's talent was astonishing, but now Tang San was already a god. Unless he could rise to the level of a god in a short period of time, if he fought hard he would have no hope of winning. It's not my style to run away from a fight. Cao Yanbing shook his head. He reached out and held Qian Ren Yui's cold palm. The soft and delicate touch made him a little intoxicated, but his eyes remained firm. I promised you that I would protect you. Cao Yanbing lowered his head and kissed her on the lips, then raised his head, his eyes twinkling with a scorching light. He spoke word by word. Even if it means death, I will fight for a chance to live for you. Qian Ren Yui's eyes instantly became moist. She choked and nodded, then took a deep breath to hold back her tears. He almost forgot that he still owed her a promise, but he actually kept this promise firmly in his heart. Tang San watched the interaction between the two people indifferently with a sarcastic smile on his lips. Tisk, it's so sincere, but it's a pity that neither of you can leave today. Tang San slowly raised the Poseidon trident. Dazzling blue water elements swirled around him and a suffocating sense of depression filled the world. Let's try it. Cao Yanbing snorted softly and the 10th palace Yama made a clear buzzing sound. Then his whole body emitted red flames covering his body. Rax Hasa's street realm start. 5 guardian spirit come out. Zhang Hu is transformed into a god. Together, Yama of the 10th palace turn into a spear. The body of Cao Yanbing, who had merged with Zhang He, to transform into a martial god began to epan. The terrifying black armor condensed on his body and his body suddenly reached 3 meters in height. The momentum is overwhelming. A golden red spear stretched across the sky. The 5 generals were behind him like gods of death. Haha, it seems that I am ready to fight my best. Tang San sneered, in that case I will help you. Poseidon's domain. Poseidon is coming. Endless sacred aura emerged from Tang San's body, and behind him an illusory and majestic figure gradually emerged. That was a man extremely handsome and heroic, with a domineering and majestic look between his brows, as if a king looked down on all living beings, and as noble as a god. He held a blue gold trident in his hand which was glowing brightly. The tip of the spear was surrounded by light blue thunder, and a destructive aura filled the world. This aura of destruction made everyone present feel palpitations. They had no doubt that with just one move they would be wiped out. Poseidon, 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 long live Poseidon. For a time there was a flood of shout. Amid such shouts millions of soldiers in the Wei Empire turned pale and their faith began to slowly collapse. The original fighting spirit was gone at this moment. Qian Ren Yui also showed a worried look. Cao Yanbing was a peerless Douluo. His strength far surpassed that of the 99th level peerless Douluo, but Tang San was a god level per. God and peerless Douluo are not on the same level at all. A sinister smile appeared on Tang San's lips. He raised the Poseidon trident, flicked his wrist and swung it towards Cao Yanbing. The violent and ferocious attack swept out like a tidal wave, hitting Cao Yanbing hard. In an instant the whole world seemed to be torn apart. Boom! Under this blow the entire battlefield fell into silence as if the end of the world was coming. Terrifying power impacted everywhere. The earth shattered inch by inch. Mountains plotted, rivers broke, forests burned, and vegetation turned to ashes. Cao Yanbing, you can't stop me. Hurry and hide. That's too late. Before Zhang He finished speaking, Cao Yanbing's figure was directly submerged in blue light. The ground within a few kilometers around him cracked and formed a huge crater as if he had experienced a meteorite impact. Tang San stood proudly in the sky looking at the messy scene below. The curvature of the corners of his mouth became more intense. A mere ant dares to provoke the god. Chapter 189. Killing you is not my intention. Cao Yanbing, you can't stop me. Hurry and hide. That's too late. Before Zhang He finished speaking, Cao Yanbing's figure was directly submerged in blue light. The ground within a few kilometers around him cracked and formed a huge crater as if he had experienced a meteorite impact. Tang San stood proudly in the sky looking at the messy scene below. The curvature of the corners of his mouth became more intense. A mere ant dares to provoke the god, he muttered to himself, then waved his right hand. In an instant endless blue light fell from the sky illuminating the land. Endless water elements gathered crazily, forming white petals in the sky. These petals were fluttering in the air and then turned into countless sharp arrows shooting toward the ruins overwhelmingly. These petals contain terrifying power. Each one is comparable to a full blow from a level 99 peerless Douluo, and the speed is extremely fast. I come! Su Huang yelled angrily. He stomped on the ground with both feet and rose into the air, his body emitting a dazzling white light. His arms instantly became thicker and the white flame lotus shield in his hand seemed to be made of steel, carrying a devastating force as he bravely faced the dense petals. Bang bang bang! A dull crash sounded and countless petals were scattered by the white flame lotus shield, but there were still many petals that penetrated Su Wang's defense, leaving hideous wounds on his chest. Block? Can you block it? Tang San sneered and waved his right hand again. The power of the sea god gathered at the tip of the spear, and the 100-level soul power was given to the body of the halberd. Water dragons roared out, hovering around the trident. These water dragons are not ordinary water dragon. The body of each water dragon is condensed from water elements containing terrifying water power and is thrown at Su Huang. Su Huang, who was busy resisting the attack, suddenly felt a chill in his heart. He glanced into the air and suddenly saw the water dragon entangled and the Poseidon 3 coming from the sky halberd. Not good. Su Wang's expression changed slightly. The blow was so sudden that he didn't even have time to react. At the critical moment, Zhenhun and Zhao suddenly disappeared. When they reappeared, they were already in front of Su Huang. Gongming, we two brothers are here to help you. Zhenhun roared, and the two brothers mobilized their spiritual power together to block the trident with sword and spears. Mirror Pond Sword Mountain. One drop and a roar to kill. One on the left and one on the right. Two astonishing forces blasted towards the Poseidon trident. At this moment the entire world seemed to be enveloped by this vast and majestic force, and even those who were far away could not help but feel heart palpitations. This huge force failed to shake the Poseidon trident. Above the trident a thin layer of ripples rippled out, spreading like ripples. Wherever it passed, the attack that the Zhenhun brothers were proud of was immediately shattered, and then the Poseidon trident penetrated with indestructible power. Down. Almost instantly the bodies of Zhenhun and Zhao suddenly stiffened, and then they sprayed blood and fell to the ground sound like fallen catkin. Dots of light scattered from their bodies and their huge bodies began to shatter and decompose at this moment. Although the Zioha brothers are not weak in strength compared with Tang San, the gap is simply incalculable. They are not on the same level at all. Yuan Rang wonderful talent. Under Su Wang's gaze, the bodies of the two Zioha brothers turned into primitive spiritual power and floated in the void. Their sacrifices are not meaningless. At least they used their lives to block the Poseidon trident for a moment, and during this brief period of stagnation a fiery red stream of light suddenly rushed out of the fog behind him. Su Chu, no unnecessary nonsense. As soon as he appeared on the stage, he suddenly struck a heavy hammer towards the Poseidon trident. The surging power poured out and hit the Poseidon trident hard. This heavy hammer actually knocked the Poseidon trident away. Taking this opportunity, Su Huang immediately put away his shield, quickly stepped back a few steps and distanced himself from the trident. Gongming, how are you? Su Huang returned to Su Chu, who immediately asked with concern. Can't die. Su Huang spit out the blood in his mouth, looked into the distance and said with difficulty, it's just the two Zioha brothers. Su Huang's tone was full of regret. Although the two Zioha brothers finally helped to delay the Poseidon trident for a moment, he still could not save their lives. After all, Tang San's attack was really too powerful. Zioha. Su Chu sighed. The two Zioha brothers have always been at odds with them, but as he said, they are also his most admired opponents and partners. It's a pity that the two of them still died. They have never regarded death as a fear and have even been prepared to die long ago. Before Su Huang and Su Chu could continue to sigh, the Poseidon trident in the distance suddenly made a deafening buzzing sound and finally flew back to Tang San's hand. Well, not bad, it can still block my full blow. Killing Zioha Yuan and Zioha done with one move. Tang San raised a sneer on his lips. He looked at Su Huang and Su Chu, who showed no fear at all, and said indifferently as expected of Cao Yanbing's martial spirit, he is brave enough and I like it, but this is a battlefield. So what? Su Huang held the spear and stared at Tang San. Killing you is not my intention and I cannot disobey your order. Tang San slowly raised his eyes and said coldly, anyone who collaborates with Cao Yanbing must die. As soon as he finished speaking, the Poseidon trident erupted with dazzling blue light again and violent power swept out, heading straight for Su Huang and Su Chu. Bring it on. Su Huang raised the white flame dragon a spear high, and an overwhelming spiritual power suddenly passed from his body to his arm and was instilled into the spear. In an instant the spear trembled violently as if it could not withstand the pressure of this huge force and faintly collapsed, and Su Huang's pupils gradually turned into a deep silvery white and the surrounding temperature also increased. He stepped lightly on the soles of his feet, jumped up suddenly, drew a semicircle with his spear and stabbed out boldly. Izumo slash! The blazing white flames burned fiercely and turned into a torrent, hitting the incoming blue light head on. Dang! The crisp sound of gold and iron echoing across the countryside. Two completely different forces collided together, producing a huge backlash. Su Huang paused slightly but quickly stabilized, brandished his spear again and stabbed forward. Take the move! Su Chu on the side also roared angrily, and the strong spiritual power spurted out from his body and attached to the giant hammer, and a tyrannical power was instantly poured into it. Earth, fire, thunder! With a low roar he took out the giant hammer in his hand and headed towards Tang San with the sound of howling wind. Boom! A muffled sound like an explosion came, and Tang San's expression did not change at all, still with a residual smile. Facing these two attacks with no dodge gap, Tang San didn't even bother to dodge and just let the two attacks fall on him. However, his physical body was not only tempered hundreds of times, even attacks from ordinary gods could not harm his physical body, let alone Su Chu and Su Huang. Boom! Tang San's figure remained motionless, but Su Chu and Su Huang's two attacks were forcefully resisted and were shattered inch by inch under his protective power, then turned into smoke and dust and disappeared in the air. 1,000 years of eternity. The Poseidon trident in Tang San's hand suddenly erupted with bright blue light and thrust forward with the force of thunder. In an instant dozens of halberd-shaped golden after-images appeared in the air. Each after-image is equivalent to a full blow from a level 99 peerless Douluo. This scene caused Su Huang and Su Chu's expressions to change suddenly. Su Huang quickly retreated, trying to avoid the blow. However, his movement speed obviously couldn't keep up with the movement speed of Tang San's attack. In just a moment Tang San's attack landed on his chest. Before Su Huang could even raise his left hand holding the white dragon lotus shield, his whole body had been pierced by the trident. He stood there like a statue, gurgling blood seeping out through the gaps in the armor, and his body changed at this moment. Got to be unreal. Chapter 190. It's hard to disobey your orders. But Tang San's attack didn't stop there. Tang San flipped his wrist and the Poseidon trident turned around and slashed down at Su Chu with the force of Mount Tai. Boom! Su Chu was directly struck by the trident before he could dodge. This wasn't the end yet. The Poseidon trident, like a maggot attached to a bone chased after him again and plunged straight into Su Chu's chest. Ding! A clear and sweet sound came. A circle of ripples spread from the tip of the trident and then a blue star burst out and Su Chu's body was directly shaken away. At this point 4 of the SI generals of Cao Yan's army had been killed by Tang San. Damn it! Dian Wei, who was guarding the pit, watched helplessly as Su Chu and Su Huang were killed by Tang San with one move. He couldn't help but his eyes turned red and he immediately gritted his teeth and rushed towards Tang San with all his strength. Unfortunately, his movements were still half a beat too slow. By the time he arrived, Su Chu and others had been completely annihilated. Asshole! Dian Wei roared angrily and suddenly swung the 2 match shark halberds in his hands and struck out with all his strength, hitting Tang San hard. Boom! Amid the heavy metal collision, the ground under Tang San's feet was cracked and broken, but he seemed to be nothing and just glanced at Dian Wei indifferently. The net second he held the Poseidon trident tightly in his right hand and slashed straight at Dian Wei. The 2 halberds met in mid-air, shooting out brilliant spark. Then Tang San's wrist licked lightly and the trident erupted with astonishing power, instantly causing Dian Wei's body to bear ferocious injuries. As they continued to fight, Tang San became more and more proficient in controlling weapons. As he waved the Poseidon trident, powerful attacks continued to fall on Dian Wei. After a fight, although Dian Wei managed to hold on with his own strength, he was obviously at a disadvantage. He retreated again and again and had too many wounds to count. The blood dripped on the ground, splashing blood flowers, and also stained the ground red, which was extremely miserable. Go away, I'm interested in your blood and you know that you can't stop me. Tang San took back the Poseidon trident and glanced at Dian Wei with an indifferent gaze. You can try. Dian Wei's hand holding the match shark halberd had veins popping out. He gently raised his head, looked into the unobstructed sky and sighed as if talking to himself. This history is always surprisingly similar. Dian Wei have never misjudged anyone. He will definitely be able to do it. I am also a frightening monster. All I can do is keep all the enemy troops outside and leave the future to my king. I am General Dian Wei. Who dares to come and die? He almost roared the last sentence with all his strength. When I hear the wind, I feel terrified. When I look at the shadow, my soul flies away. The ape's arms hold 2 halberds and his sturdy body is hung with iron clothes. He didn't care at all and didn't care who was standing in front of him. Dian Wei was Dian Wei. He didn't care about his status. He only needed to know who he was and he wanted to protect his lord. Buzz. At the same time, a strange wave spread. It was Dian Wei's unilateral termination of the guardian spirit relationship with Cao Yanbing, and it was also the 600 seconds he burned his last life as a sacrifice, commonly known as SI 100 seconds of military service. Wow! Dian Wei's armor suddenly collapsed, revealing his naked but majestic muscles, and a surging breath surged out of his body. That kind of aura is more majestic and fierce than before. Drain! Dian Wei roared angrily and charged towards Tang San with his 2 halberds in hand. Go forward indomitably. Bang 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 bang. Violent collision sounds continued to be heard. Tang San held the Poseidon trident and fought Dian Wei head on. The space around the 2 of them continued to distort and cracks appeared one after another, but they healed at an extremely fast speed. Today, even if I Dian Wei die, I will never let you get close to my lord. Dian Wei roared up to the sky. The surrounding earth, rock and trees collapsed one after another and countless debris stirred up. His arms were already covered with blood. The tiger's mouth was cracked and stained with blood, but he had no fear and continued to attack crazily. Boom! Another collision. Tang San's figure did not move at all, but Dian Wei was knocked back dozens of meters away. Whoops! Dian Wei's rough breathing came and wisps of blood spilled from the corners of his mouth, but his eyes were filled with strong fighting spirit as if burning flame. You're really stubborn. Tang San shook his head. In that case, I'll send you on your way. The net moment, Tang San's figure suddenly accelerated and the Poseidon trident drew an arc and struck Dian Wei's head with fierce energy. Hang! With a loud noise, Dian Wei crossed his arms to block Tang San's fatal blow, but the net moment a huge force plotted from his arms, causing him to fly backwards involuntarily, and his legs were stuck deep in the soil, plowing the ground into 2 deep furrows. The 2 halberds are broken. Tang San, on the other hand, continued to approach with depths, the Poseidon trident flashing an icy cold light. Return! Tang San no longer paid attention to Dian Wei, whose body was about to collapse. He raised his foot and stepped out. A terrifying energy suddenly rose from the sole of his foot, causing his body to shoot out like an arrow from a string. I said, get back here! Dian Wei's eyes lit up again and streaks of dark red light spurted out from his body surface, turning into a layer of tough blood mist to wrap around Dian Wei, and his whole aura also rose in an instant. How to stop Tang San without weapon? The answer is obvious. Dian Wei's body crashed directly into Tang San like a cannonball. He didn't take any precautions on himself, trying to use brute force to directly block Tang San's progress. However, Tang San paused as if he had epected it with a calm pression on his face. He raised the Poseidon trident in his hand, directly flying Dian Wei away, and then swept forward. A bright halberd shadow swept out. The sharp halberd blade instantly cut open Dian Wei's left shoulder and blood spurted out. Dian Wei groaned with scarlet tears of blood flowing from his eyes, but he did not stop his movements because of this and instead struggled to climb up again. He stood up and staggered towards Tang San. I said get back here. Dian Wei's hoarse voice came from his mouth. His eyes had turned blood red. Only Tang San was left in his sight. He just wanted to tear the enemy in front of him into pieces. But the net moment his throat suddenly felt sweet and he spit out a mouthful of black blood. Then Dian Wei knelt down on one knee as if all his strength had been drained. He could no longer move at all and his pupils began to gradually dilate. Don't come near the Lord. Dian Wei's word stopped suddenly and he slowly closed his eyes. Boom! His huge body fell down, splashing dust on the ground. The heroic and godlike General Dian Wei gradually began to disappear. At this moment Tang San's face was complicated. He slowly walked to Dian Wei's disappearing body and squatted down, reaching out and patting his shoulder. Killing you is not my intention and I cannot disobey your order, he murmured, then turned around and walked away into the distance. Chapter 191. Mysterious place. Mysterious old man. Killing you is not my intention and I cannot disobey your order, he murmured, then turned around and walked away into the distance. Tang San liked Dian Wei's temperament very much. He didn't even want to kill Dian Wei, but this was a battlefield. Dian Wei is the commander-in-chief. Even if he is just a brave and skilled general, he must obey orders. There is no doubt about this. Tang San didn't feel too sorry for Dian Wei's death, but his heart was quite heavy because he saw the determination in Dian Wei's eyes. Come out as soon as you wake up and watch your generals die one by one. Is that really okay? Tang San turned his head and looked into the ashes that had not dissipated. In it he felt the hot but murderous aura. There seemed to be a slight tremor in the ashes and then a hoarse voice sounded. Is this god-level strength? Tang San stood up straight and replied, what do you think? Then the ashes began to slowly squirm. Then the ashes turned into flying catkins and floated. Then Cao Yanbing wrapped in black armor emerged again. Cao Yanbing, aren't you ready to give up? A strange voice suddenly sounded from the bottom of Cao Yanbing's heart. This voice was very familiar and yet strange. He who had been refusing hesitated at this moment, but now the 5 loyal guardian spirits have all died for him and he doesn't know what to choose at this moment. If you continue to refuse, you are going against yourself. The voice warned again. Cao Yanbing, you are an excellent person. I hope you can clearly understand yourself. Cao Yanbing was silent. Maybe he should think about it. What are you still hesitating about? Do you want to wait quietly for your woman to be killed and your territory to be occupied? The voice became more and more urgent, seeming to urge Cao Yanbing to make a decision quickly. Cao Yanbing was silent when he was still practicing before his parents sent him into the door, but he did not see the person his parents told him about. When he stepped into the door, this voice appeared saying that he wanted to make a deal with him and the price of this deal was himself. He refused. The net moment he woke up directly. Sensing the crisis, he hurried over from the empire. If I promise you I can turn the tide of the war around. Certainly. Well, Cao Yanbing took a deep breath and finally made a decision. Boom. At this moment the sky suddenly thundered and dark clouds rolled in. The whole world turned dark instantly. What's going on? Tang San, he frowned and looked up at the sky. Boom. There was another burst of thunder and then countless lightnings pierced the void, descending on the world with terrifying pressure. At the same time Cao Yanbing could clearly detect that everything in front of him gradually became illusory, overlapping and finally completely dark. At the last second, when his consciousness was gradually drained away, he could detect that something seemed to be entering his body. Here it is. When he opened his eyes again, he saw very familiar streets and buildings. This was actually the human world. Damn it, why did you come out? I don't have time to waste here. Seeing this familiar atmosphere of reality, Cao Yanbing felt an inexplicable anger in his heart. He looked around and found that this was indeed a scene in the real world, but it was not the real world. Find someone. The words of his parents came to mind in his mind as if he wanted to find someone in this vast sea of people. Click click. A strange sound passed through his ears and he couldn't help but look back and found that there seemed to be the last bit of fire in the alley in the distance. Is there something? With a trace of curiosity, Cao Yanbing stepped away from this bustling and noisy street and walked into the dark and dim alley. There were no lanterns in the alley, only an oil lamp from a stall in the distance illuminated the way forward. Cao Yanbing walked very slowly. After all, he had just woken up and was not very clear about the situation here. After walking into the alley, he smelled a faint fragrance, followed the smell and looked forward and suddenly saw a stall full of snacks. This was an old man. He was sitting there with a stoop back. His hands making snacks did not stop. He only raised his head and smiled after hearing the footsteps. Young man, try some freshly baked snack. He greeted Cao Yanbing with a smile. Cao Cao Yanbing hesitated for a moment, then walked to sit net to him. Young man, how do you like it? I'm not familiar with this place. Boss, please recommend me. A few minutes later the boss's side dishes were brought to the table. Cao Yanbing tasted them and found that they tasted pretty good. How is it? The boss asked. It pretty good. It's just a bit too much. I can't finish it, the boss said with a smile. Business has been slow recently. Fresh ingredients will become stale if left overnight. It's getting late now, so we can't waste it. Just treat this meal as my treat for you. Cao Yanbing smiled and said nothing. He had heard this kind of word countless times. Young man, look at the food on the table. It's delicious and mouth-watering, but as he said that, the boss suddenly shook his head and sighed. If the edible person is born with a small appetite, the rest can only be fed to dog. Are you giving me a favor, but you can't help but criticize me? Cao Yanbing took a sip of wine and said lightly, of course, haven't I given you enough benefit? The old man took a peanut and stuffed it into his mouth without much emotion in his eyes. So many powerful tigers will be at your disposal to help you achieve one goal after another, but what about in the end? What did you do in the last critical battle? Are you like a moth flying into the flame and seeking your own destruction? The advantage you have so big, but in the end I didn't use any of them, which really disappointed me. The old man was minding his own business, eating the food on the table, and seemed to be talking casually, but Cao Yanbing clearly heard the other flavor in his words. Cao Yanbing did not speak any more, but immersed himself in eating the food in the bowl, one bite after another, as if he was swallowing something bitter. In my opinion, it is completely a mistake to entrust the future destiny of the Wei dynasty to you. The old man put down the bowl and chopstick and looked at Cao Yanbing with a hint of teasing in his eyes. Bang! Cao Yanbing slapped his hands on the table and stood up suddenly. Rather than listen to you preaching here, why don't you let me out quickly? Oh, are you an ES? Nonsense, such a big problem outside has not been solved yet. How can I still have the heart to listen to you preaching here? The old man didn't say anything. He lightly touched Cao Yanbing's forehead with his fingers, and the image of himself outside continuing to fight Tang San came back to his mind. The battle outside will naturally continue, but you don't need to take action personally yet. The old man smiled faintly. Don't you still have a guardian spirit in your body? Chapter 192. I am Cao Men. Battlefield. It's strange, this guy's attack method has completely changed. What's going on? Tang San looked at Cao Yanbing in front of him in surprise. He originally thought that his strength was enough to suppress the opponent, but now it turned out to be exactly the opposite. He didn't even have any way to hurt the opponent. Instead, he was forced into a blind corner by the opponent. What's the matter? In Tang San's perception, Cao Yanbing's current aura is far less powerful than that of just now, but both the fighting style and the surge of spiritual power are more than twice as strong as just now, as if a different person. Same. Bang! The Poseidon trident drove away Cao Yan's soldiers with one move. Tang San asked with a cold face, you are not Cao Yan's soldiers. Who are you? Does it matter who I am? Cao Yanbing smiled indifferently, and the 10 pieces of Yama in his hand suddenly transformed into a single-edged green dragon halberd. Don't worry, I won't hold back. You old thing, what right do you have to let someone else take over my body? Who do you think you are? Seeing that his body was controlled by someone again, Cao Yanbing roared angrily. Ha ha ha. The old man laughed. Are you talking to me about power now? You are almost out of people and you are still talking about this here? The brave warriors of my Cao family have sacrificed their lives and blood for you one by one, and in the end they even lost their lives. Is your life more valuable than theirs? Bastard. Cao Yanbing said through gritted teeth. Sit down, old man, and let's continue drinking. The old man poured another bowl of wine for him. You Cao Yanbing are like dragons and phoenix among men. How can golden scales be the thing in the pond? When the wind and clouds change, you can just do whatever you want. Wouldn't it be a pity to just lead my Cao family soldiers down? What do you want to say? I want to make a deal with you. The old man suppressed the smile on his face, stared at Cao Yanbing and said seriously, deal? Cao Yanbing frowned slightly. Yes, the old man said solemnly, I can help your parents avenge you. I can help you deal with that guy outside who claims to be a god. I can help you control the entire Douluo continent. What do you want to say in the end? It's very simple. I want your body. The old man stared at Cao Yanbing, and after being silent for a long time, he slowly said, I need to borrow your body for a while. How long? 10 years. Bang! Hearing this, Cao Yanbing didn't say anything else. He slammed the table, stood up, turned around and left. Are you really not going to agree? In your current state you have no other choice but to die, the old man said calmly as he watched Cao Yanbing's leaving figure. I will consider. Cao Yanbing did not look back, leaving only 4 words. After saying that, he walked directly towards the distance. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, until he was about to reach the critical point. The old man spoke. That's enough, stop. Cao Yanbing ignored it and continued to stride forward. I said stop it. Boom. The flames flames that covered the sky and the sun suddenly blocked all the paths he could move forward. The terrifying power swept through everything around him, and even the space seemed to be distorted by the burning. Cao Yanbing finally stopped and turned his head to look at the old man behind him. To be honest, I really didn't expect this kind of scene. The old man laughed somewhat self-deprecatingly. I thought you would make terms with me, that you would refuse, that you would beg me, and that you would even want to get rid of me, but the way you turned around and left caught me off guard. What are you? Do you look down on me? Cao mend? Emperor Wu of Wei. Cao. The word mend. After hearing the old man's words, Cao Yanbing's footsteps stopped for a moment. Old guy, you finally announced your identity. Cao Yanbing's mouth curled up. You are worthy of being a descendant of my Cao family. This bad temper really makes me a little unhappy, but he is just like me. Cao Mend laughed loudly and handed Cao Yanbing an extremely weird fiery red weapon that looked like it was made of lava. This is the dragon core of the 10 palaces of Yama. What burns inside is the immortal martial spirit for thousands of years. Now I will lend it to you temporarily so that you can completely unlock its seal. I also want to see how far you can go. Which step? Boom. Holding the so-called dragon core, a sea of fire burst out from the weapon and the surrounding space shook and trembled. A destructive power crazily poured into Cao Yanbing's body along his arm. The power was so majestic that Cao Yanbing at this moment could not bear this huge power. The surface of his body began to crack and blood spattered out. Cao Yanbing kept roaring and Cao Yanbing issued a violent aura. The sea of fire was assimilating Cao Yanbing's consciousness. As his eyes drifted, he seemed to see the sea of fire condensing into a giant fire dragon. Directly under the fire dragon, the shambling old man was staring at him with a smile. Old guy, do you think I'm afraid? Labor and management are the soul-killing generals of Rakshasa Street. General Agnes Cao Yanbing. Bang. Cao Yanbing was sent flying 100 meters away. Opposite him, Tang San's face became more and more surprised. He didn't expect that this guy would suddenly become almost invulnerable. His god-level strength should have crushed him, but for some reason every time he fought against him, part of his strength seemed to be absorbed by the opponent. No, we can't go on like this. The trident in his hand suddenly waved and layers of ripples rippled from his trident, one layer after another, one wave higher than the other. Then he stabbed hard and the ripples spread rapidly like waves, covering half of the sky in an instant. No matter what trump cards you have, just die. Tang San shouted angrily. With this move he was confident that he could directly take off Cao Yanbing's head. Then come and try it. Cao Yanbing's eyes were red, flashing with bloodthirsty, and his body suddenly swelled. At the same time his right fist was thrown out unceremoniously. But suddenly the arm he waved out suddenly froze in mid-air. This is sensing the strong resistance coming from his body, Cao Yanbing's presence changed drastically. Someone is forcibly taking back control of the body. Who is it? Cao Yanbing. Still. Cao Mend. An irresistible force surged out of his body and the hideous and terrifying injuries on his body tore open instantly and traces of bright red blood continued to flow out. The moment Tang San's attack was about to land on his body, countless people saw a black shadow separate from Cao Yanbing's body and shoot towards the ground. Chapter 193 Fire Dragon King Form. Who is it? Cao Yanbing. Still. Cao Mend. An irresistible force surged out of his body and the hideous and terrifying injuries on his body tore open instantly and traces of bright red blood continued to flow out. The moment Tang San's attack was about to land on his body, countless people saw a black shadow separate from Cao Yanbing's body and shoot towards the ground. What it is? Is it the soul of General Cao? My soul has been shattered. Can I still live? Countless generals on the wayside were stunned. They were of low strength. They could only see a black shadow forcibly separated from Cao Yanbing's body and finally fell to the ground. However, they couldn't see their appearance at all. Naturally, they thought of Cao Yanbing's soul. The momentum that had been rising actually started to drop again at this moment. On the other hand, look at Xingluo. Unlike the Great Way, millions of residents of the Star Luo Empire were ecstatic and danced happily after seeing this. Win-win. Ha ha ha, my soul has been shattered. Long live Lord Poseidon. Davis, the current king of the Star Luo Empire, stood up even more excitedly and shouted, send an order to the whole country to prepare for an attack immediately. Just when everyone thought Cao Yanbing had lost, Qian Ren Yui and Bibi Dong looked at each other, both seeing the horror in each other's eyes. With their god-level strength they could naturally clearly see the entire appearance of the figure that separated from Cao Yanbing's body. The ferocious armor, scarlet cloak and a green dragon halberd stuck diagonally on the shoulder. Although only the tip of the iceberg was exposed, you can still tell that this is a man, but he is not Cao Yanbing. Bang! The attack fell on Cao Yanbing's body and the space centered on his body was instantly distorted. The earth with a radius of hundreds of miles collapsed and shattered, turning into ruins, and smoke and dust rose billowingly. The airwaves stretching for tens of thousands of miles were like tornadoes sweeping across the vast territories of Wei and the Douluo Empire. Wherever the airwaves hit, houses collapsed and trees collapsed. Cities were razed to the ground, deep pits appeared and villages were razed to the ground. Even the entire continent began to tremble and shake, and the earth began to collapse inch by inch. Countless creatures wailed in pain and were all wiped out in this attack. However, Tang San had no time to care about anything else. His eyes were fixed on the direction of the body in the center of the ashes, where he felt an aura similar to that of a god. Roar! In the shocked eyes of everyone across the continent, a giant flame dragon that was 100 meters long emerged from the ashes. The fire dragon circled upwards with streaks of blazing fire blooming on its body. The terrifying power even burned and distorted the surrounding void as if it might break at any time. Fire Phantom. Tang San was no stranger to seeing this fire dragon. The Poseidon domain and Poseidon arrival he used before, and the huge Poseidon shadow behind him were also constructed using this method. Clatter clatter. Just when everyone's eyes were attracted to the fire dragon, a small but extremely clear sound of footsteps reached everyone's ears as if penetrating the space. This is it. Seeing the body walking in the air, Qian Renyui's eyes froze and an inexplicable chill emerged in her heart. How does this look like a human being? This is completely a demon. Today Cao Yanbing is nearly 4 meters tall, with a pair of devil horns growing on the left and right sides of his forehead. The whole body is covered with dark red scales, and the muscles on the body are tangled and filled with an unspeakable sense of strength, and every move carries a ferocious and domineering tone. Behind him there was a long tail, and at the end there was an extremely sharp blade showing off its edge. A pair of scarlet eyes glowed with cold blood, and his lips were stained with blood, making them look particularly ferocious. An extremely evil aura filled the air. Everyone present was stunned. They never expected that such a reversal would occur at the end of the battle. This is simply beyond everyone's expectation. If you don't become a god, can you also become a demon? Welcome, Fire Dragon King. When the huge figure in armor that flew out of Cao Yanbing's body saw Cao Yanbing's posture, he knelt down on one knee and shouted respectfully, "Are you the one who has been controlling my body during this period? It's really hard for you to use this body full of blood to resist the attacks of gods." Cao Yanbing's voice without any emotion sounded in this man's ears. "My lord is joking. It is Zhang Liao's duty to share my lord's worries. I don't dare to slack off in the slightest." This general who took control of Cao Yanbing's body for a short period of time was his last unawakened general. "Zhang Liao, let's go. It's time to take it back. The world belongs to my Cao family." Cao Yanbing slowly raised his head, his scarlet eyes staring at the azure figure in the distance, and an indifferent smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, his figure suddenly rose into the sky. A fiery red figure drew a beautiful arc in the sky and slammed into the blue figure. The collision of fire and ocean. Boom! A violent explosion burst out in the sky instantly, and the dazzling golden blue and dark red light almost obscured everyone's vision. Those who were closer did not even have time to scream, and they instantly evaporated into a wisp of white. The smoke disappeared between heaven and earth. At that moment a strong look of fear appeared on everyone's faces. What a powerful momentum, so strong! Forcibly following Cao Yanbing's completely merciless attacks, Tang San couldn't help but stir up waves in his heart. He asked himself that he had never encountered such a powerful being as before him. Even when facing strong men like Qian Renyui and Bibi Dong, he had never felt such an oppressive aura. Boom! Just when Tang San was shocked, there was another thunderous roar in the sky, and a dazzling blood light tore through the cloud and emerged. Like a blood moon, its head poked out from the cloud. Immediately afterwards the second blood moon rose, and the third blood moon rose. In the blink of an eye, all 9 blood moons emerged, covering the entire sky. Under the blood moon, streams of bloody brilliance continued to fall on the demon-like body, and under the illumination of the 9 blood moons, Cao Yanbing's original scarlet eyes became strangely coquettish and bloody. What kind of move is this? Everyone watching this scene felt a trace of desperate panic in their heart. Damn it, I can't stop it. Under the increase of the 9 blood moons, Tang San's body was gradually dyed dark red, and traces of black aura emerged from the surface of his skin, which was negative energy. But Cao Yanbing, shrouded in blood, looked like a bloodthirsty demon. Chapter 194 Fusion of Poseidon and Shura God. What kind of method is this? Tang San's eyes flashed with horror. He could feel that the majestic and vast power in Cao Yanbing's body had reached a suffocating level. For some reason it even gave him a faint sense of surrender thought. Moreover, he also sensed that a certain special power in Cao Yanbing's body was constantly reviving, and he also sensed that the source of that power was within his body. Get away! Cao Yanbing roared angrily and waved his fist violently. The fist, burning with blazing flames, hit Tang San with monstrous heat. The space along the way couldn't bear the violent heat and began to burn, forming a line of fire. Thin Twin sparks spattered. Bang! This time Tang San fell back dozens of feet without any suspense. A huge dent appeared in his chest and his whole body fell to the ground like a meteorite. Boom! Along with a heavy roar, the entire land shook violently. Countless peaks collapsed and a huge ravine with a terrifying real name appeared in everyone's field of vision. In that ravine a vague figure stood up with difficulty. His body was still as tall as a pine and his whole body oozed a golden blue luster, shining and dazzling. Ahem! A trace of golden blue blood overflowed from the corner of Tang San's mouth and there was a hint of fear in his deep dark eyes. Cao Yanbing's current strength was indeed very strong, so strong that Tang San felt a danger he had never experienced before. I still like your unruly look before. Cao Yanbing's scarlet eyes stared at Tang San. The madness in his eyes became more and more intense. Today you will definitely die. Boom! The net moment Cao Yanbing's body suddenly took a step forward, reaching the extreme speed. In the scene captured by everyone's eyes, Cao Yanbing's body suddenly turned into an illusory shadow, pulling out after images in the air and rushed directly towards Tang San. Bang! 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 In an instant Cao Yanbing was like a ghost, madly launching a violent attack on Tang San. Although Tang San tried his best to defend, he was still unable to stop Cao Yanbing's terrifying attack. Bang! 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 Tang San's body was quickly defeated in the repeated collisions and the bright blood kept spraying on the ground like gorgeous flowers blooming. This Poseidon, who was aloof just a few hours ago, is now being beaten back and forth like a sandbag. When Cao Yanbing tore his Poseidon suit with one punch and hit his body hard, Tang San finally couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood and his body flew thousands of miles away. The blue armor was already stained with scarlet blood, which made him look particularly miserable. In this pool of blood he looked extremely embarrassed. How come? Tang San's body was trembling slightly. This man was too strong, much stronger than he expected. He never thought that he would capsize in the gutter and fall into the hands of Cao Yanbing. At this time the 9-round blood moon in the sky was completely formed and the terrifying blood evil energy swept the world. An irresistible majesty came down and shrouded everyone's heads like a tower. The majestic mountains suppress everyone's heart. I said you must die. Cao Yan's soldiers looked up to the sky and roared. A destructive aura filled the entire sky and the 9 blood moons in the sky also burst out with a dazzling brilliance and plummeted towards the ground. Boom! 9 earth-shattering roars resounded in succession between heaven and earth. The area where Tang San stood was instantly covered by 9 terrifying cracks that were 10,000 meters wide. At that moment the world seemed to be shaking and the entire world was filled with an indescribable sense of depression. Everything seemed to be annihilated and all matter was erased. The 9-round blood moon slowly dissipated in the mid-air and a huge pit appeared on the ground. In the pit the slender figure was already lying there motionless like a sculpture. Silence, deathly silent. Everyone held their breath and looked at all this with wide eyes, disbelief in their eyes. Who is that? Tang San, the leader of the Tang sect, the legendary powerhouse Tang San, Poseidon, one of the 3 major contemporary gods. He was actually beaten to death. Everyone had signs of surprise and fear on their faces. Even though they had already guessed that the king of the sea was extremely powerful, they still felt a sense of horror after witnessing this battle. That's the Poseidon, Fire Dragon Fury. Even though Tang San was now extremely miserable, Cao Yanbing still showed no mercy. He stretched out his right hand and suddenly a crimson flame appeared in his palm like a fire dragon circling. Go! Cao Yanbing fiercely threw the fireball towards Tang San. In contact with the air, the fireball released a blazing temperature. This temperature spread instantly and the surrounding air seemed to be distorted and burned clean. Elder brother! Far away in a secret space, a concave and con figure flew towards Tang San at a transcendent speed. He immediately hugged Tang San into his arms, trying to use his body to resist this almost a devastating attack. Don't worry brother, I will be with you. Ignoring the attack that was getting closer and closer, she just looked at Tang San, looking at Tang San with endless tenderness. It seems to be telling him, brother, I am satisfied to die with you. Xiao Wu. Tang San let go of the Poseidon trident. He didn't try to twist Xiao Wu's body but hugged her in the same way. The result has changed. Even though he was so unwilling, he had tried his best and exhausted all his abilities. Since all this cannot be changed, what he wants to do now is to be with his lover, whether in life or in death. Boom! The fireball wrapped around the fire dragon accurately swept up the 2 people's bodies and swallowed them up instantly. The scene was frightening. Sudden, a layer of intense red light suddenly burst out from Xiao Wu's body, directly blocking out all the terrifying flames that could distort the space. The sudden monstrous red vortex swallowed up their bodies completely. Under the shocked eyes of countless people, the bodies of Xiao Wu and Tang San actually slowly merged together at this moment. Under the dual stimulation of severe pain and Xiao Wu disappearing from his body, Tang San looked up to the sky and roared. The incomparable killing aura plotted and the red vortex that was swirling violently violently around him and Xiao Wu was shattered into pieces, turning into streams of red air that instantly merged with Tang San. At this moment, with Tang San's body as the center, everything within a kilometer turned into blood red, and one could clearly see that streaks of bloody red light continued to pour out from the ground and merge into Tang San's body. His body was alternately shining with blue and red light. Every time this weird energy wave erupted, a huge wave of energy surged out of Tang San's body. Cultivation Shura God. The only person in the world who felt this aura was none other than the Rakshasa god Bibi Dong. Chapter 195. The most powerful strike, Shura blood sword. Cultivation Shura God. The only person in the world who felt this aura was none other than the Rakshasa god Bibi Dong. At this moment, Bibi Dong no longer had the aloof state he had before the Rakshasa god. Now he was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, hiding in the corner and trembling. Both his body and soul were terrified at this moment. To a certain extent, the god Shura belongs to the god of light and death, while the god Rakshasa belongs to the god of evil death. The light of Shura is the ultimate light, while the evil of Rakshasa is turbid evil. Same root and same origin, but Rakshasa was firmly restrained by Shura. Buzz! The terrifying space shock erupted instantly. Tang San's body floated directly into the air as if out of control. A huge blue humanoid shadow appeared behind him, but his body strangely turned a murderous red. Tang San once again condensed armor on his body, but unlike before, the armor on his body was no longer blue but an extreme blood red color. The red armor is obviously larger than the armors of Poseidon Angel God and Rakshasa God, and the patterns on it are much more beautiful. In his hand he held a huge hammer. The magic patterns on the hammer shone and melted in his hands. A strong red light burst out along with the unparalleled killing energy. The red color of the hammer melted, the light condensed again, and a giant sword over 2 meters long appeared out of thin air in Tang San's grasp. Tang San's eyes turned dark red. This bloody armor was covered with red sharp blades with spikes coming out from almost every corner. The unprecedented pressure made Cao Yanbing a little surprised. Even Cao Yanbing, who is now the Fire Dragon King, can't help but complain. This is a slap in the face. He felt as if Tang San had an endless supply of trump cards and they were pulling at him crazily in a very strange way. If you can't beat me, show your trump card. I can't beat you and I'll show my trump card. The two of them were pulling back and forth like this. However, this kind of pull can be considered completely disadvantageous to Cao Yanbing. After all, no matter how good Tang San is, he is also the contemporary Poseidon and Shura god. Cao Yanbing's current Fire Dragon King form only forcibly plotted the power of the martial soul inside the dragon core. If it continues like this, I am afraid that when the dragon core energy is hosted, the outcome of this battle will be reversed again. Seeing Tang San in the dual god position at this moment, Bibi Dong and Qian Ren Yui looked at each other, and both mother and daughter felt strong fear in their heart, especially Bibi Dong, whose aura was completely suppressed. God Rakshasa could only tremble in front of God Azura, not to mention that Tang San was in a state where two gods coexist. Even if there was only one god Shura, she couldn't have the mentality to compete with him. I want to see how strong the two gods are. Cao Yanbing stuck out his tongue and licked his lip, and the ferocious black lines on both sides of his cheeks glowed with fiery red light. The blood-red field spread out for 1,000 meters in an instant, and the field was filled with a strong smell of blood and killing. It was as if even the clouds in the sky were dyed red. But just when Cao Yanbing completely released the murderous intention in his body, the world seemed to be quiet for a moment. Both Tang San and Bibi Dong were stunned. They seemed to feel an inapplicable pressure from the superiors on the inferiors, and this pressure seemed to have the same origin, Shura divine power. At this moment, Bibi Dong's eyes were full of astonishment. He looked at Cao Yanbing in the form of the Fire Dragon King in the air with dull and horrified eyes, and his delicate body was trembling violently at this moment. You know, even when facing Tang San, the inheritor of the Shura god, he didn't have such a big reaction, but now he was frightened like this just because of Cao Yanbing's aura at the moment. His body actually possesses a killing aura that is purer than Shura's divine power. Bibi Dong's voice was trembling. Her mind was completely confused. How can it be? How could a human being possess a more pure killing aura than the Azura god? Unless he is the reincarnation of the first generation Shura god? Impossible. The first generation Shura god has disappeared for millions of years. Even if he still is, the power of Shura in his body has long been passed down to the current Shura god through sutras. How can there be any Shura god with the same attributes as him? Why? Tang San was also stunned. He couldn't explain the shocking and numb emotion in his heart at this moment. There is only one god, whether it is the angel Rakshasa or the sea god. Their god's seat is handed over to the net person on the premise of inheritance. In the same way, the same goes for god Shura. It is impossible for two people with the same aura to appear, not to mention that this is Shura god, one of the 5 ancient gods. God. This feeling is suppression. When all the murderous aura in his body erupted, Cao Yanbing suddenly discovered that Tang San, the two gods in one body, had actually reduced his sense of oppression a lot at this moment. In other words, the power of Shura God in Tang San's body had greatly reduced his sense of oppression. Big Tang San, the two gods in one body, actually felt a sense of being overridden at this moment. In order to prevent any changes, he took action. Bang! A sonic boom sounded in the space, and the distance between the two sides instantly shortened. A shocking red light flashed instantly. This red light rose from behind Tang San. The red light filled the sky. In an instant the sky turned red, and a murderous aura like a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood suddenly erupted. Tang San looked up to the sky and let out a long roar. The roar was sharp and domineering. He jumped up suddenly. His whole body turned into a bloody light, blending into the shocking red light in the air, and then turned into a huge sword and fell from the sky, heading straight towards Cao Yan in the form of the Fire Dragon King. The soldiers are coming down. The power of this slashing was as if it was going to split the heaven and the earth. On the earth, countless mountain peaks and forests had been cut in half, and a bottomless ravine appeared. Everyone in the entire continent seemed to have fallen into a killing hell at this moment, unable to extricate themselves. Even if I just look at the sword light of that sword, I have a terrifying feeling that I can't help myself, and that my soul is about to be swallowed up by a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Body and sword are united, spirit and soul are united. This sword clearly used all his divine power. This sword was Tang San's all-out attack at the expense of igniting his own Shura bloodline, even at the expense of his origin. This sword was also a strike that Tang San left no room for, and it was also a strike with the highest attack power. Tang San knew that he must try his best. This is a life and death battle, and he will never allow himself to lose. Cao Yanbing in the form of the Fire Dragon King raised his head and looked at the sword. At this moment his heartbeat seemed to accelerate several times suddenly, and even his breathing became rapid. What a strong sense of oppression. This is the strongest attack he has ever encountered. I'm afraid even the enemies he had fought against had never given him such a dangerous feeling. This is an attack that can truly cause fatal damage. However, Cao Yanbing smiled. His eyes narrowed slightly and the corners of his mouth outlined an arc of excitement. He finally waited for this unprecedented opportunity. At this moment not only did he not have the slightest fear, but he was even more looking forward to the arrival of this sword. He wants to see with his own eyes how powerful he is when two gods coexist. Chapter 196. 7 General transform into a dragon. Wow! The ferocious giant blood-colored eye on the chest suddenly opened and scarlet brilliance emitted from it. Immediately afterwards the boundless killing aura surged crazily as if a raging wave rolled away in all directions, and terrifying ripples rippled out, come as if to destroy everything. The scarlet killing aura surged, and a huge shadow dozens of meters high appeared behind Cao Yanbing. It was a figure that had always looked like a demon. Its whole body was red in color, its arms were wrapped with scarlet chains, and the ends of the chains were covered with hideous and terrifying skeletons. With his appearance, these ferocious skeletons seemed to come to life one after another, and they rushed towards Cao Yanbing with their teeth and claws as if they wanted to bite his body. Cao Yanbing's aura also reached its highest point at this moment. A pair of pupils completely turned into blood, filled with a cold and ruthless aura, as if they were looking down at An. The net moment his strong leg suddenly took a step forward. Click click click. The ground shattered and collapsed, and the soles of his feet stamped hard on the ground, causing the continent to tremble violently. At the same time the illusory demon behind him also followed his body and rushed towards the bloody sword in front. The demon's phantom seemed like substance. It roared and grabbed the bloody sword with both hands. Stop for a labor. A ferocious look appeared in Cao Yanbing's eyes. As his right fist flew out, the demon behind him also released his right hand and hit the Shura blood sword from the side. Click. The terrifying power was transmitted to Tang San inside through the blood sword, causing Tang San's body to shake violently, and several ribs in his body broke at the same time, making clear and crisp sounds. Tang San's body was injured, and the blood sword began to crack inch by inch. Dense cracks covered the tip of the sword and quickly spread to the entire Shura blood sword. Two different shades of scarlet suddenly collided in the sky, and the entire Douluo continent seemed to suddenly collapse inward. This is a collision between the two supreme combat powers in the entire continent. What's more, two kinds of divine power that are extremely destructive are bursting out with all their strength. For a moment the sky was dark and the earth was dark, and all the vegetation and mountains within a kilometer below turned into powder and disappeared into nothingness. Qian Ren Yue pondered a huge golden light shield to protect the entire territory of the Wei Empire. Bibi Dong also opened up the Rakshasa realm to protect the Star Luo Empire behind him so that the people would not be harmed. After all, it was the negotiations between the two countries that caused the war, not ordinary people. If Qi Yu was affected, that was not the result she wanted to see. What's more, war is is decided by the royal family and has little to do with ordinary people. The royal family decision makers can kill, but ordinary people are ordinary people after all, and the future of the entire continent depends on them. Boom! A loud noise spread throughout the field, and endless wind and sand swept across, blocking everyone's sight, making it difficult for them to capture the battle between the two people in the sky. However, although you can't see it, you can still hear it. The intensity is simply terrifying, and the two terrifying momentums seem to be endless and will never weaken. This time the confrontation between the two is about to reach the limit that this continent can bear. Click. The deadlock lasted for a long time. Finally a clear and harsh crack came from the demon behind Cao Yanbing and then quickly spread towards the entire body. Bang! In the end the demon's demonic body completely collapsed and turned into a bloody mist that dissipated in the air, and the overwhelming scarlet aura also ended abruptly. At this moment the cracked Shura blood sword struck directly at the pale face Cao Yanbing without blocking him. In this situation it is clear who wins and who loses. The scarlet light in Cao Yanbing's eyes gradually faded. It returned to its original black and white, and at this moment a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Facing the Shura blood sword that was constantly zooming in front of him, Cao Yanbing had no intention of evading. Instead he dragged his body towards the Shura blood sword. Yanbing, elder brother, Lord Fire General. Seeing this scene everyone's faces turned pale. Are you seeking death? That was the Shura blood sword. Even the last blow was enough to completely annihilate Cao Yan's soldiers. This blow is enough to instantly kill any instance at the level of a second-level god. Even an ordinary first-level god will be hated, let alone the current Cao Yanbing. This is going to destroy both the jade and the stone. Seeing the black dot-like figure in mid-air facing an attack hundreds of times bigger than him, Qian Renyui's eyes turned red. Tears instantly blurred her vision. I don't know when Cao Yanbing occupied a place in her heart. Maybe it was the first time they met, or the first heart-to-heart talk under the moonlight. She has long forgotten her past self, but in her mind in the sea there would always be a figure that appeared from time to time, causing her to feel inexplicable throbbing. Maybe it's because of that hazy love, or maybe it's just because of the warmth that appears when a person is lonely and desperate. However, when she began to truly understand this man, she realized that this man was destined to stand in the light of thousands of feet. His path is destined to be an indomitable one. His enemies are destined to remain unyielding. However, she still chose to go with him even at the risk of falling, because she knows that he needs her. The bright golden flame burned on Qian Renyui's body, and her delicate and beautiful body bloomed with unparalleled brilliance. Behind her a golden figure also condensed and formed at this moment. The blazing golden flame enveloped Qian Renyui's figure, making her look particularly gorgeous, like a burning sun releasing its own light. I will burn my body on fire just to save you. Shweter. Bibi Dong, who is also a god, witnessed this scene and could not help but feel a look of sadness on her pretty face. Bibi Dong knew very well what it meant after the body of God burned. Once the body of God is burned out, she will completely disappear into the long river of history along with her godhood and status. But she did it without hesitation. Why? Is it just to protect that man? She suddenly realized that she was wrong. Bibi Dong sighed softly and slowly closed her eyes. However, just when Qian Renyui was about to fight for her life, a gust of wind suddenly hit her, making her unable to open her eyes. Fool! The deep voice sounded in Qian Renyui's ears, which eased her sad mood a little. She was horrified to find that her burning divine body was forcibly stopped by a strange scarlet energy. That energy is him. Qian Renyui immediately looked up. She suddenly discovered that a few feet away from her the man who rushed towards the blood sword was standing quietly in the void. His scarlet eyes were looking at her quietly. His eyes were full of softness, and there was even a kind of decidedly. He knows how terrifying what he will do net will be. Once he succeeds, he will be able to control the top power, but if he fails, he will be swallowed up instantly. But even so, after obtaining the top power, his consciousness will gradually be worn away, and eventually he will no longer be himself, and he will no longer be the Cao Yanbing of Nitnia. Rather, it is a ruthless killing machine. Generals, please give me another helping hand. Cao Yanbing turned around, stared at the devastating attack that was about to arrive in front of him, and shouted angrily. Chapter 197, The God of Indestructible Flame Killing. Generals, please give me another helping hand. Cao Yanbing turned around, stared at the devastating attack that was about to arrive in front of him, and shouted angrily. Boom! The moment he finished speaking, 7 huge bodies separated from Cao Yanbing's body one after another and stood behind him. Among them is Zhang Liao. I will release all my efforts and free your bodies. Cao Yanbing roared. Along with his roar, 7 bodies suddenly burst out with dazzling bloody brilliance. The 7 generals of the Wei dynasty all let out earth-shattering roars at this moment. Under countless shock gazes, their bodies burned violently. Su Chu, my lord, it seems that you have reached a higher realm. Dianwei is lucky enough to watch my my lord grow up to this point step by step. Zaya had done. It seems that the little man has now turned into a fierce tiger. Ha 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 ha. Xia Hao Iwan brother. It seems we didn't suppress the wrong person. Ha 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 ha. Su Huang, we met in the heavy snow. You are no longer confused now than when we first met. Zhang He, I said I need a king who can let me go. Now you have done it. Zhang Liao, to be able to liberate 7 of our bodies here, even if he sees it he will be extremely happy. A series of excited and persevering voices echoed between heaven and earth. 7 generals, 7 guardian spirit. Now at this moment they are burning their strongest fighting spirit and strength at the same time. Rumble. The world seems to be trembling. There are no longer those 7 majestic bodies behind Cao Yanbing, but there are 700-meter long flaming dragons floating in the air. These 700-meter long flaming dragons all possess terrifying power, as if they are going to tear apart the heaven and earth within a radius of several hundred feet. Roar. The flame dragon raised its head and roared. The terrifying sound waves spread. The surrounding void cracked inch by inch, and even the void was burned into ashes. At this moment the whole world seemed to fall into silence. The only thing that could be heard was the terrifying roar of flames and the roars. The roar of the dragon shocked the world. At this moment Cao Yanbing, standing in front of the 7 dragons, seemed to have turned into a real emperor, taking charge of billions of living beings and looking down on the world. The 7 giant dragons, transformed by the 7 generals, rushed directly into the body of Cao Yanbing in the Fire Dragon King state. Suddenly a vast and majestic power surged out from Cao Yanbing's body, and circles of terrifying ripples moved in all directions. Square spread. An indescribable majesty was released from Cao Yanbing's body, like a majestic mountain rising from the ground to suppress the 8 wastelands. Cao Yanbing smiled arrogantly as he endured the tearing pain in his body that was beyond human endurance. I, Cao Yanbing, have come this far only because of the blessings of this world. I have been deprived of my most precious things, and I have also seen the scenery of hell. Destiny always wants me to bow my head and be impressed, but I have to fight more and more. Yuiang. Cao Yanbing glared at the blood sword, his eyes as red as blood. What have labor and management been afraid of in this life? I am the invincible fire general. Even if one day we are destroyed by heaven and earth, I, Cao Yanbing, will still be Cao Yanbing. As for now, I want his life. I am the only one in heaven and under heaven, the god of indestructible flame killing. At this moment Cao Yanbing had completely lost his original posture. Apart from his human form, his entire body, including his cheeks, was wrapped in terrifying flame. That flame, golden red in color, seems to have the power to burn everything, and it can be instantly annihilated if it is contaminated even a little bit. In his hands, the 10 palaces of Yama that were fused with the dragon core were also wrapped in this extremely terrifying flame. The original state of the fire gun has been reduced to nothing. At this moment the 10th palace Yama has truly liberated the sword shape in all postures. The flame dragon is summoned. Cao Yanbing uttered 4 words, and the fire element between heaven and earth suddenly condensed. The moment he jumped up, the 700-meter long flame dragons rose from his feet again. 7 giant dragons are circling and tumbling in the sky. The terrifying formation that block the sky and the sun is simply terrifying. This is Cao Yanbing in the state of the flame-killing god. Ouch! Cao Yanbing's figure suddenly disappeared into the void and then appeared directly in front of the Shura blood sword. The 10 palaces of Yama in his hand were suddenly chopped off. Rumble! The heaven and earth seemed to be split open by this giant flame blade. The 7 giant flame dragons swooped from almost different corners in the air, carrying the power of burning the sky and destroying the earth and crashing into the Shura blood sword. Roar! Waves of angry dragon roars echoed through the sky. 7 giant flame dragons carrying endless flames slammed into the Shura blood sword. Bang bang bang! The flames surged, the space trembled, and the bursting flames bloomed like bright fireworks. Under this thrilling collision the entire space seemed to be trembling as if the whole world was wailing. Click! Under the attack, with almost no escape route, the bloody giant sword, which was completely scarlet and EU'd a monstrous evil spirit, was destroyed in full view of everyone. Boom! Waves of terrifying energy plotted in the void where the bloody giant sword was collapsed instantly. At this moment the entire world seemed to have fallen into deathly silence. Whether it was the people watching between heaven and earth or the soul masters, they all stared at this scene blankly. One move, just one move, especially the millions of people in the Douluo Empire, they never expected that the myth in their eyes would actually fail. Their faith collapsed, and it collapsed at such a time. Not only the common people but also many soul masters and even the Shrek SI monsters who had just arrived had expressed signs of disbelief at this moment. How can this be? How dare they believe that there are 2 gods? Tang San, the dual god of Poseidon and Azura god who had the absolute upper hand just now, was actually defeated in the confrontation just now. The Shura divine sword disappeared. The 7 flame dragons dissipated. The form of the god of fire is released. The fire dragon king form is released. Cao Yanbing looked at the two gods in his hands and finally raised his head and looked at the two figures that were gradually disappearing in the sky in the distance. The contemporary Poseidon Shura god, already beheaded. The frightening blood-red color in the sky slowly dimmed and the temperature between heaven and earth gradually returned to its original temperature as the sun emerged. Did you win? Qian Ren Yui looked at the calm sky or the figure standing in the sky and sighed. Tang San's death means that there is no one on the mainland who can resist Cao Yan's soldiers, and there is no longer any suspense in this decisive battle. We finally lost. Bibi Dong shook her head gently. A bitter sadness flashed in her eyes and then she slowly closed her eyes. She knew that the current situation was a foregone conclusion. With the existence of the two gods Cao Yanbin and Qian Ren Yui, the unification of the Wei Empire is basically a matter of time. Even if Bibi Dong comes back in full glory, she will not be able to shake their status again. This world, after all, it fell into the hands of Cao Yanbing. Chapter 198 Level 1 God Time. The God of Fire. The God of Fire. The God of Fire. I don't know who muttered this to himself, and then these three words spread crazily at an alarming speed. The net moment countless voices suddenly shook the world and resounded throughout the sky. The people of the Wei Empire were shouting at the top of their lungs. The people of the Douluo Empire looked at. They knew that from now on there would no longer be the Tiandu Empire, the Douluo Empire, or the Wuhan Empire on this continent. What was left was just a complete empire. The name of the empire is Wei. Qian Ren Yui's eyes were burning looking at the familiar figure still standing in mid-air. A strange color flashed in his eyes. Qian Ren Yui smiled. At this moment this god-level powerhouse did not hide the admiration in his eyes at all, just looking at the figure in the mid-air with such obsession. This guy, Qian Ren Yui, was like a nymphomaniac staring at the figure in mid-air without blinking. So handsome, Qian Ren Yui thought silently in her heart. However, just as the entire continent was in a frenzy about this, the figure standing in mid-air frowned slightly. Cao Yanbing subconsciously raised his head and glanced at the fist-sized space-time turbulence tens of thousands of meters above the ground. Then he turned his head and set his sights directly on the void far away. After watching the show for so long, it should be released. Cao Yanbing's sudden words made the whole world suddenly stop cheering. In an instant the entire continent fell silent. They stopped shouting one after another and they all looked in the direction where Cao Yanbing was standing. What is that over there? Countless pairs of eyes were filled with doubts and curiosity. However, just as everyone was waiting expectantly for the answer, suddenly a terrifying and overwhelming pressure swept over the world. An extremely huge pressure instantly descended on this world as if to swallow this entire continent. Boom! At this moment the hearts of all the creatures on the entire continent couldn't help but twitch violently. An extremely cold breath instantly enveloped the entire continent. Even the air on this continent seemed to have become much colder. At this moment everyone on the entire continent stared blankly at the figure standing in the sky with deep awe rising in their heart for no reason. That was a man. He didn't look too old, but he looked extremely elegant. Wearing a silver robe, he exuded a noble and domineering temperament. Even though he was simply standing there, he still made people feel respected. God, another god, or a god who came out of the blue. Why does he appear here? Who are you? Cao Yanbing slowly raised his head and looked at the figure in mid-air. A bit of surprise flashed across his calm and plain eyes. At the same time the vigilance in his heart suddenly increased. Could it be that this is another Sniplam quarrel? The fisherman gets the advantage and he is planning to do something dirty? I didn't expect that in this small world of Douluo continent an instance that is infinitely close to the main god would spontaneously appear. It really surprised me. The man slowly walked nearly a kilometer in front of Cao Yanbing and then looked at the newly promoted god-level powerhouse with great interest, with a hint of admiration in his eyes. Who are you? Cao Yanbing asked solemnly, his mind spinning rapidly, wondering whether this mysterious man was an enemy or a friend. Well, judging from the aura, I am indeed squeezed out by the power of this plane. No wonder, no wonder. Correct. Your name is Cao Yanbing? The mysterious man asked. Although he was just asking, his tone was very firm. Cao Yanbing did not answer but asked, do you know me? Of course, the man chuckled. You don't have to worry about me harming you. I don't have any ill intentions towards you. Oh, Cao Yanbing narrowed his eyes, frowned slightly and said calmly, in that case why don't you first tell me your origin and the reason for your sudden appearance? For what? The man hummed, then laughed and said, of course I came to you for a reason here. The man raised his head and looked up at the sky, or rather at the turbulence of time and space above the sky. Cao Yanbing followed his line of sight and his pupils shrank instantly. The space-time turbulence began to fluctuate at some point and an extremely terrifying energy seeped out of the space-time turbulence. That energy alone was enough to cause the surrounding space to faintly collapse, and with the emergence of this energy the endless space-time turbulence plotted in an instant, turning into an endless space-time storm. Boom! The sudden roar resounded across the entire continent in an instant and countless people were frightened by the roar. This feeling, Cao Yanbing stared at the space-time storm in the sky and his Prescience suddenly became extremely serious. Whether it was an illusion or something else, Cao Yanbing had a very strange feeling lingering in his mind. He suddenly felt that the storm seemed to be coming only for him. Moreover, there seems to be a certain pattern hidden in this storm. Could it be that? Cao Yanbing suddenly seemed to have thought of something and suddenly turned his head and looked around. The surrounding space began to distort under the invisible pull of the turbulent flow of time and space. Cao Yanbing could even feel that his body was slowly moving towards the turbulent flow with a weak but real feeling. What happened? He tried to get rid of it, but the feeling of being pulled only disappeared for a moment before lingering again. Who knows how terrifying the pulling force will be as the turbulence of time and space approaches. Bang! Just when Cao Yanbing was about to retreat to the ground, a majestic momentum suddenly burst out from the body of the man net to him. As he took action, Cao Yanbing suddenly discovered that the spiritual power he had used when struggling against gravity had actually returned. The feeling just now has been lingering around me physically. The feeling of being pulled returned to normal at this moment. Cao Yanbing looked at the mysterious man in front of him with a solemn prescience. His method seems a bit strange, and he seemed to know that the turbulence of time and space was coming towards him. Turning his head, Cao Yanbing looked at the man beside him with a very confused tone. Who are you? Me? The corner of the man's mouth curled up slightly. No one has mentioned my name for a long time. Even I can't remember it clearly. But the man smiled faintly, looked up at the sky and shook his head lightly. A strange silver brilliance emerged from his pupils as if the whole world was centered around him. But in the God realm I am generally called the God of Time. Chapter 199 3 Choices. Who are you? Me? The corner of the man's mouth curled up slightly. No one has mentioned my name for a long time. Even I can't remember it clearly. But the man smiled faintly, looked up at the sky and said calmly, but in the God realm I am generally called the God of Time. The God of Time? After hearing the man announce his name, Cao Yanbing's face darkened and he was secretly shocked. Sure enough, this guy was also a god. The dazzling golden light rises into the sky like the blazing sun shining on the earth. Besides Cao Yanbing, Qian Ren Yui suddenly appeared in an angel costume. Her figure was tall and straight, her blonde hair fluttering in the wind, and there was a bright and holy aura surrounding her body. She held the angelic holy sword in her hand and pointed at the mysterious man in front of her from a distance. What you up to? Qian Ren Yui's attitude was very resolute. Even if the opponent's strength was much greater than hers, she still didn't back down. She stared at the opponent tightly with a look of perseverance in her eyes. The God of Time raised his eyebrows, glanced at Qian Ren Yui and finally set his sights on the angel wings behind her. He sighed with a hint of regret. Seraph Tisk, this is a bit disappointing. What a pity. What do you mean? Are there other angel gods with other wings? Qian Ren Yui frowned, not understanding the meaning of the other party's word. The God of Angels is an extremely powerful instance and has considerable authority in the divine world, and his symbol is the angel wings and the bright and holy breath. But now this guy who claims to be the God of Time says something like this, which inevitably makes Qian Ren Yui a little suspicious. It seems you don't know yet. The God of Time shook his head. He stretched out his finger and waved it gently. In an instant a picture scroll appeared in front of the two of them out of thin air. In the scroll there is a vast galaxy pattern which seems to encompass the whole universe. Stars are quietly suspended in the starry sky, emitting unparalleled brilliance. Qian Ren Yui looked at the picture of the starry sky, her beautiful eyes filled with surprise, and she couldn't help but murmured, what is this? Galaxy? The vast world. The God of Time smiled faintly and said, this is a scene I left behind when I traveled across the Great Thousand. This star map contains more than 3000 small stars. Each small star represents a world. Each small star represents a world. Everywhere in the world has a path to the divine realm. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and touched the brightest star lightly. Buzz! With his slight touch, the star suddenly lit up with boundless brilliance, and then a huge pattern appeared around the star. This is. The moment she saw this pattern, Qian Ren Yui's body froze. Suddenly her eyes widened with an prescience of disbelief, and even her voice trembled lightly. This is. Cao Yanbing also widened his eyes, looking in disbelief. Yes, this is the original form of the God of Angels. What appeared before the eyes of the three gods was the pattern of the God of Angels. But unlike Qian Ren Yui, this God of Angels actually has 12 bright and holy wings of light behind him. 12-winged Archangel of Judgment. How can this be? This is the original angel god whose strength is comparable to that of the 5 great god kings. It's just that we don't know what he did after he was about to fall. This is why after him there will no longer be a 12-winged Archangel of Judgment. There are only Seraphim with divine power. The God of Time spoke lowly. His voice was calm, but it contained a hint of inexplicable vicissitude. Okay, let's not say so much. Your biggest crisis now is that thing. As he said that, he raised his chin towards the turbulent flow of time and space high in the sky. The space-time turbulence is getting closer and closer. At this time, if you look at it from a close distance, you can find that it is completely a huge grey cloud which is constantly rotating at a high speed. At the core of the cloud there is a faint grey light flashed continuously. The turbulence of time and space becomes more dangerous the closer you get to the core, because in the center of the turbulence is the most compressed power of time and space, which really has the power to reverse the world. This mass of space-time turbulence has a diameter of more than 10 kilometers. It is extremely huge, and the energy contained inside is even more terrifying than ever before. As it flies over, you can vaguely see that even the shining stars will be dimmed a bit wherever it passes. Like the universe, a passage of annihilation was specially opened for it, and the stars avoided it. On the periphery of the turbulent flow of time and space there are strips of grey cloud ribbon. These cloud ribbons are also circling, but they are like whips themselves, making no sound, but their breath is very terrifying. Damn it! As the distance got closer, Cao Yanbing suddenly realized that this turbulence of time and space seemed to be really coming towards him. His body had already felt an invisible pull, and the brown hair slowly began to stand upright and his whole aura became chaotic. But what is very strange is that whether it is Qian Ren Yui, the god of time, or the tens of millions of ordinary residents below, they do not have a situation similar to Cao Yanbing. Cao Yanbing, the god of time's eyes fell on Cao Yanbing. If my guess is correct, you should not be from this world. Cao Yanbing was stunned by the words of the god of time. The memories of Zhenhun Street that had been deliberately hidden in his mind poured out like a tide at this moment. Cao Yanbing did not immediately answer the question about the god of time and space. He looked at the god of time, and after a moment of silence he took a deep breath and whispered, "I am indeed not from this world." Cao Yanbing's word caused Qian Ren Yui's eyes to shrink instantly, but the net moment she regained her composure. Perhaps when she was at level 99 she still had some weird associations with Cao Yanbing's life experience, but when he inherited the god of angels and could see the origin of all things, she already knew that Cao Yanbing did not belong to this world. But what does this matter to her? Cao Yanbing is her lover. They have gone through too much together. Don't say that Cao Yanbing is not from this world. Even if he is not a human being, she still loves him. After hearing Cao Yanbing's personal admission, the god of time smiled and nodded. That's not right. After speaking, he looked up at the turbulent flow of time and space in the void and said in a long tone, "It is precisely because your existence has destroyed the original laws of the Douluo continent world that heaven has begun to reject you. Likewise, your fate, the trajectory has also changed. Only by erasing you will the turbulence of space and time stop, and the Douluo continent will be stabilized again." Chapter 200, Pre-refining Dual Godhead. That's not right. After speaking, he looked up at the turbulent flow of time and space in the void and said in a long tone, "It is precisely because your existence has destroyed the original laws of the Douluo continent world that heaven has begun to reject you. Likewise, your fate, the trajectory has also changed. Only by erasing you will the turbulence of space and time stop, and the Douluo continent will be stabilized again." Impossible. After hearing his words, Cao Yanbing had not yet reacted, but Qian Ren Yui beside him couldn't help but started shouting, "God of time, I respect you as a god and I am so polite to you, but if you dare to talk nonsense, I guarantee you will pay a heavy price." Oh, the god of time raised his eyebrows, looked at Qian Ren Yui with amusement and said with a smile, "Then do you mean you want to watch the entire Douluo plane be destroyed because of him?" Hearing the question from the god of time, Qian Ren Yui was immediately speechless. Although the words of the god of time don't sound good, they are true. The turbulence is almost here. If it is not resolved as soon as possible, Douluo continent will surely usher in the end. Do you really want to see such a scene? Qian Ren Yui fell silent. Although she has the fighting power of a god, she has not yet reached the state of controlling everything. Once the space-time turbulence breaks out, even she cannot stop it. Moreover, this is Douluo continent after all. If Douluo continent is really destroyed, she will never want to see this scene. With your current strength, you can naturally ascend to the god realm to avoid this devastating disaster, but what about the tens of millions of residents on the mainland? What can they do? Can they wait quietly for death to come? You know they are innocent, they are not guilty. Qian Ren Yui fell silent. What the god of time said was true. If this really happened, she would never sit idly by and ignore it. But what's the point of talking so much? You dare to show up at this moment. Come to think of it, you should not just come to watch the show. Tell me how to solve this thing. Cao Yanbing interrupted Qian Ren Yui. Thoughtfully he spoke. The god of time smiled. Either get rid of yourself or abandon this continent or continue. Cao Yanbing asked. Either refine your godhood and become a real god. When you truly step into the divine throne, you can then use your 7 dragon combined power. I'm afraid this will be able to withstand the turbulence of time and space. The god of time looked at Cao Yanbing and smiled. Cao Yanbing frowned and did not answer. The god of time said it very simply, but for some reason he gave Cao Yanbing a strange feeling. This unidentified guy seems to be leading him in an unknown direction bit by bit, but Cao Yanbing could feel that he was not in a direct rhythm but in a route set by the opponent. This guy's identity is too weird. Even if he doesn't see any hostility in him, his subconscious still tells him that he can't believe everything he says. Both enemies and friends. This guy doesn't seem to have good intentions either. No matter, the time god has some conspiracy, but at least Cao Yanbing now needs to refine those 2 god first. Time is right. Cao Yanbing, who had released the possession of the Fire Dragon King and the god of fire, did not have the strength to kill Tang San instantly. Now if divided according to realm, he should be barely between demigods. If he were to fight alone, he might not even be able to defeat Qian Ren Yui now. How long does it take to refine? I don't know. After all, most of the gods nowadays have become gods by relying on the inheritance of the superior gods who already have the divine status. Even I have not seen many people who absorb the divine personality and step into the divine status. The god of time shook his head, but he was not lying. This time it was Cao Yanbing's turn to be silent. If by the time he has finished absorbing the godhead the turbulence of time and space has arrived on the continent, or in other words, when he is absorbing the godhead the turbulence of time and space has come, then wouldn't he just burp? Since you can't be sure, let's speed up. Cao Yanbing sighed, opened his hand, and 2 crystal objects shining with 2 colors of light appeared in his palm. This thing is the core godhead of the 2 god Poseidon Tang San and Shura god Xiao Wu. According to his observation, the non-human named Xiao Wu does not seem to be the inheritor of Shura god. She is more like a, how should I say, container of Shura god, because when Tang San was killed in the end, both gods were separated from Tang San's body. That non-human being seemed to be just the garbage that came with the fusion of the 2 gods. If you really choose the last option, then you must seize the time to refine yourself into a god. Otherwise, when the turbulence of time and space arrives, you will have no room to resist. The voice of the god of time sounded. Although Cao Yanbing had already made his decision, he was still slightly stunned after hearing the words of the god of time. Buzz. While Cao Yanbing was surprised, the hands of the god of time suddenly formed a very strange talisman. At the same time, a very strange fluctuation of time and space suddenly rippled out from his palm. I will build a small alien space for you. In this space you can devote yourself to refining the godhead. In the process there will be some extra things to assist you in refining, so your refining speed will be faster than it usually, improves a lot. As he spoke, his arms suddenly opened and the entire space suddenly began to tremble and twist. As his arms swung, the air in front of him moved slowly as if being pulled by something. An illusory space gradually emerged in the world and a violent roar resounded from all around. Then Cao Yanbing was shocked to find that the land under his feet suddenly disappeared and was replaced by a piece of land suspended in the void boulder. When he raised his head, the scene in front of him turned into nothingness. This Cao Yanbing couldn't help but cursed. Raising his hands to create space, the power of this so-called god of time is far beyond his imagination. Rela, this is your only chance to obtain the divine status. If you can't grasp it, you may have to wait for the soul to be destroyed. The calm voice of the god of time sounded from all directions. This guy, it would be fine if he became a partner, but if he became an enemy, he would probably be a stronger being than the dual god Tang San. In short, from the time he appeared until now, his words and deeds don't seem to be like a villain, so let's give him the good guy card for the time being. You still have to be on guard at least to make sure he doesn't stab you in the back. Cao Yanbing sat cross-legged, flipping his hands and taking out 2 divine pieces again. Poseidon Shura god.